Chapter 1 The Last Supper? Yulin, my dearest friend, would you like to join me for tonight's banquet? With my disciples. The midday sun hung high, its scorching light pouring onto the cobblestone streets of Jerusalem, the air shimmering slightly with heat waves. The marketplace remained noisy, with vendors' shouts, animals lowing, and pedestrians' chatter intertwining, as the scents of dust and spices floated through the dry wind. I stood among the crowd, facing a man who stood quietly as if untouched by the surrounding clamor. He was tall and slim, wearing a simple linen robe that reached his ankles, tied at the waist with a coarse cloth belt. The hem of the robe showed slight wear from long journeys, yet it remained clean and tidy. His skin was lightly tanned with a serene and profound countenance. Beneath his brow, his eyes were as calm as lake water, gentle yet seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul. His dark brown hair was slightly curly, falling just past his shoulders, and his beard was neatly trimmed in short. Despite his plain attire, there was an indefinable dignity in his bearing, not one derived from power, but from a presence that transcended the mundane. He curled his lips slightly into a smile and reached out his hand to me, his voice low and gentle. With my black hair and the clothes I wore, my appearance was completely out of place in the surroundings. I took his hand and smiled, saying, "I'll go." Jesus, my dearest friend. The slanting sunlight stretched our shadows long across the mottled stone path. Jesus released my hand, and the lingering warmth in my palm quickly dispersed in Jerusalem's dry wind. His deep eyes holding tender amusement, he said softly, "When the time comes, I'll have Judas fetch you. My friend, all you need to bring is a hearty appetite, alright? Alright, better stock up on extra food then. If there's not enough for me to eat, I won't leave any for you. Ha ha ha, Yulin, you're still as witty as ever. Well then, I'll be off. See you tonight." After we finished laughing, I watched as Jesus turned and walked away. That simple white figure soon merged into the bustling crowd on the street, the wide linen robe swaying gently in the wind, until it finally disappeared at the intersection where light and shadow danced. Back at my place, I lay on my bed and murmured quietly, "Good Friday, is it finally coming?" In my mind, there exists a pure white book with the words "Mythology Book" printed on its cover. The first page has already been opened, and it reads, "Steal the corpse of Jesus, reward, 1 random trait of Jesus, temporary ability, use divine might, 1 use. Use divine might, instantly gain all abilities of Xiangyu for 2 hours, use divine might, peerless through the ages." I crossed over from my own world a month ago. This book has been sealed away for many years. Never did I expect the first task would be to steal Jesus' corpse. All I can say is, it's downright absurd. Fortunately, when they sent me here, they crammed a bunch of information about this era and language skills into me like force-feeding a duck, along with some silk. I smoothly navigated the initial preparation phase and successfully infiltrated Jerusalem under the guise of an Eastern silk merchant. Then, through what seemed like an unintentional act, I formed a connection with Jesus, even using philosophical discourse and theories from later eras to befriend him. Honestly, I originally just wanted to become one of his disciples, but since things have come to this, so be it. I stood up and began packing my belongings methodically. I bundled up spare clothes, a few pottery items, and a sack of wheat, then after some thought, tucked all my silver coins inside the wheat sack. I left my dwelling and knocked on the wooden door next door. The door was opened by a woman around 25 or 26 years old, named Maria, not the Virgin Mary, just a namesake coincidence. She had olive-toned skin and remarkably expressive eyes, drying her wet hands with her apron. Peeking from behind her was a 5 or 6-year-old girl, timidly clutching at her mother's garment. Maria looked at the parcel in my hand, her brow slightly furrowed. "Yulin, are you getting rid of these, or are you moving away? I have to return to the east tomorrow to handle some business matters." I handed over the package, my lips curved in my usual gentle smile. When I first rented this place, being new and unfamiliar, I happened to meet them by chance and received much help from Maria. After that, I repaid their kindness by often helping the widow and her orphan child, sometimes with food, sometimes by fixing their leaky roof. Maria took the package, her fingertips brushing against the back of my hand unintentionally. She suddenly looked up, a strange glimmer flashing through her brown eyes. "Will you come back?" I paused, then chuckled. "Of course, my silk business won't wait. Now that trade routes have been opened, of course we must return." This lie rolled off my tongue effortlessly. After all, no one could expose me, nor could anyone produce silk comparable to mine. Then, Maria bit her lower lip and suddenly stepped aside from the doorway. "At least let me treat you to a meal as thanks. Leah just baked some fruit tarts today." The aroma of freshly baked flatbread and stew wafted through the house. Little Leah had already scurried to the low table and sat down eagerly, her eyes fixed longingly on the still steaming earthenware pot as she waved me over. "Big brother, pretty please, just keep me company." All right. I stepped into this cozy little cottage brimming with vitality. Maria's ears turned slightly red as she ladled soup for me, while Leah chattered away about the camel she had seen at the market today. I slowly chewed the fruitcake, its cloying sweetness melting on my tongue. It wasn't that I was unaware of Maria's feelings, but ultimately, we belonged to different worlds. Outside the window, the setting sun gradually sank behind the Temple Mount, gilding Jerusalem's stone walls with one final golden edge. Gazing at the shifting hues of the sunset, I gradually stopped chewing, my movements slowing to a halt. Yulin? Maria's voice snapped me back to reality. Your bread, you haven't finished it. Ah, sorry. I withdrew my gaze and reassumed my merchant's smile, just thinking about business matters. Maria didn't press further, simply nodding as silence momentarily settled between us. Until I spotted a figure outside. It was Judas. Rising, I said, Jesus invited me to tonight's supper, so I'll take my leave. Farewell for now. I stepped out of the house. Maria watched my retreating figure, observing as I spoke with Judas, then vanished together with him into the crowd. After a long while, she finally lowered her gaze and sighed softly, whispering, "Ah, if only I were younger. Could I have gone to the east with him?" She couldn't understand. But Leah tugged at her sleeve. "Mother, look, so many silver coins." Chapter 2, One of you will betray me. Judas walked ahead with hurried steps, glancing back at me frequently, his eyes shifting nervously. Jesus values you greatly, Judas suddenly spoke, his voice low. He rarely invites outsiders to the Passover supper. I chuckled, perhaps because I always bring fresh topics to the table. Of course, it might also be that I have ideas to make you money. 30 silver coins for an idea. Take it or leave it. Judas said nothing more, only tightening his grip on the money pouch at his waist. We made our way through several narrow alleys before finally stopping in front of a stone-built house. A faint light shone from the second-floor window, with the faint murmur of the disciples' conversation barely audible. Judas pushed open the door and motioned for me to enter first. "Please, thank you." April 6, 30 AD, the eve of Passover. The second floor of a large building on Mount Zion, Jerusalem. A low stone table was spread with linen, olive oil lamps casting flickering shadows on the walls. Upon entering, I was greeted by the aroma of roasted lamb and the warm glow of olive oil lamps. Around the low table sat most of the 12 disciples. Jesus sat at the center, the rolled-up sleeves of his linen robe revealing the sturdy forearms of accustomed labor. His gaze was as tranquil as the morning mist over the Sea of Galilee, yet rippled faintly when I entered. "Yulin, my dearest friend." Jesus called my name, his voice gentle as the night wind over the desert. "Come sit beside me." John promptly shuffled aside to make room, vacating what should rightfully be the seat of the most intimate disciple. I had no objection, after all, I was merely Jesus' dearest friend, whereas he was just a disciple, one who happened to admire me considerably at that. This Oriental fellow has as much knowledge in his head as stars in the sky. No one could ever know just how much he knows or understands. The evening banquet proceeded under warm candlelight. Seated at Jesus' right side, I could clearly catch the faint scent emanating from him, filling me with an indescribable sense of comfort and warmth. The disciples were fervently debating the origin and significance of Passover, with Peter and Andrew arguing until they were red-faced over differing interpretations of a certain scripture passage. "Brother Yulin," the disciple Matthew suddenly turned to me, "do you Easterners observe Passover?" I lifted the clay cup and took a sip of wine, saying, "We celebrate the spring festival, where families also reunite and eat special holiday foods." I paused, remembering the warmth of Maria's hearth. The most important thing is the whole family sitting together. The disciples ceased their conversation, 12 pairs of eyes turning in unison toward this foreigner in their midst. As Peter was about to press for details, Jesus gently set down the copper cup. The sound of its base meeting the stone table resonated like a muffled thunderclap, silencing everyone instantly. "Truly I tell you," Jesus spoke softly, yet his voice pierced through the clamor like a sharpened blade, "one of you is going to betray me." Peter leapt to his feet, overturning the salt dish. Coarse grains scattered across the table as he cried out, "Lord, is it I?" John on the left suddenly turned pale and instinctively clutched at Jesus' sleeve. Thomas frowned, his eyes darting across each face as he searched for any sign of deceit. I alone knew the truth in advance. I noticed Judas' fingers nervously rubbing the money pouch, its leather surface already gleaming with sweat. "The one to whom I give this dipped bread," Jesus said, breaking off a piece of unleavened bread and dipping it into the bitter herb sauce. The dark liquid seeped into the bread's crevices like blood soaking into linen. I watched as Jesus' hand passed over John, over Peter, and finally came to rest before Judas. Judas's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat under the candlelight. He wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came. The gazes of the other disciples made him too afraid to even lift his head, terrified their burning eyes would consume him. "What you must do, do quickly." Jesus handed the bread to Judas, his voice as soft as a sigh. The silver coins clinked as they slipped through the trembling gaps of Judas' money pouch, bouncing sharply against the stone floor. Before anyone could react, the betrayer had leaped up as if scorched, staggering out the door to vanish into Jerusalem's night. Peter stood up, his chest heaving violently, eyes burning with anger and confusion. "Teacher, why didn't you stop him?" Jesus shook his head. "The scripture must be fulfilled." He took another piece of unleavened bread, broke it, and gave it to them. "Take and eat." The room fell into silence once more, with only the occasional faint crackle of the oil lamp breaking the stillness. I felt somewhat perplexed. This didn't align with the sequence of events I knew. Many crucial moments were missing. Jesus praying 3 times in the Garden of Gethsemane, Peter drawing his sword and cutting off Malchus the high priest's servant's ear, Jesus stopping the violence and healing Malchus. Could this divergence be due to the butterfly effect caused by my arrival here? Jesus swept his gaze across the long table before finally settling it upon me. "You Lin," he called softly, "don't you have any questions?" I raised my head to meet Jesus' eyes, those calm, profound eyes that seemed to see through everything. I couldn't help but wonder, had Jesus discerned my mission? "I was just thinking," I said slowly, "are 30 pieces of silver really worth it?" Jesus gently shook his head, his fingers tracing the rough wooden tabletop. "Greater love has no one than this, that someone lay down his life for his friends. But whoever betrays his brother for silver." He paused abruptly, listening intently to the distance. "The time has come." Outside the window came the clatter of armor, and Peter sprang to his feet. "It's Judas, he's brought men with him." "Teacher, what should we do?" John's voice trembled with urgency. The heavy pounding at the door below had already begun. Jesus calmly stood up, the oil lamp casting his shadow upon the stone wall. "Let them come." He turned to his disciples. "You shall leave through the western side gate." I walked toward the small door with my disciples, only to turn around and see Jesus heading alone toward the staircase. "Wait," I blurted out. Jesus turned back, his silhouette edged in silver from the moonlight streaming through the high window. "My dearest friend, this is the path I must walk. Do not grieve for me. Only, I regret. I had wished to journey with you to those mysterious eastern lands. Life never grants perfect fulfillment. As you once told me, men have sorrow and joy, they meet or part again, the moon is bright or dim and she may wax or wane. My dearest friend, let us go. History will remember our meeting." My Adam's apple bobbed as I struggled to speak. I wanted to say something, but suddenly found myself unable to voice the warning. Instead, I could only muster, "Take care." Jesus responded with a gentle smile and turned to go downstairs. In that moment, it suddenly dawned on me, when the carpenter's son walked toward his destiny, he truly saw me only as a friend come to share the Passover. "Go quickly," a disciple grabbed my arm. As the footsteps of Roman soldiers made the stairs creak, I took one last look at Jesus' upright figure. No miracle, no vision, just an ordinary man walking knowingly toward suffering despite being betrayed. The night wind carried distant curses from the priests as I followed the disciples into a hidden passage. Next, I had to complete that task, steal Jesus' body, or perhaps, not just steal. When I learned Jesus had died, I had already been lying in the roadside grass for a long time. I wore a head covering and a suit of soft armor, traded for 3 bolts of silk from a black market dealer, light yet tough enough to withstand ordinary sword strikes. By my right hand lay a long, slender blade, its edge gleaming coldly. Slung diagonally at my waist was a short dagger for close combat. At the foot of the mountain behind me stood a horse, also bartered for with silk. Ahead, Roman soldiers were lazily conversing, with one holding a hammer and iron tongs, removing Jesus' body from the cross. I licked my parched lips. My mission was to steal Jesus' corpse, but now I didn't want to steal it. I was going to seize it by force. After all, no one had seen my face, no one knew my identity, this would still count as a perfect theft. Feather God's might, unleash. In an instant, a surge of savage power flooded through every limb and vein in my body. My muscles tensed instantly, my bones cracked like bursting fireworks, my blood boiled like molten lava, and the thunderous pounding of my heart echoed through my chest like a war drum. Fragments of Xiangyu's memories exploded in my mind, the blood mist of the Battle of Julu, the rain of arrows during the breakout at Pengchang, the final sword strike by the Wu River, all transformed into my combat experience. The martial prowess of Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Western Chu, now belonged entirely to me. I abruptly grabbed my longsword and surged up from the grass, one man against an army. Who goes there? The nearest Roman soldier had barely turned his head when a blinding flash of steel swept across his vision. Thwack! A head went flying, blood gushing forth. I dashed into the crowd like a phantom, my longsword sweeping horizontally, its blade flashing like lightning. The second soldier's armor might as well have been paper before my blade. His chest was cleaved open in a single stroke, entrails spilling onto the ground with a sickening splatter. Ambush! Form ranks! Form ranks! The commander roared as he drew his short sword, but I was far too quick. My blade was already arcing toward the third soldier's shoulder, cleaving him diagonally from right shoulder to left hip, the bisected corpse crashing to the ground in 2 pieces. Stop him! Loose arrows! Bowstrings thrummed as several feathered shafts sliced through the air toward me. I let out a wild laugh, my long blade whirling into a silver curtain, splitting every arrow that came my way. I lunged forward with a mighty step, my sword like a dragon's fang aimed straight for the general's throat. The general hastily raised his shield to block, but the sheer force behind this slash was beyond mortal limits. Crack! The shield shattered, the blade's momentum unhindered, slicing clean through his neck. Blood fountained out in a hot, crimson spray, splashing across my face. Yet I didn't even blink before spinning on my heel to cleave through the defenses of the last 2 soldiers, charging straight for the cross. Retrieve the corpse. The body of Jesus had already been taken down by the soldiers and laid flat on the ground, the burial shroud just covering his chest. I kicked aside a temple attendant who tried to stop me, grabbed Jesus' shoulder with one hand, and with a sudden pull, hoisted his lifeless body onto my shoulder. Stop him! Don't let him take the body! Someone screamed as they lunged forward. With a cold snort, I swung my longsword in a wide arc, forcing everyone back, then sprinted to the black horse and leaped onto its back. Run! With a crack of the whip, the black horse neighed and charged forward. I turned back, flipping them off. Eat my dust! The Roman soldiers roared in pursuit, but I was too fast. My horse, like black lightning, bolted from the execution ground and raced down the mountain trail, leaving the chasing soldiers far behind in the blink of an eye. The wind howled as I controlled the reins with one hand, my other arm tightly gripping Jesus' corpse to keep it from slipping. Is this the legendary valor of Feathers, the unrivaled prowess of all time? Too bad it's a one-time deal, I muttered to myself. After what felt like an eternity of galloping, I finally stopped in a secluded valley. I placed Jesus' body on a flat stone. His eyes were tightly shut, yet his face looked surprisingly peaceful, as if merely sunk into a dreamless slumber. The two puncture wounds on his hands and the spear wound in his side had stopped bleeding, the dried blood forming dark red patterns upon his skin. Traces of blood still clung to the corners of his mouth from the crucifixion, yet his expression remained serenely holy, as if death were merely an inevitable trial rather than an end. Jesus, my friend, I must go now. I tore a strip of cloth from my clothing and wiped the blood from his face. I desperately wanted to bury Jesus' body, but I had no time left. Because the moment I obtained his corpse, a countdown appeared in my mind from that mythological book, and now only seconds remained. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, the valley air seemed to freeze solid. A faint golden glow suddenly emanated from Jesus' body. The light flowed like liquid toward his forehead, eventually condensing into a crystalline point of radiance beneath my palm. Mission complete. Acquired Jesus attribute, miracle, that which reason cannot explain, mankind cannot achieve, transforming the impossible into possible. This is called miracle. Jesus, my dearest friend, sometimes this may help you. I am with you, and I ask you to show mercy to all beings. Miracle? Jesus. Before I could think further, a flash of white light immediately transported me back to my original world. Next mythology journey countdown, 10 days, after countdown ends, may choose to enter any time until mission completion. Mythology, the Red Emperor slays the serpent. Mission, obtain the snake gallbladder from the White Emperor's son slain by Liu Bang. Reward, Crimson Sky Sword Chi. Fuck, dizzy as hell. I suddenly opened my eyes, the intense vertigo nearly making me roll off the bed. Instinctively, I reached out to steady myself against the headboard, my palm meeting the familiar cheap wooden surface. The honking of cars drifted in through the window, accompanied by the rhythmic pounding of a piledriver at a distant construction site. Everything told me I was back in my own original world. I clutched the bedside and retched twice, the taste of Jerusalem's desert dust still lingering in my mouth. Looking down, I was still wearing the bloodstained linen robe, the Roman longsword in my hand gleaming coldly under the bedside lamp. My phone suddenly lit up beside me. The lock screen showed June 27, 2025. Exactly 2 days since I'd crossed over, though I'd spent a whole month there. Time dilation at 1 to 15? Hard to say. The next mythical quest might follow different rules. I picked up my phone and found over a dozen unread messages accumulated on the screen, with the landlady's rent reminder at the top, followed by a hospital examination report and notification. Whoosh! I yanked open the curtains, and the afternoon sunlight stabbed painfully at my eyes. Downstairs by the convenience store entrance, a few high school students were shouting and laughing around the vending machine. Across the way, bed sheets hung out to dry swayed gently in the wind. Everything felt so familiar, as if all I'd experienced before were just illusory bubbles, if not for the fact that I was still wearing Roman robes, and that there truly was a book inside my mind. I faintly saw a figure standing at the street corner, giving me a gentle smile, like an old friend who had waited for me at the end of time for 2,000 years, finally seeing me again. I rubbed my eyes and looked once more, only to find a movie poster for Jesus in that spot. Turns out I was mistaken. I shook my head and turned back to bed. Picking up my phone, I opened the hospital examination results and glanced at it. Terminal stomach cancer. Chapter 4, Earn some money. Jiangqing City, First People's Hospital. Doctor, last night I dreamed about a group of people beating me until I woke up in terror. When I went back to sleep, I dreamed of them again. They said, "You actually dared to come back, and then kept hitting me. Do you think a ghost is haunting me?" Sorry, but this isn't the psychiatry department, it's oncology. Please head out and turn left. That's where psychiatry is. The 50-something oncology department director, Wang Guoming, smiled warmly and amiably as he saw off the patient before pressing the button on his desk for the next one. To be honest, he really wanted to outright call this guy an idiot for wasting medical resources. But with medical disputes being so volatile these days, who knew if one day this patient might just stab him over it? I should find time to learn some self-defense, he thought. The door opened as I walked in. Director Wang, you're here, Xiaoyu? Wang Guoming looked up, his professional smile instantly softening, though a layer of unconcealable pity surfaced in his eyes. 10 days ago, it was he who personally handed me that late-stage gastric cancer diagnosis report. My reaction was so calm it startled him. I simply folded the report quietly and said, "Thank you, Director Wang." Standing there now in a faded black t-shirt and bargain bin canvas shoes, I wore a relaxed smile on my face, as if just here for a follow-up on some common cold. Targeted therapy, have you thought it over? Wang Guoming flipped through the medical records, his pen unconsciously sketching jagged lines across the paper. He knew my situation perfectly well, orphaned, barely finished high school on government welfare, now working part-time jobs during summer break. The balance in my bank account probably couldn't even cover one round of chemotherapy. Not treating it. I shrugged. You know exactly how many coins I've got in my pockets. The consultation room suddenly became so quiet that only the hum of the air conditioner remained. Wang Guoming pinched the bridge of his nose. As an oncology specialist, he understood better than anyone that treatment for late-stage gastric cancer was essentially buying time with money, and I didn't even have the qualification to buy that time. What brings you here this time? He finally sighed and changed the subject. Another checkup. I pointed to my stomach. I want to see how much longer I have to live. Wang Guoming stood up. Let's go. I'll take you there. Several hours later, inside the CT room. This can't be. Wang Guoming stared at the image on the screen, his face flooded with disbelief. 10 days ago, the aggressively spreading cancerous lesions now appeared to be forcibly restrained by some unseen force, their edges even showing signs of shrinkage. Medical history had never recorded a single case of advanced malignant tumors reversing on their own. Your gastric cancer is healing on its own. His throat tightened. How do you say it? Yes, exactly, it's a miracle. Miracle. I stared at the fading shadow on the screen, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. It seems the heavens aren't ready to take me yet. Wang Guoming shook his head, still immersed in astonishment. Theoretically, this doesn't make any sense, unless... He paused. Have you taken any special medications recently? Or been exposed to any treatments? I shook my head. No, I just slept for 2 days. The elderly doctor stared at me for several seconds before finally sighing. There are too many things in medicine that can't be explained, but regardless, this is a good thing. He patted my shoulder. Keep it up, and come back for regular checkups. Let me prescribe some medicine for you to take home. Don't worry about the cost, these are all covered by medical insurance. Thank you, Director Wang. I nodded. A moment later, when I stepped out of the hospital gate, the sunlight was just right. Squinting, I watched the bustling crowd on the street, suddenly feeling everything was surreal. A miracle? Jesus, my dearest friend, thank you. As for showing mercy, well, I show mercy to those who treat me kindly. I said to the person beside me. As for those who do me wrong, send them to you for enlightenment. With that, I strode forward and melted into the crowd. Behind me, Wang Guoming stood by the windowsill, watching until I disappeared from sight before finally lowering his gaze. He murmured under his breath, a medical miracle? Or supernatural power? After living most of my life, this, Director Wang, someone called out to him then. Coming. He snapped out of his scattered thoughts and turned to face the newly arrived patient, saying, please, have a seat. I stood at the entrance of the lottery shop, thinking to myself, I need to earn some money, otherwise I won't even be able to pay the rent. I looked up at the sign above the door and pushed it open to step inside. The shop was dimly lit, its walls plastered with past lottery numbers. A few middle-aged men, cigarettes dangling from their lips, were pointing at the trend charts and muttering, this round will definitely have consecutive numbers. Behind the counter stood a balding middle-aged man, scrolling through short videos with his head down. Hearing the door chime, he glanced up at me and asked, what'll it be? I walked to the counter, scanned the various lottery tickets under the glass display, and asked, boss, which one is the hardest to win? The boss paused, sizing me up from head to toe. Seeing my faded t-shirt and jeans, along with the worn-out edges of my canvas shoes, it was clear at a glance I was just some broke kid. He snorted dismissively and pointed casually, saying, this one, the double color ball lottery. First prize, the jackpot's over 70 million now. But until it hits 100 million, basically no one wins. Or rather, it's impossible for anyone to win from below. I caught his subtext, this thing is for suckers, total scam, but I just nodded and said, then I'll buy this. The shopkeeper frowned. You sure? The odds of winning this are lower than getting struck by lightning. I didn't answer, just lowered my head and typed a string of numbers into the lottery machine. Then I pulled out 800 yuan from my pocket and slapped it all on the counter, saying, all in. I'm all in. The boss widened his eyes. Are you crazy? Wouldn't this money be better spent on food and clothes? Just look at what you're wearing. I smiled, just trying my luck. If I lose, I'll go work in a factory. I've already lined one up. The boss opened his mouth, wanting to dissuade me further, but seeing my calm expression, he finally sighed. Alright then, advice is wasted on fools. Especially gamblers. The more gamblers like you, the better, the more of you there are, the more money I make. I'm only saying this because you're still young. As he spoke, he deftly printed out a lottery ticket and handed it to me. The draw's tonight, check for yourself. I took the ticket, folded it neatly, and tucked it into my pocket. Thanks. If I win, I'll give you a fat red envelope, boss. Later. I turned and pushed the door open to leave, hearing the boss shake his head and sigh behind me. A fat red envelope for me? You'd have to pull off a miracle to win. 1 hour before the lottery draw at the Welfare Lottery Issuance Management Center, Supervisor Yang Kai sat in his spacious office, legs casually crossed, a cigarette pinched between his fingers as he murmured into his phone, after this one, the jackpot will hit 100 million. Whose turn is it this time? Old Zhang's share stays the same as always, and no one else gets left out either. We all share in the broth and the meat together. A burst of laughter came through the phone. The other party seemed pleased. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they finally hung up. Yang Kai put down his phone, leaned back in his leather chair, tapped the desk lightly with his fingers, and a flicker of greed flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, just a few tens of millions more saved, and I can immigrate to America. By then, even if they investigate, there'll be nothing they can do to me. He glanced at the wall clock, 50 minutes left until the prize draw broadcast, and called out toward the door, Xiaochen. Soon, the office door swung open, and a stunning woman with a curvaceous figure and impeccable makeup walked in. She wore a tight-fitting business suit, her slender legs sheathed in black stockings, the click of her high heels echoing crisply on the floor. Brother Yang, what can I do for you? Chen Yuanbing walked up to him, her crimson lips curving into a smile, her voice sugary sweet. Yang Kai patted his thigh, signaling for her to sit. Chen Yuanbing let out a coquettish laugh and settled onto his lap, casually draping her arms around his neck. Tonight's the draw. Ready? Yang Kai's hand caressed her waist, but his tone carried a hint of seriousness. The next one's already lined up. If we hit the jackpot this time, none of us will be walking away unscathed. Chen Yuanbing leaned close to his ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. Relax, we've done this so many times. Sister Zhang and brother Huang are both watching. Nothing will go wrong. Yang Kai nodded approvingly, his fingers lightly tracing her thigh, drawing a coy protest from her. Tonight, would you like to come to my place? Chen Yuanbing whispered against his ear, her voice dripping with temptation. But Yang Kai shook his head. Not tonight. I have to go home to my wife and kids. Chen Yuanbing sighed with feigned resentment. President Yang is truly a devoted family man. How I envy your wife. Yang Kai smiled without answering, simply giving her a light slap on the rear. Alright, time to get up. We should head over for the prize draw. Planting a kiss on his cheek, Chen Yuanbing finally rose, straightened her slightly disheveled collar, and swayed out of the office. In the prize draw studio, the lights brightened as cameras took their positions. The host stood smiling before the lottery machine, with Chen Yuanbing overseeing nearby. Dear audience friends, welcome to this episode's live broadcast of the double color ball lottery draw. The first 5 red balls were successfully drawn, perfectly matching the internally arranged numbers. Chen Yuanbing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking everything was under control this time. Yet, just as the last blue ball was about to roll out, click, the machine suddenly made an unnatural sound, and the ball that should have popped out as programmed got stuck. What's going on? Chen Yuanbing's expression changed instantly as he hurried forward. Hold on, Yes, the staff member fumbled to shut down the machinery's power supply, just as they were about to begin the inspection. The machine suddenly started operating on its own, and with a sharp pop, an entirely unplanned blue ball rolled out. 07? Chen Yuanbing's pupils contracted violently, his heart nearly stopping. This number was absolutely not part of their arrangement. The live broadcast continued. The host, demonstrating impeccable professionalism, maintained a smile as he announced, this lottery's winning numbers are 03, 09, 12, 21, 28, 33, with the blue ball 07. Chen Yuanbing's face turned deathly pale, his fingers clenching so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. She tilted her head slightly and whispered to the assistant beside her, check if this number has one. The assistant hurriedly turned away and left. When she returned once more, her face had already turned deathly pale. Supervisor Yang wants you to come over immediately, along with the director and deputy director. Chen Yuanbing bit her lip, clenched her teeth, and strode forward in haste. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Yang Kai's face darken with fury as he abruptly shut down the livestream replay, roaring, what the hell is this? An accident? How could there be an accident? Someone bought 400 tickets. We'll have to pay them 200 million. A full 200 million. In my rented apartment, leaning against the bed with my legs crossed, I listened leisurely to the lottery results, 03, 09, 12, 21, 28, 33. Finally, 07. I thought to myself, rigged? Tell that to my miracle. If they hadn't rigged the system, letting the lottery truly be a matter of chance, then my miracle might not have been possible to achieve. But now they've changed chance selection into human selection, turning possibility into impossibility, then don't blame me for activating my hack. I did some calculations on my phone. After taxes, I might get between 100 to 200 million. The exact amount isn't clear since I don't know the current period sales figures and can only estimate based on past data. But even just a few million would be enough, at least ensuring I wouldn't have to worry about food, clothing, or expenses for quite some time, even for major purchases. Just as I was pondering how to claim the prize, my phone suddenly buzzed with an incoming call. The phone screen lit up, displaying an unfamiliar number that blinked insistently. Staring at the caller ID, I felt the corner of my mouth lift slightly, as though I had anticipated this moment. I pressed the answer button, my tone calm. Hello? A deep male voice, carrying a hint of condescension, came through the receiver. Mr. Yu, congratulations on your win. I chuckled lightly without speaking. The other person continued, we're willing to buy that lottery ticket from you for 200 million. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. But after taxes, my winnings might not even reach 200 million. You're willing to take a loss? And how would you legally get the money to me? That's not something you need to worry about. The man's voice remained calm. If we can produce 200 million, naturally we have ways to get it to you legally and properly. I leaned against the headboard, shifting into a comfortable position. That sounds very tempting. The man smiled faintly. Mr. Yu, you're an intelligent man. You should understand, some money isn't so easy to take. Is that so? My tone remained unchanged. Then what if I refuse? I'm a law-abiding, upstanding citizen. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment, followed by a low chuckle. Law-abiding? Ah, fortunes favor the bold. You'll think it through carefully before claiming your prize tomorrow. With that, the call ended abruptly. I stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the neon-lit city, muttering to myself, the odds of you getting caught tonight are slim, but definitely not zero. After searching something on my phone, I turned and headed downstairs to a public payphone, saying, I'd like to report Yang Kai from the Welfare Lottery Issuance and Management Center. As deputy director of the Welfare Lottery Issuance and Management Center, Zhou Sun had long wanted to overthrow his superior Yang Kai. After all, who wouldn't want to be a manager? Working under Yang Kai, he gets scolded at the slightest dissatisfaction, has to clean up his messes, and all he gets in return are empty promises, cheap as dirt. Today, I called him saying I wanted to report Yang Kai. He asked me where I got the evidence, and I told him it was under the desk in Yang Kai's office. Then he asked how I knew about it, and I replied, just go over there and look for it. It was all divine guidance. Then I hung up. I bet Joseon thinks I'm talking nonsense, but he'd probably rather believe it's true than risk ignoring it. Sure enough, when he went to Yang Kai's office and searched, he actually found an account book and a notebook hidden in his secret compartment. They clearly recorded Yang Kai's behind-the-scenes connections and the details of his corrupt dealings. I suspect Yang Kai kept these as leverage to manipulate others into doing his bidding. After all, Joseon had won himself, and the people he was in contact with were actually adversaries of Yang Kai's circle. Bringing Yang Kai down would pave the way for some to rise in power. Later, Joseon received several calls expressing gratitude, putting him in an excellent mood. Standing by the window, murmuring about divine guidance, he got my message. The winner is my guy. He probably guessed it was me, but he also thought I might just be a pawn, with the real power player still lurking in the shadows. But he still dismissed those unrealistic thoughts, feeling that the current situation was already quite good, then picked up his phone to make another call. I snapped the newly purchased anonymous SIM card in half and casually tossed it into the trash bin. Actually, I can't guarantee Yang Kai's ledger and notebook are under the table. If they're not there, I'll just call someone else. Worst case, it'll take a bit more time. Passing by the snack street, I wanted to buy some stir-fried noodles, but all my money went to medicine and lottery tickets, so I could only take in the aroma. Thankfully, there were still a few cup noodles at home. While waiting for them to steep, I opened the college entrance exam results website and saw my score, 601. Juggling work and studies while battling advanced stage stomach cancer, this score was already beyond my expectations, a truly exceptional performance. The steam from instant noodles filled the rental room as I closed the website, opened WeChat, and ignored messages from my landlord demanding rent. Second in my message queue was Mr. Yang Yurin, my homeroom teacher, asking about my grades. He said if I had financial difficulties, I could come to him. He could help me apply for student loans or lend me money to be repaid after graduation. True to his name, Yurin meaning cultivate people, Mr. Yang was a good teacher. Throughout high school, he secretly slipped me meal cards and secured financial aid for me under the guise of grade-level subsidies. I'm deeply grateful to him. Just as I was about to reply, my phone suddenly vibrated, an unknown number calling. I frowned and hung up directly, yet the caller persisted and called again. I pressed answer with a cold tone, hello? To my surprise, a sweet female voice came through the receiver, cautiously asking, is this Yulin? I replied, speaking. Who is this? She said, hello, I'm Chen Tian from the National Civil Affairs Bureau. You must have heard of the National Civil Affairs Bureau, right? I honestly answered, sorry, but before this I've just been juggling work and school, never heard of it. She seemed to freeze for a moment, but quickly added, you're really quite diligent and ambitious then. Are you saving up for a university tuition? Wait, I cut straight to the point, no, I'm just trying to raise money to treat my late-stage gastric cancer. Then there was some commotion on the other end of the line, followed by a deep, magnetic male voice, hello, student Yu. I'm Zhang Jiangping, Deputy Director of the National Civil Affairs Bureau. Hello, what can I do for you? Here's the situation. According to our records, your late-stage gastric cancer appears to be showing signs of self-healing, and you won the first prize in tonight's double color ball lottery? Is there a problem? Don't get me wrong, we're not investigating you, but we have reasonable suspicions that you've awakened some kind of supernatural ability, such as luck. I immediately cursed. What the hell are you babbling about? Are you scammers? Stop calling me, or I'll call the police. I hung up the phone with a frown, feeling anything but relieved. I decided to look up the National Civil Affairs Bureau, but apart from finding its full name, National Bureau for Investigation of Folk Anomalies, I couldn't find anything else. I thought to myself, they really are scammers. But just then, a voice came through, no, we are not scammers. I looked up to see a man crouching by the window, draped in a black trench coat, half his face hidden in shadow, greeting me with a smile. Hello, Yulin. Chapter 7, The Mandate of Heaven. Who are you? Yulin's pupils abruptly constricted, every muscle in his body instantly tensed. His right hand instinctively reached for the knife beneath the pillow. That was the weapon he had brought back from Jerusalem, always kept hidden on his person. Don't be nervous. The man by the window chuckled lightly and leisurely raised his hands, signaling that he meant no harm. His trench coat swayed slightly in the night breeze, revealing a dark golden emblem embroidered on the lining amidst intricate patterns. The tiny characters Civil Affairs Bureau were faintly visible. Let me introduce myself, the man said as he leapt gracefully from the windowsill, landing without a sound. I'm Su Chu, leader of the 2nd Special Operations Team of the National Civil Affairs Bureau. He appeared to be in his early 30s, not strikingly handsome but with regular features, sporting a head of unruly long hair. His tall, straight frame gave off an air of carefree nonconformity. He stopped 4 steps away from Yulin. The wariness in Yulin's eyes didn't fade. This is the 4th floor. Were you lying in wait? No. Su Chu shook his head. I just got here. The next moment, his figure suddenly blurred, like ink dripping into the night, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Another blink. Once more it appeared within Yulin's field of vision. Facing his smile, Yulin fell silent for a moment. This world was far more complex than he had imagined. Is this some kind of supernatural ability? More or less. We prefer to call it Heaven's gift. Heaven's gift? Yulin frowned. The authority of Heaven's gift. Su Chu snapped his fingers. The shadow beneath his feet spread outward, forming a pattern resembling an ancient shaman's rain invocation ritual. In 1947, we discovered the first recorded mention of a heaven-chosen one in the oracle bones of Inshu. King Wu Ding of Shan once appointed a rain-summoning shaman, referred to in the oracle bones as the descendant of the rainmaster. Heaven granted the authority to summon rain. The scene shifted abruptly again, transforming into an elderly man stepping upon the wind as he traveled. During King Mu of Zhou's reign, there was a Lizi who could ride the wind. Now, our agency has one such person too, the leader of the 3rd team, Heaven-granted Windrider. Next, he pointed at himself as dozens of shadowy figures of varying sizes condensed behind him. Me, Su Chu, divinely bestowed with the shadow authority. Ever seen Jackie Chan Adventures? The demon sorcerer gets his men from me. Why aren't you laughing? Not funny enough? Ha, very funny. Seeing Yulin's less than amused expression, Su Chu didn't press the topic further. Instead, she locked eyes with him. Do you know how we found you? Self-healed stomach cancer? There's a bit, but more importantly, tonight's double color ball lottery you won, and also tonight, everyone involved in this matter gets suspended for investigation. So that's how it is. I thought my secrecy was done quite well. Your secrecy was indeed good, but, well, we've got a big shot here who awakened the derivation authority. To be honest, you're extremely difficult to predict. He exhausted all 10 attempts today just to get at you through backdoor methods, like figuring out your neighbor's address. He said you were completely impossible to pinpoint. Yulin fell silent once again. 6. Thought it was the power of technology, never expected it to be a hacker showcasing his skills. Seeing his silence, Su Chu casually took out a small booklet, opening it as she spoke. We've gone through the archives, from ancient times to the present, from China to abroad. Consider that your divine gifts may be threefold. First, luck, which I needn't explain as you likely understand. Second, celestial fortune. Celestial fortune differs from mere luck. While luck is a random blessing, celestial fortune it's the unshakable confidence that heaven itself stands behind you, backing your every move. Exemplified by Emperor Guangwu of Han, Lu Xiu, on the brink of defeat, meteorites rained from the sky, followed by gales and thunderstorms that utterly routed Wang Mang's forces. Thirdly, the miracle, the first bearer of this divine authority will surely be no stranger to you, Jesus. Before it, nothing is impossible. There's only the question of when it will happen and come to pass. Yulin pretended not to know anything and asked curiously, so which one do you think I am? Well, Su Chu shook his head. We can't be sure yet, but currently we're leaning towards divine providence. We'll talk about it later. Now, let me ask you the most important question. Su Chu looked at him. Would you like to join us? I still have to go to college. Why are you going to college? To find a good job. Well, what if right now there was a job offering unlimited income, where any institution must prioritize you upon presenting your credentials, along with civil service benefits? Not only that, our bureau would provide cultivation techniques, a fixed monthly allocation of cultivation resources, and guidance from renowned masters. Would you take it? I could do it. That settles it, then? Su Chu clapped her hands, clearly quite satisfied with his answer. So, would you like to join us? Even if you don't join, you'll still need to be registered. And besides us, there are other domestic and overseas factions who'll come looking for you. Every person who awakens to divine authority is a hot commodity. I almost fell for the honey trap back then. Noticing his eager expression that begged to be asked how he managed it, Yulin decided to humor him. How did you pull it off? Su Chu slightly raised her chin with a touch of pride. I lured their beauty away, and now our child is already in kindergarten. Impressive, right? Yulin nodded. Indeed impressive. Let me think about it. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Deal or not? Fine. Su Chu reached out his hand. Give me your phone. Ha, you're offering me a loan? Stop watching so many sketch comedies. It's just a phone number. Okay. After leaving her phone number on Yulin's device, Su Chu tossed the phone back to him. Bye. Yulin watched as he turned and walked toward the window. Then let me ask you a question too. What? Why are you still dressed so heavily in the middle of summer? Trying not to expose yourself? No, it's because this outfit is stylish, don't you think? No, I don't. I'm afraid I'll get heat rash. Bro, you don't understand my fashion sense. Alright, let's drop it. See you tomorrow. Su Chu waved his hand and disappeared into the shadows, as if he had never been there at all. Yulin stood frozen for a long while before finally murmuring, Heaven's ordained authority. National Civil Affairs Bureau. So there really are supernatural powers in this world. Then, the vision of Jesus I saw, wasn't a hallucination? He couldn't figure it out, shook his head, and decided not to dwell on it. Tired, going to sleep. Chapter 8 The Chosen Club. The next day, Yulin went to collect the prize money. Whether it was yesterday's threats from him or the intervention of the Civil Affairs Bureau behind Su Chu. In any case, the withdrawal process went swiftly for him, even bypassing the usual press interviews. Just one night, he went from being a penniless young man to a multi-millionaire with over 100 million sitting in his bank account. What ordinary people call miracles is nothing more than this. Mr. Yu, here's your property deed. Mr. Yu, the new furniture. Mr. Yu, as evening arrived. Welcome to the evening news. Yesterday's welfare lottery, major corruption case cracked, our reporter continues to follow up. Yulin sat on the sofa in his new home, having just finished watching this evening news report. He picked up his phone and transferred an additional year's rent to his landlord. Though the landlord had been pressing him for rent, they had also allowed him to delay payment for 3 months. He was grateful for that. When the landlord asked where he was moving to, he brushed off the question with a vague response and promptly tapped open the message from his homeroom teacher, Yang Yuren. From what he heard, Yulin's score of 600 points ranked within the top 30 at his school. As a result, the school had prepared a 3,000 yuan scholarship for him to collect as an outstanding graduate. If before, Yulin would definitely have got 800 was all he paid in rent each month, and this 3,000 would have covered it with room to spare. But now, he gracefully declined. Offering some excuse about tutoring engagements he couldn't get away from was enough, and Yang Yuren took it at face value. After all, such things weren't uncommon. I'm hungry. Yulin suffered slightly from decision fatigue, so without looking, he randomly selected a restaurant opened May 1. Waiting for the delivery to arrive, he decided to take a shower first to refresh himself. It felt like nighttime, or perhaps the bathroom was located in the shaded part of the house. The temperature inside was comfortably cool, so Yulin, who had originally planned to take a cold shower, ultimately opted for a warm one instead. Yulin closed his eyes as warm water cascaded from the showerhead. The fragrance of shampoo filled the bathroom, white bubbles sliding slowly down his black hair. He was massaging his scalp when he suddenly noticed something peculiar, an icy cool sensation gently combing through his wet hair. The touch felt startlingly real. Slender fingertips, smooth as flowing water, were massaging his scalp with just the right amount of pressure. Yulin's movements froze as foam slid down his brow ridge, about to drip into his eyes when a strange hand gently wiped it away. His eyes flew open. Water droplets trembled on his lashes. Through the haze, a blurred figure stood amidst the swirling steam. It was a woman, if you could call it a person at all. Her skin had a translucent porcelain hue, as if condensed from the purest spring water. Jet black tresses unfurled like living creatures in the water, their drifting ends trailing tiny whirlpools. Who are you? Yulin furrowed his brows. There wasn't a single trace of memory about this woman in his mind. The woman tilted her head slightly, causing a few damp strands of hair to cling to her cheek. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, fingertips trailing a string of glistening water droplets. When her fingers brushed against Yulin's face again, what he felt wasn't astonishment, but an instinctive shiver like standing at the edge of a bottomless lake, ready to be swallowed whole at any moment. Little brother, the water temperature. Her voice was like a stream gently kissing pebbles. Are you comfortable? Only then did Yulin realize the water in the shower had become extraordinarily soft, each droplet seemingly imbued with life, gently enveloping his skin. He instinctively stepped back until his back pressed against the cold tiles. Who the hell are you? Someone from Civil Affairs? Ha! The woman let out a light laugh. I'm not from the Civic Bureau. Working for others? How could that compare to being my own boss? Let's get acquainted. President of the chosen club, Ningya, divinely granted authority over water control. Perhaps worried that Yulin might not believe she meant no harm, she took a few steps back and lightly perched on the edge of the sink. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. On the contrary, I'm here to invite you to join us. Yulin casually grabbed a towel to wrap around himself, noticing her unwavering gaze fixed on him. Were you always like this when inviting people before? Of course not, those guys aren't worth my effort. I'm quite the snob and a realist, you see. I don't think I'm worth you doing this either. No, you deserve it. Ningya smiled faintly. Second sequence number 02 Heavenly Mandate, Celestial Fortune Awakener. Forget about me personally inviting you, even if it were marrying you, I'd do it willingly. So, won't you consider it? She licked her lips, looking quite seductive. However, Yulin had no such thoughts, merely frowning slightly. How did you know? Those folks at the Civil Affairs Bureau don't even realize they're raising ghosts in their own homes. Aren't you afraid I'll tell them? Not at all. They've got people planted in our club too, though I don't know who. Exchanging moles, is that really so hard to understand? So you're playing infernal affairs then? Yulin wore a thoughtful expression. I need to think about it. Alright. Ningya stepped down from the bathroom counter, stretched with a lazy grin, and said, honestly, I'd love to just tie you up and drag you back, then by the time the rice is cooked. But who told you to awaken the heavens' fortune? A few hundred years ago, you'd have been nothing short of an emperor. The heavens themselves have got your back. A trace of regret flashed across her face, showing she genuinely wanted to seize Yulin right then and there. She flicked her wrist dismissively. Beads of water condensed into a string of numbers on the wall. This is my private contact number. Give me a call when you've made up your mind. Any time is fine. For you, I'm willing to skip my beauty sleep. Ningya gave Yulin a flirtatious glance before her watery form burst apart with a splash, as if she had never been there at all. Yulin wiped the water from his face, muttering under his breath. So my first encounter turns out to be the honey trap technique. TSK, this is tricky. State job or private business? How should I explain it when Suchu arrives later? Yulin frowned deeply, just as he was pondering a solution. The bathroom door was knocked upon. Yulin, have you made up your mind? Chapter 9 at home? Living room. So you upgraded to such a big house after getting the money. You sure know how to enjoy yourself. Suchu sat reclining on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, still wearing that same black trench coat from yesterday. Yulin took a bite of his takeout, swallowed the food in his mouth, then looked up and said, with money comes the freedom to live lavishly. Otherwise, what's the point of earning all this cash? I'm an orphan, and I've just come of age myself. That explains it, Suchu nodded, appearing rather sympathetic. He sat up straight, folding his hands as he asked solemnly, so, have you made up your mind yet? Yulin didn't answer directly but changed the subject. Just now a woman approached me, she's the president of the Celestial Selection Club, Ningya. Did you agree to her request? No, I said I'd think about it. That's good. Don't fall for her honey trap. She's always been fond of. She came to find you personally? Yes. TSK, I hadn't expected that. She usually sends others to do her bidding. Could it be she's into older women preying on younger men? Older women preying on younger men? Is she very old? Well, I wouldn't put it that way. Though I don't know her exact age, she was already the president of the chosen club when you were in junior high. She should be around my age now, early 30s probably. Alright, let's not talk about her anymore. Suchu changed the subject abruptly, pointing at himself instead. Do you know what's the biggest difference between our Civil Affairs Bureau and these civilian organizations? Yulin hesitated before answering, resources? No, it's privilege. Suchu smiled faintly. Anything they want to do, any organization activities, they must report to us. Only after we approve and issue official documents can they proceed. Otherwise, it would be considered inciting a riot. For instance, when competing for the same heaven-bestowed artifact, unless we're unaware of it, we can act directly while they must report it first. By the time they finish reporting, we've already got our hands on it. If they dare to steal it, they can look forward to being deported from Xia country. So, did you enjoy it? Yulin didn't answer, instead raising an eyebrow and asking, what is the Tianshou Qi? Su Chu hadn't intended to keep it a secret in the first place, so she explained straightforwardly. It refers to when an Heaven's Chosen pours all of their abilities into an object, imbuing it with partial powers that can then be wielded by others. That is what constitutes a Heaven's Chosen artifact. You know about the Imperial Jade Seal, right? This is a celestial mandate artifact. It's very likely your heavenly destiny artifact, except its current whereabouts are unknown. However, these divinely entrusted artifacts aren't something that can be made casually. Once a Heaven's Chosen pours their power into it, they lose their abilities completely, becoming ordinary people. How many would be willing to do that? What torments the transcendent most isn't killing them, it's letting them taste transcendence, then stripping it away. Moreover, the infusion process consumes their own lifespan, costing about 10 years. Those nearing old age don't dare attempt it, fearing they might die mid-process and render the effort futile. On top of that, the number of Heavens Chosen is scarce. This year, for instance, only you and 3 others were born in our entire country. This has resulted in very few Tianshou artifacts surviving over the years. Compared to the handful or dozen pieces held by other organizations, our Civil Affairs Bureau has only managed to preserve a mere 72 pieces. Sigh. Though he sighed, Yulin couldn't detect even a trace of remorse on his face. The most important thing is, he glanced at Yulin. Those of us who awaken to celestial authority wield power starting at the deputy director level. With your suspected Heaven's Mandate caliber, you'll at least become a provincial governor or general in the future, possibly even higher. What are you still hesitating for? After stroking his chin thoughtfully for a moment, Yulin nodded and said, all right, smart decision. Su Chu snapped his fingers, his smile growing broader. He stood up. Get a good night's rest. Tomorrow I'll take you to meet your colleagues at the bureau. The other 3 have also joined us, so the higher-ups decided to form you 4 into a team. Other details can wait until tomorrow. Oh, right here, take this. He pulled a ring from his trench coat pocket. It's a replica skybestowed artifact we created. Though it only has about 30% of a genuine one's power, it should be enough for self-defense. It can instantly teleport you within 100 meters. That's it. Bye. The very next second after speaking, he directly merged into the shadows beneath his feet. Yulin lay on the sofa, gazing at the dark gray ring in his hand with profound eyes, lost in thought. Until much later, he finally picked up his phone, dialed the number, and made the call. Hello? It's me. Oh, it's Brother Yulin. So, have you decided to come join your sister here? No, I've joined them. What? Why? Do you have to report everything to them first nowadays? Damn it, that's the only power they have left. Anyway, we only report to them domestically. Once we're abroad, we can do whatever we want. Did their temptation really sway you that easily? Not entirely. They said they'd make me a general in the future because my authority comes from Heaven's Mandate. Will you take me to see the military parade at Tiananmen someday? Probably, maybe, likely not. Is that temptation really so strong for you? Of course. This has been my childhood dream. Anyway, I've joined them. Let's not stay in contact. I don't want them to misunderstand. That's all. Hey, wait. Don't hang up yet. Even though you've joined them, that doesn't mean we can't be friends in private. Having more friends means more paths in life, wouldn't you agree? That seems to be the case. Let's stay in touch if anything comes up. Yulin didn't give her a chance to continue speaking. After hanging up directly, she set down her phone, stood up, and began collecting the empty takeout containers. She thought to herself, it's fortunate that these 2 were friendly ones. If they had been, knock, knock, knock. Hello, is this Mr. Yu? Your smart home monitoring system has arrived. Could you please come out and sign for it? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than someone arrived. Yulin's instincts told him, something's wrong. He walked to the door and pressed his eye against the peephole. Outside stood a man in a courier uniform, around 30 years old, with an ordinary appearance. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, which he was wiping with his sleeve, as if he'd just climbed the stairs. Mr. Yu, your smart surveillance system has arrived. Could you sign for it, please? The courier knocked on the door again, his voice filtering through the wood. Yulin remained silent and motionless. The courier waited a few seconds, then knocked again. Mr. Yu, are you home? Still no response. The courier frowned and muttered, strange, no one home? He pulled out his phone, seemingly checking the address, then shrugged, guess I'll try again tomorrow. With that said, he turned and left, his footsteps gradually fading away. Yulin stared through the peephole until the courier's figure disappeared, then waited a good while longer. Only then did he turn back to grab his phone, about to dial Su Chu's number. Ah, so you were home after all. A chilling voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Why won't you open the door? Chapter 10 Su Chu makes her move. You only have 2 choices. First, drink this cup of water, then join us. Second, die. The man dressed as a courier dropped a pill into the cup of water, then handed it to Yulin. Yulin didn't take it, only retorted. Mind telling me first, who are you? The man didn't answer, merely gesturing for him to drink the water first. Clearly he was being cautious. Yulin still didn't take it, asking instead, are you so certain no one will come? The man said calmly, you mean, Su-chu? Possibly. Ha, he wouldn't notice. Unless he's physically present here, no one could possibly notice. Look behind you. The man immediately turned around but saw nothing there. When he turned back once more, he noticed a faint glow emanating from the ring on Yulin's finger. His pupils contracted sharply as he suddenly realized something, reaching out to grab Yulin. But it was too late. Yulin's figure blurred abruptly, like smoke scattered by the wind, vanishing instantly from his original spot. Damn it! The man roared, slamming his fist onto the coffee table. The glass surface shattered immediately. He swiftly pressed his earpiece, his voice icy and urgent. He used the spatial ring. All units, immediately secure the vicinity. Find him now. The Heavens Fortune Authority, we must take control of it at all costs. At the same time, a night market street about 100 meters from the apartment. The clamor of crowds, the oily smoke from barbecue stalls, and the hawkers' shouts intertwined, creating a chaotic yet lively atmosphere. Yulin crouched in a dimly lit alley, his back against the damp wall. The summer heat, the scorching air, yet not a single drop of sweat formed on him, his expression chillingly composed. The flickering lights from the night market outside the alley cast fragmented shadows across his face, slicing his silhouette into alternating patches of light and dark. He pulled out his phone, his thumb brushing lightly across the screen as he dialed the number he'd just saved. Beep. The phone was answered before the first busy tone finished. Anything else? I'm being hunted. What? Location. Good return night market, the alley at the entrance. Be right there. Su-chu's voice came through the receiver, with the faint rustling of paper occasionally audible in the background. Yulin reported the coordinates, his voice as calm as if discussing today's weather. After hanging up, he took out that gray-black ring and rolled it lightly between his fingers. The ring's surface gleamed with the cold metallic sheen unique to metals, reflecting his slightly narrowed eyes. Footsteps suddenly echoed from the alleyway entrance. Yulin didn't turn back, merely slipping the ring back onto his index finger. When the shadows enveloped him, he caught the familiar scent of perfume. Su-chu. You're quick, Yulin said, still leaning against the wall as he looked up at Su-chu standing at the mouth of the alley. I never left. I just used you as bait to see if I could lure some reckless fools out. Those favored by heaven will face setbacks in achieving great things, but never any real danger. Scenes that holds true. The moonlight slanted from behind the other person, stretching his shadow long until it reached Yulin's feet. Su-chu curled his lips into an appreciative smile. It seems you're much calmer than I imagined. Are you really just a student who just finished the college entrance exams? Just used to it. Yulin stood up and brushed non-existent dust off his clothes. You know, I'm an orphan. Everything depends on myself. Panic won't help me at all, it'll only make me lose my senses. Well said. Su-chu nodded, looking quite approving. If only I had your level of awareness during my first mission, I wouldn't have ended up with an F rating. Enough small talk. Wait here. I'll deal with them. Yulin leaned against the shadowy alley entrance, watching Su-chu's figure dissolve into the bustling neon lights of the night market. The next instant, the entire world seemed to have been put on pause. Su-chu's shadow suddenly twisted and stretched, spreading across the ground like a living thing. The darkness rapidly widened, enveloping the entire night market in an instant. The clamor of voices abruptly ceased. The smoke from the barbecue stall hung frozen in midair. Pedestrians' footsteps hung suspended, their smiles frozen stiff, unable to even move their eyeballs. The entire street had fallen into an eerie stillness. Yulin's pupils contracted slightly. He saw Su-chu standing at the center of the street, hands tucked into his trench coat pockets, wearing a hint of lazy amusement at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, the pursuers who had caught up now found themselves frozen in terror, trapped within the shadows and unable to move. You guys? Su-chu sighed, his voice cutting clearly through the silent street. You never learn. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Crack! The bodies of all pursuers suddenly contorted, as if crushed by an invisible force, their bones emitting a teeth-gritting sound of fracture. Their figures began to collapse, eventually turning into swirling black mists that were devoured completely by Su-chu's shadow. The entire process lasted barely 3 seconds. Su-chu turned back and waved at Yulin at the alley entrance. All done. Yulin shook his head. Not quite. There's still one missing. Su-chu suddenly slapped his forehead in frustration, almost let a big fish slip away. He raised his right hand, causing the shadow enveloping the entire night market to recede like a fading tide, coalescing once more beneath his feet. Simultaneously, he retrieved a crystal-clear glass marble from his trench coat pocket and tossed it lightly into the air. Bang! The glass sphere shattered, and a blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire street. Yulin instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the night market had returned to its usual bustle. Pedestrians continued chatting and laughing, vendors kept hawking their wares, as if the strange stillness from moments ago had never occurred. Memory wiped, mission accomplished. Su Chu whistled cheerfully, turning to Yulin. You wait here, I'll be right back. Before his words faded, his figure had already transformed into a dark shadow, skimming rapidly along the ground toward the distance, as if he'd never existed, and indeed, no one had noticed. In a narrow alley 300 meters away, a man dressed as a courier was frantically fleeing, his body phased in and out of reality, passing straight through walls one moment, then solidifying to twist and dodge through the cramped lanes the next. Damn it! How did the Civil Affairs Bureau get here so fast? He gnashed his teeth as he pressed his earpiece. Headquarters, mission failed. Requesting supper. Before he could finish speaking, a dark silhouette suddenly leaped up from the ground, morphing into Su Chu's slender figure that blocked his path. The Void Wanderer's authority? Su Chu tilted her head, her smile dangerous. You're quite the runner, aren't you? Was it you who robbed the bank last time? The man's face abruptly changed color as his body instantly became incorporeal, attempting to pass through Su Chu to escape. The same trick won't work a second time. Su Chu clenched his right fist, causing the surrounding shadows to suddenly solidify, transforming into tangible black walls. The man thudded against the barrier, his ethereal form violently forced back into solidity. You, the man's eyes widened in terror. How is this possible? Su Chu leisurely closed the distance. Nothing is impossible, you're just too weak. He reached out and seized the man's throat as shadows coiled around them like living things. A member of the Divine Authority? The man remained silent, his vision darkening as the shadows threatened to consume him completely. Whoosh! Su Chu released his grip and staggered back several paces. A brilliant arrow of light grazed past his fingertips and struck the ground, bursting into a blinding white flare. Looking up, he saw a woman standing on the rooftop's edge, wielding a luminous bow. She wore a cloak, her face obscured except for the slightly rounded lower half visible, yet her figure was tall and slender. Su Chu narrowed his eyes, his tone chilling. As expected, it's you. The woman smiled faintly, her tone carrying a hint of familiarity as if greeting an old friend. Group Leader Su, long time no see. She gently raised her hand, and a soft beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the delivery man. The man's body gradually became transparent, as if assimilated by the light. This time, we've lost, the woman said, looking down at Su Chu. Before the words had even faded, with a flick of her wrist, her entire body transformed into a dazzling brilliance, swiftly vanishing into the night with the delivery man in tow. Su Chu stood frozen in place, brows tightly furrowed. He stared intently at the direction where the woman had disappeared. Has the result from that heaven-bestowed artifact abroad come in? Chapter 11, The Newcomer. Su Chu stayed this time. Fearing something unexpected might happen again, she spent the night at Yulin's place. Until the next day. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the living room as Yulin pushed open the door, carrying soybean milk and fried dough sticks. Brother Su, time to get up. He shook Su Chu on the sofa. Breakfast is here. Su Chu rolled over, burying his face in the pillow, and mumbled, I'll sleep 5 more minutes. Yulin pressed the hot soy milk against the back of his neck. Ah! Su Chu jolted upright, his hair sticking out in disarray. You're ruthless, kid. You told me to do it. Yulin then spoke another sentence before turning around to place the breakfast on the coffee table, picking up a fried dough stick and taking a bite first. Who were those people last night? Su Chu yawned slowly as she leisurely removed the lid from the soy milk. The Divine Rights Society. A bunch of guys stuck in a perpetual adolescent fantasy. He took a sip of soybean milk and continued. Thinking you've awakened divine authority makes you feel like you've become a god. You want revenge on them? He raised an eyebrow at Yulin. Of course, Yulin said calmly. I'm not some magnanimous person. Su Chu suddenly laughed, the admiration in his eyes growing stronger. What a coincidence, neither am I. Always been petty. He took a big bite of the fried dough stick and said indistinctly. They're messing with what appears to be heaven's will, or even what might be called a miracle. They've really bitten off more than they can chew. Yulin didn't respond further and quietly finished his breakfast. Go pack your things. Su Chu wiped his mouth and stood up. We're leaving now. Luggage? Can't we go home tonight? Yulin frowned. Go home? Su Chu let out a disdainful laugh. What home? Do you want them to find you again? I can't stay with you all the time, I'm busy. Yulin considered that he only had 7 days left before entering the mythological mission, so being away from home would be quite inconvenient. But since he could choose to enter any time, it shouldn't be a big issue. He asked again, when can I move around freely? After completing the Bureau's training session, Su Chu waved her hand dismissively. It won't take long, just 6 months. Mostly to teach you chi cultivation techniques. Don't think having heaven's mandate makes you invincible. Unless your authority truly is the miracle mandate, when those old monsters of chi cultivation make their move, you'll still need to run for your life. Once you reach advanced levels of chi refinement, you'll attain some authority-like abilities, such as the 5 elements Taoist techniques from Taoism. Yulin nodded. For now, he didn't ask about refining qi. He'd find out everything when they reached the Civil Affairs Bureau. Turning around, he headed back to his room to pack his things. A short while later, he stepped out with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Ready. By then, Su Chu had already freshened up. He slung an arm over Yulin's shoulder, a faint smile playing on his lips. It might feel a bit dizzy the first time, just bear with it. Why does what you're saying sound a bit off? Hey, don't worry about those details, let's go. The next second, their figures melted into the shadows like ink, leaving only a half-finished cup of soy milk in the living room, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. Of course, a hand reached out and took away both the soy milk and the trash together. A soft murmur arose. You kids sure pay attention to cleanliness. The outskirts of the capital. Yulin followed Su Chu into the headquarters of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The building looked no different from an ordinary police station, even bearing a sign at the entrance that read Shangping District Police Station. On the surface, the Civil Affairs Bureau appears configured as a regular police station, Su Chu explained as they walked. Branch offices are established nationwide, there's one in Jiangcheng too. Originally, upon awakening the celestial mandate like the other three, you should have first reported to the Jiangcheng branch before being escorted to headquarters for training. He paused, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. But your situation is special, so they sent me directly to fetch you. Yulin nodded, his gaze sweeping over the staff coming and going in the corridor. They wore uniforms identical to police officers, but each bore a dark golden badge on their chests, within intricate patterns. The tiny characters Civil Affairs Bureau were faintly visible. There are a total of 9 operations teams at headquarters. Su Chu continued the introduction. Each varies in size and covers different jurisdictions. My second team has only 5 members, primarily responsible for support operations in East China. He pushed open a glass door and gestured for Yulin to follow. After the training, you 4 newcomers will first gain experience at the branch office. Later, you'll have the freedom to choose to join one of the 9 teams, though they reserve the right to decide whether to accept you based on your performance. Of course, if you perform exceptionally well and meet the required standards, perhaps you could even form a 10th team. Yulin raised an eyebrow. So, can you tell me about the other 3 now? Su Chu gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out when we meet. As they spoke, they had already arrived at a conference room door. Su Chu raised her hand to knock on the door, then pushed it open and entered. In the conference room, a middle-aged man in uniform stood with his back to them by the window. At the sound of the door opening, he turned around, his features sharp, standing about 1.75 meters tall, his uniform impeccably neat, as if he had a military background. Apart from him, there were 4 other people in the room. Standing beside the middle-aged man was a sweet-faced young woman also dressed in uniform, her nameplate on the chest engraved with Chen Tian. The girl standing by the window had a stylish wolf-cut short hairstyle, with silver-white streaks dyed at the tips. Dressed in black cargo pants and a fitted tank top, her arms adorned with mysterious geometric tattoos, she deftly peeled an apple with a butterfly knife, the blade flashing like a dancing butterfly between her fingers. In the corner, a boy was idly playing with 3 ancient copper coins. He wore a faded Taoist robe, a bagua mirror hanging around his neck, the coins occasionally clinking with a crisp sound. Muttering to himself, he lifted his head to glance at Yulin, as if calculating something. Lastly, there was the delicate-looking boy sitting on the floor. Cross-legged on the ground, he clutched a large bag of potato chips and was noisily stuffing them into his mouth. His pale cheeks puffed out like a hamster's, his eyes narrowing into satisfied slits. Yulin's arrival was far less enticing than the snacks in his hands. Hello, Yulin, the man greeted with a gentle smile, his voice deep and resonant. I am Zhang Jiangping, Deputy Director of the Civil Affairs Bureau and head of the first team. Welcome aboard. Chapter 12 The Patriarch of Cultivation. After briefly explaining the basic benefits and regulations of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhang Jiangping had Yulin meet the other 3 individuals. Joey gave a slight bow, his wide Taoist robe sleeves slipping down. He performed a standard Taoist bow to Yulin. Hello, my name is Joey, a disciple of the Chuanjin sect. 3rd sequence Heavenly Mandate Authority Divination. As long as you pay the price, you can divine anything. The higher the price, the more accurate the divination. Seated on the ground, Bai Xiaoxia finally tipped the last crumb of potato chips into his mouth and licked his lips contentedly. He stood up and walked over to Yulin, smiling. My name is Bai Xiaoxia. 2nd sequence Heaven Bestowed Authority Devour Fortune. Every bite you take transforms into sheer luck. Finally, the girl with the wolf-cut hairstyle by the window finished peeling her apple. She stepped forward and handed the apple to Yulin, waiting until he accepted it before speaking. Qin Zhao. The 2nd sequence Heavenly Mandate Authority Scales of Paradox. Raising her right hand, a translucent balance scale materialized in her palm. This can impose transfer on any target, forcibly swapping the states of both parties. For example, transferring your pain to me, or passing my hunger onto the enemy. But beyond a certain distance, or if the power disparity is too great, the effect weakens until it completely fails. Yulin split the apple in half and handed a portion to Bai Xiaoxia, who was gazing at him eagerly, before saying, Yulin, the mandate of heaven. Are you certain it's celestial fortune? He tilted his head to glance at Zhang Jiangping and the others. Zhang Jiangping nodded. We originally had some doubts, but last night's miraculous escape of yours confirmed it for us. It's indeed the second sequence number 02 celestial mandate, celestial fortune. 01? Who's that? Yulin asked curiously. As soon as the words are spoken, the law follows. As long as one can bear the cost brought by the law follows, then whatever words are spoken will come true. It wasn't Zhang Jiangping who spoke, but Chen Tian beside him offering the explanation. Judging by the voice, this was indeed the same Chen Tian who had called Yulin that evening. She continued, the last awakened one who could make things happen just by speaking was in a small foreign country prone to frequent earthquakes. He sacrificed his own life to make a major earthquake disappear once and for all. That country even established a holiday in his memory, giving everyone 5 days off every year. What a hero, Yulin said sincerely. Not only did he benefit the present, but he also blessed future generations. This isn't just any good person. Who exactly is this? Calling them a saint wouldn't be an exaggeration. Then, Zhang Jiangping initially wanted to continue speaking, but his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. After glancing at it, he left solemnly with Su Chu, leaving only Chen Tian and Yulin behind to handle the matters. Chen Tian cleared her throat slightly, raising her voice a notch. My name is Chen Tian, you can call me Assistant Chen. Of course, Sister Chen is also fine. Following the usual practice, around mid-June each year, there will be 10 to 11 awakened individuals. So our Civil Affairs Bureau splits into groups of 5 to 6, training 2 new squads. But due to the special circumstances this year, only you 4 awakened the divine authority in the first half of the year. However, though fewer in number, the quality is higher. So we've specially approved you 4 to form a team. Let's warmly celebrate the birth of our new team. She began clapping enthusiastically. Seeing that no one followed her lead in applauding, her expression gradually turned awkward and aggrieved. Great! Yulin clapped his hands. Great! After finishing her apple, Bai Xiaoxia promptly joined in, clapping vigorously with resounding slaps. With 2 people cheering her on, Chen Tian's aggrieved expression finally gave way to a smile as she reached out to pick up a few forms from the nearby table. Come and collect these, they outline your activity schedule for the next few months. Yulin stepped forward to take one, lowering his head to look it over. Morning exercises, basic knowledge instruction, and combat training, those were expected. What surprised him the most was a class schedule from 3 to 5 p.m., Chi refinement cultivation. He looked up and saw that, apart from Joey, the other 2 in the group also looked curious. Realizing they had just learned about it as well, he spoke up directly. Sister Chen, what is this Chi refinement? Does a real cultivation technique exist? Exactly. Chen Tian showed no surprise at his question and explained, didn't we just talk about words become reality? Looking back in our Xia Kingdom's history, during Emperor Qin Shi Huang's era, there was a mystic cultivator named Su Fu. He was the second recorded ancestor to awaken words become reality. Believing that since immortals existed, humans could cultivate to become immortals, he was convinced there must be cultivation techniques to achieve immortality. But since he couldn't find such techniques, he created his own cultivation system. Had it been anyone else, they would have certainly failed, but he possessed the divine authority of words become reality. Therefore, at the moment the cultivation technique emerged, Shi refiners were truly born in the fullest sense. Though no one knows what allowed him to bear the cost and survive, he ultimately died from using the word as law ability. You all know what happened. The first emperor demanded he provide the elixir of immortality. The price of eternal life was beyond what he could bear. After all, immortality is the 04th heavenly mandate of the first sequence. Listen to her explanation. So that's how it is. Yulin and the other 2 finally understood. History truly is an unfathomably marvelous thing. Having already understood the situation, Chen Tian simply waved his hand. Bai Xiaoxia, you 3 have already been assigned accommodations, so I won't be taking you further. Everyone, go back and get some proper rest. The official training starts tomorrow. Yulin, come with me. She signaled for Yulin to follow her. Yulin complied. Under her guidance, we completed the onboarding procedures, checked into our accommodations, and registered our personal identification information. It's worth mentioning that his current identity confidentiality clearance is classified as top level. But Yulin didn't think it made much difference. There's a mole in the Civil Affairs Bureau keeping watch anyway. No idea why they wouldn't let that deduction expert calculate everything in advance and wipe them all out. Afraid that solving one batch would just bring another? Or do the moles inside have some way to evade detection? Yulin didn't know. Alright, this is your dorm room. If you need any daily necessities, just call or text the dorm supervisor, Auntie Zhang. She'll get them ready for you. After bringing Yulin to his dorm, Chen Tian handed him the keycard. As Yulin took it, she patted him on the shoulder. I'm off now. Contact me if you need anything. Alright, take care, Sister Chen. Watching as she walked out of the room, Yulin closed the door and settled onto the couch, thinking to himself how deep the waters of this world truly ran. If the ancestors of Xia Kingdom used words to manifest reality and establish the path of chi refiners, then foreign creatures like werewolves, vampires, priest demon hunters, and the holy knights of the church, might these also represent genuine cultivation systems? At this moment, his phone buzzed with a new message. Brother Yulin, I went to your place but didn't see you. Have you already gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Next came a selfie of Ningya lying on Yulin's bed, wearing his clothes. What exactly are you trying to do? Chapter 13, Chi Refinement, From Beginner to Grave. What on earth do you want? Yulin's home. Lying on Yulin's bed, Ningya curled her lips into a smile, her slender fingers dancing across the screen. Nothing much. Isn't it just because you belong to the nation now? I'm trying to build a personal connection with you. Yulin, why are you wearing my clothes? Get out of my house right now. Ningya, no way, wanna come back and hit me? It seemed like great fun, so Ningya deliberately took many photos of herself lying on the sofa, inside the wardrobe, in the bathroom, and sent them all over. Just as she couldn't suppress her grin, imagining Yulin on the other end of the phone gritting his teeth in fury yet utterly helpless. Yulin, thanks a lot. I was just worrying about this. Tonight, we'll take off with this. Ningya remained silent, quickly typing. What takeoff? What are you going to do? What are you planning to do? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Yulin, the call has declined your video invitation. The recipient has declined your video. Hello, the number you dialed cannot be. Hello? Ningya clenched her teeth, stomped her foot in powerless fury on the spot, and finally lost all her strength. Still just a wolf cub. Meanwhile, seeing that the phone calls had stopped, Yulin put down his phone, thoroughly satisfied. He casually picked up a book titled The Complete Compendium of Heavenly Mandates and began carefully flipping through its pages. There are 5 sequences in this heavenly mandate system. The first sequence contains 9 items, apart from the number 04 Eternal Youth, mentioned by Chen Tian. Miracle. Yulin's trait, the true celestial mandate, 02. It wasn't that he didn't want to see what 01 was, but both its name and description appeared as garbled code. It exuded an air of profound mystery. Perhaps this mandate's name simply was mystery? In short, to join the first sequence, this heavenly bestowed authority must surpass ordinary reasoning in some aspect, turning the impossible into possible, and its use or occurrence must come without any cost whatsoever. This is why Yulin's miracle ranks so high. It's also why an overpowered ability like speech translating directly into law can only humbly reside in the second sequence. There are 18 in the second sequence. Second sequence powers can interfere with reality's rules, transforming certain concepts or phenomena for personal use, though most are constrained by equivalent exchange or payment of price. Only 2 are without this cost restriction. Celestial Fortune is 1, Suchu's Shadow is another, ranked 3rd. 36 in the third sequence, capable of manipulating matter or altering one's own form, or trading a price for one powerful ability, such as divination, water manipulation, and that divine authority Society Man's void travel. The 97th sequence of the 4th tier. This sequence has the highest number of awakened individuals, so much so that it can barely be considered divine gifts, more like superpowers, such as superhuman strength, clairvoyance, and enhanced hearing. But for convenience, they are uniformly referred to as divine gifts. These are merely the known and recorded celestial mandates currently discovered. There may be others yet unobserved or already manifested that remain undocumented, because many times, some people are utterly unaware that they have awakened a divine mandate. Awakening a devout believer who doesn't believe in gods or Buddhas with the divine flame power, granting a legless disabled person the ability of Godspeed, bestowing a blind man with X-ray vision. For various reasons, Yulin closed the book. He leaned against the sofa, gazing at the midday sunlight outside. He stood up and walked into the bedroom. The computer and various electronic devices were already prepared for him here. Turn on the computer. Search, Red Emperor slays the serpent. He wasn't sure whether the mythological book would provide him knowledge for the next mission. Being cautious in all matters is never wrong. The next day, at 3 in the afternoon, after finishing their morning breakfast and basic training, Yulin and Xin Zhao's quartet arrived punctually in the cultivation classroom. A middle-aged man around 40 years old stood before them, dressed in simple casual clothes, with a smile at the corners of his mouth, slightly overweight. He appeared quite friendly. With a sharp crack, he pulled out a watermelon knife from his waist and chopped it onto the nearby wooden training dummy with a loud thud. Listen up, you 4 little brats. In my class, you follow my rules. You learn what I teach, and only when you've mastered it, only when I say you're ready, can you voice your opinions. Otherwise, you'd better watch your back when walking alone at night. Back in the day, I swung a machete all the way from Causeway Bay to Kowloon Walled City for 3 days and 3 nights. No one dared ask if my eyes were dry. They called me the Butcher of Hong Kong, Chan Hosai. Did you hear me? Chen Haoxi's gaze swept over the four of them, Yulin and the others. I hear you. The four members of the Yulin team nodded, feeling no displeasure towards Chen Haoxi's behavior. On the contrary, they found it rather amusing. That's good. Chen Haoxi waved his hand, and the watermelon knife flew into the air on its own before slotting back into his waistband. This is controlling objects with chi. You'll learn it once you reach the concentration realm. Then, you must be wondering, what exactly is the realm of concentration? He turned and stepped before the blackboard, waving his large hand with a flourish as the chalk lifted and swiftly wrote on the board. Cultivate the flesh, draw chi, refine form, invulnerability. Cultivate the spirit, focus the mind, night journey, day journey. Becoming celestial, merge with truth, 5 energies, supreme void. The chalk was returned to its place. He turned to Yulin and the others. We won't cover anything miscellaneous in the coming days, too much information and you won't remember any of it. I was once your age too, teacher knows exactly what kind of idiots you all are. So for now, we'll just focus on one thing, explaining chi induction and teaching you how to channel it. Well, you see. He dragged out his words. We're not teaching it now. Here, read this book through and memorize it. And don't share it with anyone. Spread it around and I'll break your legs. Thud. A book fell before Yulin's feet. He looked down to see its cover titled, Cultivation Breathing, From Beginner to Burial. This is your chi condensation technique. Study it well. I expect you to memorize the incantations backwards. Tomorrow there will be a spot check. Anyone who can't write it from memory will have to face my big blade. Chen Haoxi's fierce tone, paired with his kind and honest face, made for a jarring mismatch no matter how you looked at it. But Yulin's 666th sense told him, Chen Haoxi is a good person. Chapter 14, Channeling Qi into the Body. In just one afternoon, Chen Haoxi explained the purpose of qi in the qi channeling realm and where it originates. He even let Yulin and the other three experience it firsthand by channeling his own qi. It was a marvelously peculiar sensation, one Yulin couldn't quite put into words. There are many ways to obtain it, from food, from the air, or even from the essence of the sun and moon, among others. Bai Xiaoxia asked whether there was any scientific theory supporting this, or if research had determined what exactly qi was composed of. Chen Haoxi responded, with the mandate of heaven granting such power, you're still worried about scientific theories? If this research could really bear fruit, the country wouldn't still be withholding information, they would have rolled it out on a massive scale long ago, conquered the world, expanded interstellar, and planted red flags across the Milky Way. It's worth mentioning, Joey had already reached chi condensation early on, and was even just a step away from entering body refinement, putting him far ahead of the pack. Most likely, the Chuanjin sect had already begun practicing in secret long before. Online rumors circulating saying, the Taoist priest told people to believe in science, then turned around and flew away on his sword. Maybe it's not just a joke. Now, inside the dormitory, Yulin sat cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting the mantra from Qi refinement, from beginner to burial. He calmly tried to sense the presence of Qi. Nothing appeared. Then, a faint golden speck of light emerged between his eyebrows. The light flickered like a morning star, waxing and waning, causing Yulin's entire body to jolt. It was as though countless hairfine threads were drawn from that speck of light, piercing through his pores and burrowing into his body. Golden currents rushed through his meridians, leaving warm ripples in their wake while his bones emitted faint vibrations. Unlike what Chen Haoxi had demonstrated, where one needed to consciously guide the flow, Yulin's qi spontaneously gathered at his dantian before circulating through the 12 primary meridians in ceaseless cycles. In just half an hour, his previously empty meridians were now mostly filled, until his body reached complete saturation. Huff! Yulin let out a long sigh of relief. He slowly opened his eyes, sensing the surge of power coursing through his entire body, feeling as if he had somehow grasped a hint of the divine might of feathers. He got up and walked over to the body data analyzer provided by the Civil Affairs Bureau. A measurement. The readings were nearly 3% higher than when he first arrived. It may not seem like much, but day by day, the accumulation can reach a terrifying level. And what's more, it's completely free from any negative side effects. If the bodybuilding community found out about this, who would still bother with steroids? Train, you must train, non-stop, 24 hours a day. Anyone who doesn't train is a fool, worthy of being mocked for a lifetime. Ah, refreshing. Yulin stretched his back and then picked up his phone to check it. The message from Ningya firmly held the top spot on the list. Clicking to open it revealed. Why aren't you replying? Why aren't you replying? Are you actually taking off? No way, no way. Yulin, though we've only known each other for a few days, time crawls by like years. If you round it off, it's practically a lifetime already. Why still no reply? In the end, feelings just fade. I'll hang myself in your house, turn it into a haunted property, let's see who dares to buy it then. Still ignoring me, huh? I'm gonna take a shit in your living room. Yulin. Seriously girl, what are you trying to do? Stop acting crazy here. I'm just cultivating, that's all. The moment he said it, Ningya's reply came through. Cultivating? What kind of cultivating? I think you're just intentionally stringing me along to make me lose control and fall into your trap. Those? Yulin, cut the crap. I don't believe you can't cultivate. What level of cultivation are you? Ningya, how heartless, how clever, I knew I couldn't fool you. Your sister here is at the concentrated spirit realm. When I first started cultivating, it only took me 3 days to draw chi into my body. Impressive, right? Younger brother, you're not bad either, I bet you'll manage it in 7 days at most. Yulin, impressive. It didn't even take 7 days, I've already guided chi into my body just now. He hadn't planned to hide it. Ningya had people at the Civil Affairs Bureau, how could he possibly conceal it from her? Besides, there was no need to. On the other end of the phone, Ningya didn't reply for so long that Yulin began to think she'd already exited the conversation. Then she finally sent a single message. 6. Chance encounter with Brother Gue, giving it my all yet unable to triumph. And then there was no further word. Yulin glanced at the other messages, casually declined a few invitations from classmates asking him to hang out, then closed WeChat and opened a short video app. Just dive in and spend half an hour clearing your mind, achieving deep relaxation afterwards. She then got up to take a shower. The next day, afternoon. Knock, knock, knock. Keep it quiet. Let me ask you a question. Chun Haoshi stood at the front, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke slowly. If your supervisor asks you to prepare 4 bottles of water, but when you arrive, there are 5 people, what would you do? Bai Xiaoxia, you answer first. Ha, me? Yes. Oh, Bai Xiaoxia set down the bag of cotton candy in her hand and responded loudly with certainty. Those 4 bottles of water aren't even enough for me, and you want to share them? Watch me drink them all myself. Chen Haoshi remained silent, offering no comment as he turned his gaze to Qin Zhao. What about you? Qin Zhao responded with a cold smirk, baring his canine teeth. I'll save this water until I meet that leader, then I'll pour it all over his head. Chen Haoshi fell silent again, his gaze shifting back to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi pocketed the copper coins and responded clearly. I'd say I came to the wrong place. Since this leader already dislikes me and gave me false information, why should I stay here any longer? In our Taoist tradition, we emphasize clarity of mind and freedom in thought. Finally, someone decent. Chen Haoshi looked toward the last person, Yulin, who was holding a copy of Strange Tales while reading. Yulin, what about you? Yulin closed his book and replied, I'd set it aside and let them choose for themselves. Those who are thirsty will naturally go get water to drink. It doesn't matter. Chen Haoshi sighed. Why are you all like this, one after another? I just want you to remember, you're human beings. 4 bottles of water, 5 people, you didn't count yourselves in. Of course, what you said isn't wrong either. Everyone interprets things differently. It's fine to enjoy yourself, and it's fine to stay uninvolved. Everyone has different pursuits and thoughts. Teacher, I respect that, but don't go too far. At this point, his gaze suddenly turned sharp, and his tone became extremely grave. If I ever find out you've been acting wickedly or bullying common folk, don't blame your teacher for showing no mercy. Even if it costs me my life, I'll teach you a lesson. Of course, if it's those evildoers we're talking about, hit them without hesitation. If you can't beat them, come find me. And if I can't beat them, I'll call on others. What I lack isn't much, but connections aren't one of them. Remember, teacher is your steadfast supporter. Did you all hear that? The 4 members of Yulin's party nodded. Got it. Very good. Now we'll officially begin the instruction. Let me check your progress. Yulin, come here. Chen Haoshi watched as Yulin stepped forward and instructed him to extend his hand. He then grasped Yulin's hand, but upon checking, his expression dramatically changed. You've succeeded in drawing in Qi? Chapter 15, a new ability? As for Yulin achieving Qi absorption overnight, Chen Haoshi expressed astonishment. Wait a moment, folks. Let me make a quick call, the teacher said. He took out his phone and stepped out of the classroom. Soon after, his voice could be heard. Hey, old Sue, didn't you say your apprentice achieved Qi condensation in 3 days last time? Nothing, I just wanted to say I recruited someone who can channel Qi in a single day. Ha, what? You're going out to buy groceries now? Okay, fine, let's talk next time. Hey sis, is Liang Yuankong there? Ask him to pick up the phone. I need to talk to him about something. Liang Yuankong, I'm your grandpa. Hey, don't get mad yet. Didn't we agree last time that whoever's student wasn't as outstanding as the others would have to call the other grandpa? I've got one here who mastered Qi absorption in a day. What have you got over there? Don't tell me you can't handle losing? Ah, good boy. Damn, hung up so fast. Hey, old bye, why do I feel so refreshed and spirited today? Chen Haoshi walked in, his face unable to conceal a triumphant smile as his gaze swept around before finally settling on Yulin. Yulin, well done. He gave Yulin a pat on the shoulder. Go back to your seat. Yulin nodded and returned to his place. Chen Haoshi cleared his throat, glanced around the classroom, and asked with a smile. Anyone else feeling the Qi flow? Bai Xiaoxia swallowed the cotton candy in her mouth and spread his hands to show he hadn't. Xin Zhao, meanwhile, raised his hand. Teacher, I've also achieved chi absorption. What? Come here. Okay. Hiss, really? Did I just hit the jackpot this time? You guys read for a bit, I'm going to make another call. With that, he stormed out of the classroom again in his usual whirlwind manner, and soon his excited voice could be heard echoing through the corridor. Hey, old Sue, guess what Inside the classroom, Xin Zhao turned to Yulin. Yulin, did your family also give you advanced training? I'm an orphan. I'm sorry. It's okay. You're better than me. Thank you. Take care of me in the future. You too. Bai Xiaoxia watched them and scratched her head. Your conversation is so human-machine-ish. What's your purpose for coming to Earth? That's not funny. Xin Zhao took an apple from his pocket and casually tossed it to him. Push yourself harder, I want our squad to become team number 10. Crunch. Bai Xiaoxia took a bite of her apple. Got it. Just then, Zhou Yi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. I have connections in Southeast Asia where I can source large quantities of medicinal herbs. I can refine them into elixirs to accelerate your cultivation progress. Are you interested? Just covering my labor costs. Xin Zhao raised an eyebrow. How much in total? Let's order 100,000 for the first batch. Cheap. I'll take it. Xin Zhao didn't even blink, showing her family background was quite wealthy. As if remembering something, she tilted her head to look at Yulin. Yulin, you probably don't have much money on you, do you? Should I cover it first? You can pay me back later. No need. Yulin shook his head with a slight smile. I won the lottery recently, got a bit of cash. Lottery? The three of them exchanged glances, each recalling the recent lottery drawing error that had uncovered a corruption scandal. Could it be Yulin? Is this the power of a heaven's fortune? Hiss, how terrifying. Alright, what are you all chatting about? Now everyone come here, let's begin today's cultivation session. At this moment, Chen Haoshi walked in, waving his hand grandly to interrupt their eye contact. He played a video clip and announced loudly, watch carefully, everyone, this is my mentor, Yulin's home. Ningya's slender legs were casually crossed, her right hand holding a slim cigarette between her fingertips while her left clutched a phone. Whose hands did that celestial artifact fall into? It's the Divine Right Society, this time even their president is making a personal move. Is that so? Ningya flicked the ash off her cigarette. Having no ashtray at hand, she grabbed Yulin's water glass to serve the purpose instead. After a brief moment of contemplation, she continued, pull everyone back. We need to prepare for the upcoming struggle over that celestial artifact in Shenangjia within our borders. It'll probably take a few more months before the seal breaks. President, what about the Civil Affairs Bureau? This celestial artifact has an identical counterpart at the Civil Affairs Bureau with even better functionality. This whole affair is merely their tactic to win over hearts, no need to worry about ownership claims. Yes, I'll call them back right away. Let me know promptly if anything comes up. Ningya extinguished the cigarette in her hand, stood up and stretched before leisurely walking into the living room, her gaze settling on the figure seated on the sofa. Group Leader Su, what brings you to my home today? Is this really your home? Once I've taken him down, won't this place naturally become mine? I don't think that'll work. Suchu lifted his foot off the person he'd been stepping on and laughed. Sis, my wife says she wants to invite you to Tibet next month. Getting favors and still acting cute. Only my love-struck little sister would fall for someone like you. Ningya rolled her eyes. Seeing the blood from the person lying on the ground seep into the floor, she frowned slightly, her face briefly clouding with displeasure. What did you bring it here for? You want to clean up the mess if it stains the floor? Take it away now. Got it, just finished a job and came to rest for a bit. Suchu waved his hand, and shadows crawled forth, swallowing both the man and his blood. No one knew where he'd sent them. Ningya pulled up a chair and sat down. Is he the leader of that cult that's been active lately? No, just a branch leader. Our brother Zhang is still chasing down their main leader. Need any help? Should I call in some backup for you? Of course we can. It's just that the cult leader has some bizarre abilities that make him hard to capture. Suchu leaned against the sofa with a helpless expression. Ningya grew somewhat intrigued. What kind of abilities? Which sequence level? Not sure. Suchu shook his head, his face turning solemn. He can temporarily erase all traces of his existence. Not a shred, not a trace, not a speck, but everything once erased, unless before his power expires, or unless the one whose memory was rewritten vastly surpasses him in strength, no one can recall or detect his existence. It's like the third sequence number 17 concealed authority. We suspect this is a new heaven-bestowed authority. Tisk. Ningya drew a sharp breath. This ability is truly terrifying. If I had it, many people would suffer terribly. Suchu fell silent, taking a long while before speaking slowly. I've changed my mind. You might actually be able to take down Yulin. Chapter 16, Test. You're that Yulin who achieved Qi induction in a single day? Yulin, who had originally been heading to the classroom, found his path blocked by a slightly pudgy young man whose features suggested he'd definitely be handsome if he lost weight. Yu Lin frowned slightly. Who are you, and who am I? My name is Zhang Yue. Do we know each other? I don't know you, but we're getting acquainted now. Zhang Yue pointed at himself, the awakened bearer of the third sequence number 7 celestial authorization, Thunder Lord. I also joined the Civil Affairs Bureau 6 months ago, which means I'm your senior. Yu Lin nodded in acknowledgement. So you're here to pick a fight and show off at my expense? Of course not. What era do you think this is? We live in a society governed by law, understand? Everyone's received 9 years of compulsory education. We're all civilized people. We're building a civilized city here. So what exactly do you want from me? With a loud thud, Zhang Yue dropped to his knees and clutched at his thigh. Master, you're like a brother to me. Please, I beg you'd teach me how to channel qi. It's been half a year already. I still can't master qi channeling. Such shame, such unbearable shame. Yu Lin fell silent for a moment, then tugged at the corner of his mouth before bending down to pull him up from the ground. I really don't have a solution, begging me won't help. Then how did you gather qi? Was there any particular feeling? No, I just recited the mantra, first like this, then like that, followed the teacher's instructions, and then gathered it. Simple, right? Now it was Zhang You's turn to fall silent. Simple? If it were simple, would I have failed to cultivate qi in 6 months? Others from my batch are already refining their forms now. Ugh. He heaved a long sigh. Still, thank you. I live in room 301 on the 3rd floor. Feel free to come find me if you need anything. Do you know Zhang Yukai? Yu Lin nodded, ranked first on the richest list in South Province. That's my dad. Zhang Yue patted his chest and said, everything's in short supply except money. Alright then, let's keep in touch. Bye. He turned and jogged away. He came abruptly and left just as quickly. Yu Lin shook his head helplessly. Quite amusing. He continued walking forward until he reached the classroom. Today marked the 8th day since his arrival. The Mythic Tome mission had already unlocked, but he still hadn't gone. Thanks to the resources from the Civil Affairs Bureau and the elixirs provided by Joey, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage qi refining level. He planned to advance to the late stage in the next day or two before taking on any missions. He didn't know whether dying in a mission meant actual death or simply mission failure, getting sent back to the original world to await the next task, so he had to be cautious. Unless this mission would offer a temporary power boost that would last until its completion. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Shaking his head, Yu Lin dispelled the distracting thoughts from his mind. He walked into the classroom. Chen Haoshi was already waiting inside, along with Qin Zhao and the other two. Ding ling ling. The bell rang. Chen Haoshi slapped the table. You've been practicing for 8 days now. Surely your hands are itching to test how much progress you've made. So, today, we won't talk about cultivation. Let's get hands-on. I'll be grading you based on your performance, and then I'll apply to the organization for rewards. So don't hold back, give it your all. Did you hear me? The 4 members of Yu Lin's group nodded in unison. We hear you. Good. Follow me. A moment later, the training ground behind the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chen Haoshi clapped his hands, and suddenly the training ground's floor split open as a pitch-black humanoid puppet slowly rose from beneath. The puppet was entirely crafted from some special metal, its joints covered in intricate runes that glinted with a cold luster under the sunlight. This trial puppet was created by one of your seniors, Chen Haoshi explained, tilting his head. They automatically adjust their strength according to your cultivation level. Defeating one earns you an F grade evaluation, 2 for E grade, 3 for D grade, 4 for C grade, and so on. He swept his gaze across the 4 of them. Each round you pass will upgrade your evaluation. From F grade, E grade, D grade, until you can't continue anymore. He paused, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Anyone who can take on 10. I'll personally apply to the organization to equip you with a full set of Xian grade gear. Mark my words, a complete set. As the words fell, subtle shifts flashed through the eyes of Yu Lin and his 3 companions, especially Yu Lin. If he could acquire this set of equipment, his future missions would become much safer. A full set of Xian grade equipment is a rare commodity in the Civil Affairs Bureau. It's not something you can buy with just money. Contribution points are required. It can withstand attacks from experts at the invulnerable realm level. Of course, it only protects against external injuries. For internal injuries, it can only weaken the impact. Beyond a certain point, you'll still have to face your fate. Chen Haoshi glanced around the circle. So, who's going first? Oh, and no using heavenly mandate powers. Xin Zhao stepped forward, his sleeves fluttering lightly in the wind. I'll go first. Alright, step aside everyone. Chen Haoshi led Yu Lin and the other 2 to the open space. With the shout, begin. The first puppet's eye runes lit up, mechanically locking onto Qin Zhao. She regulated her breathing, feeling the energy circulate within her body. The puppet instantly lunged forward, its right fist aimed straight for her face. Qin Zhao sidestepped, his right hand forming a claw that clamped onto the puppet's wrist, leveraging its momentum to fling it. Crash! The puppet slammed heavily onto the ground, the glowing inscriptions on its chest extinguishing. F rank cleared. Chen Haoshi nodded. Second round. Two puppets rose from the ground, attacking simultaneously from left and right. Qin Zhao advanced instead of retreating. First, she swept the left puppet off its feet with a whip kick, then struck with her right elbow, smashing the other puppet's head in with a dent. Grade E. In the third round, three puppets surrounded her in a triangular formation. Qin Zhao's eyes sharpened as he suddenly lowered his center of gravity, sweeping a leg to take down the nearest puppet. His left hand formed into a claw to seize the wrist of the second, using its momentum to fling it into the third. Boom! The two puppets collided, their runes extinguishing simultaneously. Rank D. Not bad at all. Chen Haoshi raised an eyebrow. Round 4. The four puppets activated simultaneously. Qin Zhao's forehead beaded with fine sweat, yet her movements remained razor-sharp. She first executed a spinning kick to repel the frontal puppet, then simultaneously struck left and right, her fists raining blows upon the chests of the flanking puppets. Bang bang bang! Three puppets fell in quick succession, but the fourth one was already attacking from behind. Watch out! Bai Xiaoxia cried out in warning, only to receive a glare from Chen Haoshi. Qin Zhao turned hurriedly, but still got grazed on the shoulder. She groaned and struck like lightning, her right hand shooting straight for the puppet's throat. Crack! Grade C. Continuing. The fifth round began as five mechanical puppets slowly rose. Qin Zhao panted heavily, fresh blood seeping from the wound on his right arm. Still want to continue? Chen Haoshi asked. Qin Zhao wiped away her sweat. Bring it on. The battle grew even fiercer. She dispatched the nearest two puppets first, but the third suddenly changed its tactics, landing a heavy punch to her abdomen. Cough! Qin Zhao staggered back, suppressing the pain as she swiftly dealt with the ambusher with a sideways kick. Yet the fifth puppet had already seized the opening. Bang! She was sent flying violently, crashing against the edge of the battlefield. Grade B. Chen Haoshi announced. Test concluded. Qin Zhao struggled to his feet, blood at the corner of his mouth. I can still. Enough. Chen Haoshi waved his hand to deactivate the dummy. 5 Grade B units performed exceptionally well. Achieving this level in just 8 days has already exceeded my expectations. Do you know what our Civil Affairs Bureau's record is? Qin Zhao instinctively asked. How many? 7 days, Grade A. 11 days, 10 bodies. Chen Haoshi smiled faintly. He's our bureau director, known as a once-in-a-century genius. You've achieved this much, your future accomplishments will surpass mine. Don't belittle yourself. You're already a genius, don't you know? Qin Zhao pressed his lips together and nodded. Yes. Chapter 17 Ultimate Usage. Though Joey's cultivation level was high, the puppet could enhance its strength based on his power. So in the end, like Qin Zhao, he only received a B-grade ranking. Bai Xiaoxia seemed to know she couldn't defeat 10 opponents anyway and simply gave up, ending up with just a C grade. Chen Haoshi was quite displeased and pinched Bai Xiaoxia by the ear. Skipping work, eh? Hiding things, are we? I was originally thinking that if you got a B grade too, I'd apply for a spirit food meal set for you. Ouch, teacher, easy there. Bai Xiaoxia grimaced in pain until he released his grip, then muttered under his breath. I've got plenty of snacks, no need for you to apply for any, teacher. I'm talking about the ling and spiritual energy. Ah, sir, do I still have a chance? Too late. Chen Haoshi slapped his hand away with a cold sneer. Spirit cuisine is prepared by an awakened individual from the Civil Affairs Bureau who possesses the divine authority god of cookery. Using their own abilities combined with ingredients cultivated through qi nourishment, they create these extraordinary dishes. Not only does it taste exceptional, but it also enhances one's cultivation. The only drawback is, expensive, outrageously expensive. So Bai Xiaoxia was filled with deep regret. He clutched his head. I just thought taking on 10 was impossible. Ah, regrets, pain, such pain. Go cry elsewhere, and make sure to seize the next opportunity when it comes. Chen Haoshi pushed him aside and warned Yulin. Yulin, kid, don't you dare follow his example, or your reward will be cancelled too. Of course not. Yulin shook his head, grinning as he said, my goal is that set of equipment. Excellent. Chen Haoshi was quite satisfied with his reply. Go on then, I hope you can work miracles. Break our Civil Affairs Bureau's records. Yulin nodded and stepped forward. Breaking through level after level, like Qin Zhao before him, he quickly reached B rank. But when facing the 6 puppets guarding A rank, his momentary lapse allowed one doll to seize its chance. A whip-like kick came sweeping in. Thud! He was violently repelled, a streak of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaoxia couldn't help but sigh. As expected, taking on 10 was impossible. Right at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed across Yulin's forehead. It was as if he had suddenly attained enlightenment. The qi throughout his body madly circulated, pouring entirely into his physical form to unleash its full potential. Again! Yulin fiercely raised his head, his eyes boiling with fighting spirit. His silhouette moved like a phantom, leaving after images across the field. All 6 puppets were knocked down without even touching the hem of his clothes. Beside them, Chen Haoshi widened his eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "The pinnacle? That kid mastered the ultimate use of chi in just one battle? Damn, how is that even possible?" He didn't mention the golden light, clearly hadn't seen it. Qin Zhao caught his mention of ultimate mastery and immediately asked, "Teacher, what exactly is the ultimate?" Chen Haoshi figured he might as well explain now since he'd have to talk about it eventually. He began, "Ultimate release is about expelling all the chi from your body in an instant, pushing yourself to the absolute limit for a brief moment. It's like cranking a faucet to full blast, but ordinary people can't handle that kind of shock. After using it, you'd be bedridden for months at the very least. So the body automatically activates a protective state, preventing you from using perfection. However, if you learn to distribute and prolong that impact, turning an instant into a short duration, you can drastically reduce the side effects. Convince your brain, convince your body, and successfully activate ultimate release. It took me half a year to master this technique, students." He gazed at Yulin in the arena with a complicated expression. That kid actually figured it out on his own during battle. His combat talent is undoubtedly the strongest I've ever seen, bar none. As these words were spoken, Qin Zhao looked at Yulin in the arena, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She had originally thought she and Yulin were on the same level, but never expected Yulin to be far stronger than her. No, it was just combat talent anyway. At least their cultivation talent was equal. They can still catch up. From today onwards, she would redouble her efforts. She must master perfection faster than anyone. Qin Zhao watched Yulin intently, pursed her lips, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Compared to her fighting spirit, Zhou wasn't particularly bothered. Compared to combat, he preferred divination and deduction. So what if Yulin was strong in battle? Different professions require different expertise. As for Bai Xiaoxia, her eyes brimmed with admiration as she secretly thought to herself, "We've got ourselves a strong backer now. From now on, Yulin's job is just to eat." At this moment inside the arena, Yulin has already reached SSS rank. The instant the 9 puppets activated, he had already darted between them like lightning. Bang 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 bang. 9 dull thuds, 9 puppets fell simultaneously. SSS rank clearance. Yulin stood in place, slowly exhaling a breath. It ends now. The next instant, his figure abruptly vanished. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as all 10 puppets burst apart simultaneously. When the smoke cleared, Yulin stood at the center, his 10 puppet adversaries completely annihilated. Right at the moment of conclusion, a wave of weakness spread throughout his body, causing him to stagger and nearly collapse to the ground. Chen Haoshi suddenly appeared by his side to steady him, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Excellent, excellent. You've done perfectly, Yulin. The profound tier equipment is yours now. Here, take this and then go rest for a while. He took out a healing potion and motioned for Yulin to drink it. The taste was sweet, and the effect was indeed remarkable. Before long after drinking it, Yulin felt his strength returning somewhat, with much of his weakness alleviated. At least he could walk on his own now. Chen Haoshi stood before the 4 of them, nodding slightly as he said, "Today's test performances were quite satisfying, though we'll have to exclude one lazy rascal, of course. So, I'm giving you all 2 days off. Get a good rest, because in 2 days we'll be ramping up the real intensity, nothing like the relaxed pace you've had these past few days. Everyone, brace yourselves mentally. Same time in 2 days, meet in the classroom. That's when you'll receive your rewards too." "Oh, right." He looked at Yulin. "Yulin, that set of profound grade equipment will be delivered to your dorm tonight. I suggest you spend the next couple of days carefully reviewing the battle scenes from earlier, how to learn and use perfection properly, making sure you can turn it on and off at will afterward. Then you can share your experience with them, alright?" Yulin nodded. "Alright, then it's settled." Chen Haoshi clapped his hands. Class dismissed. He walked aside and took out his phone. "Hey, Liang-san? It's me, your grandpa Chen. One of my students has, Chapter 18, Entering the Mission. Nighttime. At 8:31 a.m. Yulin received the complete set of mystic tier equipment promised to him by Chen Haoshi. The battle suit and boots were both creations of nanotechnology and the Heavenly Mandate's Authority Divine Craft. The Heavenly Mandate's Authority Divine Craft could imbue objects with various special properties. For instance, the battle suit possessed over a dozen traits such as steel carapace, energy absorption, and flame resistance. The boots are primarily equipped with divine movement and endurance boost attributes. In addition, they come with helmets, gloves, belts, and a ring with the space attribute. It contains approximately 1 cubic meter of space. As for weapons, they weren't included in the full set. A decent profound grade weapon would cost no less than this entire profound grade equipment set. Yulin was already quite satisfied with this. After all, it was freely given, he couldn't ask for more. Now, it was time to get down to business. The moment Yulin donned this mystic tier equipment, he silently uttered, "Enter the mission." In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. 209 BC, amidst desolate wilderness. After being force-fed yet another batch of knowledge, Yulin opened his slightly dazed eyes. He got up from the ground and shook his head vigorously. This time nothing was given as a gift. Presumably, the silken clothes from last time were beginner's gifts? Whatever. With a mere thought, Yulin's nano-equipment instantly transformed its shape. Now adorned with a jade crown, flowing silk robes, and leather boots, he looked every bit the young noble scion. Especially when paired with his fairly decent looks, it appears even more so. With a light leap, he reached the canopy of the tree, surveying the surrounding environment from his vantage point. A marshy mountain forest. He surmised this must be Sisui County. In the distance to the right front, the faint outline of a town was barely visible. This must be Pei County. I just don't know how long it's been since Liu Bang slew the serpent. I'll go take a look and meet this founding emperor of Han. Yulin immediately jumped down and strode along the official road toward the county town. Moving along the official road, he suddenly heard the urgent clatter of hooves and a coachman shouting from behind, "Clear the way! Make way quickly!" He stepped aside to the edge of the road, just as a carriage with blue curtains came speeding toward him. To his surprise, the carriage gradually came to a stop as it passed by him. The carriage curtain lifted as a middle-aged man leaned out. The man appeared to be around 40 years old, wearing a black hat and a deep blue tsuju robe, tied at the waist with a plain sash from which hung a green jade seal pendant. His face was lean, his eyes sharp, and his 3 long whiskers fluttered gently in the wind, exuding an air of refined Confucian elegance. The man stepped down and approached Yulin, cupping his hands in salute. "I am Xiao He, the chief clerk of Pei County. My apologies for startling you." Yulin's brows twitched slightly as he thought to himself, "So I've encountered Xiao He already? Not bad." He returned the courtesy. "Yulin, a man of leisure." "Master, you jests." Xiao He's gaze lingered momentarily on Yulin's jade crown and silk robe before continuing with a smile. "Young master dresses so elegantly, surely you are from a noble family. Might I ask what important business brings you to this humble town of Pei County?" "Merely traveling the world to broaden my horizons." Yulin stood with sleeves folded, his nanotech armor mimicking silk that shimmered softly in the sunlight. "I happened to pass by, so I thought I'd take a look." Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with a fleeting glint of shrewdness. "In that case, would you care to share a ride with Xiao here? There are still several miles ahead." After brief consideration, Yulin nodded slightly and said, "Since you insist, I shall not stand on ceremony. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. No need for formalities, please." Xiaoyi smiled as he escorted Yulin onto the carriage. The carriage interior was lined with finely woven bamboo mats, with bamboo scroll account books placed on the writing desk. Xiaoyi personally poured a cup of Li wine, a low-alcohol sweet wine from the Qin Han period, brewed with malt. "This humble country brew is unworthy of your refined taste, master." Yulin accepted it and took a small sip. "Fine wine indeed. Seeing Sir Xiao like this, does something weigh on your mind? I've just returned from verifying grain taxes in the neighboring county." Xiao He sighed. "Moreover, with this year's conscription of garrison soldiers, I fear many able-bodied men from our county will be drafted." Yulin nodded. "The laws are harsh, and the common people suffer." Xiaoyi's expression flickered slightly at these words, but he didn't respond directly. Instead, he inquired, "Since the master has traveled widely, have you encountered any extraordinary individuals or remarkable events?" "I have seen a few," Yulin replied calmly. "In the eastern seas, there are alchemists who can summon clouds and rain. In the lands of Chu, shamans commune with spirits and ghosts." Xiaoyi stroked his beard and smiled. "I never expected your knowledge to be so extensive. No wonder you dare travel the land alone without bodyguards. Truly admirable. When peace prevails across the nation someday, I too wish to roam the world as you do, witnessing its wonders." Yulin simply nodded without further comment. For a moment, there was silence between them, until the carriage reached the gates of Pei County. Xiaoyi spoke earnestly, "If the gentleman has no place to stay, may I offer my humble home for your temporary lodging?" Yulin clasped his hands in gratitude. "In that case, I must trouble you with my imposition. A free place to stay, might as well take it." The carriage slowly rolled through Pei County's city gate. On either side of the street, people came and went, mostly past wooden houses. Suddenly, a commotion broke out ahead. "You little brat, stealing my dates again." Yulin followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man grabbing the collars of several children, spanking them one by one. The man looked to be around 40, tall and sturdy, with rugged yet handsome features. Beneath his thick eyebrows, his eyes shone brightly, his nose was high-bridged, and his jaw was adorned with short stubble. He wore a tattered bamboo hat, coarse linen robes, and a carelessly tied straw rope around his waist. His feet were clad in straw sandals, and his trouser legs were splattered with mud, altogether the very image of a rogue from the streets. The children howled under his discipline, yet they showed no fear. Instead, they grinned cheekily and pleaded for mercy. "Big brother Lu Ji, spare us. We won't dare again." The man scolded with a laugh. "Dare to do it again? I'll hang you from a tree next time. At that moment, he seemed to notice Yulin's gaze and looked up. Their eyes met. A flicker of confusion passed through Lu Bang's eyes, clearly surprised by this unfamiliar face, but soon, he grinned, revealing a hearty and friendly smile. He even gave a slight nod, as if greeting him. Then, he lowered his head again to continue scolding those children. Get lost. If I catch you again, I'll whip your asses bloody. Yulin averted his eyes. Lu Ji, Lu Bang. Xiaobi followed Yulin's gaze and shook his head with a faint smile. That's Lu Ji. Lu Ji? Yulin pretended not to know. Yes, full name Lu Bang, courtesy name Ji, third in his family. He's the local station chief of this county, always mixing with shady marketplace folks, sometimes even dabbling in. Xiaobi paused mid-sentence, apparently realizing further explanation was unnecessary. Yulin raised a subtle eyebrow. Sir Xiao seems unusually familiar with him? Xiaobi laughed and said, I know him well. Although he's a bit of a rogue, he does have some talent. Many in the county actually respect him. He's quite a remarkable fellow. Yulin nodded in agreement. The carriage finally came to a stop in front of a modest residence, where Xiaobi invited Yulin to step down. My humble abode is rather simple, I hope you won't mind it, sir. Yulin cupped his hands and said, You're too kind, Master Xiao. Thanks for taking me in. In short, Yulin coincidentally ended up staying at Xiaobi's home on his very first day. Chapter 19, Night Meeting with Lu Bang. Nightfall. Xiaobi arranged for Yulin to stay in a secluded side room located on the western side of the residence. The interior was simply furnished. A low wooden bed was covered with a finely woven bamboo mat, topped by a piece of plain linen cloth. In the corner stood a bronze Basan incense burner, its curling smoke rising in spirals, mugwort burning to repel insects. At this time of year, the mosquitoes were truly numerous and dreadful, especially in a place like Sisui County, with its numerous swamps and mountainous forests. Fortunately, Yulin only needed to release a slight amount of qi to keep mosquitoes and insects at bay. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, and entered a state of cultivation. But this session made him realize something was wrong. So thick? As he activated his qi cultivation method, the qi between heaven and earth surged towards him like a tidal wave. Its concentration far surpassed modern levels, almost more than triple what he experienced during his training at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The qi raced through his meridians, each circulation making the vortex in his dantian expand by another fraction. What originally took hours of cultivation to saturate the body has now been reduced to just half an hour. Could it be, because Su Fu's practice of refining qi through the Tao of words become law hasn't been established for long? Doesn't that mean I've arrived at an earlier historical point rather than a different world? Or it might be a parallel world where cultivation is genuinely possible, who knows? Yulin frowned and thought for a while before shaking his head and deciding to stop dwelling on it. With so little information available right now, thinking about it was pointless. He got out of bed and walked outside. It was currently around 7 o'clock in modern times. This would be when many office workers were just getting home from work, or when some beasts of burden were still stuck working overtime. Every household in Pei County had already been plunged into darkness. Frogs croaked and insects chirped under a frosty moon white as snow. Get me something to eat. Yulin had only eaten a little fish, chicken, and millet rice for dinner, enough to satisfy Xiaobi, but for him, it was merely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He couldn't bring himself to eat too much. After all, these were times of scarcity. So he decided to go hunt some wild game. No sooner said than done. Yulin stepped out of the courtyard and dashed toward the mountain forests outside Pei County under the moonlight. But, just as he exited the city gates, he sensed someone seemed to be following him. Pretending to bend down and pick something up, he stole a glance behind him. It was Lu Bang. Yulin didn't know why Lu Bang was following him, but he pretended not to notice and kept walking straight ahead, until he reached the heart of the jungle. With a thought, a pair of night vision goggles materialized on his nose. Yulin leaped lightly, his figure vanishing like a phantom into the night. Lu Bang crouched in the bushes, his eyes wide open as he vigorously rubbed them. Where'd they go? He suddenly burst out from the shrubbery, rushing to the spot where Yulin had just been standing, looking around frantically. Under the moonlight, the grassland lay perfectly flat, not even a footprint remained, as though the man had evaporated into thin air. Damn it all? Lu Bang gulped, a chill running down his spine. Did Minister Xiao bring back a ghost? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He turned to flee. This won't do. I must warn Minister Xiao immediately. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. An ice-cold hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Lu Bang's entire body stiffened as he slowly turned his head. Yulin was standing right behind him, wearing a profoundly meaningful smile. This venerable, sir. Lu Bang forced a hollow laugh, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I wasn't deliberately following you. I just took a wrong turn. I'll leave right now. Without a word, Yulin tossed the 4 pheasants he'd been holding in his right hand straight into Lu Bang's arms. Handle it. Lu Bang fumbled as he caught the pheasant, stunned for a moment before realizing this was just making him the errand boy. But he didn't dare refuse, so he obediently crouched down, pulled out his short knife, and began plucking feathers and draining blood. All the while, he stole furtive glances at Yulin. Yulin sat to the side, casually picking up a twig and snapping his fingers. Poof! A small flame suddenly ignited at his fingertips. Lu Bang's hand trembled, nearly cutting himself. Why, you know magic too, sir? It was actually just a lighter. Yulin didn't answer, simply lighting the campfire as he said indifferently, "Why are you following me?" Lu Bang's eyes flickered as he replied with an ingratiating smile. "I was just thinking, since you're new to Pei County and unfamiliar with the place, I wouldn't want you to get lost." Yulin smiled faintly. "Oh, then why were you so scared just now that you ran away?" Lu Bang said sheepishly, "Well, I thought I'd run into a ghost." "Naturally you'd run when seeing a ghost, gotta keep your life. But seeing how you carry yourself, sir, I reckon you must be a truly capable master, not a ghost." Yulin shook his head, not bothering to expose him. He simply retrieved a small vial from his waist and tossed it to Lu Bang. "Sprinkle it on, for seasoning." Lu Bang took the bottle, opened it, and sniffed, his eyes instantly lighting up. "So fragrant. What is this?" It was actually 13 spice blend. Yulin had specifically brought it along. After all, there was no reason to shortchange his own appetite. "Spices," Yulin said casually. "Consider yourself lucky to taste this." Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Lu Bang nodded repeatedly as he resealed the bottle cap. He went to the nearby stream to prepare the pheasant. With swift movements, he gutted and cleaned the pheasant in the stream before scampering back excitedly. Skilled hands threaded the pheasant onto a branch spit, propping it over the fire as he periodically turned it for even roasting. The campfire crackled while fat dripped onto the coals with a sizzle, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. The spices in particular released an intoxicating fragrance that made the mouth water. Lu Bang had lived this long, yet it was the first time he'd smelled such a fragrance. It made one want to swallow even their own tongue. He gulped down some saliva and stole a glance at Yulin, who was resting with closed eyes, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Yet he still refrained from speaking up, until the pheasant was roasted. Only then did he whisper, "Sir, the chicken is ready." Yulin opened his eyes, grabbed one and began devouring it voraciously. Seeing Lu Bang's obvious desire to eat but hesitation to do so, he directly tossed one to him. "What are you looking at? Eat? Excellent. Thank you, sir, for the treat." Lu Bang caught the roasted chicken and couldn't wait to take a big bite. The chicken was crispy outside and tender inside, the burst of spices on his tongue making his eyes light up. This flavor." He mumbled in admiration, his mouth stuffed with meat. But as he kept eating, he suddenly stopped again, a look of sorrow creeping across his face. Noticing this, Yulin casually asked, "What's with that expression? Doesn't taste good?" No, it's just, thinking that I won't be able to taste this flavor again in the future, makes me feel really upset." Lu Bang gave an embarrassed chuckle. While gnawing on a chicken leg, he kept stealing glances at Yulin before finally mustering the courage to ask, "Sir, just who in the world are you?" Yulin swallowed the chicken in his mouth. "Think I'm some kind of monster or ghost?" Lu Bang chuckled. "No way. I just felt. You don't seem like an ordinary person." Yulin shot back, "Then what do you think I seem like?" Lu Bang pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice. "Could it be one of those legendary chi cultivators?" Yulin raised an eyebrow. "You know about chi refiners?" Lu Bang nodded mysteriously. "I've heard people say that it's said they can soar through the skies and burrow underground, even achieve immortality. That Sufu who sailed to the eastern seas was one such." Yulin neither agreed nor disagreed, but suddenly asked, "Do you want to learn?" Lu Bang's eyes lit up, but then he scratched his head and laughed. "A crude fellow like me, how could I possibly learn this? But, if you're willing to teach me a move or two, I swear Lu Ji would serve you like an ox or horse." Yulin waved his hand. "I can't teach you. My teacher said he'd break my legs if I passed it on." He took another bite of chicken, chewing deliberately, then suddenly asked, "What do you usually do back in Pei County?" Lu Bang grinned. "Killin' time. Drinking, gambling, teasing kids. Recently got appointed as a village headman. Life's pretty comfortable. Just a bit poor, is all." Yulin nodded. "Have you never thought of doing something great?" Lu Bang was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Something great? What great things could I do? Farming is too tiring. Becoming an official is out of reach. I'm just scraping by." Yulin stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly said meaningfully, "Maybe, you'll really accomplish something great one day." Lu Bang blinked, not quite grasping what he meant, and simply laughed. For small players like us, even accomplishing great deeds would be nothing more than a trivial matter in the eyes of those big shots. In this life, having enough food and clothing is satisfaction enough for me. Yulin merely nodded, tossing the clean chicken bones into the fire before standing up and saying, "Thanks for the meal, off I go." With a light leap, he vanished from Lu Bang's sight. Lu Bang's eyes were filled with envy. If only I could learn some real skill. Chapter 20, Conscription. Inside the dormitory. Yulin glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. This time, the flow of time was different. 8 hours had passed in the mission, while only 8 minutes had elapsed in reality. It seemed this time, 1 hour equaled 1 minute. 2 days off means 4 months of mission time, which is more than enough. The next instant, he was back in the house Xiao He had prepared for him. Lie down and sleep, until the next day. As soon as the rooster crowed, Yulin opened his eyes. By this time, dawn had already broken, and a thin mist shrouded the streets and alleys of Pei County. Yulin pushed open the creaking wooden door, greeted by the damp morning breeze carrying the scent of cooking smoke and earthy soil. On the dirt path, early rising farmers were already carrying plows and hoes toward the fields, their bare feet leaving distinct footprints on the dew-dampened earth. Even straw sandals were considered a luxury to them, too precious to wear for fieldwork. A few young children with their hair tied in topknots ran past in chase, startling the chickens pecking by the roadside. From afar came the rhythmic thump-thump of clothes pounding, surely the village women already washing by the stream. Xiao He knelt beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard, with more than half of the bamboo scroll unfurled in his hands. Morning light filtered through the leaves, dappling his dark brown robe, yet could not dispel the shadow of worry between his brows. His fingers unconsciously brushed the edges of the bamboo slips, not even noticing when the binding cord came loose. "Good morning, master." Lady Xiao emerged from the kitchen carrying a wooden basin, the piled dark garments within still steaming with heat. She curtsied to Yulin. "Breakfast is ready, there are eggs, pickled mallows, and congee." Yulin gave a slight nod. "Thank you, Madam Xiao." His voice startled Xiao He from his reverie. The county official stood up, his wide sleeves accidentally knocking over the earthen cup on the desk, spilling water that stained the bamboo slips with dark patches. "Master Yu." Xiao He hastily bowed while clumsily salvaging the bamboo slips. "My deepest apologies for this impropriety. Please forgive me." Yulin's gaze fell on the bamboo scroll in Xiao He's hand, where vermilion-inked figures stood out conspicuously. The court demanded 100 laborers, to be delivered to Mountly within 10 days. "Master Xiao, this furrowed brow of yours, could it be about this conscription?" Yulin asked rhetorically, knowing full well the answer. Xiao He sighed deeply and nodded. "The Mountly Mausoleum project is behind schedule, requiring 200,000 additional laborers. With over 800 households in Pei County, taking 100 men means nearly half our able-bodied youth will be gone." His voice dropped low. Of the laborers sent to Mountly, scarcely 1 in 10 returns alive. Upon hearing this, Yulin raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, "It seems the legend of Lu Bang slaying the white serpent is about to begin." "How long is the deadline?" he asked with feigned concern. "Within 10 days, Xiao He replied with a troubled expression. "But these 100 men." Yulin suddenly made a show of counting on his fingers and said with a smile, "Mr. Xiao, there's no need to worry. Just let things take their natural course. Do as you think, and this matter will resolve itself." Xiao He suddenly looked up, a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Mr. Yu, can you divine the future?" Just a little, Yulin replied with a mysterious smile, cupping his hands in salute. "I still have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Xiao He stared blankly at Yulin's retreating figure, lost in thought. He sat down and resumed dealing with official affairs, until the afternoon arrived. Only then did he rise and leave the manor. After passing through several narrow alleys, he arrived in front of a humble tavern. Before even entering, he could hear Lu Bang's hearty laughter and the clinking of wine bowls from inside. Pushing open the wooden door, the dim and damp tavern revealed several roughly dressed commoners sitting at crude wooden tables. Lu Bang was sitting in the corner, one arm wrapped around a drunken fellow while raising a wine bowl with the other, his face flushed red. "Lu Ji," Xiao He called out sternly. Turning to see Xiao He, Lu Bang's eyes flickered with surprise before breaking into a cheeky grin as he waved him over. "Well, if it isn't Magistrate Xiao, what brings you here today? Come, have a bowl with us." Frowning as he approached, Xiao He lowered his voice. "We have urgent matters to discuss." Lu Bang noticed Xiao He's grave expression and promptly composed himself, waving to the men beside him. "Keep drinking, I'll be back shortly." The two walked to the locust tree in the tavern's backyard. Xiao He glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before lowering his voice and saying, "The court has conscripted labor again to work on the Li Mountain Mausoleum. 100 men from our Pei County must go." At these words, the drunkenness on Lu Bang's face immediately faded by half. 100 men? This would spell doom for the people of Pei County. Who says it isn't? Xiao He sighed, raising his hand to pat Lu Bang's shoulder. "I'll leave this matter in your hands. When the deed is accomplished, I'll put in a word for your merits." Lu Bang suddenly punched the nearby tree with such force that the branches trembled violently. His eyes bulged with fury, his mustache bristling in anger. "Xiao He, have you lost your damned mind? Escorting convicts to Mountly? That's no different from marching them to their deaths." He tore the bamboo skin hat from his head and slammed it violently to the ground. "To hell with this lousy village chief job, I quit." "Money? Not a damn penny. If you've got trouble, just come to me, put. Let whoever wants to do it do it." Xiao He gazed at him coldly, his voice low but sharp as a blade. Do you think this is child's play, Lu Ji? Lu Bang stiffened his neck. So what? If I refuse, are you going to drag me there by force? Xiaoyi suddenly smiled, a smile that sent a chill down Lu Bang's spine. Refuse? Xiaoyi spoke slowly, his calm gaze fixed on Lu Bang. Do you think this is just your problem alone? You're the bailiff, an official of the imperial court. How dare you abandon your duty? Lu Bang curled his lips. Worst case scenario, I'll just bolt. It's not like I've never run away before. Xiaoyi suddenly bellowed. Run? His voice abruptly rose. If you run, what about your wife and child? Lu Ji, Lu Ying, what will happen to them? Do you really think your brothers can escape? Fan Kuai, Xia Hoing, Zhou Bo. Xiaoyi sneered. They all follow your lead. When the court investigates, not a single one will get away. Lu Bang's face stiffened. Xiaoyi pressed on relentlessly. According to Qin law, dereliction of duty, beheading. Relatives by association exiled. Wives and daughters reduced to government slaves. With each pronouncement, Lu Bang's face grew paler. If they must die, you must die, then I too shall die. This will implicate all the men in our Sisui village. Collective punishment at work. Such is the Qin law. Lu Bang's fists clenched so tight they cracked, veins bulging at his temples. Yet in the end, he collapsed like a deflated ball, plopping down onto the ground. Damn it all. He grabbed his hair with force, gnashing his teeth. This godforsaken world. What's there to live for? Might as well rebel. Guard your words. Xiao He, hearing him about to utter treacherous remarks, swiftly covered his mouth and whispered. Lu Ji, I know you're unwilling, but right now, we have no choice. Lu Bang remained silent for a long moment before suddenly lifting his head, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Fine, I'll do it. Isn't it enough that I'll do it? Wait for it. I'll gather what you need within 3 days. He stood up and strode toward the tavern. Watching his retreating figure, Xiaoyi pursed his lips tightly, but in the end merely sighed before turning to leave. Chapter 21, The Teaching of Qi Cultivation. Pei County, west of Fengyi's Zhongyang village. It was actually within Fengxi Marsh. Fengxi Marsh formed from silt deposits of the ancient Sea River tributary, featuring vast reed beds and muddy paths, surrounded by dense locust forests. Among these features ran a packed earth official road. A man walked along this official road. Yu Lin. He had come here to see with his own eyes what the legendary white serpent truly looked like. After searching around, he found the tallest locust tree. Standing atop the locust tree's canopy, all he could see were endless stretches of reed marshes and tangled locust groves. In the distance, a few early rising pheasants were pecking at the ground when suddenly they raised their heads in alarm and flapped noisily into the mist. Suddenly, from the locust grove to the west came a rustling sound, branches shook, startling a flock of crows into flight. Yulin squinted his eyes, barely making out a flash of white darting swiftly through the shadows of the trees. Did I actually find it? His interest piqued, he summoned his inner chi, and his entire body soared over the treetops like a swallow, chasing after it by leaping from branch to branch. The locust blossoms shook loose from his footsteps, scattering in a flurry, filling the air with a faint, woody fragrance. The white figure was bizarrely fast. Yulin had to push his speed to the limit before barely catching up to it in shallow depression of the terrain. Staring intently, I froze on the spot. Beneath the sunlight, a radiantly white giant serpent coiled amid the shrubs, its scales shimmering with a pearl-like luster. The thickest part of its body measured 3 to 4 meters wide, crushing the surrounding vegetation askew. As for its length, Yulin silently pulled out his smart glasses for a scan, his cheek twitching 53 meters. Was Lu Bang supposed to slay this thing? He couldn't help muttering. What's the difference between the white snake whipping its tail around and hitting the jackpot? Otherwise, he might just drop dead on the spot. The white serpent seemed to sense his presence, its vertical pupils contracting slightly as its massive body slipped with surprising agility into the depths of the reeds, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yulin stood still, stroking his chin as he thought to himself, it seems I must first teach Lu Bang cultivation techniques. Otherwise, there's no way this mission will be completed within the 2-day holiday. He turned around and hurried back towards Pei County. Returning to Xiaoyi's house and finding him absent, he approached Mrs. Xiao to inquire. Madam Xiao, may I ask where Lu Ji's home is? I'd like to go find him. Some matters need attending. Upon hearing this, a flash of undisguised contempt crossed Madame Zhao's eyes. She pursed her lips and said, why would you seek out that good-for-nothing? He idles about all day, either drinking or running up debts, hardly worthy of your stature. Yulin smiled faintly. Some urgent business. Seeing his insistence, Madame Xiao knew further persuasion was futile. You won't find him at home at this hour, she remarked. He's most likely at the tavern. She pointed outside. Go straight ahead, turn right, and it's about 100 paces further. Thank you, madam. Yulin cupped his hands in salute before taking his leave. Inside the tavern, Lu Bang sat gloomily at a table with his sworn brothers, their faces clouded with worry. Fan Kuai pounded the table with curses flying from his lips, while Xia Hoing sighed despondently. This job will be the death of me. Fan Kuai boomed. To Mount Li? That's suicide. Let whoever wants to go, go. I'm damn well not going. Lu Bang was about to speak when he caught sight of a figure at the doorway from the corner of his eye. His face immediately lit up, and he hastily rose to greet them. Mr. Yu, what brings you here? The others, seeing Lu Bang's sudden show of reverence, all turned their puzzled gazes toward him. Yulin swept his eyes over the assembled crowd before settling his gaze on Lu Bang. Cutting straight to the point, he said, Lu Ji, would you like to learn the art of qi cultivation? I can. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Lu Bang fell to his knees with a thud and without hesitation kowtowed 3 times, Dong, 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 each resounding clearly. Master above, accept this disciple's 3 bows. The speed of his reaction and the decisiveness of his movements even gave Yulin a brief pause, before he sighed in admiration. Truly, this was Lu Bang, flexible yet decisive, seizing every opportunity without the slightest hesitation. No wonder others can succeed. He reached out to help Lu Bang up. No need for this, I'll teach you. Lu Bang's face was all smiles as he rubbed his hands together. Master need not worry, your disciple will certainly study with utmost diligence. Afraid that Yulin might not find the place, he quickly pointed outside. My house is the 3rd one to the east, the one with the crooked date tree by the door. If you can't find it, this disciple can come fetch you at Minister Zhao's place every day. Alright, Yulin nodded, then scanned the faces around the table before asking the obvious. Just now I noticed you all looking gloomy, what were you discussing? Lu Bang sighed and briefly explained the matter of conscripting laborers. After listening, Yulin simply nodded. There's still time enough to teach you a few skills. Lu Bang nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Master, your skills reach the heavens. I'd be satisfied to learn even a thread or a speck. Only, I don't know what you plan to teach me, Master? Yulin smiled without answering, merely saying, wait for me at home this afternoon, I'll teach you cultivation. With that, he turned and left. Behind him came Lu Bang's excited voice. Did you hear that? I'm going to cultivate immortality. Fan Kuai said gruffly, brother, have you had too much to drink and started talking nonsense? Lu Bang slammed the table and stood up, his eyes gleaming fiercely. You mere mortals, how could you comprehend the methods of immortals? Lowering his voice mysteriously, he whispered, that day I saw it with my own eyes. Our master vanished in the blink of an eye, only to reappear moments later with 4 plump pheasants in his grasp, and he even gave me some spices to roast them with. As he spoke, he swallowed unconsciously. The taste of that roast chicken, it's leagues better than the crude fare in this tavern. If I could taste it once more, it would truly be the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Fan Kuai widened his bronze bell eyes. Can such a marvel truly exist? 1,000 truths, not one false. Lu Bang stroked his beard smugly. Master, that venerable sage, roams the 4 seas, dining on wind and sipping dew. Unless one cultivates the qi and refines immortality, how could one possess such divine abilities? Zhoubo's face lit up with longing at the words. If you truly master this immortal art, he ventured, could you, perhaps teach us brothers as well? No way, no way. Lu Bang waved his hands repeatedly, feigning alarm. Our sect's secret techniques must never be lightly disclosed. If I angered my master, I fear these old legs of mine would be broken. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly rubbed his knees for effect. The crowd considered this and realized divine arts weren't something to be indiscriminately shared. Amidst another round of laughter, Lu Bang suddenly turned serious and said, getting back to the main point, this matter of conscripting laborers, we'll have to count on everyone here to pitch in. Otherwise, damn it, you're coming with me. Chapter 22, Teaching Cultivation. Yulin arrived at Lu Bang's house in the afternoon. Pushing open the creaking wooden gate, he saw a young woman washing clothes by the well. This must be Lu Bang's wife, Lu Ji. Hearing the commotion, she looked up and frowned immediately upon seeing Lu Bang returned with more people. Lu Ji. She shook water droplets from her hands, her tone sharp. Our rice jar is nearly empty, and you still. Her words trailed off as she suddenly stopped mid-sentence. The stranger before them wore a flowing robe, with a refined countenance, and carried himself with an air of otherworldly grace. What surprised her even more was that her usually carefree husband now stood respectfully behind the man, his posture slightly hunched. Lu Bang quickly stepped forward. Madam, this is Master Yu, my teacher. Before Lu Ji could respond, old Master Lu had already emerged from the inner room, leaning on his walking stick. The old man squinted at Yulin, a gleam of shrewdness flashing in his clouded eyes. And who might this gentleman be? Father. Lu Bang grew even more excited upon seeing him emerge, grinning as he said, Master truly knows immortal magic. That day I saw with my own eyes. Silence. Lu Shi glared at her husband, then turned to Yulin with reverent deference already replacing her expression. Please pardon our humble dwelling, sir. Yulin smiled faintly. It matters not. I've never cared about such things. At this moment, a boy about 5 or 6 years old ran out from the house. It was Luing. Before Lu Bang and Lu Shi could react, he had already run up to Yulin, tugging curiously at the hem of Yulin's robe. Big brother, do you really know immortal magic? As if he had heard his father's words. Inger. Lu Ji hurriedly tried to pull the child back, but Yulin had already crouched down, magically producing a handful of candies from his sleeve. Want some? Lu Ying delightedly accepted it, popping one into his mouth. His eyes immediately lit up. So sweet. Lu Ji and Grand Duke Lu exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. Only then did they notice Yulin's spotless robe, standing out starkly amid the dust-laden countryside. Lu Bang puffed out his chest smugly. See, didn't I tell you? My master truly is. Stop dawdling and invite the master inside. Old man Lu suddenly rapped his cane against the ground, cutting off his son's words. Turning to Yulin, he made a deep bow. My foolish son is incorrigible, yet you've shown him undeserved kindness. Not at all, not at all. Please rise, honored elder. Yulin helped the old man up, his gaze sweeping across the modest farmhouse courtyard. I'm here to teach Lu Ji some cultivation techniques. If possible, please don't interrupt us later. Upon hearing this, Lu Taigong and Lu Ji hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, absolutely. Sir, you need not worry. Then, Lu Ji headed toward the kitchen. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go prepare some water. Old Master Lu, meanwhile, took Lu Ying aside and sat down with him. Yulin and Lu Bang arrived at the open courtyard. What do you wish to learn? Yulin stood with hands clasped behind his back, sleeves fluttering lightly in the breeze. Lu Bang rubbed his hands together, a sly glint in his eyes. Whatever you teach, master, this disciple shall learn. But, he lowered his voice, if I could choose, I'd want to learn the immortal arts of eternal life and unrivaled power. A barely perceptible twitch tugged at the corner of Yulin's mouth. What, do you think you're the Monkey King? He cleared his throat softly. I can't accomplish either of those. Seeing Lu Bang's disappointed expression, Yulin picked up a wooden branch. Today, I'll first teach you a chi refining technique. Watch closely. The wooden stick carved deep marks into the rammed earth ground, as archaic characters gradually emerged one by one. Lu Bang leaned in for a closer look, reading each character aloud as it was written, until the entire text was fully revealed. Memorize it, Yulin said, tossing the stick aside. Lu Bang stroked his beard, his eyes scanning back and forth across the text. Before long, he was reciting it aloud fluently without a single mistake. Such memory could truly be called extraordinary. Yulin raised an eyebrow. Not bad at memorizing. Sit down, let me help you sense the presence of chi. Yes. Despite being over 40, Lu Bang moved with surprising agility and was soon sitting upright like a bell. Yulin sat cross-legged behind him, placing his palms lightly against Lu Bang's back. Close your eyes, quiet your mind. As Yulin channeled the chi, Lu Bang's brow furrowed slightly, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. Hot. It feels like a small snake slithering through my body. Continue, Yulin commanded, circulating his energy once more. On the third guidance, Lu Bang suddenly let out a long sigh, as if a gentle breeze was flowing in and out through his pores. Master! Lu Bang opened his eyes, his face beaming with excitement. I think, I've got it. Chi is everywhere. With just a little guidance, it can enter the body. So mysterious. Good. Yulin nodded impassively, though inwardly he was astonished. To achieve chi induction in just 3 attempts, whether due to Lu Bang's extraordinary comprehension or the abundance of chi in this place, was remarkable. Never mind. The faster Lu Bang cultivated, the sooner his mission would be accomplished. Remember this feeling. Yulin stood up. Continue your cultivation until you can't stop. Lu Bang nodded and said, understood. He closed his eyes, like a man who had been parched for a long time suddenly encountering water. He eagerly drew the chi from heaven and earth into his body, transforming it into his own energy. Yulin then went to sit down by the side. He turned his head for a glance. Lu Ying, licking candy at this moment, would one day become the second emperor of the great Han dynasty. Meanwhile, the busy Lu Ji would ultimately become the first empress in Chinese history to assume imperial powers by proxy. And, standing by the windowsill of the room was a small figure. Presumably, this was the historically unnamed Princess Yuan of Lu, the one who, during Lu Bang's flight from danger, had helped her and Lu Ying board the carriage, only to later push them both out to lighten the load. Lu Bang had some paternal love, but not much. Such a small place could produce so many talents, truly. Yulin could only describe it with his ability as a miracle. At this moment, Lu Ji emerged from the kitchen carrying an earthenware cup, stepping lightly to Yulin's side before presenting it with both hands. Sir, please have some water. Thank you. Yulin took a small sip, the temperature was just right. Lu Ji suddenly bowed deeply, the wooden hairpin in her bun glinting faintly in the setting sun. Thank you, sir, for being willing to take him as your disciple. He has always wandered aimlessly without purpose. To receive your guidance is truly the fortune of 3 lifetimes. There's no need for such formality, madam. Yulin raised his hand slightly in a gesture of humility. Helping him is helping myself. Lu Ji straightened up, her brows slightly furrowed. These words carried hidden meaning, yet she couldn't quite grasp their intent. There was nothing to do but give up. She added, if you wouldn't mind, sir, would you care to stay for dinner? I should go out and buy some meat to properly welcome our guest. No need, Yulin smiled as he cut him off, pointing at Lu Bang. I'll go hunt some wild game with him outside the city later. Yesterday he ate until his mouth was dripping with grease. Chapter 23 Another Chi Practitioner. The next afternoon, Lu Bang hurriedly pushed open the wooden gate, beads of sweat from his journey still clinging to his forehead. He had spent the morning dealing with the messy conscription business with Fan Kuai and the others, and hadn't even stopped for a drink before rushing back. Cultivating immortality took priority. Just that single afternoon of cultivation yesterday made him feel so refreshed it was as if he'd regained 10 years of youth. If Lu Ying hadn't been startled awake by a nightmare and started crying in the middle of the night, Empress Lu might have had to endure his antics until dawn. At the thought, Lu Bang chuckled and rubbed his hands together as he walked into the courtyard. Upon entering, he saw Yulin sitting on a stone bench, holding a few crystal-clear candies in his hand that had Lu Ying and Lu Yuan giggling with delight. Lu Yuan was exceptionally beautiful even at such a young age. One could tell she would grow into a stunning beauty. She had inherited Empress Lu's oval face, combined with Lu Bang's lively eyes, and skin as pale and tender as freshly peeled water chestnuts. At that moment, she stood on tiptoe, reaching for the candy in Yulin's hand, exposing a slender stretch of snow-white neck in the process. Truly a legendary beauty, worthy of being recorded in historical texts. Lu Bang suddenly arrived. Alright, go play somewhere else now, Yulin said as he handed the last piece of candy to Lu Yuan. The little girl took it and sweetly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sir. She didn't eat it herself but instead stuffed it into her younger brother's mouth, then held his hand and led him aside. Master! Lu Bang rushed forward in quick steps, first greeting respectfully with a bow before smiling and asking, "What are we going to learn today?" Yulin rose to his feet and said slowly, "Spiritual cultivation alone won't do, you must also learn martial techniques. Today I shall teach you the fundamentals. Come here." He naturally wanted to teach some martial arts. Since he hasn't learned much himself after all, he only trained at the Civil Affairs Bureau for 8 days, he could only teach whatever he knew. Lu Bang didn't know this, so he was quite excited. He thought Yulin was about to teach him some lethal techniques like breathing fire or shooting down flying birds with a wave of his hand, but he didn't expect. Yulin simply had him assume a horse stance and maintain the posture, making him stand there doing nothing else. After standing for nearly 2 hours until sweat poured down his forehead, he finally couldn't resist asking, "Master, what exactly are we practicing here?" Fundamentals. Yulin stood with his hands behind his back, striking the pose of a master. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A great ocean is formed from countless tiny streams. If your foundation isn't solid, how can you hope to master those advanced techniques? You wish to learn those profound methods in a single day, don't think I haven't dreamed the same? Just practice with peace of mind. Hearing this reasoning, Lu Bang found it sensible and could only nod in agreement. Yes. Yulin came to the chair and sat down, just thinking about fetching some cultivation potions for Lu Bang to use when he returned tonight. Suddenly, someone walked in from outside and bowed directly to him, saying, "Master Yu, there's a man at the county office who claims to be a chi refiner. Chief Xiao and the county magistrate request your presence to verify the truth." Oh, Yulin arched an eyebrow and asked curiously, "If he's a chi practitioner, have him demonstrate some magic. If he can't, he's a fake. If he can, he's genuine. Why do they need me there?" The petty official immediately replied, "That fellow did indeed perform a trick of spitting fire from his mouth. To tell you the truth, sir, the challenge was but a pretense, what he truly wanted was to test his skills against yours. The two lords found it difficult to refuse and could only ask that you come along." Alright then, Yulin perked up with interest. He was genuinely curious to see what other chi refiners were like, so he rose and said, "Let's go." The clerk was delighted when he saw his willingness to accompany them. "Yes, please follow this lowly one." He reached the doorway. Yulin suddenly turned back, making Lu Bang, who had just begun to relax, straighten his posture again. "Lu Ji, don't slack off. If you won't learn, there are plenty who would." Upon hearing this, Lu Bang immediately replied, "Understood. I won't slack off. Please rest assured, master." Yulin turned back and continued walking toward the yamen with the petty official, until he arrived at the yamen. Just as he entered the gate, he saw a group of officials already seated inside, chatting happily with a middle-aged man whose attire and demeanor clearly marked him as a master of some kind. Upon noticing Yulin's arrival, the voices halted momentarily, then Xiao He hurriedly rose and approached him. "Master Yu, you've arrived." "Sir Xiao, you honor me too much." Yulin smiled faintly at him, then locked eyes with the middle-aged man. It was this single glance. He confirmed that this middle-aged man did indeed know chi refinement techniques, because he carried the aura of chi. But his aura wasn't particularly robust, probably only at the chi introduction realm, must not have been cultivating for long. Or perhaps his talent was simply too poor. Yet regardless, his identity as a chi cultivator remained undeniable. As for the middle-aged man, the moment he caught sight of Yulin, the smile on his face abruptly stiffened before transforming into delight. He stood up and walked over to Yulin, clasping his hands in greeting. "Zhang Qing greets you, fellow Taoist." Yulin returned the courtesy. Yulin greets Taoist Zhang. Seeing the two behave in this manner, Xiao He and the others gathered in the hall immediately understood, thinking to themselves, how is it that after decades of never encountering a chi practitioner, they now meet two in one day? Is it a blessing or a curse? They didn't know for sure, but at least for now, neither of the two appeared to be malicious. Just getting along well will do. Zhang Qing turned his head and addressed the magistrate of Pei County. Magistrate Du, could you arrange a quiet place for the two of us to chat a while? Magistrate Du immediately nodded and said, of course, no problem at all. Both of you, follow me. A moment later, inside the room, Yulin and Zhang Qing sat facing each other. What did fellow Taoist Zhang wish to discuss with me? Naturally something of great importance. Fellow Taoist Yu, have you heard of the 9 cauldrons cast by Emperor Yu in ancient times? Oh, could it be that fellow Taoist Zhang knows the whereabouts of the 9 cauldrons? Zhang Qing shook his head, then nodded, speaking softly. I certainly don't know the whereabouts of all 9 cauldrons, but I do know where one of them is. But even with my abilities, I'm still incapable of retrieving it. So, fellow Taoist Yu, would you be willing to join me in obtaining it? Upon hearing this, a sudden piece of knowledge flashed through Yulin's mind. Could that cauldron possibly be in the sea river? These words spoken, Zhang Qing was immediately astonished. Fellow Taoist Yu, you already know? Actually, Yulin didn't know for sure. He had only come across this historically questionable account. It was said that when Qin Shi Huang toured eastward, passing through Pengchang, he saw a cauldron emerge from the sea river. Overjoyed, he ordered it to be salvaged. Just as they were about to haul the cauldron up, a dragon's head protruded from within it, biting through the ropes tied to the cauldron, causing it to sink back into the water, never to be found again. Whether it's true or false doesn't matter anymore. At least now, Yulin was going to see for himself whether the cauldron was truly in the sea river. He nodded at Zhang Cheng and smiled faintly. Of course, I know. He had long since made up his mind. Take a look, fellow Taoist Zhang. He picked up the bowl of water from the table and casually flung its contents over himself. The clear water splashed outward, yet the moment it touched Yulin's robe, it slid away as if meeting an invisible barrier. The water droplets traced crystalline arcs through the air, splattering noisily upon the ground without so much as dampening the hem of his robe. What followed was even more astonishing. Yulin's right hand made a grasping motion as if pulling invisible strings. The scattered droplets reversed course midair, coalescing into a slender stream that vanished entirely into his sleeve. With a final flick of his wrist, the bowl's water returned to its original state, its surface ripples identical to before down to the minutest detail. Excellent! Zhang Qing leapt to his feet with such excitement that his beard trembled. Brother Yu, this water manipulation technique of yours is truly remarkable. For retrieving the cauldron from the sea river, none could accomplish it without your assistance. Yulin smiled without speaking. Experience the impact of modern technology merging with mystical arts. Chapter 24, Hoodlum turned ancestral founder. Then it's settled. It would trouble fellow Taoist Yu to go underwater and investigate the cauldron's exact location. When the time comes, we'll work together to haul it up. I'll go make some additional preparations. 3 days from now, yes, 3 days from now I'll come find fellow Taoist Yu. Agreed? After briefly outlining his plan, Zhang Qing patiently waited for Yulin's opinion. Yulin nodded in approval. Agreed. Seeing his consent, Zhang Qing's face brightened with greater delight. Then it's settled. Has fellow Taoist Yu eaten yet? If not, no need. Yulin waved a hand and stood up. I still have to go back and teach my apprentice, so I won't chat any longer. See you in 3 days, goodbye. With that, he turned and left. His movements were swift and decisive. Zhang Qing watched him walk away before standing up, stroking his beard. Water manipulation. TSK, fine technique indeed. At Lu Bang's residence. Hurry up and come wipe my sweat. Lu Bang stood in a horse stance, dripping with sweat, shaking his head to flick the droplets away and keep them from stinging his eyes. That would be truly unpleasant. Lu Ji was busy by the stove but paused her work at his words, picking up a coarse cloth as she stepped out to meet him. She saw Lu Bang drenched all over and frowned slightly, wiping his sweat while softly saying, "You've become quite diligent now, though earlier you'd wail for ages when asked to do some work. How are the conscription matters going?" Lu Bang closed his eyes, letting her wipe him, and grinned at her words. This is the grand endeavor of cultivating immortality. Success means a lifetime of wealth and honor. Of course I must be diligent. What if master sees me slacking off and stops teaching me? He's right, if I don't learn, there are plenty of others who'd jump at the chance. As for conscription, what else can be done? Those due for service will serve, those leaving will leave, don't fret. I've already selected most of them. Tomorrow I'll just pick a few more and it'll be settled. If worst comes to worst, I'll empty the jails and take those men with me. Lu Shi's hands paused mid-action as she lowered her voice. Then, how will you continue cultivating with master if you go? But who knows if master will wait for your return? What I fear most is losing your life there. Lu Bang opened his eyes and, seeing her worried expression, couldn't help but laugh aloud. He reached out to pinch her cheek. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Who can predict what tomorrow may bring? He shifted his posture with a stretch, his joints cracking all over. Planting his hands on his hips, he tilted his head skyward and spoke in a breezy tone. Who knows, maybe in a few days, they'll announce the conscription's been called off. Or maybe your husband here will ascend to immortality on the spot, and then our whole family will live in carefree bliss. Right? Ha ha ha. He burst into laughter, brimming with optimism. Lu Ji couldn't help but laugh at his teasing, chiding him with a mock scolding. You're never serious for a single day, are you? Afraid I might not succeed in becoming immortal. Ah, the gentleman has returned. Her tone shifted abruptly, for she had spotted Yulin entering the room. Seeing Lu Bang still maintaining his horse stance, Yulin nodded approvingly. Not bad, I see you're putting in the effort. No need to keep the stance now. Take a breather, I'll teach you something else. Hearing this, Lu Bang immediately stood up and said with a grin. You got it. He took the hemp cloth from Lu Ji, wiping the sweat from his body while asking curiously. Master, is that chi refining cultivator real? Yulin nodded. He is, but he's not that powerful. Likely his aptitude is worse than yours, and the cultivation method I've taught you is superior to his. You could surpass him with just a few months of practice. Upon hearing this, Lu Bang's eyes lit up, and a faint smugness involuntarily appeared on his face. Yet what came out of his mouth was, my talent is nothing special, it's clearly thanks to your excellent teaching, Master. Not just me, anyone else you taught would achieve the same. It's all thanks to your skill, Master. His flattering words were indeed pleasing to the ear. Even if he weren't destined to be a future ruler, he'd be more than qualified to be a smooth-talking treacherous minister. But Yulin wasn't swayed by such tactics, his face remaining expressionless. After all, he knew, Lu Bang's talent was genuinely exceptional, and it had little to do with his teaching. Seeing him unmoved, Lu Bang inched closer again, ingratiating himself with a flattering smile. Master, he said. So, what shall we learn next? Are we going to master the art of summoning wind and rain now? Yulin pushed his face away. Wishful thinking. Did you know there's a white snake in Fingxi Marsh? Lu Bang shook his head, looking bewildered. No idea. I've never heard there was a white serpent among them. Master, where did you hear this, or have you already seen it? Yulin, naturally, I've seen it. About as long as the distance from your home to the outer edge, and twice as wide as you are. Lu Bang drew in a sharp breath, his eyes filled with shock. A white serpent this massive? Has it gained sentience then? Whether it's gained sentience or not, I cannot say. But from this moment onward, you must understand one thing. Yulin stared straight into his eyes as he spoke deliberately. You will go and slay it. Lu Bang opened his mouth wide and pointed at himself. Huh? Me? Yes, you. What difference is there between that and suicide? No way, no way. Master, stop making fun of me. I'm not making fun of you. Master, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Yulin raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Don't doubt yourself. Nothing is impossible. What if I told you there was someone who went from a destitute beggar to the ruler of a nation? A man who was once an idle loafer became the ancestor of an entire clan. Do you believe it? Lu Bang shook his head and said, I don't believe it. How could such good fortune exist? A beggar becoming a monarch? A loafer turning into a forefather? Master, are you not teasing me with stories from some fictional tale? Hearing this, Yulin suddenly raised his finger and pointed at him. Do you still remember what you said when you witnessed Emperor Qin Shi Huang's Eastern inspection tour? Lu Bang froze, then after a moment of silence, a flicker of reminiscence passed through his eyes. I remember. He straightened his posture, his voice unconsciously rising. A true man should be like this. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized something and jerked his head around to look at Yulin. That was many years ago, Master, how did you come to know of it? Yulin chuckled softly, his deep gaze carrying endless mystery. Look, aren't you also finding it hard to believe right now that I'd know when and where you spoke these words? Lu Bang opened his mouth but was momentarily speechless. Yulin said no more, standing up and walking toward the open courtyard. Enough, time to train. Lu Bang stared at his retreating figure, frozen in place for a long while, the echoes of their recent conversation endlessly reverberating in his mind. A beggar as the ruler? A rogue becoming the ancestor? A real man? What are you standing around for? Yulin's voice came from far away. Lu Bang suddenly snapped out of his daze and hurriedly trotted to catch up. Coming. Chapter 25, Claiming the Sacred Cauldron. Sea River. The moonlight was shattered by the thick clouds, modeling the waters of the Sisui River like shimmering silver scales. The evening breeze rustled through the reeds. Yulin stood alone on the riverbank, taking it all in. What to do? Come and take the cauldron. As for Zhang Cheng, Yulin didn't trust him. After all, it was their first meeting. He couldn't be bothered to investigate the man's true character, especially when it concerns something as divine as the 9 cauldrons. There are 2 things, that's fine. But now there's only one, how should it be divided? Yulin admitted that he was a selfish guy. Huff. After taking a few deep breaths, the nanomaterial immediately covered his head. The next moment, splash! He leaped straight into the Sisui River. Graceful movement, minimal splash, definitely an 8.6 dive. Because Yulin died at precisely 1.4. The river current was far swifter than imagined. The moment he entered the water, an undercurrent coiled around his legs like countless invisible hands tugging at him. If not for the water-repelling property of his profound-grade battle armor, forming a thin layer of water-resistant energy around him, things wouldn't have been this straightforward. He activated the scanner on his combat wristband, its faint blue beam cutting a slender line through the water, illuminating the area several yards ahead. The riverbed was rugged and uneven, littered with broken pottery, rusted arrowheads, and even the half-buried wreckage of a sunken vessel, its wooden skeleton long since riddled with holes by the relentless current. Yulin could no longer remember how far he had swum. Just as he was about to give up and head ashore for a break, suddenly, boom! A sudden undercurrent struck from the side with such force that it instantly threw him off balance. Damn it! Yulin immediately activated Ultimate, channeling all his remaining chi into his body to resist this force. Yet his stamina was already nearing its limit, and in the end, he was helplessly swept away by the undercurrent, carried toward an unknown destination. The current grew faster and faster, his vision spinning dizzily. Yulin felt like a fallen leaf, carried by the river to some unknown destination. Ahead, the outline of the riverbank rushed toward him through the darkness. At this speed, even with the cushioning of his battlesuit, he couldn't avoid injury upon impact. Here it comes! Yulin tensed his entire body, bracing for the impact. Swish! The anticipated collision never came. His body passed effortlessly through the riverbank as if it were nothing but an illusion. The next second, the water flow vanished abruptly, and a sensation of weightlessness struck as his entire body crashed heavily onto the hard ground. Cough! Yulin groaned, rolling over to get up. The helmet of his battlesuit retracted automatically, revealing his slightly pale face. After scanning his surroundings, he realized this place didn't resemble the riverbed at all. It resembles an underground cavern. From the ceiling hung luminous stalactites, like inverted swords, refracting a faint azure glow. The ground was dry, covered with a fine layer of silver sand that felt as soft as a carpet underfoot. And right at the center of the cavern, a bronze tripod stood silently. The cauldron stood firmly on 3 legs, as steady as a mountain. Its rounded belly resembled the celestial dome, engraved with lifelike depictions of rivers, mountains, and all manner of birds and beasts. Upon closer inspection, the patterns seemed alive. Mountains and rivers undulated like coiling dragons and serpents, while amidst the swirling mists and clouds, the faint silhouette of a divine dragon could barely be discerned. Yulin froze momentarily, for he saw the celestial dragon wink at him and wave its claws as if beckoning him forward. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. Kid, your granddaddy dragon is calling you, come over here quick. What, do I need to come find you myself? Yulin pays respects to the divine cauldron. Yulin stepped forward and bowed to the divine dragon. Yet, he was also deeply puzzled. Because the divine dragon was speaking Mandarin, how had it learned that language? Or had Mandarin already been widely spoken by this era? Yulin usually spoke with Liu Bang and the others using the pronunciation of this era. You've got some sense, kid. Seeing his puzzled expression, the divine dragon seemed to guess his thoughts and poked its head out from the cauldron, opening its mouth. Language is merely a form of expression. Speaking is one thing, understanding is another. What matters isn't how Dragon Lord speaks, the dragon continued, but how you comprehend it. You understand what I mean, then that's what I said. Otherwise, with so many languages in the world, this Dragon Lord has no patience to learn them one by one. This is divine skill, get it or not? And one more thing, don't call me Sacred Cauldron from now on. Address me as Dragon Lord. A cauldron is a cauldron, a dragon is a dragon. Yulin had an epiphany, nodding as he said, thank you, Dragon Lord, for enlightening me. Then let me ask one more thing. Which of the 9 cauldrons are you, Master Long? Well now. Master Long drew out his syllables, yet refused to answer. He looked at Yulin with meaningful eyes. Do you really want to know? Yulin sensed something amiss from its expression and shook his head, saying, actually, not that much. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. I'll figure it out gradually later. That won't do. Dragon Lord shook his head, a trace of melancholy appearing on his draconic face. I've been stuck in this damned place for who knows how many years, and finally someone shows up. Go to the cauldron, place your hand on it, and see if you can claim it. Though I seriously doubt it. You don't look like the human emperor, carry no imperial aura, and your strength is pitifully weak. You'd probably have been more of a hindrance than help when Great Yu was taming the floods. But we might as well give it a shot. What if it works? Go on, hurry up. Don't be afraid of dying. Dragon Lord here's got your back. Though, it might, possibly, perhaps, hurt just a little. If this works out, the rewards will be beyond your wildest dreams. Yulin listened to its words and gave a wry smile. Pain? Then forget it, I'm terrified of pain. I'll go back and get someone else to try it. Goodbye. Seeing Yulin turn to leave, Lord Long quickly stepped forward, opening his mouth to directly clamp onto his sleeve and pull him back. What kind of man backs down from a little pain? If you succeed, I'll give you an immense reward. Deal? Yulin smiled upon hearing this. Deal. Then I'll give it a try. Truth be told, he'd been wanting to try all along. He was just calculating whether he could squeeze something more out of Dragon Boss. He collected his thoughts. Yulin approached the cauldron and raised his hand to press against it. The moment his palm touched the cold bronze surface of the cauldron, the world before him suddenly twisted and warped. The cave, Elder Long. Everything dissipated like mist in clouds. In its place emerged a sweltering cauldron forging grounds. The furnace spewed flames, the crimson bronze liquid churning like molten lava. A powerfully built man stood with his back to him, his bare torso rippling with muscles as sweat glistened like gold in the firelight. Wielding a massive hammer, each strike sent faint tremors through the earth. Where the hammer fell, sparks flew, and the silhouette of a bronze cauldron gradually took shape amid the flames. You the Great! Yulin's heart shuddered. This ancient sage king was not as majestic and unapproachable as the legends described, but rather resembled an ordinary blacksmith. Yet his unwavering determination carried the weight of mountains and rivers. Clang! The final hammer blow fell, and the cauldron resonated with a sound like the roar of a dragon. You the Great straightened up, wiped his sweat, and suddenly pointed at the vessel's body. It's done! In that instant, a golden light shot toward the heavens. The once lifeless bronze cauldron suddenly trembled violently, the mountain and river patterns on its surface writhing like living creatures, while the reliefs of birds and beasts threw back their heads in unison, unleashing deafening roars. The tripod's handles twisted into dragon forms, its legs sprouted sharp claws, the entire vessel seemed like a slumbering beast now rousing to life. Even more astonishing, inside the bronze cauldron, a dragon-shaped shadow coiled out, its scales and claws soaring magnificently, unmistakably the very Lord Dragon Yulin had just encountered. Done! You the Great laughed, his voice booming like a temple bell. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he sharply turned his head. His gaze struck like lightning, piercing straight through Yulin, a stare spanning thousands of years. Yulin froze completely, as if pinned by the gaze of some primeval beast. Even his breath halted. But the very next moment, a roguish grin spread across Dayu's face as he flashed a row of white teeth. Yulin, take the cauldron away. With a pointing gesture from Dayu, the bronze cauldron instantly transformed into a streak of golden light shooting toward Yulin. Boom! In an instant, Yulin felt an indescribable, immense power flood into his body, as if the weight of all 9 provinces, mountains and rivers were pressing down upon his soul. His consciousness nearly burst from the strain, his vision turned white, and the only sound left in his ears was the deafening roar of rushing blood. Ugh! He wanted to scream, but no sound escaped his throat. The world is collapsing, time is warping. Yulin felt himself falling into a void of chaos, his consciousness drifting like duckweed, directionless, endless. I don't know how much time had passed. Kid, wake up! Longya's voice seemed to come from a faraway place, gradually growing clearer. I never thought old you would actually approve of you. That's even rarer than the cauldron approving you. It's practically a miracle. Chapter 26, another member added? At the shore of Sisui River, the sun was already high in the sky, blazing down at noon. Yulin transformed his battle attire back into his original robe and smoothed his hair. After glancing around to get his bearings, he set off towards Pei County. Though he had arrived alone, he wouldn't be leaving that way. An additional cauldron, another dragon. The cauldron transformed into a cauldron pattern on his chest, while the dragon hid within the pattern, only its voice echoing in his ear. Hey kid, where are we headed now? Pei County. Your home? No, my home isn't here. It's far, far away. I'll take you there tonight and you'll understand. Far away, taking me tonight? What nonsense are you spouting, kid? Don't tell me you can shrink distances like the immortals. I can't do that. You'll see when we get there. Yulin didn't pursue the topic further but instead asked, Dragon Lord, what's the use of the cauldron? Is it just as the rumors say, it boils without fire, hides without being moved, moves without being carried? The Dragon Lord emerged from the cauldron's markings and shook his head. Of course not. You throw in a 10-year medicinal herb, and just overnight, when you harvest it the next day, it becomes a 20-year herb, a decade's worth of growth in one night. If you want to temper your body, toss the medicinal bath ingredients inside, then bathe in the cauldron. One session is worth 10 of others. As for other miraculous uses, with your current weak cultivation, they're beyond your reach. I'll tell you more about them later. Anyway, this is an imperial sacred artifact. You should be secretly thrilled to obtain it. Back then, there was some fellow named Ing Zheng who came trying to haul away the cauldron. I didn't let him have it. Bit through his rope in one chomp. Long Yi lifted his head with an air of supreme arrogance. Long Yi, mighty and majestic. Yulin, not wanting to dampen his spirits, played along with the flattery before adding with a chuckle. Then when are you going to give me what you promised? Ah, I said I'd give it to you, stop rushing me. Dragon Lord waved his tiny paw dismissively. Anyway, now that I've even brought my dragon to follow you, are you still afraid I'll run away? If the other 8 find out I broke my word, I probably wouldn't be able to hold my head up afterward. Don't worry, I'll get things ready. Yulin nodded in agreement at its words. Alright, Dragon Lord, I'll wait as long as you need. Dragon Lord came to rest atop his head and asked, Little you, do you have any family left at home? I'm an orphan. An orphan? Why? How did your family die? I don't know. I grew up in an orphanage, maybe they're not dead. Is that so? Don't be sad. From now on, I, Old Long, will be your grandpa. Being my grandson is a stroke of luck for you. Our lineage is on par with the great Yu's. In the future, the man and the dragon chatted as they walked, making the journey far from boring. At least Yulin found it quite entertaining. Pei County. Magistrate Xiao, Magistrate Xiao. Lu Bang arrived at the county office, grabbed Xiao He by the arm, and said with a laugh, I've rounded up all 100 men for you. Not a single one missing. You owe me a drink. Xiao He, upon hearing Lu Bang's words, showed no trace of joy on his face. Instead, his brows furrowed deeply, his expression clouded with gloom. Noticing this, Lu Bang's smile gradually froze. He waved a hand in front of Xiao He's eyes and said, Hey, Minister Xiao, shouldn't you be happy now that we've gathered enough men? What's the matter, reluctant to part with this round of drinks? Xiao He sighed and shook his head. Lu Ji, it's not about the wine. Then what's the problem? Lu Bang raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you're having second thoughts? Xiao He took a deep breath and lowered his voice, saying, the higher-ups, increased the quota. By how much? Lu Bang's heart skipped a beat. They want 300 now. 300? Lu Bang's eyes widened abruptly, his voice suddenly rising. 300 men? You might as well kill me. Where am I supposed to find 300 men for you? How about this? Give me a few years, gather all the women in Pei County for me, and I'll produce 300 men for you, how's that? 300 more people? What are you thinking? Xiao He gave a bitter smile. Talking to me is no use. If those above demand this figure, then it has to be this figure. Lu Bang stamped his feet angrily, plopped down on the ground, scratched his head, and said in a fit of despair, Then I quit. Worst case, I'll just flee to the mountains. Let whoever can do it take charge, whoever wants to can handle it. Seeing his utterly dejected state, Xiao He quickly crouched down, seized his arm firmly, and whispered urgently, Lu Ji, don't be rash. Lu Bang shook off his grasp and muttered darkly, Impulse? This is my sober judgment. 300 men? Do you really take me for some sort of god? Why don't you go beg my master instead? He might actually have a way to get 300 men. Xiao He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before leaning in closer. Listen, there are still some prisoners in the jail. I'll try to get 50 more men released. You find another 100. That makes 200 together, deal? Lu Bang shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. You want another 100 men? Lord Xiao, do you take me for a magician? No way, no way. I can't do it. Xiao He said solemnly, how would you know it's impossible if you don't even try? If not for others' lives, at least think about your own. You, Lu Ji, have great abilities and plenty of ideas, such a small matter wouldn't trouble you. I'm begging you, alright? Begging me. Well, I'd still have to be capable of it. Lu Bang sighed deeply. He stood up. I'll do my best, but if anything goes wrong, you'd better back me up. Hey, alright, do whatever you want, I'll handle the magistrate. Xiao He quickly nodded in agreement when he accepted. When this is done, I'll treat you to as much wine as you can drink until you're good and full. Don't give me that. Lu Bang turned and walked forward, leaving only these words behind. It seems, I truly must go to Mount Li. Taking care of my wife and children when the time comes is more important than anything else. I'm off. Xiao He watched his retreating figure until it disappeared around the street corner, then sighed softly and murmured. The second generation, though lacking in skill, surpasses his predecessor in cruelty. When will these days ever come to an end? Chapter 27 Inquiry. When Lu Bang returned to the tavern, Lu Wan, Fan Kuai, and Zhou Bo were already seated around a table, with wine jars covering half its surface. When they saw him enter, Fan Kuai instantly raised his voice and shouted, Big brother, what took you so long? The wine's gone cold. Lu Bang gave a hearty laugh, strode over, and sat down. Grabbing a bowl of wine in passing, he tipped his head back and downed it in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he declared, What's there to fear if the wine's cold? The drink may be chilled, but the heart stays fiery. The crowd burst into laughter as another round of heavy drinking ensued. The conscription quota has increased, now we need 300 men. Taking advantage of his tipsiness, Lu Bang announced the news about raising the conscription numbers. 300 men? Lu Wan widened his eyes in disbelief. That's just asking for people to die. Never mind whether we could even find enough people in Pei County, would they be willing to go is another matter altogether. Lu Bang sighed and shook his head. Xiao He promised to round up another 50 men. With those prisoners included, we must gather at least 200. Fan Kuai slammed the table. He's just taking advantage of your kindness, big brother, always dumping everything on you. To hell with this worthless village chief position anyway. Lu Bang waved his hand and scanned the crowd with his gaze, speaking slowly. Brothers, I'll take responsibility for this matter. But as for you, those who wish to follow me may come, and those who prefer to stay can remain behind to look after our families for me." The tavern fell silent for a moment. Fan Kuai took a deep swig of wine, then suddenly lifted his head and declared, "If elder brother goes, then I go too." After a brief silence, Luan also nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We can't just leave you all alone. What kind of brothers would that make us?" Zhou Bo, thinking of his elderly mother at home, clenched his teeth and said, "Big brother, let me go back and settle some affairs. I'll give you my answer tomorrow." Lu Bang's eyes grew slightly moist as he lifted his wine bowl, his voice heavy with emotion. "Excellent. Big brother thanks you all. Let's do this." With that said, he drank it all in one gulp. Everyone likewise raised their bowls and tilted their heads back to drain them dry. The liquor went down merrily and the atmosphere grew lively. But as they kept drinking, Lu Bang suddenly slapped his forehead and sprang to his feet. "Damn it." The group froze. "What's wrong?" Lu Bang said regretfully, "It's already this late, and I still haven't gone to practice with our master." Lu Wan laughed and said, "Big brother, we're having such a good time drinking today. Would skipping practice for just one day really matter?" Lu Bang shook his head. No, let's go." With that, he hastily stood up and strode out while circulating the qi within his body to counteract the effects of the alcohol. Fan Kuai called after him, "Big brother, what about the conscription matter?" Lu Bang waved his hand without looking back. "Early tomorrow morning, we'll go together." Night. After teaching Lu Bang some basic movement techniques in the afternoon, Yulin had him continue practicing the fundamentals. To be honest, Lu Bang truly had remarkable talent. His meridians and dantian were naturally much stronger than those of ordinary people. One day of cultivation for him was equivalent to 3 days for an ordinary person. By then, slaying the serpent shouldn't be a problem. We'll talk about it later. Yulin turned his head toward Master Long, who was draped over his shoulder, and smiled. "Master Long, get ready, we're leaving." How are we going?" Just like this. Swish. The scene before him shifted abruptly, and Yulin found himself back inside his dorm room. Old Long looked around, his mouth forming into an O shape as he exclaimed in astonishment. "Holy shit, where are we?" Thousands of years later, Yulin walked over to the bedside and sat down. "This is my ability to travel to various points in history." He never intended to keep it from Master Long anyway. "After the mission's over, you'll still have to bring it back with you. There's no point in hiding it." Longya looked around with undisguised fascination, clicking his tongue in admiration. Not bad at all. "This ability of yours is quite something," he remarked. "The world has actually become like this thousands of years later. Can I choose where to go myself?" He withdrew his gaze from the computer and turned his head to look at Yulin. "Let this dragon lord see that old you fellow again? Consider it a favor to me." "I'm sorry." Yulin shook his head. "I can't choose, it's random. Perhaps one day we'll be able to travel to that era and meet Emperor Yu." "I see." Master Long didn't insist, merely saying with ease, "That's true. When one's lifespan reaches its end, they should obediently embrace death when it's time to grow old. Living too long without friends or family around would be meaningless. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." "Well then." It abruptly changed the subject. "Who is the emperor now?" Yulin shook his head again. "There is no emperor now, nor any king. Take a look yourself, Lord Dragon." He casually took a book from the shelf and tossed it to Long Yi. Lord Dragon didn't read with his eyes. He simply opened his mouth and swallowed the book, its knowledge instantly flooding into his mind. Striving for universal harmony, pursuing common prosperity, the people being the masters? That's quite difficult. If people's hearts differ, these possibilities, well, I still appreciate them, better than doing nothing at all. Dragon spat the book out again and opened his mouth toward Yulin once more. More of this. All right. Yulin directly threw all the books from the shelf over. Analyses of various nations, theories of philosophical masters, art aesthetics, human anatomy, foundational cultivation knowledge. Dragon Lord appeared utterly enthralled. He then went to the computer, turned it on, and logged into the Civil Affairs Bureau's internal website. After entering his unique identification number, he gained access to a knowledge database. It contains knowledge entirely off limits to the public. Even with Yulin's current clearance level, he can only access the yellow rank. Beyond that, there are still the heaven, earth, and black ranks. Right now, he wanted to see if the Civil Affairs Bureau had collected artifacts of the 9 Cauldrons caliber among their heaven-bestowed artifacts. The Civil Affairs Bureau possesses 72 heaven-bestowed artifacts, similarly categorized into 4 ranks, heaven, earth, black, and yellow. There are only 6 artifacts at the heaven rank. The first Emperor's Sword, Bodhidharma's Relics, Solomon's Ring, the Book of Life and Death, the Hichu and Luo Shu, the Gates of Paradise. What specific abilities they possessed was beyond Yulin's current clearance level to investigate, but after finishing the rest, he found no trace of the 9 cauldrons. Presumably, they were still buried somewhere. Yulin turned his head to look at Dragon Master. Old Dragon, can you sense the presence of the other 8 tripods? Asterisk burp star dot. The old dragon let out a belch, seemingly stuffed by thousands of years worth of knowledge, and shook his head. No. The 9 tripods share origins yet don't share origins. At the very least, I'm different from those guys, I'm a dragon. But whether they're dead or not, that I can actually sense. If you're lucky, you might actually find them. Alright. Yulin nodded, glancing at the time. About half an hour passed. It should be dawn of the next day by now. He then shut down the computer and said to Dragon Lord, Master Long, I'll head back now. You can read your book later. Before Long Yi could react, Yulin immediately took him back into the task. The moment they emerged, they heard Xiaoyi's voice calling from outside. Mr. Yu, where on earth have you been? You didn't even bother to inform anyone. Chapter 28 as expected. Stepping out of the room, he saw Xiaoyi pacing back and forth in the courtyard, visibly agitated. It wasn't until he heard the creak of the door that he turned to look, spotting Yulin emerging from within. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes, swiftly followed by delight. Master Yu, when did you return? Somehow, thanks to Long Yi's method, he couldn't see Long Yi's presence. Yulin approached and asked, is there something urgent? I went to gather some medicinal herbs yesterday and just returned. Is that so? Xiaoyi's tone gave no indication whether he believed it or not. In any case, he gestured toward the government office and said, Master Zhang has been waiting at the yamen for quite some time. Not finding you here, he asked me to wait in your stead. You should go see him now, lest Mr. Zhang grows impatient and delays important matters. Yulin nodded, his face revealing nothing. Then I'll take my leave first. Take care. Watching Yulin walk out of the courtyard, Xiaoyi finally wiped the sweat from his forehead before turning to Madame Xiao and saying, My dear, brew some tea for me, my throat is parched. Yes. In front of the county government office. Master Long, later I'll trouble you to bite through the rope like Emperor Qin did. Don't worry, leave it to me. Dragon Lord retreated back into the tripod pattern on Yulin's chest. Yulin then strode toward the county government office. The two were naturally discussing how to put on a show for Zhang Chang when they went to retrieve the cauldron later. They couldn't very well have someone make a wasted trip. He entered the government office. Friend you finally arrived. Zhang Qing, who had been waiting for some time, promptly stood up and hurried toward Yulin. Behind him on the ground lay a long, cloth-wrapped object, clearly prepared well in advance. Yulin clasped his hands apologetically. My apologies, certain matters delayed me. No need for apologies, Zhang Qing said with a beaming smile, waving his hand. Your presence alone is a blessing, fellow Daoist you. With those words, he turned around and lifted the cloth bundle from the ground, revealing a coil of rope shimmering with a bluish gleam. This is azure cloud rope, acquired from a cultivator's cave dwelling during my younger years. In the past, the first emperor's rope was bitten through because it was an ordinary object, but this time, a trace of pride flickered in his eyes. I refuse to believe it can bite through this. Ridiculous. Dragon Master's voice exploded in Yulin's ears. Even if it were 10 times stronger, this Dragon Master could still bite it in half. If even the dragon binding rope is useless, what hope does the azure cloud rope have? Do you really think the first emperor used ordinary rope back then? After all, he is a ruler of a kingdom. Yet, an expression of delighted surprise crossed Yulin's face as he exclaimed in admiration. With fellow Taoist Zhang's treasure aiding us, we're bound to succeed this time. Shall we set out now? Certainly. Zhang Cheng made an inviting gesture. Please. Before long, the two arrived at the bank of the Sisui River. Holding the 8 trigrams compass, Zhang Qing paced back and forth along the shore with furrowed brows, occasionally making finger calculations. A moment later, he stopped at a certain spot, his eyes gleaming with sharp insight. This is the place. He turned his head to look at Yulin, speaking in a solemn tone. Friend you, please take the trouble to investigate below later. If nothing is found here, there are 3 alternative locations to check. As he spoke, he took out a pearl glowing with an eerie blue light from his robes and handed it to Yulin. This is the water-avoiding pearl. Though its power may be somewhat lacking, it's still better than entering the water empty-handed. Yulin took the pearl, its surface icy cold to the touch, with a faint aura of watery essence perceptible within. He nodded and said, alright, then I'll go down now. Reaching the riverbank, Yulin took a deep breath and leapt in. Splash! Water splashed everywhere as his figure instantly vanished into the swift currents. On the shore, Zhang Qin paced back and forth, repeatedly glancing at the water's surface, eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. Second after second slipped by, yet the water's surface remained undisturbed. Just as Zhang Qin was about to lose patience. Splash! Yulin's voice suddenly emerged from beneath the waters. Fellow Daoist Zhang, there's a cauldron here. Quickly throw me the rope. Zhang Qing's face lit up with immense joy, a flash of wild excitement flickering in his eyes. Great! He hastily threw the azure cloud rope toward the source of the voice, and the cord snaked deftly into Yulin's grasp like a spiritual serpent. Fellow Taoist you, please tie the rope to the cauldron. All right. Yulin submerged once more, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Qing gripped the azure cloud rope tightly with both hands. Suddenly, a tremendous force suddenly came from the other end of the rope, pulling it taut with a sharp twang. Caught off guard, he staggered forward and nearly tumbled into the river. So heavy, Zhang Qing thought with alarm, quickly bracing himself in a firm horse stance. He took a deep breath, feeling the chi flow through his meridians as he silently recited the incantation. Suddenly, his muscles bulged dramatically, veins protruding visibly as even his robe strained against the swelling. His eyes widened in intense focus as he roared, "Lift!" With that thunderous shout, the rope began inching upward out of the water. First, Yulin's dripping figure emerged from the water's surface. He too was gripping the rope. Moments later, the outline of a bronze cauldron gradually came into view, just as the cauldron's body was about to fully break the water's surface. Roar! A majestic golden dragon emerged from the cauldron, stretching forth its head to snap at the azure cloud rope with its gaping maw. Crack! A crisp snap rang out as the azure cloud rope broke clean in two. The cauldron sank back into the river once more, vanishing without a trace. Caught off guard, Zhang Qing was sent stumbling backward by the recoil force, landing hard on his rear. This, he stared at the broken rope in his hand, his face full of unwillingness. How could this be? Was this how Ying Zhang succeeded back then? Right at the very moment it was within grasp. Unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. Since I cannot obtain the treasure, then I shall seize the treasure's secrets. He stood up and walked to the shore, gazing at Yulin in the river. The resentment on his face vanished completely, replaced by a forced, insincere smile. Fellow Taoist you, why have you not come ashore yet? Yulin knew from his demeanor that he was probably up to no good. Brother Zhang, if you have something to say, speak frankly. There's no need for such secrecy. Brother Yu is indeed perceptive. Imprisoned. Zhang Qing raised his hand and pointed. The water-avoiding pearl he had lent Yulin earlier suddenly emitted a blinding blue light, transforming into a transparent water cage that tightly imprisoned Yulin within. Zhang Qing stood with his hands behind his back, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. Fellow Taoist Yu, this is the water prison pearl I specially borrowed, specifically designed to counter water manipulation techniques. Cease your struggles. Teach me the art of water control, and I shall set you free. Yulin was trapped in the water cage, yet there was not a trace of panic on his face. Instead, it bore a faint expression of I-knew-it serenity. He grinned and said, Brother Zhang, are you so sure you've got me figured out? Zhang Qing frowned, then sneered. Otherwise, what else can you do? Naturally, there is a way. Yulin nodded. Before the words had finished falling, boom! A golden light suddenly erupted from Yulin's chest as Dragon Lord's spectral dragon form tore through the heavens. With a single swipe of its claws, the watery prison shattered like paper. Yulin flashed forward, leaping from the river to the shore and landing steadily. He raised his gaze to Zhang Qing, cold glints flashing in his eyes. Well, fellow Taoist Zhang? Zhang Qing's face changed dramatically as he staggered back several steps. This can't be. The tripod has already acknowledged you as its master? If that's the case, why did you still come with me to retrieve it? Are you doing this on purpose? Yulin didn't answer, merely flicking his wrist. The long blade he had obtained in Jerusalem appeared in his hand. My blade will give you the answer. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Qing growled. You may not be able to kill me. Chapter 29, Departure. So poor? Fine, off you go. Yulin kicked Zhang Qing's corpse into the rushing waters of Sea River. With a sudden splash, the water erupted. Zhang Qing sank into the Sea River just like that. Exactly as Yulin had said. The fellow was dirt poor, only some copper coins and a few pitch-black pills of unknown effect were found on him. Yulin didn't dare gamble on whether they were poison, so he left them untouched, tossing them into the river along with Zhang Qing's corpse. I thought I might find some sorcery techniques, but those water droplets that could form a prison cage were already ruined by Dragon Lord. Forget it, nothing's better than being fine. Yulin shook his head, casually slicking back his soaking wet hair before striding forward. Dragon Master's voice echoed in my ears. Not bad at all, young you. I thought you'd hesitate a bit. Good, very good. No hesitation. To hesitate is to face defeat. With that kind of determination, you'll succeed in anything you do. I've got high hopes for you, Dragon Lord. Thank you, Dragon Lord. Next time, I'll treat you to a full-service experience. One-stop service? Are you finding me a dragon for service? What kind of dragon? If possible, I'd prefer one that looks like Inglong. It's Wei Long. Wei Long? What kind of dragon is that? It's a red, long, spicy. Wow, stop right there. Your Dragon Lord here is a proper dragon. 1 month later. Phew. Yulin, sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes and exhaled a long, turbid breath. Thanks to the abundant chi in this place. In just 1 short month, even without cultivation potions or elixirs, he has now reached the peak of energy gathering. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the cauldron to assist his cultivation, rather, Longya had advised him to hold off. The dragon needed time to manipulate the cauldron and gather traces of the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. According to Longya, this would be of immense benefit when cultivating the soul in the future, particularly for the night roaming and day roaming realms. Even if used now, it could strengthen the soul so much so that he could go without sleep for half a month without feeling the slightest fatigue. It can also enhance perception, making the manipulation of chi more fluid, and even enabling the body to perform some incredible movements. In short, there are numerous benefits. It was just that the essence of the sun, moon, and stars condensed too slowly, only a single drop formed in an entire month. Yulin drank yesterday. There isn't any particular taste, just a faint sense of lightness and comfort spreading through the entire body. None of the marvelous effects old Long had mentioned were perceptible to him, perhaps he hadn't drunk enough. A few more drops might do the trick. He'd leave that for later. Yulin rose and was about to step outside when a knock on the door preempted him. Master, are you awake? I'm leaving today. Came to say goodbye to you, Click. The door opened. Lu Bang quickly withdrew his hand that was about to land on Yulin's shoulder and smiled. Master, good morning. Yulin nodded, noticing Lu Bang was already dressed neatly, and said, have you settled your family affairs? Lu Bang nodded, understood. If I'm not here in the future, I'll have to trouble you, Master, to look after Yuana and Inger. If I don't return, let those two take care of you in your old age. Yulin's gaze fell upon the bronze sword at his waist, embroidered with intricate patterns, adorned with rainbow-hued beads. The blade was inscribed with 2 seal script characters, Shishao. When was the sword forged? It was made half a month ago and just finished yesterday. Do you like it, Master? If you do, I'll give it to you. He spoke as he prepared to unbuckle the Shishao sword and hand it to Yulin. Yulin pressed his hand to stop him, pushing the Shishao sword back, and met his gaze. Lu Ji. Yeah, Master, what is it? You possess extraordinary talent, and now that you've reached the late-stage Qi induction, though you haven't learned magical arts, your martial skills are already superb. Master, what are you trying to say? You're not still going to send me to kill that white serpent, are you? No. Yulin smiled faintly at him. Killing the white serpent isn't something I want you to do, it's something you must do. Remember this, nothing in this world is impossible. Just draw your sword. Go ahead. He patted Lu Bang's shoulder. Lu Bang found Yulinchi quite peculiar, always speaking in riddles without clear explanations, which left him utterly baffled. He could only nod and say, all right, just draw your sword. Master, I'm leaving now. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Yulin, then turned and strode away. Only when reaching the gate did he grasp Xiaoyi's sleeve. Lord Xiao, take care of the wives, children, and elderly of me and my brothers. Otherwise, I'll come back from the dead to haunt you. Xiao He knew this journey ahead was perilous beyond measure. Nodding solemnly, he replied, rest assured, from now on I'll watch over them. If I break this promise, may my family line be severed forever. This is a deadly vow, especially in times like these. Ha ha ha. With your word, I'm reassured. Lu Bang burst into laughter, letting go of his sleeve as he strode forward with large steps, until she disappeared completely. Xiao He withdrew his gaze and turned to say something to Yulin. Yet he froze in surprise. Where else could Yulin be seen? Only a few bundles of copper coins remained on the ground. Truly an immortal's methods. Several days later. Wait, that's not right? Haven't we been here just yesterday? Lu Wan. Lu Bang sat on the ground, wiped the sweat from his brow, and then shouted angrily at Lu Wan. Here, big brother, what's wrong? Lu Wan hurriedly stepped forward. Lu Bang pointed at the stone markers he had made on the ground nearby. We were just here yesterday, how come we're back again today? Didn't you say you knew the way? This ruins everything. Damn it. Lu Wan lowered his head in shame. Big brother, it was me, my fault. Apologies are fucking useless. Lu Bang kicked him squarely in the rear, sending up a cloud of dust. Keep up with me. Under the blazing sun, the group trudged through the mountain forest, their clothes soaked with sweat. As the sun dipped westward, Lu Wan suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, Big brother, look, that's Feng's eyes up ahead. There's no mistaking it this time. Lu Bang narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance, where a shimmering expanse of wetland glittered with golden light under the setting sun. He wiped the sweat from his face and cursed with a grin, if you lead us wrong again, I swear I'll toss you in the water for fish food. Come on, let's rest over there. The group dragged their exhausted bodies to the waterside and slumped haphazardly onto the grass. Jobo took out his water skin and gulped down several mouthfuls, then suddenly exclaimed huh, and hurriedly stood up to count the people. Big brother. Jobo's voice cracked with alarm. We're missing 27 men. What? Lu Bang sprang up like a carp leaping from water, his eyes widening as he scanned the surroundings. Indeed, the once massive procession now visibly appeared significantly diminished. Fan Kuai wiped the sweat from his face and asked gruffly, Big brother, what do we do now? Lu Bang shrugged helplessly, looking utterly dejected. What can we do? We're already late for Mount Li, and now we're short on hands. Either way, we're dead. He flung out his arm abruptly. Let's just scatter. Everyone go home to your own mothers. Lu Ji. A constable swiftly drew his blade, its tip pointed directly at Lu Bang's throat. This is a crime punishable by extermination of your 9 familial generations. I could cut you down right now. The surroundings fell silent instantly, all present holding their breath. Lu Bang stared at the tip of the long blade, narrowing his eyes slightly as a cold smirk suddenly curled at the corner of his mouth. Exterminate 9 generations? Ha! Clang! The moment the scarlet sky sword was unsheathed, a crimson gleam seemed to slash across the heavens. The constable's head thudded to the ground with a hollow sound as the headless body swayed momentarily before collapsing with a heavy crash. Blood splattered across the grass, reflecting the setting sun in a glaring crimson. Lu Bang shook the blood droplets from his sword and declared clearly, "Going forward is death. Retreating is also death." He surveyed the assembled crowd. "Those willing to follow me into the mountains, come. Those unwilling, disperse on your own. The choice is yours." Without looking back, he strode forward resolutely, the Chixiao sword glinting blood-red in the sunset, his elongated silhouette stretching far behind him. Fan Kuai was the first to follow, grinning widely as he called out, "Big brother, wait for me." Lu Wan and Zhou Bo exchanged glances, then quickly hurried after them. Gradually, 1, then 2. More and more people began to follow behind Lu Bang. The setting sun cast their shadows upon the ground, linking them together until it was impossible to tell whose was whose. Chapter 30, The Vermilion Dawn Sword Aura. Deep into the night, a mist slowly rose within Fengxi Marsh. Lu Wan picked his way forward by moonlight, stepping gingerly as he went. Raising his head to gaze into the distance, the shadowy outline of a dark mountain loomed at the end of the official road, its silhouette like a crouching beast. "That must be Mangdang Mountain," Lu Wan muttered under his breath, just about to turn back and report to Lu Bang. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind, as if something was slowly slithering through the grass. Lu Wan's whole body stiffened as he slowly turned his head. A blinding streak of white flickered under the moonlight. He rubbed his eyes, summoned his courage, and took a few steps forward, parting the waist-high grass. Hiss! Lu Wan gasped sharply, his pupils contracting violently. In the center of the official road, a colossal white serpent lay coiled, its body as thick as a pillar, scales glinting with a cold silver sheen under the moonlight. It slightly raised its head, crimson tongue flickering, its vertical pupils gazing at the moon as if unaware of Lu Wan's approach. Lu Wan's heart pounded like a drum, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. Holding his breath, he cautiously retreated, terrified of disturbing this monstrous creature. Only after retreating a considerable distance did he suddenly whirl around and take off at a full sprint. Bang! He tripped over a stone and crashed hard to the ground, but ignoring the pain, he scrambled up and kept running wildly. Big brother! Big brother! Lu Wan staggered back into the camp, his face deathly pale, his voice breaking with panic. Bad news! There's a snake ahead! A huge one! Lu Bang, who had been resting with the Chixiao sword in his arms by the campfire, abruptly opened his eyes upon hearing this, a sharp gleam flashing in his gaze. What? Yulin's words suddenly flashed through Lu Bang's mind as he grabbed Lu Wan by the shoulder. What kind of snake is it? Lu Wan swallowed hard and gestured, as thick as 3 men could stretch their arms around. The length, Lord knows how long, I was too scared to get a proper look before running. His voice trembled, eldest brother, let's take another path. Let's avoid it for now. Lu Bang narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly returning to sit by the campfire, closing his eyes without a word. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the crackling of firewood breaking the silence. Everyone exchanged glances, not daring to make a sound. No one knew how long had passed. Snap! Abruptly, Lu Bang tore the wine pouch from his waist and tilted his head back, gulping it down in loud, thirsty swallows. The liquor spilled down his chin, dripping onto the crimson glowing Xianxia sword. Demand that I avoid it? He abruptly rose to his feet, the Chixiao sword ringing sharply as it left its scabbard. What fears should a hero know on his path? The blade shimmered with an eerie crimson glow in the firelight, casting half of Lu Bang's face scarlet as though stained with blood. Wait here. He strode into the depths of the moonlight, his voice ringing like tempered steel. I'll go slay that white serpent. Don't any of you follow me. The crowd stood rooted to the spot as Lu Bang's figure gradually dissolved into the night, leaving only the crimson glow of the Chixiao sword shimmering menacingly under the moonlight like a waking red dragon ready to devour its prey at any moment. What should we do? What do you mean what now? If Big Brother says we shouldn't go, then we don't. That's right, Big Brother's might is peerless. Let's cheer later, don't startle that white serpent yet. Yes, yes, yes. The rustling footsteps shattered the silence of the night. The white serpent slowly lowered its head, moonlight flowing over its silver-white scales as those amber vertical pupils turned toward Lu Bang, cold and indifferent. With each flick of its forked tongue, a fishy white mist condensed into frost in the frigid night air. Lu Bang stood firm, pointing the red dipper sword straight at the white serpent, its tip trembling slightly. Make way, and I'll spare your life. His voice sounded particularly clear in the night breeze. The white serpent flicked its tongue, emitting a hiss as if mocking the arrogance of this insignificant human. Suddenly, it lifted its thick tail and slammed it hard against the ground. Boom! The ground trembled violently, sending stones flying. Lu Bang staggered backward, the soles of his boots carving 2 deep furrows in the muddy earth. Are you truly courting death? Lu Bang roared, his voice echoing through the empty night sky. He took a step forward, the Qishao sword drawing a cold arc in the moonlight. The white serpent's vertical pupils suddenly contracted as its massive tail lashed out like lightning. Lu Bang hastily raised his sword to block. Bang! With a metallic clang, Lu Bang felt a searing pain in his tiger's mouth as his whole body was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the grass. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, he coughed up a mouthful of blood with a whack sound. The white serpent slithered closer, the rustling of its scales against the grass like a death knell tolling his doom. Lu Bang lay on his back, watching the spinning stars fill the sky. Master, can I really cut it? I fear I'm about to die. He smiled bitterly in his heart as the gentle smile of Lu Ji and the innocent faces of his 2 young children appeared before his eyes. In a daze, he seemed to see Yulin standing before him. It can be severed. Yulin's voice rang in his ears, as clear as spring water striking stone. Just draw your sword. Lu Bang's eyes widened abruptly as he saw Yulin mimic the motion of drawing a sword, the movement flowing like clouds in water, as if embodying the fundamental principles of heaven and earth. Just draw your sword. Lu Bang murmured in repetition, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, well said. Amidst the laughter, he sprang up effortlessly like a carp leaping from water. The Qishao sword abruptly erupted in dazzling crimson light, illuminating his blood-stained face. Just draw your sword. Lu Bang roared as he charged toward the white serpent, his sword gleaming like blood, carving a sorrowfully radiant arc across the night sky. At that moment, it seemed as though the 2 ancient seal characters Qishao on the sword began to glow, and he heard a dragon-like hum reverberating from its blade. SSSSH. Serpent blood sprayed forth like rain, staining Lu Bang's robe crimson and dyeing the earth beneath his feet scarlet. The white serpent let out a piercing shriek, its massive body writhing frantically as its tail thrashed against the ground, shaking the surroundings and flattening all vegetation in sight. Yet, the sword aura of the Qishao had already seeped deep into its flesh. With a few final feeble struggles, the white serpent finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. The amber vertical pupils in its eyes gradually dimmed until all life had fled its body. Lu Bang sheathed his sword and stood upright, looking down at the Qishao in his hand. The blood on the blade was eerily absorbed by the sword's edge, its crimson patterns growing ever more vibrant, as though truly drinking the white serpent's blood. The sword tip trembled faintly, emitting a subdued hum of joyous, yet craving still more. Lu Bang fell silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a grin. Fine sword. He flicked the remaining blood from his sword and strode away without looking back. The night wind howled, dispersing the scent of blood clinging to him. Bathed in moonlight, his silhouette stood tall and straight like a pine tree, while the Qishao sword gleamed with an eerie red light in his grip like a coiled crimson dragon, ready to unsheath itself once more. Yet there was nothing to be found. Behind him, a figure emerged from the side. Lu Bang, well done. See you again when the chance arises. Yulin nodded in satisfaction, then approached the corpse of the white serpent and removed its gallbladder. As the countdown ended, his consciousness was engulfed in white light. Mission completed. Reward, Scarlet Dawn Sword Energy. Scarlet Dawn Sword Energy, a crimson streak cleaves the heavens, severing fate with one strike. Next mythological wandering countdown, 3 months. The legend is, Living Buddha Jigong. Mission, obtain the palm leaf fan in his hand. Reward, trait indestructible. Chapter 31 The Deal. You brat, what are you doing with that snake gallbladder? Where's the gallbladder? Dragon Master watched as Yulin removed his profound great armor set and casually set it aside, then curiously asked. Yulin casually explained. I can't just go to any historical point casually. Something has to be given in return. It's more like an exchange. Though the wording differs somewhat, that's essentially what it means. Dragon Master understood immediately, stretching out fully on his bed. Alright then. When's the next time? 3 months later. Yulin seemed to remember something, changing the subject. Dragon Master, could you help suppress my cultivation aura? For instance, compressing the current chi condensation perfection stage down to the mid-stage. Master Long raised his head. Why suppress it? Wouldn't exercising your full power be better? Don't tell me, you want to play the pig to eat the tiger and show off? No, Yulin shook his head, grinning as he said, I want to test out Miracle. I was approached by a dark force before. I wanted to see if any other forces would come knocking later, to experiment with Miracle. Old Long understood what he meant and nodded in agreement. Alright, you've got a sharp mind, kid. Once your old man Long recovers his full strength, forget walking sideways, you can walk backward, crawl, even be carried if you want, whatever way you please. Give me your hand. Alright, thank you, Lord Dragon. Yulin extended his hand. Lord Dragon opened his mouth and bit him lightly. A dragon-shaped rune appeared on his palm, then vanished into his flesh in the next instant. Though his cultivation aura instantly dropped from the peak of chi induction back to its earlier mid-stage chi induction, his actual cultivation level remained unchanged. It works quite well. Alright, Dragon Master pointed to the bookshelf nearby with his claw. buy more books tomorrow. These aren't enough to read. Yulin withdrew his hand and smiled, no need to buy. Use this instead, Dragon Master. He turned on the computer. This thing is called a computer, or a PC. I'll get a membership for the National Library and top up some funds. Then you can read whatever you want, for as long as you want. Okay? Is there such a thing? Move aside, let me give it a try. Dragon Lord immediately got up from the bed and, mimicking Yulin's actions, began maneuvering the mouse with his claws. Seeing how engrossed he was, Yulin picked up his clothes and headed toward the bathroom, planning to take a shower first. However, not long after entering the bathroom, there was a knock on the door. Kid you, what does this 91 foot mean? Why do so many people call themselves Mr. 91? I said I was Mr. 91 Dragon, but why do they keep asking me to lend them a word? Yulin twitched the corner of his mouth. Lord Dragon, ignore them, they're just joking around. Oh, I told them I came from ancient times, and they said they'd let me spend modern money. It's all in the spend without worry account. Just shake your head and open your mouth, and you can get it. There are still so many kind people around. Come out and take it. They even asked me to appraise antiques. What does Great Ming Yongzheng era mean? I remember the Great Ming dynasty didn't have an emperor by that name. Yulin shouted, Brother Long, ignore them. These guys are just pulling your leg. You'd better go read some books instead. That won't do. I'll just watch, it's amusing. You go ahead with your shower. Old Dragon seemed to have stepped away from the bathroom door. By the time Yulin finished showering and came out, it sat on the bed with an all-knowing demeanor, as if having seen through the ways of the world, and slowly spoke. Kid you. From now on, anyone who sends me or you pictures of some chubby, fragrant, soft little lowly in white socks, this Dragon Lord will beat them up one by one. Yulin fell silent. Look what they've made our Dragon Lord become, damn them all. After collecting himself, he finally spoke. You'll get used to it, Grandpa Dragon. Life moves fast these days, people are under a lot of pressure. It's totally normal to act crazy online. After all, nobody knows who anyone really is on the internet. Grandpa Dragon nodded. So that's why you call yourself Jianqing's #1 macho man? Yes. Alright then, buy me a computer and a phone too. Alright, placing the order now, going all out on your setup. Yulin nodded and immediately took out his phone to order the latest flagship smartphone and the highest spec computer currently available. Now I'm flush with cash, so I can afford to be impulsive. It'll be delivered the day after tomorrow, Yulin said with a glance at Long Yi. But as soon as he saw its paws flying across the keyboard, upon hearing Yulin's words, it replied without even turning its head. Got it. By the way, what's this Val thing? Why do people say you lose your mom when playing CS, but get her back in Val? Are people sharing one mother these days, or is someone just having way too many kids? Yulin didn't know how to explain, so he could only reply. Just search online, Dragon Lord, and you'll understand. Beep beep beep. Before Yulin could finish speaking, his phone rang. Looking down, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Zhang Yue. Oh, what's the matter? It's important. Are you free right now? Tell me what it is first. Alright, here's the thing. My dad's birthday is next month, and he's crazy about antiques and stuff. I want to get him an antique, but not something from an auction, he buys those himself. So I'm planning to hunt for treasures at the antique market, see if I can pick up something real. But I don't know how to appraise antiques either. Hey, I'm not asking you to appraise them. Aren't you the wielder of heavenly fortune? Just pick randomly when the time comes, I'll pay, get it? I only want one piece, the rest are all yours. I see, but I don't want antiques. 10 contribution points. Hiss. Zhang Yue on the other end of the phone drew in a sharp breath, as if those 10 contribution points pained him greatly. And indeed, that was exactly the case. Contribution points are far more valuable than money at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Money can't buy you things, but contribution points can be exchanged for them. Especially for those awakened with heavenly mandate, making money is merely a matter of minutes. Yet earning contribution points requires them to complete task after task just to gain a few. After some brief deliberation, Zhang Yue ultimately nodded in agreement. Alright, 10 it is. Dad's happiness counts more than anything. Give me 10 minutes, I'll come find you. Chapter 32, Heaven Sent Artifact? A sleek, pitch-black luxury car pulled up slowly at the entrance to the antique market, its smooth body lines gleaming with understated opulence in the sunlight. Holy shit, this car, it's fully loaded. A knowledgeable young man suddenly grabbed his companion's arm. Starts at least at 20 million. Remember last time we attended that wedding banquet? Yeah, the one where they rented luxury cars to show off, then crashed and ended up paying 2 million in damages? That's the one. Look here. The car door swung open, and a middle-aged man in casual business attire stepped out from the driver's seat. His hair was meticulously groomed, his expression steady, and his gaze sharp, clearly no ordinary individual. Passers-by turned their heads, murmuring among themselves about which VIP this might be. However, the middle-aged man did not head straight for the market. Instead, he circled to the rear car door, gave a slight bow, and respectfully pulled it open. "Young master, we've arrived." The next moment, a polished leather shoe stepped out, followed by a slightly plump but handsome young man emerging from the car. His hair was slicked back in a pompadour, and he wore a garishly patterned shirt with a seemingly casual yet priceless jade pendant hanging around his neck. After straightening his collar, he turned back to the car with a laugh. "Yulin, we're here. Feel free to wing it later." Before the words had even finished, the opposite car door clicked open. Yulin emerged at a leisurely pace, draped in an oversized white shirt with simple black shorts and flip-flops completing the look. His entire demeanor radiated drowsiness, as if he'd been dragged out shopping straight from bed. Stretching lazily under the sunlight, he ambled over to Zhang Yue's side. "Fine," he replied indolently, "just have your money ready." Zhang Yue chuckled with a smirk and patted Yulin's shoulder. "Don't worry, money won't be an issue. We might lack everything except money. Let's go." The two walked one after another toward the market, while the middle-aged driver silently followed behind, maintaining a perfectly measured distance. Bystanders all around watched in stunned bewilderment. What kind of pairing is this? A rich second-generation brat with a lucky charm trying to scoop up bargains? What do you know? That guy in flip-flops might be some hidden big shot. Isn't everyone into playing the wolf in sheep's clothing these days? TSK, the rich these days really know how to live it up. Yulin paid no heed to the surrounding chatter, hands in pockets, strolling leisurely behind Zhang Yue while his gaze had already begun scanning the marketplace. The voice of Old Dragon echoed in his ears. "Holy crap, with all these fakes flooding the market. These tripods labeled as Shangzhou Dynasty artifacts? At first glance they're all from last week. With craftsmanship this shoddy, they dare call these tripods?" Yulin kept his mouth shut, communicating with Old Dragon through telepathy. "So which ones do you think are genuine, Old Dragon? Surely not all of it can be fake?" Dragon Lord sighed helplessly. "From the moment you all entered until the very end of this street, everything is, What's wrong? That stall over there to the right front with the stones, go over. I think I sensed something good." "All right." Yulin immediately headed toward the stall it mentioned. Seeing this, Zhang Yue quickly stepped forward with the butler and asked, "Spotted something good?" Yulin nodded. Even without explicit prompting from Long Yi, an inexplicable premonition had drawn his gaze to a small object placed to the right of the stone. "This one?" "No, I meant that rock. If you buy it and crack the stone open, there's what you people call a sky-bestowed artifact inside. I can sense its aura." "Old Dragon, you've got this skill too? You really are my grandmaster." "Oh, just a little trick, nothing much. Stay humble, stay humble." Although Long Yi claimed to be keeping a low profile, Yulin could practically see its tail wagging sky-high if it manifested right now. If it's talking about this stone. So the small object Yulin noticed, a glazed white porcelain bowl about the size of a palm, was it genuine? At this moment, the vendor noticed him staring at the porcelain and immediately began his enthusiastic pitch. "Ah, young man, you've got excellent taste. This is genuine dingware. This is authentic Northern Song Dynasty Ding porcelain. Look at these tear-stain patterns, this ivory white glaze. I'll take it. Oh my, take a closer look. Who in this market doesn't know Old Lu only sells genuine, huh? I'll take it, and this one too." Yulin casually pointed to 6 antiques including the stone, then turned to Zhang Yue and said, "Pay up." "Alright, Uncle Li, just swipe the card." "Yes." Uncle Li pulled out a black card, and as the card reader displayed payment successful, 230,000 deducted. Even the usual haggling was skipped entirely. "Pack these up for us. How much for the packaging fee?" "Alright, what's there to say about packaging fees? It's on the house." Old Lu grinned from ear to ear as he deftly wrapped the package, saying, "In our line of work, the rule is, once sold, no refunds. Getting the real deal is your own skill, and if it's fake, don't blame me. Of course, just don't come looking for us when the time comes." Zhang Yue said meaningfully. "How could this be?" Old Lu finished packing the last item, then raised his hand to point ahead. "By the way, today Teacher Fan Haiba is offering free antique appraisals here, and they're running a special event. Out of 30 antiques, 29 are high-quality replicas, with only one genuine piece. If you can identify the real one, you can take it home after the prize draw later." Zhang Yue's eyes lit up. "Wow, really? But what if he denies it after we identify the real piece?" Lao Lu patted his chest in reassurance. "Don't worry about it. Teacher Fan has solid credibility. Besides, a folk kiln piece worth tens of thousands is nothing to someone at his level. Reputation matters more, there's no need to play dirty. Just go with confidence." Zhang Yue nodded. "Thanks, man." He looked around and asked, "By the way, do you have a trolley here? I'd like to rent one." Old Lu pointed to the side and said, "You can rent one at that treasure collection shop over there. It's a 200 yuan deposit." A moment later, Old Lu watched as Yulin and his 2 companions walked away pushing the trolley, sighing with emotion. They walked away with 7 antiques they loved, while all I got was a cold 200,000 in my bank account. I really envy them. His companion beside him couldn't help but snort with laughter upon hearing his words. Cut the crap. If you can actually sell this pile of junk you bought by weight from that bankrupt antique store, you'll already be making a massive profit. Tonight, let me treat the boys to some fun? Old Lou immediately waved his hand grandly, putting on a heroic air. No problem, no problem. Tonight's on me. After dinner, we'll go for a foot wash. Chapter 33 The Appraisal Expert. Within Beijing's Fifth Ring Road, at the insightful antique market. The crowd at the antique market was unusually large today. Not all were buyers, a significant portion had come seeking treasure appraisal services. Because antiques appraiser Fan Haiba set up a stall today. He brought 30 artifacts, claiming one among them was a genuine piece worth 30,000, while the other 29 were such high-quality replicas that even he, with years of experience, might mistake them for the real thing at a glance. He declared that whoever could spot the real treasure at first sight would get it for free, no charge. Now everyone has gathered around his stall, eagerly stuffing their answers into the wooden box. It's not yet time for the prize draw. Fan Haiba set up another table and chairs in front, claiming to offer free antique appraisals all afternoon. At this very moment. Never mind what's microwave safe, just look at this rubbing, this rust, this texture, feel it. This can't possibly be a modern craft piece. Don't you understand anything? Look through the magnifying glass. Facing the old man before him, whose face was flushed crimson like pig liver and spittle flew as he ranted, Fan Haiba maintained only a standardized smile. Listen to me, please just listen to me first. Alright then, let's hear what you have to say. This one's new. Ha, brand new. Bullshit. Undoubtedly brand new, not even a passable imitation. You're talking nonsense. What kind of expert are you? I won't show it to you anymore. The old man snatched the Dotsai chicken cup from Fan Haiba's hands, shoved it back into his box, and kept muttering curses under his breath. What do you know anyway? Mine is identical to the one in the Palace Museum, except theirs doesn't have a lid, and mine does. Something worth hundreds of millions, and you dare say it's not even a decent replica? You're blind as a bat. Fan Haiba remained calm and composed, but the young man in his early 20s beside him couldn't hold back anymore. He sprang to his feet. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Let me tell you. Hey, Xiao Wang, forget it. It's not easy for someone to spend 100 grand on a fake. They've got every right to be angry, just let them vent. Fan Haiba pressed Xiao Wang down, his tone seemingly gentle yet each word pierced like a needle, leaving the old man too furious to speak. All he could do was slink away in humiliation. The moment he left, someone immediately stepped forward. It was a middle-aged man with sultan pepper hair. He placed the bag he was carrying on the table and said with a smile, Teacher Fan, this item was passed down to me by my great-grandfather. He said it was Ru-kiln porcelain and even had it authenticated by teacher Lin Baiyun from the Jingdezhan Art Association. He confirmed it was genuine and even offered to help me auction it. What do you think, is it real? As he spoke, he pulled out a celadon porcelain bowl about the size of a palm. Fan Haiba took it and immediately broke into a chuckle. Damn! Though he could tell it was fake at first glance, he couldn't help bursting into laughter. The base mark read, made in the Yongle era of the Great Song Dynasty. Fan Haiba looked up. Let's not mention first that this isn't the base inscription of Ru-kiln porcelain from the Song Dynasty. Do you know when the Yongle era was? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. Teacher Fan, don't worry about these details right now. Look at these crab claw cracks, these fish scale fissures, and the fragrant kiln dust. They're exactly like the ones I saw at the museum. If you say this one of mine is fake, then the museum's is fake too. Although Fan Haiba was itching to call them idiots, years of self-discipline held him back. He simply said, let me explain it to you. No need for that. Just tell me if it's genuine. I won't hide it from you anymore. Today was specifically to test you. Back then, someone offered 30 million, and I still refuse to sell. It's new, completely new, undeniably new. And what's more, this is worse than even a low-grade counterfeit. How is that possible? You're talking nonsense. The middle-aged man instantly lost his temper and raised his hand to grab Fan Haiba by the collar, only to be blocked and shoved away by Xiao Wang standing nearby. What do you think you're doing, old man? Get lost. You wait. The middle-aged man, momentarily at a loss for words, wavered between throwing a punch and fearing retaliation from Xiao Wang. In the end, he simply grabbed his Ru-kiln porcelain and stormed off. Fan Haiba remained as composed as ever, gesturing for Xiao Wang to take a seat while speaking softly. Stay calm. Once you truly enter the world of antique appraisal and encounter more people like him, you'll get used to it. Nurture your temperament a bit. I brought you here today to let you experience this in advance. Yes, teacher is absolutely right. Xiao Wang immediately nodded in agreement. He had watched videos before and found them rather amusing, but today, facing these so-called national treasure enthusiasts head-on, he was already exerting all his effort to suppress his anger. There's just no helping it. Watching these folks who've learned just the surface, or not even that, jumping around in his professional field, how is it any different from watching them take a dump in his living room? After taking a deep breath, Xiao Wang shouted, "Next please step forward." This time it wasn't a young person who stepped forward, though they didn't look old either, taking a porcelain piece out from their bag. "Teacher Fan, could you take a look? I just bought it casually." At first glance of the porcelain, Fan Haibao was immediately intrigued. After examining it briefly, he smiled and said, "Not bad, it's genuine. The era dating back to the Xuanda period of the Ming dynasty is correct. Though quite excellent, it's not official kiln but folk kiln, you see, worth at least 20,000. How much did you pay for this?" The man laughed and said, "Oh dear. Not much, just 300 yuan, I was just having fun with it, my salary's barely enough. Spending too much sure does sting." Fan Haibao nodded and said, "Right, that's the proper attitude. In the antiques business." Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. He stopped mid-sentence. The timer set beside them suddenly rang out. He quickly finished his remaining words, then stood up with Xiao Wang and walked toward the stall displaying 30 antiquities. Fan Haibao approached the stall with the 30 antiquities, cleared his throat, and announced, "Everyone, the time has come to reveal the results. Please wait a moment, we'll examine them one by one right now." The crowd immediately grew restless, everyone stretching their necks and pushing forward. Xiao Wang brought over a wooden box and pulled out the slips of paper stuffed inside. Then they proceeded to examine them one by other alongside Fan Haibao. 30 to choose one, and the other 29 were all high-quality counterfeits. Unless it's an appraisal master of Fan Haibao's caliber coming over, otherwise, Fan Haibao looked at the note in his hand. First Wealth of Southern Province. Fan Haibao took out his phone and sent a message to the phone number left on it. "Congratulations, you've won a prize. Please claim it promptly." Chapter 34, Taking Action? Inside Baojian Antique Store. "Old Chen, take a look at my Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain for me. I'll take this to Fan Haibao later for a look. I really doubt it's fake." "Alright." Shop owner Qin Jianhua took the porcelain piece claimed to be Yuan Dynasty blue and white from his regular customer. With just one touch, he could already tell it was likely counterfeit. But the person before him was a long-standing patron, speaking too bluntly would. Yet calling it genuine wasn't an option either. What if the customer took it to Fan Haibao for appraisal later and mentioned Chen had authenticated it? Wouldn't that just earn me the label of a so-called expert? TSK, how should I put this? After some thought, Qin Jianhua pointed solemnly at the Yuan blue on white porcelain and spoke. "It looks genuine." Old Chen, are you sure? Don't get too excited yet. I can see some parts that look genuine, but others seem fake. You know how it is with appraisal, if there's even one fake element, the whole piece is fake. Only when everything's authentic can it be considered genuine. Quit beating around the bush then. Just tell me what's wrong with it. Look at this Somali blue glaze. It's rich in color alright, but something feels off to me. Though on the other hand, the rust spots diffuse naturally, like they've oxidized naturally over time. After briefly pointing out the issues he'd noticed, Qin Jianhua noticed the customer's expression darkening and quickly added, "Of course, this base clay is definitely from Makong soil, thick yet coarse in texture, with a beige cross-section and distinct flint red marks at the bottom. There's no mistaking it. It's very likely genuine, but my expertise falls short here. I'd suggest you show it to Teacher Fan for verification. Okay?" Hearing this, the customer's expression softened considerably, and he said with a smile, "Alright, I'll take it to show him now. If it's genuine, I'll give you a big red envelope. Alright, I'm off. Hey, take care." Qin Jianhua saw him out the door, curling his lips disdainfully. He hadn't told a single lie just now. The foundation was real, but the surface was fake. TSK, after all these years of playing around, I've no idea what I've been doing. Well, fine, just fine. The more, the merrier. Qin Jianhua muttered under his breath, shook his head, and turned to walk toward the counter. But before he could reach it, the sound of a door opening came from behind. "Hello, welcome." Qin Jianhua immediately halted his steps and turned around, his face blooming with an even brighter smile. "Oh, what can I get for you two young gentlemen? Everything here is top quality." The pudgy fellow who walked in was clearly well off. The pure ice-grade jade pendant on his chest had to be worth at least several million. Though the young man beside him dressed simply and looked like a penniless loser, the greatest truths are often the plainest. The simpler the appearance, the less one should underestimate him. Who knew what kind of family background he might have? This is the capital, after all. A random brick tossed here could knock over a dozen department heads. Qin Jianhua naturally became more enthusiastic. Zhang Yuwei smiled slightly at him. "We'll take a look first. Okay? Sure, take your time looking." Upon hearing this, Qin Jianhua tactfully walked behind the counter to wait, watching Zhang Yuwei and Yulin strolling around inside. Outside stood a man in a casual suit, resembling a butler. This only further confirmed that these two were no ordinary individuals. But, so what if they weren't ordinary? His antique shop guarantees that all items are authentic artworks, though not necessarily genuine antiquities. These were all meticulous reproductions he'd handpicked from various locations, the creme de la creme of replicas, one might say. Every single piece sold was pure profit. The corners of Chen Jianawa's lips curled upward in a faint smile. Thinking about giving these two a discount later, spinning some tales to see if I can cultivate them into long-term customers. What do youngsters know about antiques? You'll understand when you're old. Better take some losses now, boss. Zhang Yue's words snapped him out of his thoughts, making him hurry out from behind the counter with a smile. Hey, what's up? See something you like? Yes. Zhang Yue lifted his hand and pointed to the 3 antiques on the collection shelf. Seeing this, Chen Jianhua immediately stepped forward. These 3 items, right? Young man, you've got great taste. Forget about the other 2 for now. Just this Tang tricolored pottery, it's absolutely. No, not these 3 items. Everything else on this shelf. I'll take them all. You want them all? Ha? The whole lot? Yes. These are worth 1.13 million, young man. Are you sure? Swipe the card. Zhang Yue took out a black card. Seeing this, Chen Jianhua knew he was dead serious and clearly had the funds to back it up. This million might just be his monthly pocket money. So Chen Jianhua immediately brought over the card reader, thumping his chest. Since you're so generous, young man, I can't let people think less of me either. I'll round it down, just 100 from you. How about that? Zhang Yue had no objections. It made no difference to him anyway, so he immediately nodded and swiped his card. Boss, can you give us a receipt to avoid any disputes later? I see it clearly states here that all sales are final, right? Chen Jianhua was just about to say no returns or exchanges when Zhang Yue unexpectedly spoke up first. This suited Chen Jianhua perfectly, so he immediately nodded with a smile. Alright, just a moment. Let me pack these up for you while I'm at it, young man. You all keep looking around. A moment later. Take care now. If it feels good, come back next time. Chen Jianhua saw off the 3 visitors, watching Zhang Yue and Yulin walk away with the gleam of a man eyeing 2 fat sheep. If only business like this happened every day, that'd be the dream. Beep. Zhang Yue's phone buzzed with a notification. Looking down, he saw. Congratulations. You've won a prize. Please claim it promptly. He suddenly looked up and shouted toward Yulin, who was browsing at the stall. Yulin, we actually won. I knew you could do it. Yulin was fiddling with a tarnished copper coin and didn't even look up upon hearing the words. Go ahead and collect the award. I'll stay and look around a bit more. Oh, quit looking. Zhang Yue grabbed his arm. I was only planning to buy 1 item anyway, now this many is already enough. Come on, let's go together. Perfect timing to have that fan haiba or whatever authenticate all these things you bought. Okay? Alright then, let's go. Hearing this, Yulin put down the half-real, half-fake coin in his hand. He turned and walked with Zhang Yue toward where Fan Haibo was. Before even pushing through the crowd, they could hear from afar. What do you mean mine's fake at first glance while his is obviously genuine? Take a good look, mine is identical to his, and even better. If you dare today, please calm down and let me explain. While the shape may appear similar, upon closer inspection there are slight differences. The clay texture is overly dry, and the spout shape is incorrect. This is purely imaginary craftsmanship. What nonsense about imaginary craftsmanship? I won't let you examine it anymore, you clearly don't. You don't have to show me, but I'm telling you, this is completely new, unquestionably modern. Fuck you, I'll fucking kill you. The crowd instantly erupted, screams piercing the air. The enraged appraiser brandished a dagger, its cold gleam darting straight for Fan Haiba's heart. Go to hell! When the blade tip was mere inches from Fan Haiba, Yulin suddenly raised his foot with a swift kick. Snap! A slipper struck the dagger with precision, producing a crisp metallic clang. The blade was sent flying, carving several silver arcs through the air. Before anyone could react, Yulin swung his other foot in another swift motion. Whoosh! Thwack! The second slipper spun through the air like a throwing dart, hitting the attacker square in the face. With a pained io, the man toppled backward and crashed to the ground. Yulin leisurely walked forward, first bending down to pick up the dropped dagger before casually placing it on a nearby table. Then he crouched down, picked up his slipper from the man's face, and put it back on. The entire market fell instantly silent. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the young man in flip-flops. And there were 2 more people pushing carts, walking towards him. Talk properly if you have something to say, why pull a knife? If you don't want your treasure appraised, others still do. Exactly, only my brother you could handle this. Yours is clearly one of those counterfeit Temu specials, getting worked up just because we pointed it out. Uncle Lee, make the call. Let's send him in. Yes. Chapter 35, Devil's Training. By the time they finished dealing with the assailant, evening had already fallen. Yulin declined Fan Haiba's invitation, opting to take the stone back with him to examine what kind of divine artifact might be concealed within. As for treasure appraisal, that could be left to Zhang Yue, the person most directly involved. At this moment, dormitory, in the bathroom. Thud, thud. With 2 hammer strikes, Yulin split open the stone, revealing a rather ancient-looking ring inside. The ring was entirely dark black, inscribed with the ancient characters "A gentleman ceaselessly strives for self-improvement," the calligraphy vigorous and powerful. A gentleman ceaselessly strives for self-improvement? Yulin picked it up, tilting his head to ask Long Yi, does Long Yi know what abilities this heaven-bestowed artifact possesses? Long Yi swayed its head, how would I know? The only reason I can sense its presence is because I too was born from a heaven-bestowed artifact, we share the same origin. It pointed at the ring with its claw, put it on and try. In principle, you'll understand its function as soon as you wear it. Yulin saw that it didn't understand and nodded in agreement, slipping the ring onto the index finger of his left hand. The moment he put it on, he instantly felt an inexplicably profound power descend upon him, indescribable and ineffable. His intuition told him, the ability of this heaven-bestowed artifact was tied to the inscription carved on its surface, the superior man strengthens himself without ceasing. As for what ability this ring truly possesses, the mandate of heaven artifact. Yulin exited the bathroom and picked up the book documenting all currently known mandate of heaven artifacts, casually tossing the book into the air, its pages fluttered wildly mid-flight. When it landed, the pages fell open, revealing several lines of text within Yulin's field of vision. Second sequence 04 Celestial Authorization Authority, man can conquer nature. Ability trait, creates an opportunity to turn defeat into victory in absolute adversity. For example, when suppressed by the heaven-bestowed authority of sequence number 03, severing heaven and earth rendering one temporarily unable to use heaven-bestowed authorities and sealed away from cultivation, this authority can forcibly resist, restoring one's original power. Note, each use of this divine scepter consumes 10 years of lifespan. Please use it prudently and wield the authority with discretion. Ability is precious, but life is priceless. Since I've already reached such an absolute disadvantage, why should I care about my life? Let's just fucking do it. Yulin mumbled to himself, though he still deeply admired this human defies heaven ability. The power of heavenly endowed artifacts is roughly 5% to 10% weaker than that of complete heavenly endowed authorities. Yet the cost remains identical whether it's a heavenly endowed authority demanding 10 years of your lifespan, or a heavenly endowed artifact, it still takes 10 years. Even the celestial bestowed artifacts obtained through first sequence infusion come with a price for their use. After all, these are heaven-defying objects that allow ordinary people to wield celestial authority. As for the imitation celestial bestowed artifact, the spatial ring, that Suchu gave Yulin for self-preservation, it was crafted by substituting falsehood for truth using second sequence celestial authority. At best, it could muster half the original power, but the higher the level of imitated celestial authority, the weaker this power becomes. Moreover, the imitation artifacts would typically shatter and break after just 1 or 2 uses. The only advantage was that using them came at no cost. If purchased with contribution points, that spatial ring would be worth 10 contribution points. Do you know what abilities it possesses? What's your card number and password? I want to add some money. Dragon Lord flew over and landed in front of the computer. Yulin raised an eyebrow. What are you buying, Dragon Lord? Oh, nothing much. Just met some kids who want to play games with me. I'm adding money to buy skins and stuff. I see. Okay then. Yulin hadn't expected Dragon Lord to embrace the internet so quickly, showing signs of evolving into an internet-addicted ancient dragon. But it didn't really matter, as long as Dragon Lord was happy. Yulin took out his supplementary SIM card and handed it to Dragon Lord. There's 5 million in here, password, Dragon Lord, spend it as you please. If it's not enough, just let me know. I'll meditate for a while. Got it. Dragon Lord coiled the bank card with his tail, then immediately turned on the computer, eagerly logging into his gaming account. Perhaps afraid of disturbing Yulin's meditation, instead of tapping the keyboard with both paws like before, he manipulated it with his mind. Yulin glanced at the game it was playing, damn League of Legends. Its speed was unbelievably fast, killing enemies while trash-talking them. This was bullying at its finest. Teammates showered it with praise, making Dragon Lord wag its tail non-stop, clearly overjoyed. Yulin shook his head and decided to leave it be. Sitting cross-legged in the bedroom, he silently recited the incantations from Qi Refinement, from beginner to burial, and began his meditation practice. Having grown accustomed to the overwhelmingly abundant Qi from Liu Bang's era, suddenly returning to modern times felt genuinely uncomfortable. What could have been a breakthrough in just a few days might now take until next month without relying on elixirs and medicinal aids for cultivation. Fortunately, while others feared drug resistance and pill toxicity, he had no such concerns. Popping pills to save time was simply the way to go. Yulin cast aside distracting thoughts, his breathing gradually settling into rhythm. Outside, Dragon Lord dominated the battlefield, spending a single night defeating masters from all factions, spreading his ID China's #1 dragon throughout the entire League of Legends gaming community. Both it and Yulin had bright futures ahead. The next day, inside the classroom. How was your holiday rest these past 2 days? Chunhaoshi looked at Yulin and the other 3. Though he wore a smile, Yulin couldn't shake the feeling it was somewhat malicious. Bai Xiaoxia raised her hand. Not enough at all. I suggest we get 2 more days. Really? True. Alright then, I'll give you 2 more days off. Really? Just kidding. Starting today, Bai Xiaoxia has to train an extra hour every day before leaving. What? No way. Teacher, I keep complaining and I'll make it 2 hours. Chen Haoxi watched as Bai Xiaoxia hurriedly covered her mouth with a look of fear, and only then nodded in satisfaction. Quick enough to shut your mouth. All done. He clapped his hands and raised his voice slightly. I have some news to share with you. On the 17th of next month, the United States will be sending a squad of newcomers, just like you all recently assembled. They claim it's for a friendly exchange with us. It's tradition. The winning team gets the rewards pooled from both our sides. Though past matches have been evenly split almost 50-50, I expect your generation, the most talented in a decade, to win at all costs. So, he turned to the blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote 4 large characters. Devil's Training. Throw away the chalk. Chen Haoxi grinned. For this next month and a half, I'll dedicate all my energy, and the Bureau will provide you with full access to all facilities, invite experts, and increase resource allocations. How much you improve depends entirely on your own abilities. Chapter 36, Ningya's Request. After finishing today's cultivation lecture, Chen Haoxi beckoned to Yulin. Yulin, come up here. Oh. Yulin stepped forward until he stood before him. Teacher, what do you need me to do? Nothing special. Show me Extreme one more time. Don't tell me you can only use it once. All right. Yulin immediately recalled that day's sensation. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. The next moment, the aura around him abruptly transformed. Every ounce of his chi surged instantaneously, muscles activating throughout his body as a savage energy raged unchecked. To Qin Zhao and the other two, he now felt like nothing short of a terrifying beast. This was still him restraining his power at the mid-stage of chi induction. All right. Chen Haoxi patted his arm, signaling him to exit the peak state, then said, as you've seen, when he activates peak state, though he can use it, he hasn't fully mastered control, resulting in chi leakage. A truly perfect execution means making your opponent unaware you've activated peak state, only able to judge from your sudden power boost. Moreover, since all chi is utilized flawlessly, it can prolong the peak state's duration. Of course, all that is for later. Your main goal now is to master perfection. Everyone, come up. Yes. Qin Zhao and the other two immediately stepped forward. Teacher, what should we do? Hold out your hands. Chen Haoxi pressed their outstretched palms against Yulin's body. Yulin, do it one more time. You three, touch him thoroughly and feel exactly how he mobilizes his muscles and chi dot. Later I'll guide each of you separately, then we'll head to the training ground to practice. Aim to master everything within a month. Understood? The three of them, Qin Zhao and the others, nodded. Got it. Good. Chen Haoxi turned to Yulin. Let's begin. Alright, but let me make this clear first, no touching stuff randomly. We're all friends here. What's the harm in a little touch? Exactly. I'm not even embarrassed. Why should you be? Stop the chatter and hurry up. If it bothers you that much, I'll let you touch me back later. Yulin, when fellow disciples train together, medicinal baths are often involved. We're all unclothed then. There's no need for shyness. Yulin had no choice but to enter his ultimate state once again. Hey, Bai Xiaoxia, move your hand up a bit more. Qin Zhao, you can't touch that. We're not close enough for this yet. Zhou Yi, you're the only one following the rules. I swear, I can't believe I trusted you guys. A moment later, Yulin's internal energy was completely exhausted as he sat on the ground, panting heavily. Well done, here's your reward. Chen Haoxi stepped forward and handed over a recovery potion. Thank you, teacher. Yulin drained it in one gulp, paused to steady himself, then asked, don't tell me we'll have to keep this up for the next month? Of course. Chen Haoxi nodded with a smile. This isn't just for their sake, but for yours as well. Every time you completely exhaust your chi and then recover, your body gradually adapts to this process. Eventually, it won't just allow you to master perfection in using extreme techniques, your body will also develop the ability to automatically absorb the chi from the world around you to replenish itself once your reserves are depleted. Otherwise, how do you think those masters can fight for so long? If you learn to recover while fighting while others can't, they're destined to lose to you. Feel it deeply. With your talent, I believe you can achieve this within half a year at most. He patted Yulin's shoulder, his words brimming with high regard. Yes, I will. Yulin nodded without uttering any discouraging words. Good. Rest for a while, then I'll take them to experience more. Chen Haoxi turned and walked towards Qin Zhao and the other two. Come over here, you three. Ding. Yulin's phone pinged with a new message. He pulled it out and saw it was from Ningya. Opening WeChat, he tapped on the chat. The first thing that greeted him was a clear overhead shot of snow-white cleavage, followed by a message. What are you up to, little Yulin? Yulin scratched his head, unsure what mischief she was up to this time, and replied, wouldn't you know what I'm doing? Ningya, can't I just chat with you to pass the time? Sis is coming to Kyoto this weekend. Are you free? I'll show you around for a couple days. Let me show you what a life of extravagance really means. Yulin, thanks for the invite, currently at the Civil Affairs Bureau, dedicated to serving the people and eradicating all forms of corruption. Your ideological awareness isn't high enough, perhaps we shouldn't stay in contact. Let's delete each other. On the other end of the phone, Ningya pursed her lips and then bit her lower lip, unable to figure out whether Yulin was genuinely clueless or if he was gay. Otherwise, how could a stunning beauty like her take the initiative like this and still fail to make him react? It was downright embarrassing. Smack, smack. Fingers tapped on the screen. Alright, no more joking with you. Are you guys going to take on America in a month and a half? If there's someone named Elish in your team, give her a good beating for me, and I'll reward you later. Ha? Yulin raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, do you have a grudge against her? Ningya, just about. Last week, she brought a bunch of people to gang up on one of my younger cousins. Typical school bullying crap. If she hadn't been whisked away early by the US government, heck. Anyway, that's the situation. Don't tell me, you can't handle it? Yulin thought about it and figured it wouldn't be much trouble, so he agreed. Alright, I'll beat her into a pulp when the time comes. Is there anything else? If not, that's all for now, I still have class. Ningya, alright then, I won't disturb your class anymore, little brother. If you think your teacher isn't doing a good job, you can come find me. I'll tutor you. Bye. Yulin always felt there was something off about her words, but Chen Haoshi waved him over, so he stopped dwelling on it. Teacher, what should we practice now? Head to the training grounds and work on your footwork. Chapter 37, Dual Authorities? The training time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived and the class ended. Xinjiao lifted the hem of her shirt to wipe the sweat from her forehead, exposing her well-defined abs to the world. Her once stylish wolf-cut hair had been shaved into a crew cut, but it didn't diminish her looks at all. In fact, it made her look even more dashing. Putting down the clothes, she turned her head towards Yulin, who appeared completely unbothered nearby. Yulin, why are you so relaxed? How did you do it? Could you teach me? Why so relaxed? Of course, it's because he's already at the peak of chi induction, while you're still at the mid-stage. But Yulin naturally kept these thoughts to himself and instead smiled, saying, where? Look at how sweaty I am, I'm exhausted too, alright? Xin Zhao looked suspicious, but you're not even out of breath. Look at Bai Xiaoxia, panting like a dog. Hey, I'm not deaf. On the side, Bai Xiaoxia, who was sprawled on the ground with her tongue out panting, hurriedly got up and raised a hand in protest. However, Xin Zhao ignored her and just locked eyes with Yulin, as if trying to discern something. Do you really want to know? I do. Please teach me. I'll do anything. Good. Come here, I'll tell you. What? Do 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every single day. What? That's it? That's right. This is it. This is how I get stronger. You think I haven't watched One Punch Man? You've seen it too, huh? Couldn't fool you. Yulin chuckled awkwardly before instantly turning serious. Actually, I don't have any special method. It's just hard work, and then more hard work. Push yourself to the limit without harming your body's foundation, just like the teacher said earlier. Completely deplete your chi to train your body to actively absorb it. You can give it a try, but I can't guarantee it'll work for you. After all, what suits me might not suit you. Is that so? Xin Zhao's eyes showed contemplation, as if genuinely considering the method of getting stronger that he had mentioned. Alright, I got it. If it works, I'll treat you to a meal. Thank you. No need to thank me. Yulin waved his hand. After all, he had just casually mentioned it based on Chen Haoshi's content. It might be useful, but he didn't know for sure now. Can't very well call him a cheater, can we? Even for Dragon Lord who acknowledged him as master, he merely disclosed some information. At this moment, thud, thud, a series of footsteps approached, drawing the collective gaze of Yulin and his three companions. A team of 5 people walked in. They were all wearing the standardized Civil Affairs Bureau uniforms, not the regular office attire, but specially designed training uniforms developed by the Bureau. Leading them was a woman in her mid-20s with a high ponytail. While not conventionally beautiful, she had striking, spirited features, and carried herself with an undeniable air of leadership. She must be their captain. Behind the 4 were 3 men and 1 woman. One was a tough-looking man with well-defined muscles, appearing somewhat clumsy, yet his right hand displayed remarkable dexterity as he twirled a butterfly knife. The other 2 men were twins, one with long hair and white clothes, the other short-haired in black attire. Apart from that, they were nearly indistinguishable. The last was a young woman with delicate features, not particularly tall but full of energy. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she chattered animatedly about something. After exchanging glances with Yulin and the others, they walked straight ahead until they all entered a gravity training room together. As the door closed, they disappeared from Yulin and the others' sight. Who are they? Bai Xiaoxia scratched her head, deeply curious. Yulin and Xin Zhao were unaware, but Zhou Yi, who was sitting cross-legged nearby in quiet meditation, suddenly spoke up. They're from Squad 2 of the 9th group. Their captain is Bai Ying, quite formidable. Third sequence, Authority Number 02 Frozen Prison, controls temperatures within a 10-meter radius, can instantly drop temperatures to minus 70 degrees Celsius. The range and minimum temperatures can be further enhanced as her abilities grow stronger. She's also a cultivation prodigy herself, already at the late-stage indestructible realm. Considered one of the top talents among Civil Affairs Bureau's younger generation, you don't get to be captain without that kind of strength. As for the others, I only know about the captains of each squad, so I'm not sure. You can search for them on our Civil Affairs Bureau's internal network when you get back. After hearing his explanation, Yulin and the others finally understood. They had previously only known that the Civil Affairs Bureau had 9 teams in total, except for the special teams 1 to 3, which each consisted of a single squad. Teams 4 to 9 were all composed of at least 2 squads each. Team 9, which was established 10 years ago, even had 7 squads. Team rankings within the group are not based on establishment order but solely on strength. The stronger the team, the higher its ranking and the more in-game resource support it receives. The evaluation criteria consider strength as one factor, along with completing missions of a certain difficulty level. Alternatively, if an entire squad is wiped out, the next team in line automatically replaces them. This is the worst-case scenario the Civil Affairs Bureau hopes to avoid. Suddenly, Xin Zhao stood up. Everyone, I asked earlier, to form the 10th group, we all need to reach the bulwark level within a year and complete one Earth-level mission together. Let's all work hard. If you need any medicinal resources or materials, just tell me. The resources available to each core team far surpass what regular squads can access. Full of energy and high spirits. Not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm, the 3 of them, Yulin and others, nodded in agreement. Alright, I support your idea. Sister Qin, could you treat me to a few spiritual meals sometime? If I really become part of the 10th team, I can make my master proud when I go back. Seeing their enthusiasm, Xin Zhao smiled and said, then let's work hard together. I'm going to practice more, see you tomorrow. She turned and walked toward a single-person training room. I'm planning to give Yulin's extreme training method a try. Yulin, on the other hand, was thinking about his Qishao sword Qi. He still didn't know what exactly it was good for or how powerful it might be. So he got up and went to a specialized testing room designed for evaluating weapon power and artifact forging techniques. Since all facilities were currently open to them, entry was free. Normally though, after using up the monthly free time allowance, it would cost 10,000 per hour. But the free time allowance is sufficient enough, unless one intends to spend the entire day immersed in it. The testing room spans approximately 150 square meters, with minimalist decor, just a touch control device inside. Yulin walked forward and looked down. The touch control device offers options to select different test levels. From Qi Introduction to Harmony with Truth levels are all present, though the higher 5 Qi and Grand Void aren't included here. Perhaps because they're too expensive? Or maybe the current technology can't produce them yet? Never mind. Yulin started directly from body refining. Press confirm. Instantly, a metal alloy stake jutted out from the ground ahead. Yulin raised his hand, fingers aligned like a sword. The Qi within him circulated, and a piercing aura condensed at his fingertips. The next moment, with a sweeping motion, a crimson sword beam burst forth from his fingertips, tracing a dazzling arc through the air. Swish! The sword Qi struck the alloy pillar at the Qi attracting level, slicing through it as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, cleaving the entire pillar in two. The cut surface was smooth as a mirror, even reflecting Yulin's slightly surprised face. Such power. Yulin gazed at his fingers, a flicker of delight flashing through his eyes. Not bad at all. He pressed the indestructible level test without hesitation. New alloy pillars rose from the ground, their material noticeably denser and heavier, their surfaces gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Not the slightest hesitation. Yet another crimson sword energy sliced through the air. This time, the moment the sword energy struck the alloy pillar, Yulin clearly felt a trace of resistance. But in just an instant, the sword energy sliced through the pillar with unstoppable force. Bang! The severed alloy pillar crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Yulin slightly frowned. Though it can be cut, the energy consumption is noticeably higher. After briefly regulating his breathing, he opted to attempt the concentration level test instead. The entire alloy stake was pitch black this time, its surface covered in intricate patterns that clearly indicated it was extraordinary. The third sword Qi whistled through the air. Yet this time, the sword Qi only left a faint white mark on the stake's surface before dissipating into nothingness. At the same moment, Yulin felt the Qi within his body being drained by more than half in an instant, followed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. It seems with my Qi gathering perfection cultivation. Yulin took a deep breath, lost in thought. I can use it at most 3 times, enough to instantly kill adversaries 2 realms above me, though it poses little threat to soul condensation experts. He stared at the white streak. But once I break through to body refinement realm, it should become far more potent? And what's this about severing heavenly destinies in the description? Can it truly cut through others' innate fate? No matter, I'll test it properly when the time comes. At this thought, Yulin pressed the cleanup button. After the severed pillar was properly disposed of, he turned and walked out of the testing chamber. Yet he left with such startling ease. Chen Tian, who was inspecting the monitoring room today, suddenly sprang up from her chair. Grabbing her tablet, she hurriedly turned and strode toward the deputy director's office. Without bothering to knock, she pushed the door open and shouted at Zhang Jiangping, who was handling official matters. "Captain, double divinity." "Ha, what double authority?" Zhang Jiangping frowned. Chen Tian stepped forward and handed over the tablet in his hand. "You'll understand when you see it, Captain." "Oh," Zhang Jiangping took it over and glanced at it, his face immediately lighting up with joy. "Yulin? Wonderful, wonderful. Who would have thought that Great Xia's legendary dual authority, unseen for decades, would finally fall into my hands, Zhang Jiangping's hands. Now with dual authority in my grasp, let me see how those Americans plan to win this. What exactly do they have to fight us with?" Chapter 38, Breaking Through with Pills. Inside the dormitory. "Master Long, you've been playing for a full day and night now. Still at it?" Returning to the dorm, Yulin saw Master Long still battling away at his computer and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Thankfully, whenever Master Long didn't want to be seen, others wouldn't notice him. Otherwise, walking in to find a dragon clattering away at a keyboard would surely give anyone a fright. You never know whether your teammate is human, a dragon, or something else entirely. Dragon Lord paused his movements upon hearing the voice and turned to ask, "Is this RNG team really that strong? They messaged me today asking me to try out. And they mentioned someone called Faker, supposedly really skilled, but honestly just average. I could casually take him down in a solo fight. I'm just casually good at games. How could I compare to a divine artifact like you, Master Long?" Yulin replied offhandedly after hearing this. He muttered to himself, "You guys are just unlucky to run into Master Long with his god mode hacks. Alright, I'm bored with this one. Hand me your ID card, I want to try that CS or Valorant or whatever they're talking about." Master Long seemed to have finished his current match. As the Nexus exploded, the screen froze on the Challenger tier page. Yulin was taking off his sweat-soaked clothes as he spoke. "It's right there in the drawer. Didn't you say you wanted to regain your strength, Dragon Lord? Don't you need to find some treasures or something? Or are you telling me you can recover just by playing games?" Dragon Lord waved his paw. "Oh, just let me play for a couple of days. You..." Before he could finish speaking, a knock came from outside the door. The next moment, it charged straight toward Yulin, disappearing into the cauldron mark on his chest. "They're here." Yulin quickly buttoned his shirt and walked to the door to open it. At first glance, this utterly astonished him. "Director Zhang, Sister Chen, what brings you here today?" "Of course," Zhang Jiangping replied, leading Chen Tian inside. After taking their seats, he began. "Yulin, we just reviewed the testing room footage and saw you execute Crimson Sword Chi 3 times, slicing through both refinement and indestructible grade alloy poles. Remarkably, you even left a faint mark on the concentration grade pole. We want to know, when did you first realize you had this ability? Or would you say it's a spell you accidentally learned?" Yulin wasn't surprised. When he entered the testing room, he had already guessed they would find out through the surveillance. How long could he keep hiding it? Better to claim it as a heavenly granted power. So he spoke directly. "The moment I succeeded in drawing Qi, I felt something different. By the time I reached the mid-stage of Qi induction, this sensation grew even more intense. That's why I went to the testing room to check. Is there something wrong?" "Nothing wrong? You've done exceptionally well." Zhang Jiangping burst into laughter, patting his shoulder with visible admiration in his eyes. "Your condition represents a 1 in 10 billion probability you've awakened another authority. And it's an entirely new form of authority. Because among all currently known authorities, none match the description of your ability. The closest would be the Sword Heart from the second sequence, which can control all bladed weapons and make them emit sword energy. Though they can control more in number, the power of each strike doesn't compare to your single concentrated attack." "Excellent, truly excellent." After another round of praise, his expression suddenly darkened as he solemnly said, "So, we want to entrust you with the naming rights of this authority. What would you like to call it?" Yulin pretended to ponder for a moment before speaking. "Qi Xiao. How about Red Dawn Sword Energy?" "Red Dawn Sword Energy," Zhang Jiangping repeated, applauding warmly. "Excellent. Simple yet profound, borrowing the legendary name of Emperor Gaozu's serpent-slaying sword, perfectly fitting and brilliant. Truly worthy of a prodigy who could still score 600 points under such circumstances. That settles it, we'll call it that." He stood up from his seat. "Yulin, if you can lead them to crush the United States, I promise you, I'll equip you with a set of Earth-grade gear and a single Heaven-grade weapon. This is my personal contribution. Work hard. I see in you the potential to become the leader of the 10th group, or even the future director of the Civil Affairs Bureau. We won't disturb your rest any longer. If you need anything, just let old Chen know." With that, he left with Chen Tian, heading toward the door. "Director Zhang, Sister Chen, take care." Yulin saw them out and closed the door. Only then did Master Long emerge from the cauldron patterns, clicking his tongue in admiration. Your director Zhang here has quite decent strength. He could serve as one of old Yu's top lieutenants. But what puzzles me is why there's so much less qi in your era. Sufu merely paved the way for cultivation practice. But the qi between heaven and earth has always existed. It can regenerate on its own. Even if you absorb it, there shouldn't be so much less of it. Yu Lin shrugged. How would I know? Maybe there's some guy who, upon reaching a certain level in his own cultivation, feared others would catch up to him or reach the same stage. Has all the qi been gathered and stored in one place? We'll talk about it later. Your theory isn't impossible either. Elder Long nodded, seeming to recall some ancient memory as he gritted his teeth. That old bastard you encountered back then was downright treacherous. After collecting toxins for 10 years, I refined them into venomous fangs and hid in the water waiting to ambush him. Ah, never mind, human emperors aren't so easily killed. It flicked its tail and flew back to the computer. Why hasn't my computer arrived yet? Almost there, I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Alright. Yulin saw it had sunk back into the online world, so she got up and walked toward the bathroom. After her shower, she began her cultivation practice. She tossed a few cultivation pills into her mouth and downed them with a gulp of liquid medicine. If others consumed them like this, they developed drug toxicity and resistance. But sorry to say, Yulin had miracles on his side. Even late-stage cancer could heal on its own. Eat till it kills, or die trying. The moment he ceased cultivation, his cultivation base broke through the Qi Attraction Perfection realm, leaping straight into refinement form. Chapter 39 Mission, Hunt Down. 10 days later. I've seen the results of your training these past days. Though we spent 3 months worth of resources in just 10 days, it was well worth it. The results are good, very good indeed. Chen Haoshi stood before Yulin and the others, a smile on his face. Zhou Yi has progressed from Qi guiding perfection to physical refinement, while Yulin and Xin Zhao, you two are at Qi guiding perfection. Even Bai Xiaoxia, that lazy dog, has reached the late Qi guiding stage. I can see in you all the same potential chief and others had in their early days. Keep up the good work. His voice faded. Clap clap clap. Bai Xiaoxia clapped loudly and exclaimed, Great. Alright, stop. Chen Haoshi signaled him to cease, cleared his throat softly, and continued. Today we won't focus on cultivation or basic training. Let's get into real combat. No matter how impressive your data looks or how well you perform, nothing compares to delivering an S-class combat evaluation. So, how should you approach real combat? He picked up the tablet in his hand, tapped a few times, and then displayed the screen to the 4 members of Yulin's team. In Nanyun City, there is a fugitive with a Class Yellow wanted level. 3 days ago, he murdered his own master and raped and killed his senior sister. This is his photo and basic information. You have 2 days to bring him back. Within 2 days, alive S rank, dead A rank. After 2 days, regardless of whether alive or dead, it's a B rank. Each additional day lowers the evaluation by 1 grade, down to the lowest F rank. Absolutely. His tone shifted as he solemnly added, Put your safety above all else. You can afford a poor evaluation, but come back alive. I don't want any of you returning missing arms or legs either. Team 2's leaders who only got an F rank back then, one failure doesn't define anything. Got it? Any more questions? Yes. Yulin raised his hand to ask. As long as it's alive, that's enough, right? Chen Haoshi grinned, of course. As long as they're alive. Yulin withdrew his hand and nodded. Good, then I have no more questions. Xin Zhao and the other 2 also chimed in. We agree. Very well, then. Chen Haoshi pulled 4 plane tickets from his pocket and slapped them onto the table with a crisp snap. The flight leaves at 2:30 this afternoon. Ready, set, go. Cloud Haven City, evening, airport. The glass doors slid open automatically as Yulin and his 3 companions filed out one by one, immediately drawing curious glances from onlookers. Leading the group, Yulin wore casual clothes derived from his black rank morphing suit, a black t-shirt paired with jeans, completing the look with canvas boots. He casually kept one hand in his pocket while lazily spinning his phone with the other, his eyes idly scanning the surroundings. Half a step behind him, Xin Zhao sported a cropped buzz cut. Dressed only in a snug tank top due to the sweltering heat, he held a notebook in hand, scribbling something down. The fair-skinned Bai Xiaoxia had a lollipop dangling from his lips, his backpack adorned with a jingling array of cartoon keychains that chimed with every step. Completely absorbed in fiddling with his phone, he occasionally let out a silly hee-hee giggle, as if engrossed in a conversation with someone. The most eye-catching was Zhou Yi, because his Taoist robe stood out conspicuously in the crowd, and his every move vividly resembled a Taoist priest straight out of a period drama set. Is this a film shoot? Must be cosplay? Look at that backpack covered in charms, definitely an otaku. You don't get it, do you? That Taoist priest is from the Chuanjian sect, just look at how he... Wow, that short-haired girl is absolutely stunning. Whispers from passers-by kept flowing in. Several daring girls pushed each other playfully until one finally mustered the courage to stop them. Could I add you on WeChat? A girl with pink hair gave a friendly smile and handed her phone to Yulin. Yulin shook his head with a faint smile. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. He pointed at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao, knowing he was using her as a shield, briefly nodded without looking up and made a soft sound of acknowledgement. Alright, sorry to bother you. The pink-haired girl looked quite disappointed, but she took out a phone from her pocket and handed it to Bai Xiaoxia. How about this young man here? Me? That's right. Sorry, Bai Xiaoxia glanced around, then directly pulled Zhou Yi forward from behind her, wearing a shy expression. You know what I mean. Alright, sorry to bother you. I wish you both happiness. Bye. Zhou Yi pursed his lips. Only after the pink-haired girl left did he push Bai Xiaoxia's head away from his shoulder. No next time. Fine, no next time then. If Yulin hadn't been quick with his hands, I would have chosen those two. Bai Xiaoxia pouted, her fingers already tapping on the screen again. Before long, the taxi they hailed pulled up right in front of them. What's the last 4 digits of your phone number? 1024. Alright, please fasten your seatbelts. After saying this, the driver put on his headphones, showing no intention of chatting with Yulin and the others. Silence filled the car, as the vehicle moved from the city center to the outskirts. Outside the window, the scenery gradually transformed from modern high-rises to old residential areas, finally stopping before a 6-story tube-shaped apartment building, its mottled exterior wall covered in ivy. The navigation voice prompt sounded. Hello, you have arrived at your destination, Dongxin Road, Luman residential area. Please, we're here. Take care, he said. Okay, thank you. After Yulin paid the fare, the 4 of them stood in front of the building, sizing it up. The peeling exterior walls were crowded with densely packed AC outdoor units, while clotheslines stretched from one end to the other, still holding a few forgotten garments. Unit 3, Room 502. Qin Zhao verified the address, the last place the target was seen. I'll take point with Yulin in a moment, you two guard the stairwell exit at the back. Sound good? Got it. Yulin and the other 2 nodded in agreement. The 4 slipped into the corridor without a sound, footsteps utterly inaudible. The air was thick with the damp smell of mold, mixed with an indescribable fishy stench. Before they could reach the door of room 502, Qin Zhao suddenly stopped in her tracks, her brow furrowing tightly. She turned her head to glance at Yulin, and as their eyes met, he had already traced 2 characters on her palm, blood. Qin Zhao's gaze sharpened instantly, and she nodded silently before motioning to proceed forward. Approaching the door, Qin Zhao raised his hand and knocked. Hello, community water meter inspection. No one answered. Only the stench of blood seeping through the door crack grew increasingly pungent, nearly nauseating. At that moment, Long Ye's voice sounded in Yulin's ear. Kid, there's no one inside, just a corpse, probably died this morning. Yulin's eyes darkened. After exchanging a glance with Qin Zhao, he abruptly raised his foot. Bang! The lock snapped shut, and the door slammed violently against the wall. The sight that greeted them froze both in their tracks. Blood splattered across the living room like a scene from hell. Beneath the ceiling fan hung a slender figure, flesh torn open all over, blood dripping from the toes and pooling into a dark crimson puddle on the floor. The most glaring sight was the blood-stained words scrawled across the wall. You're too late, you bunch of useless trash. These 2 kids' mother died because of you. Ha 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 ha. Yulin frowned and muttered under his breath. The death occurred no more than 3 hours ago. Seems someone tipped him off while we were on the plane. Damn it! Qin Zhao growled, her voice brimming with fury. She rushed forward, freed the hanging woman, and upon confirming her death, the wrath on her face intensified. I swear, I'll smash every single bone in that bastard's body. Her furious growl immediately drew Bai Xiaoxia and Joey rushing to her side. The sight before their eyes froze them in place. Bai Xiaoxia uncharacteristically remained silent, crunching her lollipop between her teeth until only the stick remained. Fuck this shit. The usually composed Joey cursed under his breath, his eyes brimming with murderous rage as he glared at the barely recognizable corpse. Run? Who said you could run? Wait a moment, I'm calculating now. He withdrew 3 ancient copper coins from his sleeve and stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Divination authority activated. In an instant, a 2-meter diameter Taiji Bagua diagram materialized beneath his feet, the yin-yang fish slowly rotating as it emitted a faint white glow. Divination. With a low chant, the copper coins were tossed high, tracing 3 arcs through the air. The moment the coins struck the ground, they emitted a crisp, resonant hum. Not until they had come to a complete stillness. Joey wiped the blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth and abruptly raised his head, enunciating each word deliberately. 10 kilometers to the southeast. Chapter 40, just taking you back. The night was as dark as ink. In the suburbs of Nanyun City, inside an abandoned factory, a few sickly beams of moonlight filtered through the broken windows, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. Rusted metal frames slanted precariously, barely supporting the crumbling ceiling, while moldy wooden crates and broken machine parts piled up in the corners. In the distance, the intermittent chirping of unnamed insects only accentuated the lifeless silence. In the old office on the second floor of the factory, a man sat on a faded leather sofa. His appearance was utterly unremarkable, the kind that would disappear into any crowd. Short hair, square jaw, yellowish skin, and utterly forgettable facial features. Yet his physique was unusually muscular, the contours of his muscles faintly visible beneath a thin t-shirt, creating a stark contrast with his ordinary face. At this moment, he held a bowl of instant noodles in his hands, slurping noisily. Steam rose in swirls, blurring his face. Suddenly, bang! He violently flung the noodles against the wall. Soup splattered everywhere, noodles clinging stickily to the grimy walls before slowly sliding down. Fuck, he bellowed, kicking over the wooden table in front of him. The table crashed to the ground with a deafening thud that made the floorboards tremble. What's the big deal? So I killed a few people? Was it really worth chasing me this hard? He ground his teeth until veins bulged at his temples, his fists clenched tight enough to crack his knuckles. Just wait till I'm out of the country, let's see how you bastards chase me then. Huang Yu, a disciple of Chendingshin, a master of the five elements fist registered with the Civil Affairs Bureau, had not awakened any divine mandate, but possessed decent cultivation talent. Within 5 years of entering the sect, he had already reached the mid-stage of body refinement. As the name suggests, body refinement involves using qi to temper one's physical form. The body, nourished by qi, grows increasingly resilient, so much so that ordinary blades can no longer harm it. With a secondary reinforcement through qi, one could even withstand bullets from a handgun. The capacity to hold energy has also increased significantly. While the peak qi absorption could only last 1 minute before, body refining extends this to at least 2 minutes. Chen Haoshi offered Yu Lin and the others an analogy. Qi absorption is like the charging speed of a phone, body refining upgrades the phone's drop resistance and battery capacity, and what comes after, indestructibility, is like upgrading the phone to military-grade ruggedness with doubled battery capacity again. Enhancing the soul later can be seen as upgrading the CPU and system. The more powerful the CPU, the smoother the system, and the better the phone's performance becomes. While the details might vary slightly, roughly speaking, this analogy isn't entirely off the mark. As for how Master Huang Yu died, he had achieved perfection in form refining and was a seasoned master. Huang Yu couldn't have defeated him head-on, so, poison. One virus later, even the best smartphone turns into a brick. Huang Yu thus treacherously killed his trusting master. Had the other disciples not been absent that day, none would have escaped death. Well, except for his senior sister. He licked his lips as if savoring the lingering taste. Cultivators were truly much better than those he'd find in the back alleys. What a pity. Huang Yu shook his head, dismissing the thought. What he needed to ponder now was how to escape from Daxia. That morning, he had been thoroughly enjoying a moment of intimate pleasure when, unexpectedly, an unfamiliar message arrived. The Civil Affairs Bureau has dispatched officers to arrest you. They'll arrive in 3 hours. Leave immediately. Unverified, but better safe than sorry. After Huang Yu killed the random housewife he had abducted, he fled straight from that residential complex all the way to this abandoned factory. He refused to believe they could possibly track him down. If I could find him right now, I'd eat this damn sofa on the spot. Bang! A deafening crash suddenly echoed through the factory, making Huang Yu jerk his head toward the entrance. The previously locked iron gate had completely vanished. Moonlight poured through the doorway, silhouetting a tall figure dressed in Taoist robes. The man stood backlit, the hem of his robe fluttering slightly in the night breeze. Found you. Zhou Yi's voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. Huang Yu's pupils constricted violently, but soon a ferocious grin spread across his face. So you're from the Civil Affairs Bureau? Just a wet behind-the-ears kid like you think you can take me on? Zhou Yi gave no reply, merely advancing with deliberate steps. The metal knuckle dusters gleamed coldly under the moonlight as he methodically slipped them onto his fingers, emitting a soft click sound. At this very moment, boom! A deafening explosion erupted overhead as chunks of shattered concrete came raining down. Huang Yu jerked his head upward to see a gaping hole torn through the ceiling, where Qin Zhao stood silhouetted against the broken edges, staring down at him with imperious dominance. The buzzcut man's eyes beneath brimmed with icy murderous intent, fixed unwaveringly on Huang Yu. Clickety-clack. Almost simultaneously, a rapid succession of gunshots rang out, shattering the window glass beside them. Bai Xiaoxia leapt into the room wielding a customized firearm, its barrel steadily aimed between Huang Yu's eyebrows. The playful smirk had vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling intensity. Surrounded on 3 sides, with no way out, Huang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. But soon, his lips twisted into a savage grin. 3 little brats, how interesting. He slowly assumed the opening stance of the 5 elements fist, his muscles tensing beneath his t-shirt. Then let me see what skills your Civil Affairs Bureau has to offer. His fist tore through the air straight towards Zhou Yi's face. Zhou Yi twisted aside, the metal knuckles drawing a silvery arc in the moonlight before smashing viciously towards Huang Yu's ribs. Huang Yu instantly shifted techniques, countering with a punch of his own. Bang! Fists clashed against brass knuckles, explosive energy bursting forth, sending dust clouds swirling in every direction. Qin Zhao's figure flickered like a phantom to Huang Yu's side, a whip-like kick sweeping toward his opponent's kneecap. Useless! Huang Yu sneered, raising his knee to block while simultaneously countering with a backward elbow strike to force Qin Zhao back. Clickety-clack! Bai Xiaoxia's bullets precisely cut off Huang Yu's retreat, forcing him to abandon pursuit and clumsily roll aside for cover. Damn brats are coordinating well. Huang Yu spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, the ferocity in his eyes intensifying. Let's see how long you can last. He suddenly unleashed a burst of speed, his punches accelerating abruptly like a torrential downpour crashing toward Joey. Joey raised his guard, but his previous divination had already left him in poor condition. Coupled with Huang Yu's cunning and vicious punches, a feint followed by a sudden change in technique landed a heavy blow squarely on his chest. Cough blood sprayed from Joey's mouth as he staggered backward. Huang Yu grinned malevolently, about to press the attack, when suddenly, an ethereal balance scale materialized in Qin Zhao's grasp. Transfer! With Qin Zhao's clear shout, Joey's injuries instantly vanished, while Huang Yu's chest bizarrely caved in, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Heaven's mandate? Huang Yu's eyes widened as he growled through clenched teeth. This isn't fair. Joey wiped away non-existent blood from his lips and sneered. With enemies, there's no need for fairness. Especially scum like you. With that, he lunged at Huang Yu again, his fist striking with even fiercer intensity than before. Huang Yu gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, this fight was impossible to win. Hurting them meant hurting himself, it was downright cheating. He suddenly kicked the ground hard, sending a cloud of dust flying to obscure their vision as he turned and sprinted toward the factory's back door. This grudge is marked in my book. Huang Yu roared while running. You'll pay for this sooner or later. In the blink of an eye, he had already dashed out of the factory and was inwardly rejoicing that Zhou Yi and the others wouldn't dare give chase, when he failed to notice a crimson sword energy silently sweeping toward him. Thunk! The sword energy slashed across Huang Yu's right leg, and with a scream, he collapsed to the ground. Who sent that sword energy? He turned his head to look. Above the tree canopy to the side, a figure leaped down and slowly approached him. Looking down from above, the figure took out a potion and poured it over the wound on his right leg. The once smooth incision was instantly covered with a scab, then healed at an astonishing rate. Why? Huang Yu witnessed this scene, his confusion growing stronger. Just what was this guy trying to do? Yu Lin grinned at him and casually replied. No reason, just didn't want you to die too quickly. As his words faded, he raised his foot and stomped down on Huang Yu's left leg. Crack! The crisp sound of snapping bone pierced through the silent night air with jarring clarity. Ah! Huang Yu's agonized scream tore through the darkness as beads of cold sweat instantly drenched his forehead. He struggled to swing his fist in retaliation, only for Yu Lin to kick him square in the face. Bang! Huang Yu's head was forcefully stomped into the dirt, his nostrils filling with the putrid stench of soil. Yu Lin stepped on his arms twice with precision, expressionlessly snapping them both. As Huang Yu was on the verge of passing out, Yu Lin bent down, grabbed his hair, and yanked his head out of the dirt like pulling a radish. Then he casually shoved a few healing pills into his mouth. Cough cough. Huang Yu coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of mud, his lips trembling. Your mission is to capture me alive, isn't it? If you kill me, you won't complete your mission either. Yu Lin squatted down and flashed him a bone-chilling grin. Our mission is to bring you back. It didn't specify in what condition. He patted Huang Yu's mud-caked face. Alright, save your words for them. With that, Yu Lin grabbed Huang Yu by the collar and flung him out like a sack of sand. Off you go. Huang Yu traced a parabola through the air before crashing heavily at the feet of Zhou Yi's trio, who had just stepped out of the factory. He lay crumpled on the ground like a dead dog, barely able to whimper his plea. Spare me, I'm sorry, so sorry. I won't dare again. Zhou Yi merely raised his fist. You didn't spare your master and senior sister either, those children's mother. Take this. Chapter 41, Planted the Flag Already? Nanyun City, Civil Affairs Bureau Branch. Director Jiang Hua looked at Huang Yu on the floor. One could say only that face remained intact, while everything below had practically turned to mush. Not a shred of sympathy remained in his heart, were it not for the fact that this guy needed to be handed over to Yu Lin and the others for their mission. Right now, all he wanted was to send Huang Yu straight to the grave. During an arrest, if a suspect posed a threat to Civil Affairs Bureau members or ordinary citizens, they had the authority to execute them on the spot. Afterward, all that was needed was to file a report. What a shame. Jiang Hua sighed inwardly, then looked up at Yu Lin and the other three with a faint smile. You've all performed exceptionally well. Completing the mission from acceptance to finish within half a day is truly remarkable. As for that innocent civilian, this is an outcome no one wished to see. This isn't your fault. The blame falls solely on our dereliction of duty. It's getting late. You all should go back and rest. Leave the remaining matters to us. We'll arrange for someone to take him to the headquarters. Understood. In that case, we'll. Yu Lin nodded and was about to stand up and leave with Qin Zhao and the others. Footsteps approached as someone walked in and spoke to Zhang Hua. Director Jiang, a ghost has appeared in Liunyou village. Initial estimate puts his strength around mid to late stage refinement realm. 2 villagers have already been killed in Liunyou village. Zhang Hua frowned, pondered for a moment, then ordered. Today it's Tang whose team on standby. Go tell them to set out immediately. Yes, sir. The man was about to leave when Yulin suddenly spoke up. Wait, can I come along? It wasn't his own thought the moment he'd heard ghost mentioned. Master Long immediately said, lad you go too. If there really is a ghost, I'll capture it when the time comes and borrow the cauldron to refine some soul liquid. We'll split it 50-50. Yulin spoke without moving his lips, silently questioning. This thing would be useful even for you, Dragon Lord? Of course. What soul-strengthening medicine could compare to directly consuming souls? Not to mention ghosts are generally born from countless soul fragments combined with chi beneficial for both of us. Enough talk, just accept it. Alright. So now Yulin finally spoke up. Jiang Hua was surprised. Why? Yulin casually invented an excuse. I've never seen a ghost before. Seeing one now will help me learn how to deal with them later. Can you? Hearing this, Zhang Hua nodded with a smile and said, as expected of a genius from headquarters, this level of awareness already surpasses many. Aloud. But is it just you, or will they all go? He looked at Qin Zhao and the other 2. Yulin turned back, signaling that he could go alone. After all, it would soon be the Dragon Lord's turn to act. Qin Zhao and the other 2 shook their heads when they saw this. I won't go, they said. Yeah, I'm a bit hungry. Let's grab something to eat. Brother Yulin, seeing it counts as me seeing it too. I've used my authority, I'm too exhausted and won't be going anymore, but, take this. Joey stood up, removing the amulet hanging from his chest before passing it to Yulin. The amulet was made of folded talisman paper layers. This is Ghost Warding Talisman, exceptionally effective against spirits. Be careful. Yulin didn't refuse his kindness, reaching out to take the talisman. Feeling the warm aura emanating from the paper, he nodded and said, thanks. Zhang Hua, seeing their interaction, then said to the staff member, take him along too. Have Tang Hu and the others look out for him. Understood, replied the staff member respectfully before gesturing respectfully for Yulin to proceed. Please follow me. Alright. Yulin followed the staff member out of the office and walked down the long corridor. Soon after, in the underground garage, the dim yellow light cast shadows over 4 figures. Tang Hu stood beside the off-road vehicle, his burly frame exuding steadiness, with keen eyes as sharp as those of an eagle. A middle-aged woman stood beside him, her short hair neat and efficient, the ring on her ring finger matching Tang Hu's as a pair. The other 2 men stood at the rear of the car, one was bent over checking equipment, while the other stood with arms crossed, looking rather bored as he scrolled through short videos. Seeing Yulin approach, Tang Hu gave a slight nod. Hello. Stay close to us tonight. Don't wander off. His gaze lingered on Yulin for a moment before he spoke in a serious tone. Ghosts aren't like humans, they're far harder to deal with. Although the record showed Yulin had only reached chi refinement completion, his ability to cooperate with teammates and eliminate Huang Yu proved he was no ordinary practitioner. However, Tang Hu had no intention of letting him take unnecessary risks. Losing someone who might potentially become a bureau captain in such a mission would mean far more than just losing one man. A powerful individual can often suppress an entire city alone. Yulin nodded with a smile and said, I understand. I'll leave the rest to you. Right. Tang Hu didn't say more, merely pulling open the off-road vehicle's door. Hop on. The engine roared as the SUV drove out of the garage, quickly vanishing into the night. Inside the car, Tang Hu gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the winding mountain road ahead. In the passenger seat, the middle-aged woman, Tang Hu's wife Lin Lan, was flipping through mission documents. In the back seat, Yulin sat between 2 other team members, Zhaoi and Sun Hao. Sun Hao, who had been scrolling through videos, suddenly turned to Yulin and spoke. Yulin, may I ask what sequence your celestial authorization seal belongs to? Is it powerful? Yulin shrugged. Second sequence. Probably quite strong. TCH. Sun Hao drew a sharp breath. What do you mean by probably strong? None in the second sequence are weak. Our Captain Tang is only at the 4th sequence, and the rest of us don't even have heavenly granted authority. Never mind the second sequence. If we could just awaken a 4th sequence, we'd laugh ourselves awake from sheer joy. Note, narrator thoughts or contextual elements should ideally be maintained from the source text, though omitted here per rule number 1. Yulin, seeing his exaggerated expression, laughed and said, who can say for sure? Our Civil Affairs Bureau has plenty of examples of people in their 50s or 60s about to retire, only to awaken divine authority and get rehired to keep working, right? Ah, forget it then. Sun Hao waved his hand dismissively. After toiling for most of your life, it's time to rest when you should. You can't be a beast of burden forever, can you? Captain Tang's doing alright. He and his wife both work at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and they're really devoted to each other. Not like me, I only get to see my wife once every 2 weeks. By the time I realize it, she might have already run off with someone else. Damn unlucky. After finishing today's work, I'll go back and spend some time with her. Though he said this, there wasn't a trace of complaint on his face, it seemed more like he was just poking fun at himself. Come off it. At this point, Joey looked up and chimed in. Isn't there an annual 20-day paid leave for you to choose when to take? Your post-tax annual salary is no less than $500,000. There are also other family benefits and perks, the welfare package is quite good. Sunhao leaned back against the car seat. I earned this with my life. I could drop dead any day, this is what I deserve. But what about you? When's your little girlfriend planning the wedding? Don't die still a virgin. It's not like you're handling it, why the rush? Joey set down his phone, but his gaze drifted to the window. Save a bit more, just a bit more, then I'll marry her. Yulin, sitting between them listening, twitched the corner of his mouth. These two, why are they planting death flags everywhere? Were you all like this before? At this moment, Lin Lan suddenly spoke up. We'll reach Lianyo village in 7 minutes. Everyone review the intel again. Get ready. Chapter 42, The Female Ghost's Invitation. Lianyo village was situated on the outskirts of Nanyun City. Originally included in the development zone, the renovation plan was postponed for several years after policy adjustments. Thus, the village still retained the appearance of an old-fashioned mountain settlement, low earthen houses scattered haphazardly, winding cobblestone paths twisting through, all surrounded by lush green forests. Moonlight spilled over the village, coating the weather-worn walls with a pallid sheen. At this hour in the past, the entire village would be deathly quiet, not a single light burning, as if completely abandoned. Yet, tonight, Lianyo village was no longer peaceful. 3 police cars from Nanyun Public Security Bureau were parked at the village entrance, their red and blue lights flashing piercingly in the darkness. A cordon had been set up at the entry, with a group of officers lingering nearby, yet none dared to take a single step into the village. Captain, why can't we go in? The newly arrived detective Zhang Hai paced restlessly, occasionally standing on tiptoe to peer towards the village. His youthful impatience showed clearly on his anxious face. Shouldn't we go in as soon as possible in this situation? If the crime scene gets contaminated, catching the killer will be much harder. Captain Shen Jiangwo, sitting on a rock, shook his head at these words and motioned for him to sit down. This case isn't straightforward. The waters here run deep. Lowering his voice, he added, the commissioner specifically instructed us not to enter yet. We're to wait for our colleagues from civil affairs to arrive first. You clearly heard the forensic report, not a single wound on the entire body. Civil Affairs Bureau? Zhang Hai frowned deeply. Captain, you don't actually believe in ghosts killing people, do you? What era are we living in now, still clinging to such superstitious nonsense? Especially us, criminal investigators. If ghosts and gods really existed, back when we fought against the damn Japs. His words were hardly out when the roar of an engine suddenly came from the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw a black off-road vehicle driving down the mountain road, its headlights cutting through the darkness, eventually stopping at the open space ahead. Tang Hu and others got down from the vehicle, and Shen Jiangwo quickly stood up to greet them. The two were clearly acquainted, as Shen Jiangwo spoke directly. Old Tang, Sister Lin, the place where the body was found is in the village ancestral hall, just southwest of the big tree in the center. He pointed toward the depths of the village. All the villagers have been evacuated. The rest is up to you. Tang Hu nodded and patted Shen Jiangwo on the shoulder. Come over for a drink at my place some other day. By the way, how did your son do in the college entrance exams? Just alright, barely made it into a 211 university, but he went and applied to a police academy himself. Shen Jiangwo chuckled, then straightened his expression. Enough about him. Be careful, everyone. I'll guard the village entrance with my team. We'll alert you immediately if anything happens. Got it. Tang Hu didn't say more, turning to give his squad members a hand signal. Let's go. The group moved deeper into the village, their figures quickly swallowed by the darkness. Standing aside, Zhang Hai watched them disappear at the village entrance before walking over to Chen Jiangwo. Captain, he couldn't help but say, I want to go in with them. His tone was firm. I don't believe in ghosts. Shen Jiangwo blared at him. Don't you cause trouble, kid. You just passed the assessment and already want to get disqualified, is that it? But, there are no buts. Shen Jiangwo cut him off. Stay put. With that, he walked aside to give some instructions to a few officers. Zhang Hai clenched his teeth, turned around, walked back to the police car, took out a pair of binoculars from the trunk, then found a high spot to stand on, lifted the binoculars, and peered into the village. He definitely wouldn't sneak in by himself. He didn't have the face to disrupt their operation, not to mention this Tang who seemed to know the captain. In the lens, Tang Hu and the others had already reached the large tree at the village center. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes appeared somewhat blurred, perhaps due to the cloak of night. Just as Zhang Hai was about to adjust his telescope settings, a dark shadow suddenly flashed by, startling him into stepping back and nearly tripping over a stone. Holy shit! He let out a low gasp, then, as if refusing to believe his eyes, raised the telescope once more to look. This time, he saw clearly. That dark figure floated to the great tree at the village center, long hair, red clothes. Its back was turned. In the blink of an eye, the figure turned around. Holy shit! Zhang Hai was so frightened that he genuinely collapsed onto the ground. Chen Jiangwo frowned upon hearing his voice and turned to look in his direction. Zhang Hai, what the hell are you yelling about? Zhang Hai scrambled to his feet and rushed over to Chen Jiangwo. Captain, listen to me, I admit I was speaking too loudly just now. That's it? I saw it. What? A ghost. A female ghost. Such an ugly female ghost. Keep your voice down. Oh, got it. Sorry, from now on, whatever you say goes. Captain, tell me to kill a chicken, I won't touch a pig. Tell me to shit standing up, I won't do it sitting down. Enough nonsense, go stand over there. Inside the village, Tang Hu came to a halt beneath the locust tree at the village center. The tree was astonishingly thick, its trunk so massive it would take at least 4 people to encircle it with their arms. Its bark was cracked and gnarled, casting sinister shadows under the moonlight. Something's not right, Tang Hu muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. He tilted his head towards Yulin and motioned, step back a few paces. Yulin nodded silently and retreated to the side without expression. The 4 men, Tang Hu and the others, quickly dispersed, taking positions at the 4 cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north. Simultaneously, each drew a miniature peachwood sword from within their robes. Yulin recognized it as a replica of the celestial mandate device specially made by the Civil Affairs Bureau, capable of suppressing malevolent entities and worth 2 contribution points. The moment the 4 positioned themselves in formation, a sinister wind suddenly swept through, rustling the pagoda tree leaves. Chief Long's voice rang in Yulin's ear, Kidju, look to your left. Yulin whirled his head around. 3 meters away, a figure in red with long hair had appeared behind Tang Hu without anyone noticing. She stood motionless, the rotting hem of her red dress utterly still, as if merging seamlessly with the night. Perhaps sensing Yulin's gaze, the female ghost slowly turned her head. Her pitch-black eye sockets contained no eyeballs, only 2 squirming pools of shadow. The rotting facial skin twitched, revealing a ferocious grin. Her lips moved silently, mouthing the words, "Do you want to be my husband?" Yulin. Old Man Long's voice rang out with a hint of teasing. Maybe you should just give in to her? Having 2 little devils? Yulin still remained silent. Seeing that he didn't respond, Old Master Long stopped teasing him and said seriously, "It's just an illusion. We need to find where her true body is hidden. I sensed it, probably beneath the ancestral shrine that person just mentioned." Yulin nodded, right. Huff. Another gust of wind blew past, and the female ghost vanished without a trace. It was at this very moment, Tang Hu, fully prepared, let out a low shout. Strike! The small peachwood swords in the hands of the 4 instantly expanded, growing to 3 feet in length as faint golden light shimmered across their blades. 4 golden beams simultaneously slashed toward the locust tree. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the night sky. On the rough bark of the locust tree, a distorted ghostly face emerged, snarling viciously at them, "Get out! Get out! Stay away from me!" The eerie face emitted one last shriek before dissipating into the air. The formerly sinister locust tree instantly returned to tranquility, as if everything had been an illusion. The peachwood sword also reverted to its original form, though a fine crack now marred its blade. Tang Hu put away the peachwood sword and gestured toward the ancestral hall. Let's keep moving. Chapter 43, Standing Out. The ancestral hall stood at the southwest corner of the village, built with blue bricks and black tiles, its eaves upturned like wings. The stone steps before the door were covered in moss, the vermilion paint faded and peeling, leaving only the marks of time. Police tape barred the entrance to the hall where 2 bodies lay. White cloths covered their lower halves, while their upper bodies revealed pallid faces with closed eyes. No visible wounds could be seen. Tang Hu and the 4 others entered the ancestral hall, meticulously searching every corner. Yulin stood outside, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. "Young Yu," came Old Long's voice by his ear. "The source of the Yin energy is behind the ancestral hall. Go take a look." "All right." Yulin nodded, silently moving around to the back of the ancestral hall. There stood a well sealed shut with concrete. Following cinematic logic, there was definitely something fishy about this well. Yulin pulled out a compact C4-timed explosive from his pocket. He swiftly planted the bomb at the well opening, set a 1-minute countdown, and retreated to a safe distance. As a special combat operative from the Civil Affairs Bureau, carrying some explosive equipment seemed perfectly reasonable, didn't it? At that moment, Tang Hu and his 3 companions emerged from the ancestral hall and immediately began searching when they noticed Yulin was missing. Soon, they circled to the back of the ancestral hall and saw Yulin staring intently at the well, while from its mouth came the ominous beep-beep of a countdown timer. Tang Hu quickly stepped forward, frowning. "What were you doing just now?" Yulin pointed at the well. "Based on my years of movie-watching experience, this well is definitely suspicious. I figured I'd blow it open to check." "Where did you get a time bomb?" Tang Hu's frown deepened. Yulin grinned, grabbed it from the training grounds on my way out. It was literally no trouble at all. Tang Hu, fine. The countdown froze with 30 seconds remaining. Yulin raised an eyebrow. Told you something was wrong, didn't I? He stepped aside, casually trimming a 3-meter-long branch, then used its tip to poke at the bombs button. The countdown restarted, but stopped again after just 1 second. Yulin kept poking. The countdown continued its intermittent pauses, again and again, until the countdown reached 5 seconds. Boom! The concrete around the well mouth exploded violently as a long-haired, decayed face emerged from the depths, snarling at Yulin. Are you done yet? I don't want to kill you. I have no quarrel with you. With her shriek, a putrid wind arose, carrying the stench of decay that assaulted the senses. Yulin remained unfazed, thrusting the branch forward straight into the ghost woman's gaping mouth. Finally decided to show yourself? Coming for a nucleic acid test. Then with an upward flick of the stick, she fished the female ghost straight out of the well. This maneuver left both the ghost and Tang Hu's group stunned. But the very next moment, the ghost erupted in utter fury. Her decomposing face twisted grotesquely, her long hair whirling like venomous serpents, while her nails instantly elongated into pitch-black talons. A chilling energy surged around her, causing the temperature in the ancestral hall's backyard to plummet. I want you all dead. With a piercing shriek, she lunged at Yulin, her speed so terrifying she almost became a crimson blur. Now! Tang Hu and the other three reacted swiftly, immediately drawing their peachwood swords to form a protective barrier in front of Yulin. The 4 peachwood swords blazed with golden light, weaving into a radiant barrier. Bang! The female ghost's sharp claws clashed against the golden radiance, erupting in piercing shrieks. She attacked frantically, her energy surging forth like tidal waves, forcing Tang Hu and the other 3 to retreat repeatedly. Yet soon, Tang Hu and his companions discerned the female ghost's attack pattern. Change formation, Tang Hu commanded in a low voice. The 4 men's swordplay suddenly shifted from defense to offense. The golden light on the peachwood sword transformed into chains that bound the female ghost's limbs. Aya! The ghost let out a howl of agony, seemingly on the verge of being crushed by the golden radiance. Suddenly, she flickered and transformed into the pitiful guise of a young maiden, covering her face with her hands as she began to sob bitterly. I just wanted revenge. They killed my family, they killed me. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, isn't that only natural? Why are you all bullying me? Whoa, Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. Tang Hu frowned, his grip on the sword pausing slightly, just as he was about to speak and ask a question. Hold on. Yulin stepped forward. Fine then, he said calmly. I'll give you a chance. I'm going to send up an attack now. If it comes down and doesn't kill you, then you're innocent. If you die, well, you die. Let's leave it to fate. Without waiting for the female ghost's reply, Yulin raised his hand and swung. A crimson sword aura shot skyward. Though it appeared to be Yulin striking, it was actually Elder Dragon covertly exerting his power. This sword energy was not his scarlet sky sword chi. The blade's radiance traced an eerie arc through the air before. Boom! Direct hit on the female ghost. She didn't even have time to scream before being instantly consumed by the sword light, vanishing without a trace. Not killed, but taken away by Dragon Lord. Tang Hu and the other 3 were dumbfounded. Yulin spread his hands. Seems like it's heaven's will. Nor was he lying, this truly was the will of heaven. Logically speaking, judging by the sword energy's trajectory, it shouldn't have hit the female ghost, but his miracles defied reason. So, the female ghost was lying. Tang Hu and the others didn't know, their faces simply filled with confusion. Is this the magic you've learned? Yulin nodded, pretty much. You could say so. Tang Hu didn't press further. If someone doesn't want to talk about something, it's best not to pry lest you make them unhappy. They searched the place thoroughly again, especially inside the well. They did indeed find a corpse. Not just 1, but 3. However, these criminal cases had nothing to do with Tang Hu and his team. They were to be handed over to investigators like Chen Jiangwo and the forensic examiners. Of course, before leaving, Tang Hu took out a memory shielding sphere and erased Chen Jiangwo and the others' memories of what had happened inside the village. Even if they tried to recall, they would only remember entering the village. What happened afterward, none could clearly remember. Yulin had previously asked Chen Haoshi why they needed to erase memories. Chen Haoshi's response was, the current Qi can barely sustain their cultivation. If fully expanded, the number of top-tier combatants each country could produce annually would drastically decrease. Unless another word into reality awakened appears, selflessly sacrificing themselves to multiply the quantity of Qi several times over. Yulin's intuition told him that this was just one reason. There were deeper explanations Chen Haoshi hadn't revealed. But it didn't matter anymore. As long as he could cultivate, that was enough after all. He wasn't some selflessly benevolent saint. By the next day, when the horizon began to glow with the first light of dawn, Yulin finally returned to the hotel. After a quick shower, I lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 44, Recruitment? The next afternoon, Yulin and the others had already returned to the Civil Affairs Bureau headquarters. He left quickly and returned just as fast. Naturally, he achieved an S-rank evaluation. Chen Haoshi was overjoyed, his face beaming with smiles. Excellent! I knew you could do it. Your rewards will be delivered to your dorm rooms tonight. Each one is different, personally selected by me, your teacher, just for you. Go back and rest now. No training today. Remember to come early tomorrow. The department has invited a master to teach you more sophisticated combat techniques and team coordination tactics. Any other questions? Yes. Xin Zhao raised his hand, his face filled with confusion. Teacher, do you know about the mole situation? Why not root them out? Just let them run rampant like this? Someone in our bureau will end up dead because of them sooner or later. Hearing this, Chen Haoshi's smile gradually turned grave as he said solemnly. It's not that we aren't looking, but, just wait and see. At most 6 months from now, you'll all understand exactly what we're doing. Right now, this matter is entirely under the bureau chief's authority. Let them act arrogant for now. When the time comes, none of them will escape, not even the forces behind them. He sneered coldly, as if already seeing that day arrive. Alright, don't concern yourselves with this. These are our affairs, you focus on your cultivation. When your cultivation reaches sufficient heights, all schemes and intrigues can be shattered by sheer force. If all of you were at the Taishu realm right now, would you still be worrying about this and that? Any ragtag cult, just charge through them like a bulldozer crushing everything in its path. Go on, all of you go rest. Otherwise stay and practice more. Hearing him say this. Alright, Xin Zhao didn't argue further. Only, instead of leaving with Yulin and the other two, she headed towards the training room. She seemed to have somehow, vaguely, grasped the trick behind Yulin's so-called limit training method. Needed to push harder. At the very least. Next time she went into battle, she could withstand more instead of just playing support with the reverse scale balance. Zhou Yi headed towards the treatment room. His injuries had only been temporarily transferred and still needed complete recovery to avoid leaving any aftereffects. As for Bai Xiaoxia, seeing that Yulin was fine, she patted him on the arm and said with a smile, Brother Yulin, yesterday I saw a video about this amazing restaurant in Kyoto, why don't you come with me? My treat. Yulin raised an eyebrow. Couldn't you go alone? Why call me? Bai Xiaoxia waved her hand and explained. I just want to try more dishes, preferably taste everything on their menu. I'm afraid I'll be full halfway through eating, so, you know what I mean. Deal or not? Yulin thought it over, agreed it seemed feasible, and nodded. Alright. When? Or do you mean right now? Seeing his agreement, Bai Xiaoxia immediately replied, in 1 hour. I've already made the reservation. Wait for me, I'll come find you at your dorm, okay? Fine, Yulin nodded before parting ways with him. Their dormitories were not in the same building. Bai Xiaoxia's was next to his, shared with Qin Zhao but on different floors. Zhou Yi, however, was in the same building as Yulin, though also on separate floors. Returning to the dormitory. The Dragon Lord couldn't wait to emerge from the tripod's markings and immediately urged Yulin, hurry, summon the tripod. Remember to make it smaller, about the size of your palm. Alright. Since the cauldron had recognized Yulin as its master, Long Yi didn't have direct control over it now. It could only use the cauldron if Yulin allowed it to obey his commands. Yulin gave this a 5-star rating. The moment Long Yi got hold of the cauldron, he immediately stuffed the female ghost inside. First, he fried her over high heat, then simmered her slowly, and finally reduced the sauce to perfection. Alright, wait 3 days. It'll be ready in 3 days. After shoving the tripod into the corner, Dragon Master flew over to the computer desk and eagerly launched the game. Seeing its impatient demeanor, Yulin thought to himself, this old dragon had truly become an internet addict. Dragon Lord. What? You need ghosts to restore your energy, right? Basically, mainly anything nourishing to spiritual essence. You know, at my core, your Dragon Lord here is really just the artifact spirit of a cauldron. I got it. I'll keep an eye out for more for you from now on. I didn't spoil you for nothing. Alright, go attend to your business, my game's starting. It waved its paw and immersed itself back in the game. Yulin smiled without saying much, lay down to scroll through short videos for a while, and forwarded all the abstract and crappy ones to Ningya. Who knows what Ningya was up to? No reply, not even a read receipt. It must be something important. Strangely enough, not being pestered by this guy for a day felt somewhat unsettling. Just as Yulin was thinking this, a knock sounded at the door. Yulin, let's go. Coming. Moments later, the two stepped out through the Civil Affairs Bureau's gates. Just at the moment when he stepped out, Yulin sensed someone watching him from behind and suddenly turned to look. There, their eyes met with a young man whose snowy white hair could have been natural or deliberately dyed. The young man grinned at him and waved a friendly greeting. Yulin gave a slight nod in return before disappearing around the corner. So that guy's Yulin, right? The white-haired youth tilted his head as he asked his companion. The companion nodded and said, yes. That rookie who reached chi condensation in a single day and was granted the heavens mandate authority by the heavens. What, boss, you want to recruit him? Of course. The white-haired youth smiled with an expression akin to encountering a prized prey. If a mascot like this could join our team, wouldn't it make our future missions much easier? The companion chuckled. Well, boss, you might be in for disappointment then. The Bureau has high expectations for him and the other 3 newcomers, planning to intensify their training to push towards the top 10 teams. Especially Yulin, Director Zhang values him particularly. I heard they're applying for the highest grade replica spatial ring, intended for his protection. Heaven's fortune needs protection? The young man scoffed, though he didn't doubt the credibility of Zhang Jiangping's interest. Just as I was about to continue speaking, a disdainful voice rang out from the side. A guide who relies on luck worthy of your attention, Hong Xian, or even Chief Shang's high regard? Even without seeing the newcomer's face, Hong Xian knew exactly who it was. Cheng Chang'an, captain of the 6th squad from Team 7. Cheng Chang'an was quite good-looking, not much inferior to Hong Xian. With his tall yet well-proportioned figure, one might mistake him for a celebrity at first glance. Yet the mocking smile at the corner of his lips and the contempt in his eyes made everyone feel distinctly uncomfortable. He approached Hong Xian with a sardonic grin. Didn't you claim you'd reached the perfection stage of indestructibility by last month's end? How come you're still stuck in the late stage of indestructibility? If someone from that backwater place like Bai Ying catches up to us, what a disgrace it would be for us capital folks. The smile vanished from Hong Xian's face as he spoke coolly. None of your damn business. What's wrong? Now that your elder brother is back, you can't hold your head up at home, so you're here fishing for attention? You! Cheng Chang'an's face darkened instantly. Hong Xian scoffed. Look at you, why so worked up? Who gave you the right to criticize others? You need to temper your character. I suggest you spend some time on Tieba forums. Hoof. Cheng Chang'an snorted coldly and strode forward, pausing only to leave a parting remark as he passed by. If the person you want to recruit gets recruited by me first, you wouldn't get angry, would you? The sound of footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Hong Xian's companion said indignantly, what's he so cocky about? If it weren't for you getting injured protecting that mother and daughter pair last month, boss, you'd be at the profound completion stage by now. Looking down on Bai Ying? Who was it that got shattered by her 3 shots last time? Alright, that's enough talking. That guy holds grudges easily. Hong Xian patted his shoulder, though the corners of his own lips curled up slightly with an amused smile. Just from that one glance, I could tell Yulin's no ordinary character, and definitely not someone to trifle with. Treat him right, and he'll return the favor. But when Cheng Chang'an's arrogant attitude meets him, well, this should be quite entertaining to watch. Thinking he can harness the favor of fortune? More likely he'll end up being someone else's stepping stone. Let's go gather them up. Time to head out on the mission. Upon hearing this, his companion felt his simmering resentment replaced by an eagerness to see how things would unfold, and he quickly responded. Got it. I'll notify them right away. Chapter 45, The Scarlet Sky Sword? What a coincidence. Kyoto, Tower of Mortals. The stately 3-story pavilion, with its upturned eaves and carved mahogany balustrades, exuded timeless elegance in every detail. The adjacent parking lot was packed with luxury vehicles of every make, and even ordinary-looking sedans bore license plates signaling their distinguished owners. Yulin and Bai Xiaoxia stepped out of the taxi and stood at the entrance of the restaurant. This level of restaurant. Yulin raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Bai Xiaoxia. Are you sure you made the reservation just today and can come to eat on the same day? Qin Zhao comes from an impressive family background, and so do you. Joey doesn't look simple at first glance. Am I the only one here who came from the bottom as a workhorse? Bai Xiaoxia scratched her head and chuckled sheepishly. Oh, don't worry about such details. What does family background matter anyway? Brother Yulin, you're my greatest family background now. Enough of this talk, let's go, I'm starving. As they arrived at the restaurant entrance, an attendant in an elegant cheapao greeted them with a slight bow. Gentlemen, do you have a reservation? Bai Xiaoxia gave her name. Bai Xiaoxia. A flicker of surprise flashed in the waiter's eyes, but he quickly resumed his professional smile. Very well, please follow me. Without further questions, clearly all staff here underwent rigorous training, knowing the daily reservation list by heart. Passing through the carved corridor, the two were led into an elegant private room. Outside the window lay a meticulously arranged courtyard, with miniature mountains, flowing water, and bamboo shadows dancing in the breeze. The waiter handed them the menu, and Bai Xiaoxia casually flipped through it before pointing at several dishes and saying, stir-fried seasonal greens, seaweed egg drop soup. Leave these out, we'll have one serving of everything else. The waiter kept a straight face, still wearing the same professional smile. Certainly, please wait a moment. She turned and left without a second thought about whether the customer could finish the meal. It wasn't her concern. Speaking too much might make customers think he looked down on them, doubting their ability to order so many dishes. During the wait, Bai Xiaoxia's phone rang, and he stepped out to take the call. Faintly hearing someone say, Sis, you're doing well, Yulin, yeah, my buddy, oh, don't worry. Alright, that's it then. The call ended. But the next moment, it wasn't Bai Xiaoxia who came in, instead, Yulin walked out, because a slightly arrogant voice came from outside the door. So you're Bai Xiaoxia? Being this cute just won't do, a man ought to have more masculinity. Where's Yulin? What do I look like to you? It's really rude to approach a stranger like this and say such things. Ha, manners? Those are for equals. What makes you think you're worthy? Bang! A dull thud sounded, as if Bai Xiaoxia had been slammed hard against the wall. Ha! Yulin frowned, stood up, and strode toward the door. Pushing the door open, he saw a guy gripping Bai Xiaoxia's shoulder with one hand, pinning him firmly against the wall. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free, clearly surpassing Bai Xiaoxia in strength by far. Hey! Don't you know he's my man? Yulin spoke up. Cheng Chang'an released his grip, turned to meet his gaze, and revealed somewhat of a playful smile. Yulin? Got a problem? I see great potential in you. Join my team and be my lackey. Buddy, think about it, if I'm your lackey, wouldn't that make you the dog? Cheng Chang'an hadn't considered that angle before. Now that Yulin pointed it out, he suddenly felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. That's not for you to worry about. 100 million a year, 30 contribution points, along with all kinds of equipment, cultivation resources, beautiful women, and more, all yours if you just nod your head. All of this belongs to you. This is the Cheng family of the capital's promise to you. Of course, you'll have to take this first. He pulled a black pill from his pocket. Even without saying it, it was clear this was either some kind of mind control drug or a poison that required regular antidotes. That sounds good. Yulin's first sentence made Cheng Chang'an break into a smile that clearly said I knew it. But the next line wiped that smile right off his face. But I don't need it. Also, you need to apologize to him. Cheng Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Oh, what if I refuse to apologize? Do you two think a couple of cheer-refining cultivators can do anything to an indestructible expert like me? Stand here and let you hit me, yet you couldn't harm a single hair on my head. Swish! A crimson sword energy sliced through the air in an instant. I'll die. Cheng Chang'an's pupils suddenly contracted as his instincts screamed warnings. This crimson sword energy could take his life instantly. He had no time to ponder how a chi condensation cultivator could unleash such a terrifying attack. A crimson longsword instantly appeared in his hand for a desperate parry. Bang! The sword energy collided with the blade, erupting in a blinding crimson light. The impact sent Cheng Chang'an flying backward, his back smashing violently against the wall as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. You! He raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief but dominated even more by fury and killing intent. Very well. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his sword towards Yulin. Today, I'll show you the power of my divine mandate. Now witness the might of the Emperor's sword, Shishao. With that said, Cheng Chang'an's fingers traced over the two ancient seal script characters on the blade. Shishao suddenly flared to life, the sword erupting with dazzling crimson light. He swung the sword towards Yulin with a force like a rainbow, carrying an overwhelming momentum capable of annihilating everything in its path. However, the Shishao sword abruptly froze midair, merely a fist's distance away from Yulin's head, and no matter what, it simply couldn't descend any further. What? Cheng Chang'an's face drastically changed. The next moment, something even more shocking happened. The vermilion sky sword actually broke free from his grasp and flew straight into Yulin's palm. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a joyful hum, as if it had encountered its true master. Yulin looked at the sword in his hand, identical to Lu Bang's but with a crimson-red blade, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He gently stroked the blade. The crimson Shao sword, he murmured. A pity, it's merely a projection forged through heavenly mandate. Swish! Yulin flicked his sword blade upward and raised his gaze toward Cheng Chang'an. Apologize, or die. Cheng Chang'an clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and bowed toward Bai Xiaoxia. Sorry. With that, he turned and ran away, pushing through the crowd of onlookers. The red sky sword in Yulin's hand dissipated into starlight as he watched Cheng Chang'an's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. He contemplated finding an opportunity to finish him off. This guy clearly wasn't going to let this go. He pulled a sphere from his pocket, crushed it in his fist, then patted Bai Xiaoxia's arm. Come on, let's go eat. Chapter 46, The Old World and the New. The Cheng family of Kyoto. A prominent upper-middle tier family in Kyoto's hierarchy. They began by cultivating medicinal herbs for chi-refining cultivators. By fortunate coincidence, they later obtained several secret formulas and started producing elixirs beneficial to cultivation, transforming from mere raw material suppliers into providers of cultivation resources. By the Qing dynasty, they had amassed substantial wealth. When they foresaw the Qing dynasty's decline, they decisively invested most of their family fortune to ahem. Particularly noteworthy was one ancestor who sacrificed his life to obtain crucial intelligence. With just that one move, the Cheng family, which had been showing signs of decline, regained its former prosperity and wealth with the support of the state machinery. Now, among the younger generation of the Cheng family, only two have awakened the heaven-bestowed authority, and coincidentally, they happen to be brothers. One is Cheng Chang'an, and the other is his elder brother. But his elder brother not only possesses the heaven-bestowed authority but is also a chi-refining prodigy with talents surpassing even Bai Ying's. Only 2 years older than Chang Chang'an, yet his cultivation had already surpassed many elders, achieving the night roaming realm. Moreover, he held a key position and frequently carried out classified missions abroad. Thus Chang Chang'an perpetually lived under his eldest brother's shadow, constantly being compared, which fueled his deep resentment. Deep resentment indeed. Why must he always fall just short of his elder brother in everything? But he truly couldn't compare to his elder brother, not just in terms of his brother's future accomplishments, but even the achievements at this same age were far beyond his reach. Chang Chang'an could only focus his gaze on those who were less capable than him, from less prestigious families, and less attractive in appearance. In this way, he sought a bit of pleasure. In other words, if I can't beat the strong ones, can I at least defeat the weak ones? Yet he never expected. This time, he actually stumbled over someone supposedly weak. Damn it! Chang Chang'an cursed under his breath, flipping the heavy rosewood furniture in front of him with a single motion. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Damn it, how can a chi condensation cultivator unleash such an attack? Magic? Impossible. Heavenly mandate? Even more impossible. I don't believe he's a dual sovereign. Absolutely impossible. Bang! He threw another punch at the wall, smashing clean through it. Just at this moment, the tightly shut door creaked open slowly. In strode a man who resembled Chang Chang'an, yet appeared more mature, his gaze considerably colder. Chang Chang'an. Chang'an, you've lost your composure. Elder brother, I. Ha! Understood. Chang Chang'an took several deep breaths, doing his utmost to calm his emotions. Only then did he right the overturned table, gesturing for the trembling maid to come clean up the mess. Sitting down with Chang Chang'an. Big brother, how long are you back for this time? 2 days. Chang Chang'an took the teacup handed to him by the housekeeper and smiled slightly. Thank you. His handsome smile and gentlemanly demeanor brought a flush to the maid's fair complexion. With a hurried "You're welcome," she stepped outside, closed the door, and stood quietly, her mind overflowing with thoughts. If she could write it all down, it would be an epic masterpiece titled "The Eldest Son of a Kyoto Noble Family Falls in Love with Me, His Maid." He set down the teacup. Chang Chang'an's gaze rested on Chang Chang'an's face as he said softly, "Brother, you've gone too far with this matter." "Big bro, let me speak first, alright? Yes, I'm sorry. Do you know where you went wrong? It's not about targeting him or using him to elevate your own reputation, but rather." Chang Chang'an held up 2 fingers. First, kings fight kings, generals fight generals. Those at the top never enter the fray themselves. No matter how strong a pawn may be, it remains just a pawn. Second, even a lion uses full force when hunting a rabbit. Were you too arrogant and careless today? Have you forgotten what I taught you before? Besides, since you've already conceived the intention to kill him, given his decisive attitude today, he won't spare you no more than I would in his place. So, I hope you'll do whatever it takes to deal with him next. Understand? Facing his inscrutable gaze, Chang Chang'an swallowed hard, clenched his teeth, and nodded. Alright, but big bro, his abilities are too strange. I might not be able to beat him. Of course you can't beat him. Chang Chang'an chuckled lightly, leaning back in his chair as he remarked coolly. He wields a dual authority, or rather, a new type of authority. He named it Qi Shao, rumored to be the very sort of Emperor Gaozu of Han. In other words, his authority aligns with that of Emperor Gaozu himself. Now the entire bureau believes that this is the true symbol of Emperor Gaozu of Han's authority. What? Chang Chang'an exclaimed in shock before suddenly having an epiphany. So that's why the Qi Shao sword I borrowed ended up in his hands. So that's how it is. Chang Chang'an's heaven-bestowed authority is the 3rd sequence number 04, borrowed arms. It allows one to borrow projections of historically famous weapons using wealth fortune. The more wealth given, the mightier the weapon borrowed. That Qi Shao sword cost him 20 million in wealth fortune. For poorer individuals, using this ability even once would spell bankruptcy and ruin, but for someone of his privileged background, it was just right. Chang Chang'an raised his hand to signal for silence, then continued speaking. Since observing his abilities comes at no cost and demonstrates formidable power, the Bureau has preliminarily assessed that his heavenly mandate authority will break through the current ceiling of rank 12 in the 2nd sequence. It might even rank within the top 10. Not to mention he's favored by heavenly fortune. If I were in your position, I'd spare no expense to befriend him rather than offend him. But given the current circumstances, nothing can be changed. So, he pointed at Chang Chang'an, I want all your subsequent actions to appear as if they're entirely driven by your own will. Don't involve the family, otherwise your eldest brother here. You know how much I value our brotherly blood ties, but when necessary, it's not that important. Our Chang family aims to be a millennial dynasty. Understood? Although his words sounded ruthless, Chang Chang'an knew this was indeed the best approach and could find no words to refute. All he could do was nod. I understand. If I can't kill him, I'll take my own life before he comes for me. Chang Chang'an nodded. Seeing his dejected expression, he pulled a phone from his pocket and tossed it over. This might help. Alright, I'm off. Little brother, don't let big bro down. He rose and approached Chang Changan, patting his shoulder before striding toward the door. As the door opened and closed again, Chang Changan disappeared from view. Chang Changan lowered his head and turned on his phone. The home screen displayed only one document. Opening it to take a look. To their astonishment, it was actually the list of personnel the United States had sent for friendly exchanges with the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, what was different was that besides the originally designated personnel, this list had one additional name. It's a black dude, Theodore Black Eludic. First sequence 09 Celestial Authority, Old World and New World. Old World etching. Entering the domain of the Old World, all beings within its range will be dragged into the shadows of the past, with all rules overwritten by the laws of the Old World. Unless said rule can surpass the ordinances of the Old World, or those who enter the domain manage to shatter the shadows of their own past. Otherwise, both he and his abilities will be etched by the shadows, sinking into their depths until the domain is dispelled. New World Denial. Entering the domain of the New World, all beings within its range will be judged by the rules of the New World. Anything that fails to meet the New World standards will be forcibly nullified and rendered ineffective. What is this New World standard? It's actually just the user's own personal standard. If they believe people must walk using their hands, then within their domain, you won't be able to walk using your feet. If they think people should defecate through their mouths, then it could be said to be utterly shameless. Of course, users must also adhere to this rule, or it will immediately become invalid. The moment he saw this divine authority, Chang Changan stood up excitedly. It's settled. It's settled. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and walked into the bedroom, taking out a satellite phone to call Eludic. Hello. I already understand your purpose. I can kill the person, but what can you offer me? How about a place where unclaimed divine artifacts are sealed away? Hiss, like this? Very well, our deal is concluded. I'll fulfill your request. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure working with you, thanks. The call ended. Chang Changan sneered. Heaven's decree? Twin authorities? Unless you're some kind of miracle this time, I don't see how you can win. If you like what you're reading, dear readers, give it a thumbs up. I'll do anything for you, this author's at your service. Chapter 47, I am no gentleman. Night. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Yulin quickly had Long Yi return to the Dingguan pattern, then opened the door. Upon seeing the visitor the next moment, he chuckled. Brother Su, what brings you here today? Some matters, Su Chu replied as he entered. His outfit was the same as usual, except the black overcoat had been replaced this time with a pink Hello Kitty one, looking utterly overflowing with girlish charm. Seeing Yulin's curious expression, he spread his hands helplessly. Your sister-in-law bought it for me. Really, I didn't want to wear it. I know, Brother Su. You were forced into it, Yulin nodded, playing along with him. So Brother Su, what brings you here? It's about you. Su Chu pointed at him with a smile and said, you ran into that arrogant Chang Changan today, didn't you? That guy who carries his chin higher than the sky? Yulin nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Brother Su, are you trying to convince me not to care? No. Su Chu shook his head and grinned. Remember when we talked about the divine order earlier? What do you plan to do? Retaliation, of course. What kind of person am I? Someone who never forgets a slight. Then why would you think I came to mediate? Yes, I'm sorry. It's nothing. Su Chu waved his hand. You're here with me, how could I let anyone bully you? Do whatever you need to do. I've got your back. Remember, my master is one of the few remaining Taishu cultivators. Even if we need to kill that bastard tonight, it's no loss anyway. Keeping him alive just invites trouble. Wow. Is Su Chu really that influential? Though Yulin already wanted to kill Chang Changan and was just waiting for the right timing, now with Su Chu's backing, let's do it. He nodded with a smile. How about tonight then? Why? A nobleman may wait 10 years to take his revenge, but I'm no nobleman, so when I can settle a score, it never waits till morning. Beautiful. You're making me like you more and more. Ha. Su Chu laughed loudly, then snapped his fingers as the shadows beneath his feet spread to Yulin's. Go ahead. 10 minutes is all you get. Yulin shook his head. What? Not enough? Too long. 3 minutes. Perfect for showing off. Thanks for the compliment. Inside the detached villa, Chang Changan didn't live with the Chang family or in the dorms, because sometimes he needed to throw parties at night and bask in others' admiration. News blackouts were only effective against the lower levels, which higher up wasn't aware of cultivation and heaven-bestowed authority. For Chang Changan? No way, that comparison only holds when he's measured against Chung Changsha. But when placed among Kyoto's entire younger generation? Let's get one thing straight. Chang Changan is a prodigy in his own right. Why do you think he was made team leader otherwise? If there are others in the group stronger than him, why can't they be captain? Is it because he pulled some strings? Enough about meaningless distinctions. Just answer this, aren't connections part of one's capabilities too? Not using connections when you have them, that would be pure idiocy. Chang Chang'an didn't consider himself an idiot. Now, he stood by the window, champagne flute in one hand, smartphone in the other. Alright, good. That's settled then, we'll come to provide support at your location. But each of you must contribute 5 points. Expensive? If you think it's expensive, you can find someone else, assuming you can actually find anyone. Good that you accepted. We'll be there the day after tomorrow. The call ended. Chang Chang'an calculated that this mission would earn them at least 200 contribution points, which would be split 50-50 between him and his teammates, meaning he'd get 100 points for himself. Massive profit. A little more savings, and he could finally afford that Earth-grade equipment. Once Eruitic takes care of Yulin, things were really looking up. Time to call over a couple of girls and have some fun first. With that thought, Chang Chang'an turned and walked away. The next moment, he froze completely in place. Because within his line of vision, Yulin was sitting right there on his sofa, waving at him cheerfully while saying with a smile, "Hello there. You now have 3 seconds to say your last words." 3. Wait, how did you get in here? 2. Do you really intend to fight me to the death? 1. Time's up. Do you really think you can kill me? I have. Swish. A streak of crimson sword chi sliced through the air, simple and unadorned, but effective. Chang Chang'an's vision spun dizzily before finally settling on that headless corpse. He thought, this guy really is ruthless. I shouldn't have provoked him. Chang Chang'an closed his eyes. Yulin leaned back, the shadows creeping from his feet up his body, carrying him away from this place. Of course, they took care of Chang Chang'an's body along the way. Surveillance? Chang Chang'an never installed any cameras, too busy throwing parties. In any case, he died without a sound. Unless the Chang family was willing to pay a steep price to hire someone to calculate why he disappeared and how he died. But judging by Chang Changshi's personality, he probably wouldn't seek revenge for this younger brother. He might even try to forge friendly relations with Yulin. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, befriend one when you've offended another. With Chang Changshi keeping silent and Chang Chang'an dead, who would know about the conspiracy between the two brothers? Even when contacting Eludic, Chang Changshi would hint for his subordinates to handle it. It never hurts to err on the side of caution. Inside the dormitory. You said 3 minutes, but you finished in 1. Impressive skills. Su Chu gave him a thumbs up and then stood up. Then I won't disturb your rest. Make sure to train well in the remaining days. Punch America, kick Europe. Yulin raised an eyebrow and asked, did Europa send people too? No, I just said it for the rhyme. Alright, take care on your way, brother Su. Come back if you need anything. Good night. Seeing Su Chu off, Yulin sat on the sofa as Dragon Lord emerged from the cauldron's inscriptions, nodding and saying, good, I like this kid. I'll give him a lift up someday, said Long Yi. Dragon Lord, as long as you're happy. Yulin leaned back in his chair, eyes half-lidded, looking utterly drained. Earlier, he had fully unleashed the Scarlet Sky Sword Chi without holding anything back, so now the chi inside him was almost depleted, leaving him feeling somewhat empty. For some reason, he tried, even silently reciting, others need chi to wield the Vermilion Cloud Sword Chi, but I don't. Surely this counts as a miracle. Yet nothing happened. Was it Yek holding back, or the mythical texts refusing to let him exploit glitches? Or perhaps certain triggering conditions needed to be met? Today I thought, no one can become the Genesis god in a single day, but I can. Doesn't that mean, ahem? Yulin would rather be human than a god. At least before he activated the mythic tome, most of the people he encountered were kind. Wouldn't Jaeger also wish for him to be human? Chapter 48 Your Paladin? Say time flies, but it actually crawls, at least when gaming. Before you know it, a whole day has slipped by. Say it drags, yet it sprints. Graduation feels like yesterday, and just the other day, my parents' hair was still glossy black. Hey, by Xiaoxia, just read it to yourself, why say it out loud? This sentimental stuff is seriously making me cringe. Ugh, fine. I just didn't want you all to get bored. Thought I'd entertain you a bit. If you don't like it, I'll stop. No wonder you're single, being this fierce. No man would dare take you on a blind date. After being lectured by Qin Zhao, Bai Xiaoxia casually tossed the book of quotations aside. Qin Zhao sighed helplessly. Do I look like someone who needs blind dates? What kind of nonsense are you thinking about in that little head of yours? Get ready properly, we're going all out in a moment. Oh, Bai Xiaoxia nodded, her gaze fixed on the venue ahead. Indeed, today was the day they would face off against the United States. According to intelligence reports. This time, the United States claimed to send only 4 participants for fairness. There were 3 people they had recognized from the files beforehand, plus a new addition, an African American from the USA who thought he was well hidden but had actually long been exposed. It was precisely this guy, wielding the authority of the first sequence, who gave the US the confidence to reduce their numbers just like Yulin and his team did. Very unfortunately, Yulin studied the situation and realized he totally countered him. This American is gonna cry his eyes out. Talk to his miracles about what's etched or not, what's regular or irregular. This sounds like some power from the West. Could it possibly compare to his blessings from Yi Ji? Now, about Chung Chang'en's death. With a team leader dead, the Civil Affairs Bureau naturally launched an investigation, which quickly led them to Yulin, who'd had a conflict with him that very day. But those who know, now everyone considers Yulin to be the embodiment of heavenly fortune. If Chung Chang'en chose to pick a fight, his death would be in vain. It could be said. In the eyes of the Civil Affairs Bureau now, Yulin is no less important than the top player in the national server. If America were to threaten military action against Yulin, Xia would genuinely go to war over it. Even during yesterday's friendly exchange, Zhang Jiangping had already sent Yulin a space ring that was nearly identical to the original version, capable of teleporting any chosen distance at least 4 times. Had it not been for the fact that the original space rings were still in production and considered vital strategic resources, Yulin suspected they might have actually given him one. But it didn't really matter anyway. With Jesus' blessing and the Dragon Lord by my side, I fear nothing. Yulin couldn't wait to play in the mythological world of living Buddha Ji Gong, but alas, he still had to wait some time. But now, first, he'd go beat up that guy named Eric for Ningya, then make the others have their spiritual convictions shattered. A moment later, the vehicle entered the Civil Administration Bureau's specialized combat arena. Many influential figures of considerable status have arrived today, even. The top-ranked player from Xia Nation's national server and the #1 player from the American server are both here. The two are shaking hands, all smiles of professional courtesy, but their stiffened necks and slightly flushed faces tell Yulin one thing: they've both tried to crush the other's hand in that handshake. It wasn't until they saw Yulin and the others entering that the two finally released each other's hands, imperceptibly shaking their wrists to ease the pain. The top-ranked domestic player nodded with a slight smile toward Yulin's group, but when the top-ranked international player turned to look at their own genius, he silently mouthed, "Crush them, go for it, Yulin." It seems in some respects, they're really no different from ordinary people. Looking ahead, the 4-person American team consisted of 2 whites, 1 black, and 1 with East Asian features. Leading them was a burly white man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and rippling muscles, dressed in tight tactical gear with a silver cross hanging from his chest. He crossed his arms, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, a faint, cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips as if nothing in the world could catch his attention. Noticing Yulin looking at him, he even minded slicing his own throat in Yulin's direction. Remru, Awaken Sequence 03-08 Paladin, capable of summoning the vestiges of legendary paladins to enhance his combat abilities. Yulin decided to wait and punch him first. Beside him stood a tall, white woman with fiery red hair, none other than Ilaichi, the very person Ningya had tasked Yulin to beat up. Her slender fingers toyed with a silver coin, flipping it nimbly through her fingertips, occasionally flashing a dazzling glint of light. Awaken Sequence 3 number 11, Pyrokinesis. On the right side of the team stood a man with Asian features, dark hair, dark eyes, his stern expression fixed on Yulin and the others as though they were prey. Native American, blues. Though he hadn't awakened a divine mandate, it was said he underwent genetic modification in America. While he sacrificed his future potential, he now possessed the strength of a perfected physical refinement, even capable of clashing head-on with those barely reaching the indestructible stage. Most eye-catching was the black man standing at the rear Eliadik. Bare-chested with a full pelt of chest hair, he noticed Yulin's group looking at him and stuck out his tongue at them, then pointed suggestively at his crotch. "You damned in asterisk gare, like pointing huh? Just wait, I'll cripple his damn junk." Xin Zhao gritted his teeth, his fists clenching tight. "Xinjia, calm down, stay calm, he's just trying to provoke you. Hey, you pale skinny guy over there, Erdrick is asking if you're free after this? He wants to buy you a drink, preferably spend the whole night together. Fuck your mother, you damn nigger, I'll fight you to the death." Bai Xiaoxiao was furious and was about to charge forward when Yulin grabbed his arm. "Don't rush, there'll be time for you to act later. 20 minutes till showtime." Alright, Bai Xiaoxiao was actually just putting on an act, making the other side think he had truly lost his rationality to anger. Did they really think he was stupid? "You thought I was on the first floor, but I'm actually standing on the ceiling." Patiently waited for the top-tier domestic players above to finish their speeches. As a standard female announcer's voice rang out, "Please welcome both contestants to the stage. The match is about to begin." As the broadcast announcement faded, Yulin and his 3 teammates stepped forward, while simultaneously, the American squad across from them mounted the platform. The two sides stood in confrontation at the center of the ring, where invisible sparks seemed to crackle in the air. Better to lose the match than the friendship. Friendship between nations comes first. Let the match begin. The instant those words fell, "Come forth, holy knight." Boom! A dazzling holy light erupted from Remru's body as an ethereal knight clad in silver armor descended from the heavens, merging with his form. His pupils turned pure white, his muscles swelled once more, his war boots shattered the ground beneath him as he shot towards Yulin like a cannonball. "Trash of Xia country," he sneered inwardly. "This punch will blow your head off." The fist's wind tore through the air as holy light condensed into a blazing white fist radiance. Qin Zhao and his two companions had no intention of making a move. Instead, they even took a few steps back. Because just days ago, Yulin had relied on elixirs to advance directly to the late stage of physical refinement, surpassing Zhou Yi. Of course, this was merely the image he presented to them. In reality, he had already reached perfection. Scared stiff? Ruimlu seemed to already envision the moment Yulin's head would burst open. Friendship first? To hell with that. But, just as the fist was merely 3 inches away from Yulin's brow, buzz, the paladin apparition suddenly separated from his body, its silver armor clanging loudly. The towering knight gripped Remru's wrist with one hand while pressing down on his shoulder with the other. With a crisp crack, Remru's knee smashed heavily through the arena's stone floor. No, this can't be. Fuck. What are you doing? You're the paladin I summoned. Don't kneel to him. Let me go. Remyu's eyes were splitting with rage as he watched his summoned paladin drop to one knee, pressing his forehead against Yulin's fingertip. The silver-armored knight moved with the devotion of the most pious servant, while Yulin merely lowered his eyes with a faint smile. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Rimuru shattered. They surrendered before the fight even began. What the hell is this? What kind of game is this? How do you even play? At this moment, Yulin spoke up. Take him away and beat him up. Yes, my lord. The paladin immediately stood up, grabbed Rimuru, and strode off the platform without the slightest regard for his futile struggles. The wail arose the next instant. Just like that, the American team lost a member in the most dramatic fashion. Burned out. Good night, my precious ones. Chapter 49, You bear it, you are blameless. What's going on? The top-ranked national server player frowned slightly at the sight unfolding on the field. He turned his head toward Zhang Jiangping and asked, Didn't you say he was Tianyun? I seem to recall that Tianyun couldn't make a paladin kneel and say, My lord, could he? Zhang Jiangping was still in a daze when the words from the national server's top player snapped him back to reality. Excitement coursed through him so intensely that his body trembled slightly. Chairman, no, he definitely isn't Tianyun. We used to speculate that he was one of fortune and miracle, leaning more toward fortune, because his luck avoiding misfortune and turning danger into safety outweighs his ability to achieve the impossible. After all, what's impossible for me might just be a low probability event for the Taishu beings. For example, I can't regenerate severed limbs, but the Taishu need only wave their hand to make it happen. I can't help someone achieve condensed spirit in a single day, but the Taishu can simply impart their cultivation to make it possible overnight. What you deem impossible, others might accomplish effortlessly. Only a miracle acknowledged by miracle itself can truly be called a miracle? Besides, we don't actually know how the miracle judgment process works. What I'm saying might be completely wrong, so it's hard to determine. But no matter what Yulin is currently demonstrating proves beyond doubt that he's awakened the miracle authority. Only that one could make a holy knight. His words remained unfinished, nor did they need to be. Everyone knows who that person is. Like this, the number 1 player in the national server nodded slightly, watching Yulin's figure as he chuckled. Miracle is better than heavenly fortune, especially the Taisu who carries miracles with them in the future. One person can guard an entire nation. Let's invite a Taisu to come out of seclusion. Hearing this, Zhang Jiangping immediately understood and nodded, saying, All right, on the field. Elric and the other two looked at Remru, who had been beaten into a lifeless mess beside them. They were furious, but also puzzled. How the hell did he do that? The records don't mention him having this ability at all. TCH, how is this any different from realizing you've entered the wrong dungeon and encountered a new boss just as your raid's about to begin? Hey, don't fret too much. Maybe he holds dual authorities and has just awakened some ecclesiastical-related authority power. With me, Erudic here, all authority is useless. Now, it's up to you. Anyone who lets me down, humph. Eldrick spoke up, calming Elise and Bruce's nerves before taking a step forward. He grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. His arms spread wide, glowing light radiating from his palms. Old world and new world. With his low chant, the scene within 20 meters around him abruptly transformed. The space on the left twisted and distorted, turning into a dim wasteland where withered trees curled like the fingers of dying men. Dark red liquid seeped from the cracked ground, while the air filled with the scent of decay. This was the domain of old world etching. The right side erupted in a blinding white light, the ground transforming into a mirror-smooth crystalline surface. Countless glowing runes floated in the air, each one constantly rearranging itself as if formulating new rules. This was the domain of New World Veto. Eludic stood at the boundary line, grinning savagely as he gazed at Yulin. Welcome to my world. Here, unless God himself descends, what I say goes. Arrogant words echoed through the venue. Bai Xiaoxia, who didn't understand English, scratched her head in confusion. What the heck is this guy babbling about? Brother Yulin, it's up to you now. Let's go take on those two. Yulin nodded and voluntarily stepped into the domain of the old world and new world, standing right at the boundary line as he locked eyes with Eldrick. It wasn't that the domain of the old world and new world could only be this large, but rather that given Eldric's current capacity, this was the maximum he could manifest. This represented both his current limit and the minimum threshold of divine authority. After all, the first sequence heaven bestowed authority demanded no price, it depended entirely on one's personal capacity for bearing it. Unless he's willing to stake his very life, this convergence of the old and new realms could envelop the entire capital of Kyoto. If it were Taishu executing this, swallowing an entire Xia kingdom would be mere child's play. With a mere wave of Eldritch's hand, Eric's and Bruce immediately stepped forward from behind him, poised to charge at Yulin at any moment. What are you waiting for? Awaiting Eldritch's judgment upon Yulin. Eldrick raised his hand, pointing at Yulin with a cold sneer. Never has anyone dared to stand between me and my authority, waiting to be torn in half. My decree stands, in the old world, all who oppose me shall fall. In the new, none shall remain whole against me. Engrave, judge. In an instant, both the shadowy gloom of the old world and the blinding radiance of the new rushed toward Yulin. Rotting branches coiled around his ankles like venomous serpents, while glowing judgment runes circled ominously above his head. Eludic sneered viciously, seemingly already envisioning Yulin being torn asunder. Crack! A crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out. Just as the shadows and light were about to consume Yulin, a pure white cross phantom manifested behind him out of thin air. Thorns coiled around the cross, its dripping blood transforming into glimmering golden sparks. An ethereal voice whispered by Yulin's ear as a translucent figure materialized beside him. The figure was enveloped in a soft halo, its features indistinct, with only a warm aura radiating outward. The Lord has spoken. Erudic's smile froze on his face. He stared wide-eyed as the domain he took such pride in began to crumble. Boom! Brilliant holy light erupted, surging like tidal waves across the entire arena. The decaying shadows of the old world were purified, while the judgment runes of the new era shattered one after another. Eldric's domain crumbled like fragile glass, collapsing completely under the holy radiance. No, this can't be. Eldric staggered backward, his face etched with terror. Yulin slowly raised his hand, pointing at him, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. If you can bear the weight of your past actions, then, you are innocent. As the words fell, a miraculous scene unfolded. The shadows of the old world, once dispelled by holy light, suddenly coalesced anew, but this time, they coiled not around Yulin, but around Eldritch himself. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the arena. Elric fell to his knees as countless dark shadows emerged from within him, twisting into grotesque humanoid forms. These were the shadows of all those he had tortured to death, now turning against him in retribution. All those from America rose to their feet, some widening their eyes, others rubbing them, as though unable to believe what they were witnessing. Several from the Vatican even began murmuring to themselves, "Why, has the saint gone east?" Chapter 50, I want to watch the military parade. Corner. Yulin sat on a chair with his legs crossed, watching Qin Zhao's group violently beat up Eric and Bruce in front of him, occasionally shouting, "Qin Zhao, go for his lower defenses. By Xiaoxia, aim for his eyes. Joey, just like that, deliver a brutal liver punch." Respected saint. Two white-haired elders of the church stood respectfully beside Yulin, dressed in immaculate white robes with pure gold crosses hanging from their chests. Though speaking fluent Chinese, they carried not a trace of Western accent. His Holiness the Pope earnestly requests your return to the church. One of the elders clasped his hands before his chest, eyes shimmering with pious devotion. You can make paladins bow and bring forth the holy light. This is the supreme glory bestowed by the Lord. If you are willing, you shall become the youngest cardinal in the history of the church. Even more, when His Holiness the Pope abdicates, you will be the new Pope. They seem to have completely ignored the guidance Yulin had just given. Or perhaps, what's wrong with saints being straightforward? It's because people today are so hypocritical that the Lord hasn't chosen a true saint for so long. Yulin didn't even raise his head, still focused on the battle in the arena. I'm not going. You're disturbing my match watching. It's genuinely annoying. At these words, the two immediately dared not make another sound, obediently standing to the side, glancing at each other uncertainly, not knowing what to do. The two of them were still able to come directly because of their high status, being among the few cardinals of the church. Beside them, a crowd of believers watched eagerly, gazing at Yulin's face, hoping for even a single word from him. Never mind if he was from the East or not. In the eyes of the Lord, there are no Westerners or Easterners, only all living beings, and the Lord loves them all. If the Lord himself has appeared to back him up, and you still insist he's not a saint, then who is? That Eldrick guy? Are you kidding me? If Yulin knew what they were thinking, he can only sum it up in one phrase. When I become a saint, my disciples will naturally defend my doctrines for me. The battle ended quickly. After all, it was 3 against 2. In fact, if not for the request from the North American server's top player before the match, demanding they fight even if outmatched, they would have surrendered the moment Yulin displayed his divine miracle. So much so that now they had no heart left to face Qin Zhao and the others. One by one, they walked up and were carried back down unconscious. Remelman Ellerdick had it even worse. Remro completely lost the ability to summon paladins. It wasn't that his authority had vanished, but rather that throughout the vast expanse of history, not a single paladin answered his call. Why bother responding to him? Planning to throw punches at their god again? Not killing him now is solely because the Lord has mercy on him. Illuric, meanwhile, was tormented by the backlash of his own abilities, doomed to endure the haunting shadows of the dead night and day until his sins were atoned. In any case, it's pretty much ruined. The top-ranked US server player expressed this sentiment upon defeat. You won not because we're incompetent, but because you were lucky to have K's Saints on your side. We'll have a friendly exchange another time. The top-ranked player just smiled and replied, remember to come to our place for Sunday service next time, we'll save you a front row seat. The top-ranked American player was furious, but there was nothing he could do. As he was about to leave, he shouted at Yulin, Saint, we welcome you to join us anytime. Anything they can offer you, we can too. If you're ever unhappy with them, America's doors are always open to you. After saying this, he conveniently had the assassination order against Yulin revoked. Assassination? Can't you see K protecting him? If you could succeed in an assassination, you'd be legendary, better than K himself. From now on, we might as well worship you. But his invitation was doomed to fail from the start. The Civil Affairs Bureau and the government already held Yulin in high regard, and now, with this situation unfolding, no need to say more, those who understand, understand. The national champion walked toward Yulin and the others, shook Yulin's hand, and said with a smile, Yulin, Xin Zhao, by Xiaoxia, Joey, you've done well, showing the world our nation's pride. What reward would you like? In front of him, the usually carefree Qin Zhao and the other two appeared somewhat restrained, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet Yulin merely smiled faintly. Chairman, I want to go see that. You know what I mean. Okay, sure. The top-ranked player in the national server didn't hesitate for a second before agreeing to his request. What's the big deal? It's just a military parade? He didn't ask for anything in return, now that's a true comrade of the people. After thinking for a moment, he finally said, alright, here's the deal. They're willing to promise you a cardinal's robes, and I won't let them look down on us either. Within 3 days at most, the promotion ceremony for the rank of general will be ready for you, alright? Yulin shook his head, no need, Chairman. Just give me the military rank directly, I prefer things simple and straightforward. Hearing this, the nation's top-ranked player burst into laughter, then patted Yulin on the shoulder with eyes full of admiration. Good, very good. You're our country's pride. Remember, if you ever face any injustice in the future, just call me. Not just me, our nation has your back too. As he spoke, he slipped a business card into Yulin's hand. Then he looked at Qin Zhao and the other two, smiling as he asked, have you made up your minds? If you'd also like to attend the military parade, while I can't promise you the same rank of general, I can guarantee, at least the rank of major. The three exchanged glances. Given their family backgrounds, they didn't lack money or resources, so why would they need a divine artifact? That didn't make sense. After all, they weren't Yulin. If Yulin wanted it, he would have actually given it to them. So they nodded in unison. Us too. Thank you, Chairman. Chapter 51, The First Silver Coin. Victory Banquet? No need, I'm not even holding any medal ceremony, so why bother with a victory banquet? Let's just all go to the cafeteria and have hot pot together. Then it's settled, see you at 7 in the evening. Yulin sat in his dorm room and, after hanging up the phone, lay on his bed scrolling through short videos again. Every day he'd spend some time mindlessly scrolling to empty his mind. Long Yi drifted over and flopped down beside him, poking his head with a claw. Today you really outdid yourself with that act, had your fill of showing off, huh? So from now on, can I just step in directly? Yulin thought for a moment before nodding, yes. With the Western Lords protecting me, and the Eastern Cauldrons that subdued the 9 provinces and dragons by my side, what could possibly go wrong? Take any complaints to my miracles. Hell yeah! Dragon Lord wagged his tail excitedly, he'd had enough of this life in hiding. Back in the day when it followed Greatshu, who wouldn't respectfully address it as Dragon Lord? But with a crafty roll of its eyes, the topic shifted again. Got a minute to talk? Who is that presence? The aura he exudes, feels like he could take on 10 of old you single-handedly. Absolutely terrifying. Yulin set down his phone, tilted his head to look at it, and raised an eyebrow, saying, didn't you read the Bible, Dragon Lord? Or any of that Christian knowledge? Dragon Master chuckled sheepishly, got too caught up gaming and forgot about it, didn't I? Then take a look at this. Which one? That one. Yulin pointed to the bookshelf, where there was a thick Bible he had recently purchased. The Lord written within is him, and also the first friend I met on my mission. Maybe someday I can take you to meet him, in case I ever travel back to the moment his mother was conceived by the Holy Spirit? Oh, replied Dragon Lord with a nod, tossing the Bible into his mouth before beginning to absorb it. Yet this absorption alone made it pause abruptly. That's not right? What's wrong? Dragon Master spat out the Bible and flipped to the last appendix page, where there was an image of the Last Supper. It pointed with its claw at a figure with blurred features standing to Jesus' right. The Bible says this was his closest friend. Don't tell me this is you, kid? Possibly. Yulin looked over. Sure enough, it was. Ha! That's not right. He distinctly remembered this change wasn't part of his past. Could it be today? Never mind. It doesn't matter anyway. Yulin lay back down again, saying, Dragon Master, take another look at the mythological tales of living Buddha Jigong. We'll be traveling to his era in a few days. Alright. Dragon Master nodded, even feeling somewhat eager. When can we go to Old Yu's place? If before that, it meets the Yellow Emperor and forms a sworn brotherhood with him, wouldn't Old Yu have to address it as, ahem? Better not think about it, better not. It shook its head, dispelling the distracting thoughts, then went to the computer desk and started the game directly. Since playing just one game didn't give it any sense of achievement, it's now playing 2 games simultaneously. Getting praised by teammates in this game and then receiving compliments from teammates in that game, it's exhilarating. Now, the title China's Top Dragon represents victory. Whoever gets teamed with it automatically wins. Reporting hacks? How are they supposed to detect this physical hack anyway? Could they actually arrest Dragon and lock him up? Not likely. Setting everything else aside, just imagine officials investigating and finding that this computer's IP address belongs to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Beep beep beep. Yulin was scrolling through videos when a call came in. It was an international call. Scam call? He pressed answer. Hello? Hello, esteemed saint. A gentle yet aged voice came from the other end of the line. This is Pope Francis. Yulin raised an eyebrow. Hello, Your Holiness. I currently have no intention of joining the church. Was there anything else? No, revered saint. The Pope's tone quickened slightly, as if afraid he might hang up. This call isn't about that matter. There's a sacred artifact. It has been waiting for you. As the words fell, Yulin's phone pinged with an incoming email. He clicked to take a look. It was a photo of an ancient silver coin. The edge of the silver coin bore a tiny notch. It was the very same coin he had once given Jesus for carpentry work. The main thing was that it gave him an excuse to check on the furniture and talk to Jesus, chatting about this and that. Then I became acquainted with Jesus. But how did this silver coin end up in their hands? And how did it become a holy relic? What does this mean? Yulin pretended not to understand. The Pope continued, the Lord left a prophecy. In the future, a saint from the East would come to reclaim this silver coin that originally belonged to him. Kay says, this is the beginning of friendship. He paused, his voice growing softer. I believe that person is you. Yulin pondered for a moment. Very well. I will visit the Vatican in 2 months. The Pope's laughter came through the phone. Alright, we'll be awaiting your arrival at any time. If you prefer, we could also send a bishop to come fetch you. No need to trouble yourselves. Yulin declined before continuing. So is there anything else? I'm about to go grab a meal. That's all. Wish you a pleasant dinner. The Lord be with you. The Pope didn't hang up immediately, instead waiting for Yulin to end the call first as a sign of respect. After hanging up, Yulin rubbed his chin. Silver coins. Dear Lord, thank you once again. He stopped thinking and glanced at the time before getting up to walk out the door. Long Yi, I'm going to grab something to eat. Alright, bring me back something too. You're eating too? Didn't you say you weren't hungry earlier? Ah, I was too busy playing games earlier. I bow to you. As the door closed, Yulin stepped out of the dormitory and headed towards the cafeteria. Just as he stepped downstairs, he saw Qin Zhao and the others standing below, with Bai Xiaoxiao waving at him. Brother Yulin, hurry up. There are 2 more chapters tonight. Let's kick off the mythology of living Buddha Jigong, okay? Chapter 52, Leifeng Pagoda, Lingyin Temple. Night. Phew. Yulin took a deep breath and withdrew from his cultivation state. Today marked his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the indestructible realm, as well as the day when the myth of living Buddha Jigong would be unsealed. For this, he requested a week's leave from Chen Haoshi. Chen Haoshi had no objections. Not to mention a week. What difference does a month make? Who can find a student like this? Whose student could break through to the unbreakable realm in just half a year? Whose student is a general? Whose student is a saint? Who can? Come and try to compete. Chen Haoshi declared, if anyone disagrees, come fight it out in the arena. Don't worry about whether others dare to send students or not if they disagree, just come and fight in the ring. So Yulin had plenty of time to complete his mission unless the time flow rate there was the same as here. Master Long, stop fighting, we need to leave. Yulin got up from the ground, stretched lazily, and called out to Master Long who was still battling in the virtual world. Coming, just one last kill. Golden headshot, perfect. Long Yi swiftly shut down the computer, then turned and flew straight into the Dingguan pattern. Let's go. Swish. A streak of white light flashed. Yulin vanished without a trace. In the 18th year of Shaoxing during the Southern Song dynasty, 6 years after Yufei was unjustly executed, Ji Gong was born in the southern Song dynasty, in what is now Yongning Village, Tiantai County, Taizhou, Zhejiang. There's a legend that during his birth, the statue of the Arhat taming the dragon suddenly toppled over. Hence, people later believed him to be the reincarnation of this celestial guardian. His family belonged to the prestigious Li clan of Tiantai, with ancestors who had served as officials for generations. His father, Li Maochun, once held the position of magistrate in Changhua County, present-day Zhoushan, Zhejiang, before resigning to live in seclusion. Li Maochun and his wife had their son, Jigong, only when they were nearly 40, so they doted on him immensely. Do you think talking so much means Yulin arrived during Jigong's birth? No. Yulin arrived during the Chuanxi era, 1174 to 1189, of Emperor Xiaozong of Song. To be precise, it was the year Jigong turned 27. Though his behavior was eccentric and he indulged in wine and meat, earning him the nickname Mad Monk Ji from the Linging Temple monks, he remained unharmed under the protection of his master, Chan Master Hui Yuan. At this moment, the West Lake shimmered with emerald ripples, its distant hills resembling painted eyebrows. Several egrets skimmed across the water's surface, stirring concentric circles of ripples. Willow branches brushed gently along the shore, while an occasional fishing boat glided by, leaving rippled trails in the water. Dressed in a white robe with a jade crown, resembling some noble's son on an outing, Yulin stood on a small boat, his gaze fixed ahead on Linging Temple. The boatman was a middle-aged man with sun-darkened skin, lazily rowing the oar as he headed leisurely towards Linging Temple. Brother, may I ask if Master Daioji is at Linging Temple? Yulin pretended not to know and casually struck up a conversation with him. The boatman grinned. Master Daioji, is it? Indeed. He's at Linging Temple. I just don't know if he's here at the moment. Judging by your appearance, young master, are you new to our Linen city? Yes. Yulin nodded with a slight smile. Yes, I've come from elsewhere. I've heard Master Daioji works miracles, so I came to see for myself. By the way, is that the Leifeng Pagoda over there? He lifted his hand to point at a pagoda standing on the other side. The boatman nodded. Yes. Young master, if you wish, you might find time to visit. I hear there's a great serpent suppressed beneath that pagoda. Though it's only hearsay, no one has ever confirmed whether it's true or not. Great serpent. Lady White Snake? Yulin thought to himself, perhaps in the future when the legend of Lady White Snake emerges, he could come back for another look. He laughed and said, got it, thanks for the heads up, big bro. I'll head over when the time comes. Hey, which noble family does that young master belong to? He's truly dashing. Yulin's words were abruptly cut off by a bright, feminine voice. He turned his head toward the source of the voice. A delicate painted boat slowly glided by, with a young maiden in a pale yellow dress standing at its bow. She sported playful pigtail buns with silver bells tied at her waist, their gentle tinkling keeping time with the boat's sway. It was me calling you. Seeing Yulin turn, the girl waved openly, her smile radiant. How old might you be this year, young master? Are you married? Tilting her head, mischief sparkled in her eyes. If not, I happen to know a lovely maiden, sweet 16, graceful as a willow, a beauty worth her weight in gold, who'd be perfect for you. Such bold and straightforward flirting was quite unlike the typical reserved manners of Jiangnan ladies. Yulin shook his head with a chuckle and clasped his hands toward her. Thank you for your kindness, miss, but I currently have no thoughts of marriage. The boat had now reached the shore. After paying the fare, Yulin leaped lightly onto the bluestone pavement. He turned back and smiled faintly at the young maiden. We'll meet again if fate wills it. The girl didn't take offense and continued waving cheerfully with a smile. You must remember me, young master. My name is. Before the words faded away, the painted boat had already glided toward the heart of the lake. Yulin only faintly caught the words little Ling carried on the breeze. He thought to himself, an interesting young lady. The temple sat at the foot of North High Peak, its vermilion walls and black tiles partially hidden amidst the verdant mountain forest. Ancient trees tower before the temple gates where pilgrims come in an endless stream. On the bluestone steps, the fragrance of sandalwood intertwines with the fresh scent of grass and foliage. Yulin bought 3 incense sticks and inserted them into the censer. Wispy smoke curls upward, merging with the dawn light upon the golden rooftop of the grand hall. Excuse me, is Monk Daioji here? He stopped a passing monk and asked. When the monks heard the name Daioji, they immediately frowned. He's not here. That mad monk went to Linen City early this morning. He lowered his voice, revealing a hint of disdain. Drinking and eating meat all day, acting like a madman, what kind of monk behaves like this? If not for the abbot's protection, he'd have been driven out of the temple long ago. Such impure devotion to Buddha. What business do you have with him, benefactor? Yulin smiled faintly. At least Master Daioji wouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. His gaze swept over the monk's awkward and guilty expressions before he shook his head. Your Buddhist mindfulness isn't as righteous as his. You're in no position to judge him. Keep practicing, you're really quite lacking. With that, he turned and left, leaving the monk stomping his feet in place while muttering incessantly under his breath. as if countering Yulin's words. Chapter 53, The Mad Monk. Linger, who were you just talking to? A beautiful woman in a blue dress approached Linger with a curious look on her face. Pointing excitedly at Linging Temple, Linger exclaimed, Shoujuan, you wouldn't believe it. There was such a handsome man just now, really incredibly handsome. And from the first moment I saw him, he gave me such a comfortable feeling, so comfortable, just like when I was little and my dad and mom used to hold tiny me in their arms. Do you understand this feeling? Shoujuan's face grew even more curious. Really? Really? I didn't see it. I don't believe it. Oh, please believe me, believe me. Alright, even if I didn't see it, I'll believe you for once. After all, hey, look, that's him. Linger suddenly noticed Yulin walking up the stone steps on the mountainside and quickly pointed. Look, didn't I tell you? Where? Let me see. Shoujuan looked and indeed saw a handsome young man descending the stone steps. What particularly struck her was how he seemed to sense her gaze, locking eyes with her for a moment that brought a faint blush to her cheeks. Yes, you're right, Linger. Right? Linger tore her gaze away from Yulin and turned back with a giggle, but the word she'd meant to say transformed instantly when she noticed that telltale blush. Hey, Shoujuan, what's with that expression on your face? I saw it first, alright, but since we're such good sisters, let's compete fairly. Xiaojuan quickly waved her hands in refusal, saying, No, I can't. Had you forgotten that I'm already betrothed? Ah, right. Linger smacked her forehead, a look of remorse flashing across her face. I'm sorry, Splash. Help! Someone's fallen into the water. To the left. Someone's fallen into the water on the left. Startled cries carried across the lake as Linger and Shoujuan swiftly turned toward the sound. They saw a middle-aged man in brocade clothing flailing and splashing wildly in the water. His wife lay prostrate on the shore, her voice breaking with desperate screams. Husband! Oh husband! Tears streaming down her face, she turned to look at the crowd around her. Does anyone know how to swim? Please, I beg you, save my husband. I'll kowtow to you. The bystanders exchanged glances, but no one responded. More and more people gathered on the shore, but they only pointed and whispered, too afraid to enter the water. Shoujuan, I can swim, I'll go down and save him. Linger hurried forward and without hesitation started climbing over the railing. Wait, miss. A grimy hand suddenly grabbed her sleeve. Linger turned her head to see a monk in tattered robes grinning at her mischievously. The monk wore a tattered monastic hat, carried a broken palm leaf fan at his waist, and had wine stains on his face that couldn't obscure his piercingly bright eyes. You filthy monk! Linger stamped her foot in panic as the lake water had already risen above the drowning man's head. A human life is at stake, why are you stopping me? In her haste, she didn't even recognize the monk's identity. The monk simply shook his head, gently waving his palm leaf fan. Ah, young lady, this person is beyond your help, you mustn't save him, absolutely mustn't. If I can't save them, who can? Linger's almond-shaped eyes widened in anger. Keep blocking me, and I'll throw you down there myself. She was about to jump again when the monk suddenly pointed ahead. Hey, don't be so hasty. Look, here comes the rescuer. Linger followed his finger and saw a white figure gracefully approaching from the shore. The man was clad in white robes, his hair tied up with a jade crown, his sleeves fluttering as he stepped across the water. Each step lightly touched the surface, sending ripples outward in circles. His gait appeared leisurely, yet swift as a startled swan. It's that young master from earlier, Shoujuan exclaimed in a hushed voice. Yulin walked to the waterside, bent down to investigate, and effortlessly lifted the drowning man from the water. The man had already choked on water and lost consciousness. Yulin gently patted his back a few times, and the man immediately coughed up several mouthfuls of lake water, slowly regaining consciousness. My husband! The woman cried out with overwhelming joy. Yulin leaped ashore with just a light toe tap. He gently set the man down and turned to leave. Yet he suddenly felt gazes, well, perhaps numerous gazes, pressing against his back, compelling him to glance over his shoulder. And just like that, his eyes locked with those of a grimy monk. Though the man bore no resemblance to old man Yu Benchang in appearance, his eyes were uncannily similar, as if two different people were sharing the same pair of eyes. Smilingly watching Yulin. Ji Gong? He stopped in his tracks, turned towards the painted boat, and with just a light leap, arrived before Jigong, clasping his hands in salute. Yulin pays his respects to Monk Daoji. Oh, benefactor needn't be so courteous, so courteous. Daoji helped him up, saying with a smile, You're truly a kind soul. Kindness always brings its own reward. Yulin stood up and asked curiously, Master, did you already foresee that I would come here to save people? Logically speaking, his miracle ability should make him immune to divination-type selections. Not to mention that Ji Gong is currently in his reincarnated form. Even if the true manifestation of Arhat taming the dragon appeared, he probably still couldn't be calculated. Yet judging by Ji Gong's demeanor, it seemed he had known Yulin would come all along. Peculiar indeed. Jigong shook his head. No, this humble monk isn't reading your fortune, benefactor. You possess a destiny too grand for a mere monk like me to decipher. So this reading is for the drowning one. Today he shall be saved by someone of great destiny. Benefactor, you overestimate this monk's abilities. So that's how it is. That actually makes sense. Yulin nodded with a smile. Master, would you be willing to find a place with me to talk? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Why not? Come along, come along. Ji Gong readily agreed, turning to walk toward the painted pleasure boat's interior. Linger behind them clapped her thigh as she watched their retreating figures. Xiujuan, was that monk the legendary Master Daoji? Chapter 50 was held up in review for a while but is now released. Those who haven't read it yet can go check it out now. Chapter 54 The Unreasonable Brute. With the painted boat crowded with people, they couldn't find a single vacant seat to sit and chat. So Yulin and Ji Gong disembarked and came before a tavern in the city. Fortune Pavilion. Customers came and went frequently, and the enticing aroma of dishes wafted out, whetting the appetite. However, just as they were about to step into the tavern, a tall and burly man suddenly blocked the doorway. Standing on the steps, he looked down at the two men. After lingering his gaze on Yulin for a moment, he cast a disgusted glance at Ji Gong, then pointed at Yulin and said gruffly, "You may enter." But, he shifted his finger and pointed at Ji Gong. "That dirty monk cannot enter. My young master has the most sensitive nose when it comes to foul odors. It would ruin his appetite." He snorted coldly. "Others might endure it, but our young master certainly won't. He's the reincarnation of a heavenly literary star, far too precious for such indignities." Yulin frowned slightly and asked, "Is this tavern owned by your young master?" The burly man scoffed and shook his head, "No. But," he smugly lifted his chin, "it's owned by a good friend of our master." Yulin nodded, his tone still calm, "Since it's not your family's winehouse, you sure meddle a lot." He stepped forward to enter. "Money's no issue. Can't we get a private booth? Call your manager out. If he won't let us in, then we shan't enter." The burly man sneered even more derisively, even going so far as to block his path completely. Crossing his arms, he mocked, "We're short on everything except silver." "Let me be frank with you," he said, slanting the man a disdainful look. "The boss ain't here today, so what I say goes." His eyes slid sideways to Yulin as he sneered, "Either get inside now, or take your stinky monk friend and piss off." Yulin's patience finally snapped. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes. "Step aside. What can you do about it? Or are you trying to compare family backgrounds with my young master?" The burly man locked eyes with Yulin, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. But remembering his master's capabilities, that unease instantly vanished into thin air. At this moment, pedestrians and diners, drawn by the big man's shouts, quickly gathered around. They didn't recognize Yulin, but they certainly knew Whooping Zen Master. Someone immediately stepped forward, pointing at the burly man, "You scoundrel, blind fool, don't you know this is Master Daioji standing before you? Master Daioji coming to eat here is already an honor for you." His words were scarcely spoken before many others chimed in. Countless people begged Master Daioji to visit their homes, yet you dare shut your doors to him? Hey, clear the way for the master now, unless you think my fists are smaller than yours. Absolutely right. Master Monk, you shouldn't suffer this indignity. Come to my family's restaurant. Our establishment is the welcoming guest pavilion. If your reverence would honor us with your presence today, all customers will receive discounts. Master Monk, don't go to his place. Come to mine. Surrounded by the crowd's attacks, the burly man's face flushed crimson as he roared hoarsely. "None of your damn business. What monk nonsense? You think he could be Master Daioji? If this guy's really Master Daioji, I'll drink that outhouse dry over there. Let me tell you, my young master comes from..." As if suddenly remembering something, he abruptly changed his tone. "Today I simply won't yield. What are you going to do about it? Who was it that just challenged me to a fight?" As the words fell, he just lightly pinched the doorframe with his hand, leaving marks on the solid wood, then gave a tug and tore off a piece. Simple as it seemed, this was specially treated hardwood. Even a knife could only leave shallow scratches on its surface. If applied to a human, this burly man could snap bones with just his grip. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. Is this rogue actually a martial artist? Seeing their expressions, the burly man tossed aside what he was holding, folded his arms, and said, "Who wants to fight me? Let's sign a life or death contract. My fists won't show any mercy." No one made a sound, some even took a step back, keeping their eyes fixed on Ji Gong. There was no way they could win in a fight. Only someone like Ji Gong could handle this. Yulin, seeing the burly man like this, was about to raise his hand and push the man aside. But Ji Gong stopped him first, shaking his head with a smile. "Oh dear, kind benefactor, please refrain from violence, refrain from violence. All matters should prioritize harmony." He waved his hand dismissively and turned away unconcerned. If he won't let this poor monk enter, then this monk simply won't enter. Let's find another place. As he spoke, he swung his tattered palm leaf fan while humming a tune, strolling leisurely toward the other side of the street. Yulin saw this and followed, walking alongside him with a smile. The venerable monk's cultivation is truly admirable. Ji Gong swayed his head leisurely, fanning himself as he spoke. The worldly fight for fame and fortune, clinging to distinctions of high and low, noble and base, yet they fail to realize poverty and wealth are both illusions. When the heart is at ease, every place becomes a blessed land. Besides, this humble monk is already filthy and foul-smelling. It's only reasonable people would fear losing their appetite, quite reasonable indeed. Yulin simply nodded slightly upon hearing this. Lesson learned. The two continued walking forward, but before reaching the next tavern, their steps were suddenly halted by a voice calling out, "Kind sir, please wait, wait." Yulin turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with soaking wet robes and a woman whose face still bore tear marks hurrying toward him and Jigong. The man's face was still somewhat pale, clearly having just been rescued from the water, his clothes dripping, too preoccupied to straighten himself as he jogged forward in pursuit. "Kind sir, please stop, wait for us." The pair had barely reached Yulin when they knelt down with a thud, knocking their foreheads resoundingly against the ground. "We can never thank you enough for saving our lives." The man's voice trembled with lingering fear and overwhelming gratitude. "Had you not intervened to save me, this humble man would surely have drowned in the lake today. We, husband and wife, can never repay your great kindness. We only beg to know your honored name, so we may make daily offerings and pray for your health and longevity." Chapter 55, Meeting Again. Linen City. The Han residence. As the magistrate of Linen Prefecture, Han Zicheng nearly drowned in the lake today. Fortunately, perhaps heaven saw how he had accumulated virtue through good deeds, upheld absolute justice in his judgments, and maintained an unblemished reputation with the people. Thus, a benevolent stranger was sent to rescue him from the lake, sparing his life. Thinking back now to that moment in the lake, it was truly hopeless. Han Zicheng stopped dwelling on it. Coming back to his senses, he raised his wine cup and offered Yulin a solemn toast. "My savior, this life-saving grace is something Han will never forget." With that, he raised his head and downed the drink in one gulp. Yulin waved his hand with a faint smile. "Governor Han, you flatter me too much. When you fell into the water, I just happened to be leaving Lingyin Temple. It was simply fate that you were meant to survive, the heavens willed it so." The nearby Ji Gong, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, swallowed the meat in his mouth upon hearing this. With greasy hands, he grabbed the wine pot and poured himself a full cup before saying with a beaming smile, "Magistrate Han, you've accumulated virtue through your daily good deeds, and thus you're naturally protected by your merits. This is the good karma you've earned." He took a big gulp of wine, smacked his lips, and continued, "From now on, I hope you'll keep it up, Magistrate Han. This way, blessings will keep flowing your way, even if you encounter some troubles in the future." Ji Gong paused meaningfully before adding, "There will always be someone to help you out." With that, he picked up the chicken leg again and continued gnawing on it. Han Zicheng's heart stirred slightly. He sensed there might be deeper meaning hidden in Ji Gong's words, yet upon closer reflection, it seemed nothing more than ordinary pleasantries. Suppressing his doubts, he responded solemnly, "Your teachings shall be remembered, venerable master. I shall continue to uphold justice and accumulate virtue in the days to come." Madame Han nodded repeatedly beside them. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat solemn, she quickly urged, "Our benefactor, venerable master, these dishes were specially prepared by chefs summoned from the 100 Flavors restaurant. Please don't let them get cold." She personally served dishes to both men. "These are all his signature dishes, please have more, my benefactor and venerable monk." "Many thanks for your kindness, madam," Yulin replied without declining. It must be said that the flavors of Song dynasty cuisine were already vastly superior to those of Emperor Gaozu's era. Particularly regarding dishes that emphasized the natural essence of ingredients, they weren't much inferior to modern standards. Yulin ate with genuine satisfaction. Only when the wine had flowed freely and the meal concluded, accompanied by the enthusiastic farewell of Han Zicheng and his wife, he left the Han residence with Ji Gong. By now it was twilight, and the afterglow of the setting sun spilled across the streets, resembling a golden red carpet spread beneath their feet. The two of them strolled leisurely along the road. "Reverend, are you returning to the temple now?" Yulin tilted his head to look at Ji Gong, who was teasing a butterfly, and opened his mouth to ask, "Could go back or not, this monk sleeps the same wherever, same anywhere." Ji Gong tapped the butterfly's head, sending the insect that had been perched on his palm fluttering into the air. "But you, benefactor, what did you come to discuss with this monk today?" Seeing him bring it up first, Yulin simply cut to the chase. "I wish to stop thief. There's a thief." Yulin turned towards the shouts and saw Linger ahead on the street, holding up her skirts as she chased after a nimble-footed man. She was running breathlessly, her hair bun coming loose, yet she kept shouting persistently, "Stop thief! Stay where you are!" The thief saw someone blocking the path ahead and unexpectedly leaped up, effortlessly flipping onto the rooftop, darting swiftly across the tiles. Linger chased to the base of the eaves and stared up at the retreating figure, stomping her foot in frustration. "Don't let me catch you, or else." Her words abruptly cut off, because a white silhouette suddenly appeared before the fleeing thief. Yulin stood atop the roof at some unknown moment, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, resembling a banished immortal under the setting sun. With just a gentle raise of his hand, the thief seemed to crash into an invisible wall, his entire body seized by a gentle yet irresistible force before being flung to the ground. Bang! The thief landed heavily in front of Linger, racked with pain and unable to move. Linger froze momentarily before crouching down to search the thief's clothing, retrieving an exquisite jade bracelet from his bosom. The bracelet was intricately carved with elaborate patterns that vaguely formed some sort of character. Before Yulin could clearly see it, she hurriedly slipped the jade bracelet onto her wrist, letting her long sleeve fall to conceal it. Originally, she had intended to kick the man several times in anger, but remembering Yulin was still nearby, she raised her head to look at Yulin on the roof, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Sir, what a coincidence. We meet again. This must be destiny. Might I inquire about your honorable surname? For such immense kindness, Linger would be willing to. Before she could finish, Yulin leaped down from the rooftop and stood before her. My surname is Yu, with just the single character Lin, the Lin from Qilin, a mythical Chinese beast. Miss Linger, why aren't you heading home so late at night? All right, I'll remember, young master Yu. Linger first said this, then indignantly pointed at the man lying foaming at the mouth on the ground. I was about to return home, when this scoundrel stole my bracelet while I was shopping. I still need to rely on this for family recognition. Family recognition? Are you not from Linen City? Yulin raised an eyebrow and asked again. Linger sought his misunderstanding and quickly shook her head. No, it's not like that. My father told me. My uncle's son, that is my cousin, is coming to Linen City, but my parents have to attend some banquet elsewhere, so they asked me to receive him. Though I don't know my cousin, this bracelet was given to me by my uncle when I was a child. My cousin would recognize it instantly. But you, young master, you're not from around here, are you? She tilted her head, smiling cheerfully at Yulin. Yulin nodded. Indeed, I just arrived this morning. Since that's the case, I won't keep chatting with you any longer, Miss Linger. It's getting late. You should hurry back. Farewell. With these words, he turned and walked away. Linger initially wanted to chase after him to say something, but after some unknown thought, she remained standing and called out. Young master, where do you live? I must repay you. No need, just treat me to something next time we meet. You can go back now. Yulin waved his hand, his figure gradually fading away. Only Linger remained standing there, for a long, long time. In the end, a maiden's spring heart had crashed against an iron wall, she sighed and left. Before leaving, I still couldn't resist kicking that guy a few times. Chapter 56, The Scholar. She's a proper young lady with decent looks and an excellent figure. Does the benefactor find them unworthy? Should this monk introduce you to a few others? Perched by the lakeside, using his palm leaf fan to tease the fish, Ji Gong noticed Yulin returning and couldn't resist teasing him. Yulin shook his head. They're not unworthy. I didn't want to ruin someone's entire life, and besides, we've only met 3 times. As for you, Reverend, are you trying to set me up with a nun? If it's your recommendation, I suppose I could consider it. He raised an eyebrow at Ji Gong, turning the tables by teasing the monk instead. Ha ha ha. Ji Gong burst into laughter. Well, you've actually managed to trap this monk instead. My bad for speaking out of turn, for speaking too much. He stood up, dusted off his backside, and casually tucked his palm leaf fan into his waistband. Where will you stay tonight, benefactor? If you have nowhere to stay, perhaps you could accompany me to Linging Temple. There should still be vacant guest rooms available. Yulin thought to himself. Today he wanted to ask for the palm leaf fan again, so many failed attempts before. If he went with him to Linging Temple first, wouldn't that work out fine? So he nodded and said, Then I must thank you, master. No need for thanks. Guest rooms are built for lodging travelers. What's the point of guest rooms if no one stays in them? Replied Ji Gong, shaking his head as he turned towards Linging Temple. Yes. Walking beside him and engaging in casual conversation, Yulin found the journey anything but tedious. Knight, Dahu, what were you arguing about at the tavern entrance today? Disturbing the patrons is hardly gentlemanly behavior. Inside a first-class room at Yunhua Inn, the flickering candlelight illuminated the profile of a handsome scholar. Dressed in a blue robe with elegant features, he was intently reading a book in his hands. Hearing the commotion at the door, he didn't even look up, merely asking casually. Tiger muttered to himself, I'm no gentleman either, gladly content to be a petty man. Being petty is so comfortable. All this talk of gentleman and virtue just sounds exhausting. But he kept these thoughts to himself. Setting down the water basin with an ingratiating smile, he said, Young master, doesn't the stench bother you? That's why I stopped this filthy monk from entering the tavern. Didn't want him spoiling your mood. He rubbed his hands together and said ingratiatingly, You've come all the way to Linen for a family visit, of course you should come happily and leave happily. Snap. The scholar abruptly closed the book and stood up from his chair. Frowning, he stared at Dahu and asked, This monk you mentioned, was he dressed in rags, holding a palm leaf fan? Dahu scratched his head, thought carefully for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, The scholar was about to sigh in relief when he heard Dihu add, "The palm leaf fan was tucked into my waistband." Scholar. After a moment of silence, the scholar suddenly laughed in exasperation at Dihu, pointing at him as he stammered, You're really, where have all the books I told you to read these days gone? How much have you learned of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor? Didn't I warn you last time to be humble and kind to others, and not to act so arrogantly just because you have some martial arts skills? Have you forgotten?" His voice grew stern. "If there happens again, you may leave. I can't use you, and I dare not use you." Seeing the scholar grow angry, Dahua quickly lowered his head and admitted his fault. Yes, milord is absolutely right. This lowly one will never make such a mistake again. Please forgive me, young master." The scholar took a deep breath to compose himself and sat back down in his chair. He casually picked up a book from the table and tossed it to Dahu. "Copy this 3 times. We're going to Lingyin Temple tomorrow." Dahu fumbled to catch the book, looking puzzled as he asked, "Young master, aren't you visiting relatives tomorrow? Why go to Lingyin Temple?" The scholar sighed and pointed at him with exasperation, "All because of your matter." Rubbing his forehead wearily, he said helplessly, "Do you realize the foul-mouthed monk you speak of is none other than the renowned Master Daoji?" Upon hearing this, Dahu's mouth gaped open. "What?" His expression froze instantly, brimming with shock and regret. "He's really Monk Daoji? Monk Daoji really looks that slovenly? What he looks like is none of your concern." The scholar waved his hand, speaking nonchalantly. People often judge others by their clothes or appearance, yet fail to realize true divinity rarely reveals itself in outward form. He raised his hand to point at the lotus painting hanging in the guest room, then continued, "See that lotus unstained though growing in mud. Observe that pearl, its radiance unshaken though covered in dust. Monk Daoji may appear mad and eccentric, yet his heart is as clear as a mirror. While he drinks wine and eats meat, he stands closer to the Buddha's nature than those so-called eminent monks who chant scriptures and worship Buddhas all day long but harbor filth in their hearts." He lowered his hand, his gaze profound. "Today, what you obstructed is not just a monk but a mirror that reveals demons. It has reflected your own arrogance and also exposed my incompetence. I failed to make you do better." Deku flushed scarlet and hung his head in silence. The scholar rose to his feet and walked to the window, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky. "Tomorrow we'll go to Lingyin Temple, not just to make amends, but to learn how to see people with this heart of ours. Remember, true cultivation lies not at the temple gate, but at the gate of one's heart. No matter how skilled your martial arts may be, without cultivating the heart, all is in vain." Daho watched his young master's receding figure for a long while before finally managing to utter, "Understood. Young master truly lives up to being the reincarnation of Wenchang Star." Such philosophical words. This humble one has learned much. The scholar turned around and waved his hand. "I'm no Wenchang incarnate, just a truth seeker. Please leave now. Be humble in the future." Got reviewed again, had to make some changes before it was approved. From now on I'll tone it down as the author, feeling a bit scared. Chapter 57 Counterfeit? Nightfall at Lingyin Temple. The guest chamber. Yulin wasn't sleeping, but sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating. The qi in this era wasn't any less than during the Han Dynasty. One could say it was exactly the same. Thus something must have happened in later ages that caused the qi to drastically diminish. It might just be that some ancient monster in modern times has gathered all the qi for their own cultivation. Yulin believes it's highly likely that the intervention came from the Great Void, because the original name of the Great Void is Taisui Dao, Great Void merging with the Dao. To elaborate, the Great Void has no form, it is the essence of qi, which refers to refining the spirit to return to the void. Seeing that essence of qi, surely everyone understands now. They could harness qi to unleash numerous supernatural powers. Each one was comparable to a heavenly mandated avatar on Earth, or rather, an amalgamation of various weakened versions of heavenly mandates, because they had already grasped fragments of the rules. For instance, they could summon lightning with just a gesture by channeling electrical energy, though its power paled in comparison to those who had stepped into the void and awakened the authority to command thunder. Yet it was more than enough to rival fully awakened cultivators at the Unity with Truth realm. Yet while summoning thunder, he could simultaneously manipulate water and fire, and more. Yulin had studied the history of cultivator development. When Su Fu first established the path of cultivation, the strongest cultivators back then were nothing remarkable. There wasn't even a major realm like becoming heaven's equal. It was later generations of prodigies, wielding the mandate of heaven, who forcefully elevated it to new heights. Take, for example, the ring Yulin obtained triumph of human will over heaven's decree. It was precisely when a qi refiner who had awakened this authority faced desperate circumstances that they forcibly broke through their cultivation level during battle, achieving the legendary 5 qi realm. As for the birth of the Taishu realm, there are many rumors, and no definitive answer has been found, best not to dwell on it. In short, this represents the pinnacle of qi refiners, profoundly mysterious indeed. Thus, Yulin reasonably suspected that some ancient Taisu monster had stored qi somewhere, or perhaps within their own body. Could it be they intended to use this chi to prolong their lifespan? Hard to say. When Yulin reached his physical limit in cultivation, he stopped practicing. Stretching his back, he was just about to return to his dorm to check the time flow rate. A slender figure flew in through the window. You boy, there really is a snake pinned under that tower. Not bad cultivation, you've reached the day roaming realm. Dragon Lord landed before Yulin, gesturing intently with his claws. Grandpa Long, so this is what you went to see today? Yulin raised an eyebrow. Didn't do anything else? Old man Long waved his paw. Of course I did. I went to check the place where we first met. It's true, it's all blocked up now, the river there is gone. But that's nothing. Guess what else I discovered? Yulin's interest was piqued. Find anything? Please don't tell me it's another cauldron. Nope. Long Yi, Dragon Master, crossed his claws at his waist and raised his head proudly. There's only one Dragon Master like me in this world. I just saw some fake there, taking my original position, that's all. It's the same kind of counterfeit you saw last time at the antique market. Only after being nourished by chi all these years, it actually developed some abilities. If I were to go all out, your Dragon Lord here would probably need. It raised a single claw. Just a flick of the finger can solve it, quite impressive indeed. Yulin saw that while it seemed to be praising the fake, it was actually showing off its own prowess. Not wanting to dampen its enthusiasm, he nodded and said, Yeah, Dragon Lord is the best. Dragon Lord is the greatest. Can you tell who put it there? Or is it history being rewritten? Dragon Lord spread his claws. Can't tell. Just to clarify, it's not that I'm incompetent, it's just too weak. After a round of interrogation, couldn't squeeze out any useful information. Just knew it had to stay here in my place. You think maybe someone who awakened the power of time is cleaning up your mess? Or, was it the one protecting you who intervened? After all, if history were to go awry in any way, the consequences for future generations could be utterly catastrophic. Doesn't he love all living beings? He probably wouldn't want to see this situation occur. After contemplating for a moment, Yulin shook his head. I don't know, maybe Brother Jesus stepped in. After all, for him, creating the world just required the intervention of the Father Persona, something that could be done in 7 days. But he smiled again and said, who knows, maybe it was the future me who stepped in? I went to the antique market, bought something at random, and tossed it over. Don't dwell on these trivial matters, let's focus on living well in the present first. You're right, let's focus on the present first. You're surprisingly clear-headed about this. Dragon Lord nodded, then flew straight into the cauldron patterns. Hurry, let's go back and check the time flow, maybe I can still squeeze in a couple of rounds. Alright. Yulin nodded and vanished in the next instant. He reappeared back in his dorm room. The flow of time here is slower than it was during Liu Bang's era. It's roughly equivalent to 3 mythological months for every modern day, plenty of time to take things slow. Yulin was satisfied. But Dragon Lord looked displeased. Does that mean I won't be able to play games for a long time? Dragon Lord, you can stay here. Didn't I register you with them last time I took leave? Now they treat you like treasure, don't worry, just enjoy yourself. But I'm worried about you. Dragon Lord looked at him. What if your so-called Jesus brother does something and doesn't make it back in time to watch over you? If I'm going to follow you, Dragon Lord, then I'd better do it right. Alright, let's head back now. Without waiting for Yulin to say another word, it slipped back into the cauldron patterns again. Seeing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Yulin's lips. Lord Dragon, your dragon is quite alright. Of course, among the 9, my virtue ranks first. Back in the day, it was me who taught old Yu's people their manners. Awesome. After offering another compliment, Yulin vanished in a flash, returning to the realm of myth. Chapter 58, Losing Meat and More. The next morning. Morning mist still lingered, the mountain dew moistened the stone steps, the ancient temple's bell toll echoed leisurely, startling a few birds that flew across the emerald green forests. Incense smoke curled within the temple as monks, bathed in the morning light, swept the courtyard or chanted morning sutras, creating a scene of pure serenity. In front of the guest room. Knock. A light knocking sound was heard, followed by Ji Gong's cheerful voice. Dear benefactor, are you up yet? Yulin had already risen and went to open the door upon hearing the voice. Outside stood Ji Gong, holding a greasy piece of meat in one hand, taking big bites. Seeing the door open, he grinned and said, Good morning, benefactor. Good morning, Master Monk. Yulin couldn't help but laugh as he noticed the shiny grease around the monk's mouth. Master Monk eats meat first thing in the morning? Ji Gong swallowed the meat in his mouth and waved his hand dismissively. Absolutely, not a single meal can be missed, this monk loves his meat. If I skip even one meal, my mouth feels like it's lacking something tasty. It's downright unbearable. With that, he grabbed Yulin's sleeve enthusiastically and said, Come. Just today, our Linging Temple prepared a new dish. I had a taste earlier, it was absolutely delicious. Yulin was dragged by him all the way toward the dining hall. Outside the dining hall. By this time, a long line had formed in front of the dining hall, with monks and devotees waiting in an orderly fashion to receive their meals. The aroma of food wafted through the morning breeze, whetting everyone's appetite. However, the moment Ji Gong pulled Yulin toward the dining hall, before they could even step over the threshold, a tall monk with a solemn face, his shaven scalp marked with incense scars, strode forward and blocked their path. He pointed at the meat in Ji Gong's hand, his brows tightly knitted with a look of exasperation at his failure to meet expectations. Crazy Ji, what are you up to now? You had such fine vegetarian meals to eat, yet you chose to, he let out a heavy sigh, then lowered his voice to scold. What would people say about our Lingyin temple if they saw this? That a monk from Lingyin temple drinks alcohol and eats meat? Get rid of it now! Upon hearing this, Yulin immediately guessed that this person must be none other than Abbot Guangliang, the supervising elder of Lingyin temple. Though historically this person never existed, in the legends of Ji Gong, he symbolizes the rigid Buddhist precepts, deeply despising Ji Gong's uninhibited and eccentric behavior. Ji Gong turned a deaf ear, instead cheerfully taking another big bite of meat, his mouth glistening with grease as he mumbled indistinctly, "This tastes absolutely wonderful. Come on, give it a try. I promise you'll never forget it." With that, he actually shoved the half-eaten meat directly into Guangliang's mouth. Guangliang turned ghastly pale as if facing a mortal enemy. He hurriedly grabbed the piece of meat and, without another word, flung it forcefully over the courtyard wall while muttering incessantly, "Sinful, sinful, Buddha forgive me, forgive me." As if reciting those words had somehow given him the strength to carry on, he lifted his head and was just about to continue lecturing Ji Gong. "Ji Dian, if you keep this up, you'll have to come with me to see." His words halted, because the piece of meat he had originally thrown away had somehow ended up back in Ji Gong's hands. In just a few bites, it was all devoured into his belly. You. Guanliang's face flushed red with fury as his trembling finger pointed at Ji Gong, his lips quivering as he struggled to find words, such as insulting language. But if he were to utter them himself, wouldn't that mean he'd be breaking the precepts just like Ji Gong? So he wanted to speak but couldn't get the words out, and could only swallow them back awkwardly. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and walked away. Ji Gong watched his retreating figure and called after him, "Hey, old friend, if you ever crave meat, come visit this monk anytime. Once you've eaten this monk's meat, then you'll have the right to scold this monk. Cheer up, it's no big deal." His words reached Guanliang's ears, causing him to stumble momentarily, nearly falling. After glaring back at Ji Gong, Guangliang disappeared around the corner. Only then did Ji Gong, satisfied with the reaction, turn back to Yulin with a smile. "Forgive this unseemly display, benefactor." Don't blame me. Yulin simply shrugged. "There's no laughing matter here. Your directness as a monk is preferable to those who claim to renounce wealth and fame, yet carry LV bags on their Buddhist backs." Hearing this, Ji Gong became somewhat intrigued. "What is this LV you speak of, benefactor?" "I've never heard of this before," said the monk. Yulin pointed to the west. "It's a luxury from the western lands, valued for its prestige. Each piece costs enough to feed an ordinary family for a year." "Indeed." Ji Gong nodded without further comment and simply walked on ahead. "Oh my, I've gone on for so long and delayed your meal, benefactor. Let's go, we'll talk after we've eaten our fill." "All right." Yulin followed. Ji Gong led Yulin straight to the food serving area. With a beaming smile, he said to the novice monk in charge of portioning, Come, serve this benefactor a generous helping of the freshly made luohanjai. I just tasted it, and it's absolutely delicious." The young monk recognized it was Ji Gong and nodded, then promptly filled Yulin's bowl to the brim. Yulin took the bowl and looked down. The bowl contained an abundance of ingredients: tofu, mushrooms, bamboo shoots, lotus seeds, and over a dozen other vegetarian delicacies stewed to perfection. The broth was clear and fragrant, its aroma tantalizing. He came over and took his seat. Picking up a piece of tofu to taste, he found it tender and bursting with rich soybean flavor, more delicious, even, than meat. "How about it?" Ji Gong leaned in, also holding a bowl, as he sat down beside Yulin. Yulin nodded with a smile and said, "Truly delicious. If the benefactor is pleased, then all is well." Seeing his satisfaction, Ji Gong asked no more and heartily resumed eating. But just as he finished half his meal, a monk appeared at the door, scanned the room with a glance, and upon spotting Ji Gong eating his vegetarian meal, hurried over to him. Dioji, there's a scholar asking for you. He says he wants to apologize to you." Ji Gong was currently shoveling food into his mouth. Hearing this, he waved without even lifting his head. "Go away, can't you see we're eating here? Let him wait, I'll talk to him after I finish eating." Chapter 59, I Can Control My Strength. This benefactor, Daoji, is currently having his meal and asks that you please wait a little longer. What do you think? The monk approached the scholar sitting on the stone bench and offered him an apologetic smile. The scholar quickly rose to his feet and bowed with cupped hands. "No trouble at all. My deepest gratitude for delivering my message, venerable master. I'm truly indebted." "Ah, just a trivial favor. In that case, this humble monk shall take his leave for scripture recitation now. With a gentle smile, the monk turned and departed. As soon as the other man left, Daho stepped forward. Young master, the Dharma master is having his meal, presumably in the vegetarian dining hall. Why don't we simply go there to find him? When we see him, I'll kneel right down and kowtow to admit my wrong. Ah, can't you just think it through properly? The scholars sat down, looking at him with evident exasperation. If the master asked us to wait, it means he doesn't want to see us right now. The Buddha holds no anger, yet stern methods can be acts of compassion. Outwardly fierce as blazing oil, inwardly cool and untroubled. Even if we go looking for him, we likely won't find him. Perhaps this is testing whether we're truly sincere in admitting our mistakes. Just wait. Having said that, he picked up a book and began reading. Only Dehu remained where he was, pursing his lips, lost in thought. He paced back and forth to one side, looking decidedly vexed, now glancing at the sky, now at the ground, even stepping forward to kowtow several times before the Buddha statue. The weather wasn't exactly scorching hot, yet watching his restless movements made one break out in sweat just the same, leaving a parched feeling in the throat. Returning to the scholar's side, he grabbed the water pouch and drank several mouthfuls until his thirst was finally quenched. Just as he was about to fasten the pouch shut, a sharp pain suddenly surged from his abdomen, followed by an overwhelming urge to defecate. Even with his utmost effort to hold back, it was utterly futile, forcing him to cry out, "Ouch! Master, this servant's stomach, it hurts terribly. I need to relieve myself. I really must go. When the time comes and the mage arrives, please speak a word for this humble one, young master. My deepest apologies." The scholar nodded slightly. "Go then. Even saints answer nature's call, surely the mage won't fault you for this." "Thank you, young master." Only after receiving his permission did Dehu hastily rush toward the restrooms at Linging Temple. The morning dew had yet to dissipate, making the cobblestone path slippery and treacherous, slowing his steps even more. From a distance, a long line had already formed in front of the row of crude restrooms. The worshippers waited patiently, none showing any urgency on their faces. They weren't in a hurry, but Dehu certainly was. This is terrible. Cold sweat beaded on Dahu's forehead as an excruciating cramp twisted his gut. He hurried forward to check, only to find every stall occupied except the very last one in the corner where a craftsman was currently hammering away at something with a clanging noise. "Elder brother," Dahu croaked, legs pressed tightly together, his face flushing crimson. "Hurry up, I can't hold it much longer." The craftsman poked his head out from the cubicle, wiping sweat off his apologetic face. "Brother, I'm really sorry about this. The wooden planks in this toilet stall have rotted, and I'm only halfway through repairs. Smaller folks might manage, but with your build," he looked big, whose burly frame up and down, "you'd probably break through the boards, and falling in would be disastrous. Just wait a bit longer, I'll need another quarter hour." A quarter hour? Dahu felt he was just a few breaths away from soiling his pants. Frantic, he stamped his feet, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks as he clutched his stomach tightly, his voice strained. "Don't worry. I'm a martial artist, I can control my strength. Just hurry up now, I swear I won't blame you even if it falls." Seeing his desperation, the craftsman reluctantly nodded. "All right, hold on a moment." He swiftly gathered his hammer, nails, and other tools, and just as he stepped over the threshold, Dahu darted in with a sudden burst of speed. Bang! The toilet door was shut. Whoosh! Refreshing! The immense relief coursing through him like a rushing river made Dahua exhale deeply, his entire body finally relaxing. He closed his eyes contentedly, savoring this moment of tranquility. But this moment of relaxation made him completely forget to control his strength. Crack! A faint cracking sound came from beneath his feet. Before Dahua could react, there was a loud crash. The entire wooden floor beneath the outhouse broke. He plunged headlong into the cesspool with a loud splash. Damn it! A foul stench hit him instantly as the thick sewage rose above his chest. Dahu struggled desperately at the bottom of the pit, only to sink deeper. The craftsman waiting outside heard the commotion and rushed over. When he saw what had happened, his face turned pale with shock. "Someone, come quick! A man's fallen into the cesspit!" The crowd kept growing, but they just stood by the pit's edge exchanging bewildered glances, covering their noses at a loss. Someone passed bamboo poles, but with Dehu covered in filth, there was no grip. Others fetched ropes, yet they proved too short. The situation reached an impasse. "Move aside! Everyone move!" Guangliang strode forward with furrowed brows, his monk's robe fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. Suppressing his disgust, he ordered the monk beside him, "Fetch 2 long poles." The monk hurried away and soon returned carrying 2 thick, lengthy wooden poles. Taking the poles with a deep breath, Guangliang extended them toward the pit bottom. "Grab hold." Tiger grasped the pole like it was a lifeline. But his hands were slippery with filth, and coupled with his considerable weight, not only did he fail to climb up, he nearly dragged Guangliang down with him. Oof! Guangliang staggered forward, his toes already dangling over the pit's edge. Splattered sewage stained the hem of his monk's robe with several dirty streaks. He hastily stepped back several paces, his expression turning ghastly pale. He turned his head and shouted to the surrounding monks, "Go call more people. Find some strong ones." Chapter 60, The Tower Stands, The Tower Stands. Bad news, someone fell into the latrine. Not even Master Guangliang and 5 warrior monks combined could bring him up. A panicked voice came from the distance. The scholar who had been reading froze mid-page turn. He lifted his head, brow slightly furrowed, instinctively knowing it must be Tiger. Without another thought, he hastily set down the book in his hands and rose to head toward the side building of Linging Temple. Before he even arrived, he could see a dense crowd already gathered ahead. The fascination with spectacles has been an inherent human trait since ancient times. My apologies, please make way. Please make way. The scholar pushed through the crowd and made his way to the front. Guangliang and the 5 warrior monks were seen struggling frantically to haul the massive tiger back up. But whether it was the slippery sewage or some other reason, the usually invincible martial monks now found themselves utterly powerless, their faces turning crimson with exertion. Tiger was covered all over in filthy water, utterly disheveled. Seeing his young master approaching, he hastily called out, "Sir, don't come near. This lowly one can climb up by himself. Don't dirty your clothes. You're the literary star, you mustn't be tainted by this earthly filth." The scholar remained unmoved, instead taking several steps forward as he fixed his deep gaze on Dehu. "Dehu, don't you understand yet?" "Understand what?" Confusion spread across Dehu's face. "What have I done wrong now?" Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "So it's you, covered in filthy water earlier. I truly didn't recognize you. Weren't you the one who said yesterday that if this really was the great monk Daoji, you'd eat all the waste from the latrine in Green Willow Alley? Serves you right for your reckless words. Serves you right for looking down on others. Now you've gotten your retribution." Upon hearing this, Tiger froze in place. The scholar's eyes flickered with sudden realization. He murmured softly, "So that's how it is." He quickly stepped before Guangliang and bowed respectfully with clasped hands. "Master, may I borrow your staff for a moment?" Seeing his frail appearance, Guangliang worriedly said, "It would be best if this benefactor stood further back. Your attendant is too heavy, we should call for more help." The scholar shook his head. "This isn't something that can be solved by numbers alone. I beg the venerable monk to grant me this favor. If I prove incapable, I shall withdraw immediately." Seeing his insistence, Guanliang had no choice but to hand the staff to him. "Be careful then, benefactor." "Yes, thank you, master," the scholar said as he approached the cesspit, extending the pole toward Tiger. "Grab on." Tiger was deeply moved to see the young master coming to his rescue, his eyes reddening with emotion, yet he couldn't help but worry. "Young master, you won't be able to pull me up." "Listen," the scholar said firmly. Dehu had no choice but to grip the pole. Strangely, though he had been unable to muster any strength earlier, he now felt power surging through his entire body and was pulled up effortlessly. Watching the scholar's clean robe get soiled by the filthy water, Dehu was overwhelmed with shame. Just as he was about to kneel and beg for forgiveness, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from the perimeter. "Oh dear, who's fallen into the toilet? Make way for this monk. Let me take a good look. How can there be a good show without me around?" The crowd automatically parted to make way as Daoist Ji sauntered forward leisurely, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, accompanied by Yulin. Seeing him approach, just as Guangliang furrowed his brow to speak, Dao stepped forward first, falling to his knees with a thud and pressing his forehead to the ground. "Yesterday, ignorant of your esteemed status, I offended you, master. I beg for your leniency. If there's any blame, blame this ignorant servant who lacks propriety and respect. Please, master, do not hold our young master accountable. It's because this lowly one never studied and knows no etiquette. From this day forth, I shall sincerely mend my ways." His words rang with utmost sincerity, yet the stench emanating from him forced devotees nearby to stagger back several paces, utterly unbearable. The scholar likewise stepped forward, approaching Jigong and making a deep bow. "It was my negligence in discipline that led to his arrogance. I heard the commotion but failed to reprimand him. In the end, the fault lies entirely with me. I beg for the master's forgiveness." Jigong reached out to help the scholar up, smiling warmly as he said, No matter, no matter. Let yesterday's grievances be carried away with the wind." He patted the scholar on the shoulder and added meaningfully, "But as long as the pagoda in your heart stands tall, even that other pagoda shall never topple." Upon hearing this, the scholar instantly widened his eyes, as if struck by something profound in these words. His lips quivered slightly as he prepared to voice his question, but Ji Gong had already turned away toward Dehu. Ji Gong approached Dehu, showing no disdain for his filthy appearance. Cupping the man's face in both hands, he met his gaze directly. "What do you see?" Daho stared blankly into Ji Gong's eyes. Those perfectly clear eyes held not a trace of vengeful satisfaction, but were instead brimming with compassion and forgiveness. In a daze, it seemed he glimpsed a heart still radiantly bright despite being shrouded in blackened layers. Tiger murmured, when suddenly a phrase surfaced in his mind and slipped from his lips. "Venerable monk, I've attained enlightenment. A stinking vessel wrapped in countless karmas, a splendid heart concealed within a lump of mud. Jigong released him and smiled with satisfaction. That's right. As the words fell, Dahu blinked and found that the filth on himself and the young master had vanished without a trace, their clothes fresh and clean as if nothing had ever happened. Jigong rose to his feet without saying another word, approaching Yulin and giving him a pat on the shoulder. Patron, this monk's business is concluded, and I'm in excellent spirits. Would you care to join this old monk for some fun? Yulin naturally wouldn't refuse. With a smile, he said, certainly. Since the venerable monk has extended the invitation and I happen to be free, there's no reason for me to decline. Let's go. The two turned and walked forward together, but from behind came Guanlian's voice. Dowie, couldn't you clean my clothes while you're at it? Chapter 61, Golden Mountain Temple. Runzhou Danta County, present-day Zhenjiang, Jiangsu Province. Cloudy, no rain. Good for travel. On the official road outside Danta County, two men walked together. One wore a deep indigo robe with a plain sash around the waist. Though the fabric appeared unremarkable, it was neat and clean, making him look particularly upright and poised. The other was dressed in a tattered brown monk's robe, carrying a worn cattail fan tucked at his waist. His straw sandals scuffed along as he staggered forward, occasionally taking swigs from a gourd of wine. The pair walked along the official road, one still as water, the other lively as fire, one dignified, the other humorous, drawing frequent sidelong glances from passers-by. Why is that scholar walking with such a filthy monk? None of your business. People can walk with whomever they please. Aya, why are you getting so worked up about it? Return the 5 taels of silver you owe me from the other day, and my anger will naturally fade. No money, you might as well stay angry with me. By the roadside tea stall, a few resting merchants were whispering among themselves, but their chatter abruptly ceased as Yulin and Jigong approached. The waiter quick-wittedly stepped forward, his face beaming with smiles. Young master, honorable monk, what would you like to drink or eat? You don't have to drink tea or eat anything, plain water here is free. Sit wherever you like. Yulin smiled slightly and said, just bring a pot of tea, whatever you have. As he spoke, he took out a piece of broken silver and offered it. The waiter quickly waved his hands. That's too much. Even the finest tea costs only 10 coins at most. Please take it back, young master. Yulin waved his hand. The rest is your reward. Now it seems I wasn't wrong in giving it. Thank you, young master. Many thanks. The waiter exclaimed in joyful surprise upon hearing this, repeatedly bowing with hands clasped as he led them to a quiet spot to sit. Soon after, a pot of light tea and a plate of osmanthus cakes were served. Please take your time, you two. Just call if you need anything. The tea was freshly harvested this year, with a refreshing aroma. The golden, fluffy osmanthus cakes were dotted with delicate osmanthus petals, exuding a sweet but not cloying fragrance. Jigong couldn't wait to grab a piece and stuff it into his mouth, squinting with satisfaction. These osmanthus cakes are splendid. Yulin also took a bite, fragrant and slightly sweet, without sticking to the mouth, and guessed it must be the finest pastry this tea house had to offer. Nodding in approval, he said, truly excellent. Hearing the praise, the waiter beamed with joy. I'm so glad you like them. The osmanthus flowers were hand-picked by our owner himself, and the tea is the finest Yunwu tea from these parts. I'll get back to work now. After the waiter went to attend to new customers, Yulin took a sip of tea and looked at Jigong. Venerable master, you've traveled about 300 li on this journey. Are you headed to Jinshan Temple for a visit? Linging Temple is roughly 300 li away from Jinshan Temple. So when Fahai subdued Lady Whitesnake and imprisoned her in Leifeng Pagoda, he covered the same distance, 300 li. But then again, since we're talking about myths, with Fahai wielding a golden alms bowl gifted by the Buddha, traveling even 3,000 li wouldn't be surprising, let alone 300. There was also a Western deity beside him. Jigong was stuffing his mouth with a second pastry and replied with puffed cheeks, laughing, coming here naturally means paying a visit to the Golden Mountain Temple, to meet the abbot of Golden Mountain Temple. I see, Yulin nodded, silently calculating in his heart. Fahai should be around 60 now, maybe older, maybe younger, but in any case, he's older than Jigong. But Jigong is the reincarnation of an arhat, while Fahai is merely a monk favored by the Buddha. Jigong's sudden departure probably wasn't about Lady Whitesnake's affairs. If that scholar doesn't run into trouble, he must be Su Xian's son, Su Shilin. Was Jigong implying that the pagoda of perfect enlightenment wouldn't fall, subtly hinting that he shouldn't cling to his status but should instead sincerely kneel and worship before Leifeng Pagoda? Then Jigong came to deal with Fa Hai? To challenge him to a one-on-one duel offline? Hard to say, we'll see when the time comes. Yulin shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts from his mind. He wasn't in a hurry to grab the palm leaf fan now. Strolling around southern Song scenery with Jigong seemed quite pleasant indeed. The two men settled inside the tea house. A gentle breeze drifted by, bringing comfort and contentment. Just as they finished their tea and pastries and rose to leave, a woman's terrified scream suddenly erupted from the road ahead. Help! Robbery! Someone help! Yulin frowned slightly and vanished in a flash. Seeing this, Jigong jogged to catch up, shouting, Benefactor, benefactor, wait for this monk. Take me along too. On the other side, Yulin had already arrived at the source of the shouting. Taking a closer look, he saw 7 or 8 burly bandits surrounding the carriage, their leader a man with a vicious, scowling face brandishing a gleaming demon-headed saber. At the front of the carriage, a resolute-looking man fought desperately, already bleeding from several wounds. Beside him, a striking middle-aged woman wielded a long blade with deadly precision, though her movements were beginning to falter. Who dares come to the rescue? By the time the officials arrive, you'll all be meeting King Yama. The bandit leader snarled with a vicious gleam in his eyes. A sharp-faced, weaselly bandit licked his lips and smirked lewdly. Big bro, this broad's got a pretty face. Might as well take her back for some fun. Ha ha ha, the bandit leader roared with laughter. Good compromise. I'll take the woman and the goods. No more games, lads, wrap it up quick. Before the words had even faded, the bandits intensified their assault with terrifying speed. The man carelessly got slashed on the shoulder by a blade, and blood immediately stained half of his body scarlet. The middle-aged woman was also forced to retreat repeatedly, on the verge of collapse. Inside the carriage, the woman closed her eyes in despair, silently swearing to take her own life if they were defeated. At this critical moment, a figure in azure suddenly appeared like a ghost. Bang! The first robber to make a move didn't even see who attacked him before he was sent flying backward, crashing violently into a tree. He spat blood and fell unconscious. Yulin stood before them, waving his hand as if urging them to continue. The robber leader was both shocked and enraged. Where did this brat come from? You're asking for death. He swung his blade, the edge slicing through the air with a fierce whistle. Yulin didn't dodge or evade, merely raising his hand slightly. Crack! The bandit leader's broadsword snapped in half with the sound. Before he could react, a palm strike landed square on his chest, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut, soaring several jang before crashing heavily to the ground, utterly unable to rise again. The remaining bandits, witnessing this, were scared out of their wits. They immediately turned to flee for their lives. Yulin let out a cold hump as his figure flashed like lightning, knocking everyone down in the blink of an eye. The entire process took only a few breaths. 7 or 8 ferocious-looking bandits were now all lying on the ground, groaning in pain. It was only then that Ji Gong came running over. Good heavens, benefactor, you're way too fast. Chapter 5. Alright, lying down now. Is there anything that's actually free? Heavy hinting here. Also, dear readers, I've got to go out tomorrow, so the next update will be coming later than usual. Chapter 62. Here to fight. Many thanks for saving my life, young master. The woman stepped out of the carriage, and together with the 2 who appeared to be her guards, they bowed deeply to Yulin. Yulin waved his hand. No need. If there's nothing else, the 3 of you should hurry into the city and report to the authorities. With that, he turned to leave, but Ji Gong stopped him. Kind benefactor, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Saving lives shouldn't go unrewarded. He smiled at the woman and said, Don't you think so, miss? The woman looked at Ji Gong, feeling as though she had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't quite recall where. She could only nod in acknowledgement. Yes, the master speaks wisely. After a moment's thought, she undid the jade pendant from her waist and handed it to Yulin. This is my family heirloom jade pendant. Please, young master, you must accept it. Otherwise, how can I ever repay your life-saving kindness? The 2 people beside her widened their eyes at this sight. Miss, this jade pendant is... No need to say more. This is the only way I can repay the life-saving favor. The woman's tone was resolute. Yulin couldn't quite grasp Ji Gong's meaning, but seeing his gesture to accept it, he had no choice but to take the pendant. In that case, we're even between us. Master, is this feasible? Ji Gong nodded with satisfaction. Feasible, quite feasible. Then it shall be considered complete. Young lady, go and report to the authorities. We'll meet again if fate allows. With those words, he fanned himself with a palm leaf fan and headed toward the county town. After all that maneuvering, not only was the woman baffled, even Yulin found himself puzzled. As Yulin pondered deeply, a thought struck him. Could this jade pendant have some hidden power? He lowered his gaze to examine it. The jade pendant was entirely emerald green, about the size of a palm, and felt ice cold to the touch, giving a refreshing sensation though it was very light. Carved upon its surface was a scene resembling an illustration of common people's daily lives. Exquisitely crafted and strikingly lifelike, it can indeed be considered a fine piece of artistry. In modern terms, it would be identified as open wide, open it all wide. The treasures inside are flawless, worth at least 10 million. Forget it, might as well keep it as a collectible. Zhang Jiangping had promised him a regional tier set, including a storage ring as spacious as a classroom, but he reckoned Ji Gong might need this jade pendant later, so he casually hung it at his waist. Then he approached Ji Gong, Yulin, and he walked toward the not-so-distant county town. Not far beyond the county town lay a river, the Yangtze. On the Yangtze River, there was a solitary island. It was called Golden Mountain. There is a temple on the isolated island. It is named Jinshan Temple. At the mountain peak stands Miagao Terrace, where the monk Fahai practiced Buddhist meditation, and Jiang Tianilan Pavilion, where the poet Lu Yu inscribed his poetry. Around the mountainside lie the Grand Hall, the Scripture Depository, and other main structures, while monk quarters cascade downward along the terrain. At the foot of the mountain lies a ferry pier, where pilgrims must board boats to reach the shore. Drawing closer, one can gaze up at vermilion walls and gilded rooftops emerging from the misty clouds midway up the slope, listening to temple bells mingling with the river's roar. Jigong remarked. Jinshan Temple certainly makes an imposing sight. Yulin raised an eyebrow. Has the master never visited before? Jigong shook his head. First time comin' here, but this monk and Fahai have not met for the first time. Back then, he debated Dharma with me, and since we disagreed, we ended up fighting. Even though he had the golden alms bowl gifted by the Buddha, he still couldn't defeat this monk. As he spoke, he couldn't help but slightly raise his chin, looking immensely proud. Such impressive mastery, venerable. Yulin praised him before curiously asking, what's being debated? Something about demons? Exactly, Master Ji Gong nodded. He claims all demonic beings must violate moral principles, and intermarriage with humans is outright sinful, an act that defies the natural order. I said that's bullshit. If the natural order were truly merciless, why would bodhisattvas show compassion? All living beings possess Buddha nature. All living beings are manifestations of nirvana. Before Buddha, humans and demons are no different. He's just too rigid, always clinging to that precept. Having said this, he said no more, merely shaking his head and sighing a few times. Yulin nodded in understanding, then asked again, is the monk going to debate with him again this time? Ji Gong shook his head and grinned. Let's go fight him. Master is truly formidable. Yulin didn't know what else to say and could only offer another praise. Hearing his words, it seemed he had come specifically regarding Su Shirlin's matter. The two chatted idly as they made their way into the county town. Perhaps due to its proximity to Jinshan Temple, the town had many devout Buddhists. Numerous passers-by would stop to bow and greet Ji Gong upon seeing him, some even offering to take him for meals or baths to replace his tattered monk robes. Ji Gong simply declined, saying, this is my patched robe, once you're used to it, wearing anything else makes me itch all over. Hearing this, the townsfolk abandoned their notion and left after praising him and parting. The two continued forward, passing through the bustling marketplace and arriving at the ferry crossing. A river breeze brushed their faces, carrying the moist scent of water. Boatman! Ji Gong waved toward the riverbank as a small boat slowly approached. The boatman, a middle-aged fellow with sun-darkened skin, hastened to shore upon seeing a customer. Are you two heading to Jinshan Temple? Yulin nodded and said, that's right. The fare is 20 coins, to be paid upon arrival, said the boatman after stating the price, then gave Ji Gong a once-over. Seeing the monk's tattered robes, he couldn't help but ask, this venerable monk, are you from the Jinshan Temple? Why are you dressed like this? Has the temple been mistreating you, master? Ji Gong shook his head with a swaying motion. This monk comes from Linging Temple. Hearing this, the boatman was startled. He took a closer look at Ji Gong's attire, a tattered monk's hat, a worn palm leaf fan, and a gourd of wine hanging at his waist, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Could you possibly be Master Daioji? Ji Gong chuckled and said, that's right, it's me, the monk. The boatman's hands trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, to have the honor of ferrying a Dharma master today is truly this humble one's blessing. Write only the translation without explanations. He hurriedly helped Ji Gong onto the boat. Master Mage, and you sir, please take your seats quickly. The small boat glided smoothly across the river, the oarsman rowing with exceptionally gentle strokes, taking care not to jostle his distinguished passengers. Before long, the boat reached the shore. We've arrived. Please watch your step. The boatman steadied the vessel but waved his hands in refusal when Yulin offered payment. I absolutely cannot accept this fare. It was already immense fortune to ferry the honorable master. Ji Gong didn't decline, simply patting him 3 times with his palm leaf fan. At noon 3 days from now, don't set sail. Stay safely at home. If you insist on sailing, misfortune may befall you. The boatman was startled, realizing this was the monk's way of warning him, and hastily bowed in gratitude. Many thanks for your guidance, master. I shall remember this. Yulin and Ji Gong turned and walked away. The boatman stood on the shore, watching their figures disappear beyond the temple's mountain gate, his heart filled with both gratitude and awe. To save 200 on high-speed rail, endured 10 hours on a hard-seat bus, salute to the legendary king of endurance sitting. I'll make up for it by waking at 5th watch tomorrow. I really don't know what's going on with the tipping button, I can't turn it off, and I'm also puzzled why there are still no chapter end comments or book circle features yet. Chapter 63 Carving Wooden Figures. Whom have you come seeking, Master Mage? A monk from Jinshan Temple stopped Yulin and Ji Gong. After greeting them with a bow, he addressed Ji Gong with a question. Ji Gong pointed upward. This monk's Dharma name is Daioji, coming from Linging Temple. I wish to meet your abbot. Is this acceptable? The monk appeared to have been notified by Fahai beforehand, showing no surprise but merely nodding in acknowledgement. So you are Master Daioji, please follow me. Ji Gong wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he turned his head slightly and gave Yulin a faint smile. Benefactor, please kindly wait for this monk for a moment. Let me go speak with him first. Go ahead, mage. I'll take a stroll around the temple myself. Seeing Yulin nod in agreement, Ji Gong finally turned around and led the monks toward the mountaintop, until he stepped into the room. Yulin finally withdrew his gaze. After surveying his surroundings, he thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a meal at Jinshan Temple's dining hall first. So he stopped a monk, inquired about the location, and then headed toward the dining hall. Upon entering, he saw a few monks quietly eating their meals. A young monk noticed Yulin's entrance and greeted him with palms pressed together. If the benefactor wishes to take a meal, please come this way to get your bowl and chopsticks. Help yourself to the food, no payment required, but don't waste any. Much obliged, said Yulin in thanks. He fetched a bowl and chopsticks, scooping himself a serving of steaming vegetarian noodles. The noodles were pleasantly chewy, the broth clear and fragrant, topped with a few tender green vegetable leaves floating on its surface. I picked up 2 more golden, crispy vegetarian spring rolls and paired them with a plate of perfectly pickled vegetables. While eating, I suddenly heard some commotion behind me. Turning my head, I saw several young novice monks surrounding an elderly monk, eagerly seeking guidance on Buddhist scriptures. The elderly monk, with kind eyes and a compassionate expression, patiently answered their questions, occasionally eliciting exclamations of sudden understanding from the young novices. Seeing Yulin look at him, he smiled warmly at Yulin and uttered a blessing. After finishing the vegetarian meal, Yulin strolled out of the monastery dining hall. He was about to turn and admire other architectural sites when he suddenly noticed an elderly man with snowy white beard and hair sitting before a simple meditation room to his right. The old man, clad in coarse monk's robes, was intently carving a piece of boxwood. His calloused fingers were remarkably deft, wood chips scattering as the carving knife danced between them. Within moments, the outline of a seated monk in meditation had already taken shape. A few more cuts, and even the folds of the monk's robe came to life with lifelike detail. Yulin couldn't help but step closer for a better look. Through the half-open door, several antique wooden shelves could be seen standing inside the room, densely packed with various carved wooden figures. There were young novices sweeping the floor, smiling monks, martial monks tempering their bodies, but most were ordinary folk of all kinds. The dim light inside made it hard to count exactly how many sculptures stood there. Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable, Yulin praised sincerely. The old man looked up and froze momentarily upon seeing Yulin's face. He felt an odd sense of familiarity but couldn't quite place it, so he simply smiled and said, "It's merely a matter of practice making perfect. I've carved wood at this golden mountain temple for so many years, I could do it blindfolded and still make it look good. I'm not really a monk either, just staying here. No need to call me reverend, I don't deserve that title." As he spoke, he continued working, the carving knife lightly tracing the wooden figure's face. Suddenly the features came alive with expression. "I see," Yulin nodded, then added, "but skill through practice, that's still your own remarkable talent, old master. May I trouble you, venerable elder, to carve for me He paused, thought for a moment, then said, 6 wooden figurines and 1 wooden dragon. "Might I ask what your fee would be, elder?" The old man's hands never stopped working, though his words left no room for refusal. "Consider it done, payment isn't necessary. I didn't do this for money. Young master, please take a seat. After I finish carving this one, you can describe what the person you want carved looks like, and I'll carve the wooden figure." "Thank you, venerable one." Yulin sat down beside him. He thought to himself that since the old man wouldn't take money, he might as well make a donation in his name to Golden Mountain Temple later. It wasn't much longer, perhaps 7 or 8 minutes, before the old man finished carving the wooden figure in his hands. He stood up, walked inside, placed the figure on a shelf, then came back out holding 6 more pieces of wood. "What manner of figure would the young master have me carve first?" Tall and slender, robed in a long garment reaching the ankles, tied at the waist with a cloth sash, hair slightly curled, falling to the shoulders, with neatly trimmed beard. "Good, the next one?" In his early 30s, not exactly handsome but with regular features, sporting a wild mane of unkempt long hair and dressed in a long coat, he appeared utterly free-spirited and unconventional. "Would you like to carve first, elder? Are you worried I might forget, young master?" "Rest assured, once I've seen or heard something, it's nearly impossible for me to forget, such is the nature of my mind." "Old man, you're amazing. It's a woman. So the dragon looked like this in the end?" With just a few strokes on the wood, the old man carved out Lord Dragon's likeness. Yulin nodded, yes. In his mind, Dragon Lord's voice couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, little you, Dragon Lord hasn't spoiled you for nothing. This old man's craftsmanship is truly impressive. Have him carve more for me." Dragons flying in the sky, swimming in the water, walking on land, lying in bed. Yulin tugged at the corner of his mouth upon hearing its demands. "Dragon Lord, if you really want them, I'll hire someone back home to custom make one for you, long, enormous, and majestically fierce. Heck, if you insist, the Civil Affairs Bureau might even carve you a statue to place in Tiananmen Square. People aren't charging us for this, so let's not push our luck." "All right, Hearing this, Elder Long finally dropped the idea and then asked, "Then why did you make one for Qin Zhao but not Ningya? Aren't you afraid she'd get jealous?" Listening to its teasing tone, Yulin shrugged. "Nothing I can do. She's not on my team, just watching the abstract videos I forward is enough." Dragon Lord was about to say something more. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the mountaintop, followed by Monk Fahai's voice. "Ji Gong, do you think I won't dare strike at you just because I couldn't defeat you before? Keeping her restrained instead of killing her is already showing mercy." Chapter 64 How to Resolve Karma? Behind the house stood the miraculous high platform. As Jigong stepped out through the back door, he immediately saw Fahai seated upright at the center of the miraculous high platform, his back turned towards him. Fahai was draped in a gray monastic robe, its fabric plain yet immaculate, radiating a soft halo of light under the sun. His face couldn't be called handsome, but it was remarkably pleasant to look at, especially now, bathed in sunlight. It appeared radiant with a golden glow, lending him an added air of dignity. His posture was upright, though nearing 60 years of age, there wasn't the slightest hint of a stoop. His long, gray-white beard stirred softly in the mountain breeze, while he slowly turned a string of dark ebony prayer beads in his right hand. As if sensing Ji Gong's arrival, Fahai's rotating beads paused momentarily, yet he still did not turn around. His eyes narrowed slightly, their sharp glint restrained beneath the surface, voice calm. "Daoji, what brings you here this time?" Ji Gong chuckled and didn't stand on ceremony. He strode forward a few steps, plopped down directly onto the ground, and promptly reclined sideways with his body tilting. Propping his cheek with one hand and resting his tattered palm leaf fan on his belly, he looked every bit the idle rogue as he drawled, "Fahai, oh Fahai, haven't you already guessed this monk's purpose in coming?" Shaking his gourd of wine, he continued, "This humble monk shall plead for her sake today. If her son goes to Leifong Pagoda, you needn't accompany him. Why not stay and share some wine or tea with this old monk, chatting the hours away?" Upon hearing this, Fahai's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly flew open. The prayer beads in his hand creaked under his tightening grip. "Out of the question." His voice suddenly rose, echoing through the mountains. "She defied the natural order, disrupted moral principles, harmed the innocent, and must be punished. Did Ji, stop your nonsense. Until the karma upon her is dissolved, she shall not leave this pagoda." Jigong's smile didn't fade, instead, it grew even broader. He scratched his ear leisurely and said, "Better to untie the knot than tighten it. Let bygones be bygones someday." As he spoke, he suddenly sat up straight, unusually serious. "Besides, leaving the pagoda is ordained by fate. Since heaven itself has consented, why won't you agree?" He patted his chest again. "Once she's out of the pagoda, this monk will personally take her to atone, to cleanse her karmic burden." His eyes twinkled as his tone suddenly softened. "Let her go. Consider it this monk begging you. Don't you trust this monk?" Fahai remained silent, but the next moment, he stood up and turned to regard Jigong. "What about the innocent lives she has taken? If it's vengeance you seek, come for me alone." But she crossed the line by unleashing the flood upon Golden Mountain. He glared at the still grinning and carefree Jigong, roaring angrily, "Daoji, how dare you show your face to persuade me? How can you face those who were killed by her crimes? Daoji, do you think just because I couldn't defeat you before, I wouldn't dare strike at you again? Imprisoning her instead of killing her was already showing mercy. It already goes against my principles. If you dare say more, we shall settle this with another bout." In an instant, the skies over Miaogao Peak transformed ominously. Behind him, a majestic Buddha manifestation slowly appeared, radiant with golden light, its pressure as immense as a mountain. The Buddha's shadow lowered its brows yet emanated an awe-inspiring dignity that brooked no defiance, as though all the laws of heaven and earth were concentrated here. Yet Jigong still smiled. "After all," he said, "it's just this cause. If this humble monk could bring back to life those who perished in the water, would this karma be resolved? Could their fate be undone?" Dharma Master frowned. "How could you possibly do that? Unless you're planning to ask the Buddha himself for help?" No, it's not this monk who'll intervene." Jigong stood up and pointed downward with his lifted hand. Fahai followed his gaze. In front of the meditation hut, the figure sitting beside the old man, intently watching him carve wooden figures. "What's so extraordinary about him?" Fahai was perplexed, but Jigong simply smiled without speaking, then slowly said, "You'll understand soon, actually, right now." Though Jigong was being cryptic, Fahai didn't question further because it seemed he'd begun to comprehend something. Or rather, it was a voice that suddenly rang in his ear. "Su Shilin is willing to offer his position as the #1 scholar, willing to offer his status as the god of literature, to bear my mother's karma. I only beg for mercy, to release her from the pagoda." On the bustling streets of Linen City, Su Shilin and Dehu walked one after another, their figures cast long by the morning light on the bluestone pavement, flanked by the alternating cries of street vendors. "Young master," Dehu scratched his head, "where exactly is this family we're visiting? Why have I never heard the master mention having any brothers before?" Without breaking stride, Su Lin casually explained, not by blood. Years ago when my father went gathering herbs, he happened upon a man injured by a venomous insect and treated him with medicine. He paused. That man, grateful for the life-saving favor and knowing my father shared his surname, insisted on recognizing my father as his sworn brother, and so they became acquainted. As for other matters, Su Lin shook his head. Never mind. Just follow me. Daho nodded understandingly and was about to say more when suddenly a ragged young beggar darted out from the roadside, thudding to his knees before them and kowtowing repeatedly. Please, kind sirs, take pity on me. Spare some coins. I'll kowtow to you. Daho's sharp eyes caught sight of the alley's depths, a frail girl cowering in the corner beside a dying man. Tisk. He grabbed the boy by his collar and tossed him a purse. In the old days, I'd have kicked you to the curb, but today you're lucky enough to meet a reformed man, eh? The weighty purse dropped into his palm with a satisfying thud. Here's 10 taels of silver, plus some coppers. Use it to treat your father or your brother, whichever is sicker, and take good care of your little sister. He patted the boy's knee. Remember this, grow up to be a proper man. I will, the boy stammered, clutching the purse tightly before turning to leave. At the alley's mouth, he suddenly spun around and shouted, Old master, I won't forget this kindness. Someday I'll carve you a longevity tablet. Upon hearing his shout, Dahar's face broke into a smile as he turned to Su Lin. Young master, how'd I do? Su Lin gave a slight nod. Not bad. I'll give you some extra silver this month. Keep it up. Before Dahar's smile could fully bloom from the praise, a sudden furious roar erupted from the alley. You little bastard. Hand over the money. Don't think I didn't see what you just did. Turning around, Dahu flew into a rage. You motherfucking mutt, daring to steal money I gave away? Chapter 65, The Su Mansion. Still playing tough? Dahu strode into the alley and saw the tall man stepping on the boy's back with one foot while clutching a money bag in his right hand, sneering viciously. Remember this, every beggar in this district belongs to me. Take the money and show no respect to your father? I'll teach you what rules mean. The boy gasped for breath under the crushing weight, yet his eyes remained locked on the money pouch. The timid girl suddenly charged forward, raising her tiny fists to strike the man. Looking for death. The man's eyes flashed with cruelty as he lifted his foot to kick the girl. In that very instant, crunch! An iron-clawed hand suddenly seized the man by the nape of his neck, lifting his entire body off the ground. Who the hell dares to stick their nose in this? The man roared as he turned his head, meeting a pair of murderous eyes. Daho grinned ferociously, baring his white teeth. It's your granddaddy. Take this. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on the man's nose, sending blood gushing out instantly. Dahu released his grip, and before the man could even hit the ground, he was engulfed in a torrent of fists and kicks. Damn your mother. Even scumbags like your uncle here wouldn't stoop so low as to rob a kid. Where the hell do you get the nerve? Still got the guts to try it again? Ha! Louder for your uncle, you piece of shit. Hurting? That means it's working. The alley echoed with the man's agonized howls and the muffled thuds of punches landing. Only when the man had gone limp as mud did Dahu reluctantly stop, casually wiping the bloodstains on the man's clothes. Turning to look at the two children still frozen in place, Dahu grinned. Not leaving yet? Not scared? The boy's eyes sparkled. Not afraid. Master is a good man. Master stands up for us. The girl also nodded vigorously. Yes, Master is a good man. Dahu froze, struck by an inexplicable sensation in his heart. A feeling that suffused his entire body with indescribable comfort. After being a villain for so many years, this was the first time someone called him a good man. TSK, this feeling wasn't bad at all. He crouched down, ruffled the two children's hair, picked up the money pouch and stuffed it back into the boy's hand. Then he took out a small blue porcelain bottle from his robe and walked over to the unconscious man. Count yourself lucky. Dahu poured out a glowing white pill. This spring-returning pill worth 100 taels of silver. Consider yourself lucky. Being a good person really costs money and effort. No wonder being a villain is easier. Swallow it. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. The man's pale complexion quickly regained color, and his eyelids fluttered open. Benefactor. He called out weakly, watching helplessly as the imposing tiger-like warrior turned his back and walked away. May I ask your honorable name? No need. Take good care of your younger siblings. If you're afraid, take them away from Linen. The tiger-like man waved without turning back. Passing the collapsed bandit on the ground, he delivered 2 more kicks as an afterthought. A pig-like shriek echoed through the alley. This injury would likely keep him bedridden for a long time, perhaps even leave him disabled. Of course, if it weren't for fear of government investigation, had this been some desolate wilderness, Big Tiger wouldn't have been so merciful. He walked out of the alley. Where has the young master gone? Dahu was taken aback. Su Lin had vanished without a trace, nowhere to be seen at this moment. Could something have happened? His heart grew heavy with worry, and he immediately began searching. Only when he spotted his young master chatting with a young maiden in front of a residence did his unease finally subside. He stepped forward silently, listening patiently to their conversation. If Yu Lin were here now, he would have recognized this young girl as Linger. Miss, might I trouble you to show me that jade bracelet you're wearing once more? Su Shilin bowed to Linger with his hands clasped. Originally, he had been waiting for Daha to teach that fellow a lesson, when suddenly he spotted Linger passing by, waving to stop a candied hawthorn vendor. At this sight, something extraordinary caught his attention. The jade bracelet on Linger's wrist looked strikingly similar to the one his father had described. That's why he stopped Linger to ask. Linger looked at him, her face tense. What, do you want my bracelet? Because of the earlier thief incident, she was now very cautious. Su Shilin quickly shook his head and gently explained, "You've misunderstood, miss. It's just that this bracelet looks quite similar to one described by a senior of mine. Is there a Su character written here?" Linger, upon hearing this and taking in his attire and demeanor, instantly widened her eyes in astonishment and blurted out, your brother Su Shilin? That newly crowned top scholar brother Su? Su Shilin nodded with a smile. It is indeed me. You must be Linger, right? Yes. Linger stomped her feet excitedly, her face blooming into a radiant smile. Father talks about you every day. Besides, weren't you supposed to arrive in 2 more days? Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. Oh well, since you're already here, never mind that. Come on, let's go home first. Without another word, she grabbed Su Shilin's sleeve and tugged him briskly toward home, her movements as nimble as a merry little sparrow. Pulled along by her, Su Shilin couldn't help but smile as he watched the lively figure of the girl skipping ahead. He mused to himself that this little sister Ling was truly spirited and innocent. When the time came for her to marry, he'd have to carefully vet her suitors as her elder brother. Heaven forbid she end up with the wrong man. Seeing this, Daegu had no choice but to hurry after them. With that, the 3 of them ran towards another street, stopping only when they reached the front of a manor. The residence consisted of 7 buildings and 2 courtyards. A plaque above the entrance reads, House of Su. Su Shilin thought to himself that his father's sworn brother's family seemed even wealthier than before. Chapter 66, Abandoning the Position of Literary Star. Big brother, how long are you planning to stay here? My parents probably won't be back until the day after tomorrow. Only after Su Shilin set down his teacup did Su Linger ask curiously. Su Shilin smiled faintly. I'll be staying for a while. I have some matters to attend to, brother. Oh, that's good. Su Linger nodded, then continued asking. Then, big brother, what does it feel like to place first in the imperial exams? Did His Majesty appoint you to an official post? Is it a very high-ranking position, as grand as our prefect? Listening to her barrage of questions while watching her sparkling, adoring eyes, Su Shilin laughed and said, His Majesty hasn't bestowed an official position yet. We'll have to wait a few more days. Becoming a prefectural governor is impossible. I imagine it'll likely be a 6th-rank position or thereabouts. Moreover, I'm afraid your elder brother here won't even get the chance to become an official. He shook his head and didn't continue speaking. Seeing this, Su Linger opened her mouth but still held back her question. True, she was straightforward and carefree, but that didn't mean she lacked tact. It was obvious he was in a bad mood right now. If he didn't want to talk about it, then it was best not to ask. So, she stood up. Big brother, let's not talk about this. Have you eaten? If not, it's my treat. Su Shilin had already finished his breakfast, but seeing her enthusiasm and knowing that with Dahu around, nothing would go to waste, he didn't want to dampen her spirits. He stood up and said, Alright, then I'll let you treat me today. Ha ha ha. Just like that. The trio who had just entered the house found themselves stepping out of the residence again, eating, drinking, and chatting over the meal. Su Shilin's broad horizons and knowledge left Su Linger in awe, while Su Linger occasionally came out with quirky remarks that made Su Shilin burst into laughter. Dahu, on the other hand, focused solely on eating. These two had appetites smaller than a bird. He ended up eating nearly all the dishes himself. He practically stuffed himself to bursting. When everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, little sister Linger, Su Shilin rose to his feet and addressed Su Linger. Elder brother has some matters to attend to. Since uncle and aunt aren't home, I'll come pay my respects the day after tomorrow. Excuse me, I'll take my leave first. Hey, big brother, wait. Seeing him about to leave with Daher, Su Linger hurriedly stood up and tugged at his sleeve. Big brother, please don't. My parents have already had your room prepared. You should stay at our house. Su Shilin shook his head. We've already paid for the guest room, so it'd be a waste not to use it. It won't be too late if I come stay again the day after tomorrow. What, is little sister Linger afraid to stay home alone at night? Seeing him tease her as if he genuinely meant his playful words, Su Linger finally released his sleeve and sighed helplessly. I'm not scared at all. Alright, then big brother, if you finish your work, remember to come find me. I still have so many things I want to ask you. Definitely. Su Shilin readily agreed, then led Dahat downstairs and disappeared from Su Linger's sight. What are you going to do? To Leifeng Pagoda, of course. By the time they arrived at Leifong Pagoda, the sun had already dipped westward, painting the sky with twilight hues. From afar, the towering pagoda stood majestically, its upturned eaves gilded with crimson and gold in the setting sun's afterglow, like flames dancing in the twilight. Ancient trees stretched skyward beside the pagoda, their leaves rustling in the wind. Su Shilin signaled Dihu to stop while he approached step by step, his heartbeat quickening with each stride. Before even reaching the pagoda, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, as if something deep in his blood was calling out. When he finally stood beneath Leifong Pagoda, an invisible force suddenly barred his way, making it impossible to take another step forward. In a daze, the scene before his eyes abruptly changed. Deep beneath the pagoda, an enormous white serpent lay coiled, its body entwined with countless golden chains, unable to move. As his gaze shifted again, the serpent transformed into a graceful woman, her white robes purer than snow, her features delicate as a painting. She gazed quietly at Su Shilin, her eyes filled with tenderness and guilt. Her lips parted slightly as she silently mouthed, "Shilin, mother is sorry. This is what I deserve. Go back now." Tears welled up in Su Shilin's eyes as he vehemently shook his head. With a heavy thud, his knees hit the ground, and he bowed deeply toward Leifong Pagoda, his voice trembling yet resolute. "Su Shilin beseeches your mercy." Su Shilin's forehead struck heavily against the bluestone slab till blood streamed down his brow, staining the ground crimson before him. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, echoing repeatedly across the empty space before the pagoda. "Buddha, grant mercy. Heaven and earth, grant mercy. Set my mother free." Each desperate plea was punctuated by a heavy kowtow, until dark crimson stains gradually bloomed across the bluestone pavement. Daho watched with red-rimmed eyes from the side, his fists clenched tight enough to crack knuckles. Yet helpless to intervene, he could only kneel in solidarity, adding his own tremulous cries for mercy to the chorus. He didn't know if this would achieve anything, he only knew he had to keep doing it. The setting sun dyed the sky blood red, and Su Shilin's vision was already blurred by blood. In a daze, he seemed to see the figure of Ji Gong waving his palm leaf fan, and heard that familiar voice echoing in his ears. "As long as the Zhuan Yuan Tower stands, that tower won't fall." Su Shilin shuddered violently as sudden realization dawned upon him. He raised his head to gaze at the crimson-stained sky, ignited by the sunset, and shouted with all his might. Su Shilin is willing to offer his position as the top scholar, willing to sacrifice his status as the god of literature, to bear my mother's karma. I beg for your mercy, release her from the pagoda. Before the last syllable could fade, Leifong Pagoda suddenly trembled violently, its rooftop bronze bells ringing without a whisper of wind. In an instant, the heavens suddenly brightened. The Star of Wisdom blazed brilliantly, its radiant starlight cascading like a celestial river, illuminating the summit of Leifong Pagoda. Behind Su Shilin, countless ethereal figures successively emerged, scholar laureates from successive dynasties, in their blue robes and jade belts, all bowing deeply toward Leifong Pagoda. "We beseech your mercy." His voice boomed like a temple bell, shaking loose bricks and stones from the pagoda. Suddenly, visions appeared across the sky, tidal waves submerging Golden Mountain, people wailing as they fled, corpses floating with the currents. With all these lives perishing in anguish, how can I let this pass? How can I? Not unless the dead rise again. The deafening interrogations exploded beside Su Shilin's ears, the colossal pressure descending like a collapsing mountain and surging tsunami. Crack! Su Shilin's kneecaps fractured, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. Behind him, the shadow of the top scholar disintegrated inch by inch, as the light of the literary star was devoured by dark clouds. He felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness wash over him and smiled bitterly. "Still not working? Mage, what exactly must I do?" Just as he was about to lose consciousness, another strange phenomenon appeared. Whoosh! Countless streaks of light suddenly shot in from all directions, plummeting like meteors into the illusory sky. Looking closely, they turned out to be incredibly lifelike wooden carvings of human figures. The moment these wooden figures fell into the illusion, they transformed into living, breathing human forms. There was a physician with a medicine basket on his back saving children from floodwaters. Strong young men were using wooden doors to build floating bridges. There were even monks casting aside their prayer beads, transforming them into floating logs for rescue. Each puppet transformed into a figure of salvation, pulling lives back from the raging floods one after another. Then, a hoarse old voice resounded through the heavens. Su Xian is willing to dedicate all his accumulated merits to bear Lady Bai's karma. Chapter 67. Let me add some miracles for you. Golden Mountain Temple. Young master, your wooden figures and wooden dragons are ready. The old man handed the carved wooden figure and wooden dragon to Yulin, the figurine lifelike in every detail, the dragon's scales and claws so vivid they seemed ready to leap into motion at any moment. Yulin received them with solemn gratitude. My deepest thanks, venerable elder. At this moment, the setting sun cast its glow upon Jinshan Temple's rooftops, bathing the eaves in radiant gold and crimson. Yulin smiled and said, Old sir, do you have time? I'd like to treat you to a meal. The old man shook his head, picked up the broom nearby, and slowly swept away the wood shavings on the ground. Let's skip the meal. He moved slowly, the broom scraping against the bluestone with a soft rustling sound. If you truly wish to repay me, young master, then do more good deeds on my behalf in the days to come. Many thanks, young master. Yulin listened, feeling there was more to his words than met the ear, but seeing him finish sweeping the wood shavings and turn back toward the house, he didn't press further and simply nodded in agreement. Count on it. He turned to leave when suddenly, boom! A vast aura emanated from the mountaintop, resonating between heaven and earth, shaking the entire Golden Mountain Monastery with faint tremors. Yulin suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing straight toward the summit. There, Ji Gong and Fa Hai stood facing each other in confrontation. Fa Hai's piercing eyes swept coldly toward Yulin, scrutinizing him with a gaze that seemed to penetrate his very being. Ji Gong fanned himself with a palm leaf fan, muttering incantations, then suddenly raised his hand and pointed. Whoosh! The sky transformed abruptly, illusions appearing before their eyes. Raging floodwaters submerged Golden Mountain as townspeople wailed and fled in panic, corpses floating adrift with the currents. Immediately, Su Shirlin's voice resounded through the heavens. Su Shirlin is willing to forfeit his rank as the top scholar, to relinquish his status as the star of literature, to bear the karmic burden of my mother. I beg only for mercy, release her from the pagoda. The radiance of the star of literature descended, and the spectral forms of past imperial scholars bowed in unison. Yet the illusory karmic forces, deep and vast as an abyss, gradually devoured the starlight and scattered the scholars' spectral forms. On the verge of seeing all efforts come to naught, Su Xian is willing to bear Madame Whitesnake's karma with all the merits of his lifetime. A familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. Yulin whirled around and saw the old man who had carved the wooden figurine suddenly radiating a dazzling golden light, surging like rushing rivers, all pouring into the wooden figurine in Yulin's hands. Whoosh! The wooden figure soared into the sky like a shooting star, piercing straight into the illusion. Within the illusion, it transformed into numerous figures extending helping hands, rescuing those in distress. Just as they thought they were about to succeed, the illusion abruptly twisted. The karmic flames behind Lady Bai erupted violently, scarlet inferno engulfing the entire illusion. Those wooden figures transformed into rescuers actually wailed in the fire before turning to ashes. Put! Su Xian violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering to his knees. Gazing at the illusion consumed by flames, his eyes filled with bitterness. All these years of practicing medicine to save lives, was it still not enough? His trembling hand reached out as if to touch the distant figure. My love, I've wronged you. At this moment of utter despair, the scene before Yulin abruptly transformed. He saw a green serpent coiling in the clouds, desperately pleading before a hazy presence. The serpent's scales scattered like falling leaves, its entire form dissolving into specks of green light that finally condensed into a jade pendant. The jade pendant blazed brilliantly, drawing in all the souls who perished in the flooded Golden Mountain. The spirit swirled within the jade, its form shifting continuously before finally settling into. As the illusions dissipated, Yulin snapped back to reality, only to find the jade pendant clenched tightly in his hand. So this is how it is. Karma. Yulin turned to look at Su Xian, who was coughing up blood, and smiled at him. Old man, as payment for the carving, then, let me grace you with a touch of the miraculous. As his words faded, Yulin lightly tapped the jade pendant with his fingertip. Behind him, an indistinct silhouette suddenly appeared, its features blurred and impossible to discern. Buzz! A brilliant golden light burst forth from his fingertips and vanished into the jade pendant. In an instant, the jade pendant trembled violently, transforming into a streak of emerald radiance that shot straight into the heavens. Boom! The moment the jade pendant vanished into the illusion, the entire world fell utterly silent. Hellfire extinguished like candles, floodwaters recoiled and disappeared. The scenes within the illusion rewound as if time itself flowed backward. The drowned revived, collapsed houses stood anew, even the crushed flowers and grass restored to their original state. Fahai's pupils abruptly constricted as the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand snapped with a sharp crack, sending sandalwood beads scattering across the floor. Because in his memory, Lady White had never flooded the Golden Mountain Temple. Without the flooding of Golden Mountain, naturally no innocent lives had been lost. He stared fixedly at the phantom shadow behind Yulin. You altered the past without disturbing the present? Who in the world is he? Buddha? Or the three pure ones? Jigong waved his palm leaf fan, smiling without a word. Only when the illusion completely dissipated did he leisurely speak. I surely wouldn't know about that. Now that the dead have returned to life and lived peacefully through their allotted years, their karmic debts are cleared. Suddenly abandoning his playful demeanor, he solemnly clasped his hands together. Could you release her now? Fahai remained silent for a long while before finally sighing. Very well, so it is truly destined by heaven. He flung forth his golden alms bowl. Upon reaching the summit of Leifeng Pagoda, it blazed with dazzling light. With a sweep of his sleeve, the very pagoda that had suppressed Lady White for years began to slowly rise. Lady Bai in her white robes fluttered gracefully, emerging from beneath the pagoda and alighting before Su Shilin. The next moment, Fa Hai waved his sleeve once more, unexpectedly transporting Su Xian to Lady Bai's side. Fa Hai's voice echoed in their ears. From this day forth, do not dare defy the natural order or disrupt the moral principles. Do good deeds. Su Xian didn't speak but stepped forward to join Lady White, embracing her and his son. The three of them held each other and wept. Fa Hai silently watched the scene before him, eventually turning and walking toward the meditation hall, leaving behind only these words. From this moment, old grudges are settled, and karma is severed. His figure appeared somewhat solitary, yet suffused with a sense of release. Daoji, this time, I've lost to you again. But the natural order remains irreversible. So be it then. Upon hearing this, Jigong's smile broadened as he called out to the retreating figure. Fa Hai, next time you come to Linging Temple, let's have meat and wine together, monk to monk. Fa Hai didn't turn back, merely waving his hand as his figure gradually faded into the dusk. Only then did Jigong turn to descend the mountain. Coming before Yulin, he respectfully bowed. Many thanks for your intervention, benefactor. Yulin quickly helped him up. It was nothing, just something I happened to do. He looked at Jigong and smiled, asking, Master, this matter is settled, where shall we go next? But Jigong shook his head, waving his tattered fan gently. Kind benefactor, this monk can no longer travel with you. I must attend to my own affairs now. Farewell. He turned and left. Thinking of his mission, Yulin was about to follow. But suddenly, a worn-out palm leaf fan appeared in his hand. The voice of Jigong carried on the wind. To see is not to see is to see. Awakening the mind reveals one's nature. Realizing one's nature attains Buddhahood. Yulin stood rooted to the spot, watching as Jigong turned back and waved at him, that same smile still on his face. Gracious donor, take care on your journey. With these words, he turned and continued down the mountain path, his tattered kasaya fluttering in the evening breeze as the familiar tune gradually faded into the distance. My shoes are worn, my hat is torn, my kasaya is all tattered and frayed. You mock me, they mock me. Yulin watched him walk away. A prompt appeared in his mind, mission accomplished. Countdown, 10 seconds until mission termination. He murmured to himself. Farewell, Master Mage. The legend of Monk Jigong comes to an end here. With the classic version of Jigong setting such a high standard, dear readers, please don't scold me if my writing falls short. Finally, good night. Chapter 68, The Preparations of the Papacy. Reward, Indestructible Body. Indestructible body, an unbreakable form, a body of adamant. Next mythological journey countdown, 2 months. The myth, Vampire Count. Quest, after Van Helsing kills Dracula, claim Dracula's primordial blood essence. Reward, Soul of the Vampire King. As the slight dizziness faded, Yulin returned to his dorm room. With but a thought, his robe automatically transformed into simple casual loungewear. Ah, we're finally back. Long Yi couldn't wait to fly out from the ding pattern, hurried over to the computer and started typing away noisily, then grabbed the mic. Wake up everyone, log in log in. Long Yi'll carry you to king rank today. Watching Long Yi's antics, Yulin smiled faintly without saying a word, simply heading to the bathroom to retrieve the celestial-grade weapon the Civil Bureau had issued him. It was a long blade resembling a goosequill saber, but with pale golden patterns covering its surface. Extremely sharp even without using chi, it could split a Night Roamer-level training post clean in two with a single slash. The next moment, Yulin raised the long blade and gave himself a solid cut. Clang! Where the long knife made contact with his skin, the skin instantly turned golden and directly rebounded the blade, producing a crisp metallic ring. Yet his skin remained completely unharmed, not even a white mark remained, smooth as before. Not bad. Yulin nodded approvingly. Even without miracles, those below the Daylight Wandering realm currently couldn't harm his physical body, perhaps not even Daylight Wanderers. He would need to test this further later. Of course, this didn't apply to souls. At this thought, Yulin recalled again the rewards from Dracula's mission. Perhaps refining that soul essence for Dragon Lord might produce an extraordinarily potent soul elixir. Last time, that female ghost soul essence had clearly enhanced his own. What originally allowed him to stay awake for 5 days now stretched to half a month after consumption. But unless absolutely necessary, he still chose to sleep every night. After all, it remained one of his greatest pleasures. Yulin shook his head, sheathed the longsword back into his storage space, then indulged in a refreshing cold shower. The time now is evening. Have a good sleep first, and go to the Vatican to get the silver coins in a few days. Yulin lay down, just as he was comfortably asleep. Now, the Vatican. Pope Francis was swamped with work. He leaned back in his golden-laid chair, fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. The flickering candlelight cast swaying shadows upon his aged face, illuminating the worry etched between his brows. The saints will arrive in 4 days. His voice, though low, carried an unquestionable authority, a stark contrast to the gentle tones he'd used with Yulin that day. If we show any negligence in receiving them, you'll answer for it yourselves. The church officials standing below immediately bowed in deferential acknowledgement. Yes, Your Majesty, we will see it done. Their voices rang out in unison, echoing through the empty hall. Go now. Francis gave a slight nod and waved his hand to dismiss them. After everyone had departed, his gaze turned toward the tall figure standing in the shadows. Rider, Francis spoke again. Keep watch, don't let those fellows slip in. He paused, emphasizing his words. The safety of the saints must come first. I expect you and your knight order to handle security properly. The man stepping from the shadows stood as straight as a pine, his dazzling golden hair shimmering under candlelight, yet paired with ink-black eyes of unfathomable depth. He wore silver-white knight's armor, an ancient greatsword hanging at his waist. Rest assured, Your Holiness. Ryder's voice was as unyielding as steel, his right fist striking his chest with a resounding thud that sent a crisp clang through his armor. Whoever dares to come will be cleaved by my greatsword. My knights will shred every last shred of their schemes and pride. Before his words had even faded, a razor-sharp killing intent erupted from him, spreading through the hall like a tangible force. This imposing aura was so overwhelming that it made every living creature within several hundred meters tremble in fear. The birds outside the window scattered in alarm, the insects and ants underground turned and fled in all directions, even the candle flames flickered unsteadily under this overwhelming pressure. Very well, you may go. Francis was quite satisfied with his attitude and waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Red turned and left, disappearing from his sight. Only after Red had departed did Francis rise from his seat and turn to walk deeper into the palace. They had been preparing for this matter since the moment Yulin agreed. If anything were to go wrong, Francis would truly mobilize the full power of the church to hunt down all those who dared to cause trouble and execute them one by one. Now everything is almost ready, all that's missing is Yulin's arrival. However, there's one more crucial thing. Francis arrived at the rear, ascended the stairs, surveyed St. Peter's Square, assessed its maximum capacity, and immediately felt a headache coming on. Even with the expansion, there's no way it can hold so many people. What on earth should we do about this? If people can't see the saint when the time comes, won't they just tear my palace apart? No, we must think of a solution. Francis tapped his staff, and in an instant, his figure vanished. The next moment, he appeared high above Vatican City, looking down upon the Vatican with a commanding view. After frowning and pondering for a moment, an idea formed in his mind. Prepare a path. A pilgrimage path. His gaze quickly swept across the streets of Vatican City. Start from there, all the way to that point, deploy personnel in order, ultimately converging at the square. Yes, this should do. Once confirmed, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Richard, there's been a change of plans. I need you to alter the route to ensure every arriving pilgrim can see the saint with their own eyes. Even for those believers who cannot attend, ensure the communication network remains operational so they can watch the live stream. A few seconds of lag is acceptable, but constant buffering is not. Money is no object, draw funds directly from the Holy See's property administration. Understand? From the other end of the line came a steady male voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Francis hung up the phone, his figure flickering as he returned to the high-rise building. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from behind him. Your Majesty, we have a plea for help. In a village in France, a devil has appeared. A nun dressed in holy attire, her face serene and her eyes slightly narrowed, holding a cross pendant in her right hand, approached Francis from behind and reported to him in a low voice. Her presence here indicated that this nun held no small position. Francis turned around. What kind of devil? The nun replied. According to their intelligence, it's currently inferred to be a mid-level demon. Like this, Francis said without the slightest change in expression, as if the medium demon was hardly worth mentioning. He merely added casually, send 2 official exorcist priests and 1 medium-ranking knight over there. Go ahead. The nun nodded. Yes. Chapter 69. Who called me? We cast you out, all unclean spirits, all satanic powers, every assault from hell, all the gatherings and sects of devils, in the name and power of our Lord Jesus Christ. Inside the dormitory, Yulin, who was asleep, seemed to hear a sound that caused his previously calm and relaxed brow to furrow slightly. Yet he kept his eyes closed, for another voice came. We beseech you, hear us. May you deign to humble the enemies of mankind, those devils. We beseech you, hear our plea. May they not prevail against us, but deliver us from evil. Holy One, are you there? Yulin listened and instinctively responded. I'm here. At the very moment he responded, a dazzling holy light burst forth. Outside, Old Man Long, who'd been playing games, instinctively squinted against the sudden glare and exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, who threw that flashbang? Wait a minute. Dragon instantly leaped away from his computer and dashed into Yulin's bedroom, only to stare dumbfounded. Where is he? Where did my huge self go? Who was it? You're looking down on me, aren't you? Just as it flew into a rage and was about to use its means to locate Yulin. Plop. A Christian classic fell from the bookshelf. Spread it open. Upon it were boldly written these words: "All who call upon the name in earnest may receive an answer. All prayers offered by devoted followers may be heard, blessed by holy light or graced by divine presence." This is the sacred promise. Old Man Long wasn't stupid either. One glance and he could surmise something. Well, got summoned away by someone's call, didn't you? Didn't even bring me along? Fine, with the cauldron and that old monster Taisu secretly watching your back, you should be safe. Dragon Lord tilted his head to glance outside. There was a terrifying aura rapidly retreating, vast and unfathomable like the depths of the sea. 1 month ago it had sensed the presence of this void-level being. To facilitate Yulin's mission, it had even used the cauldron to create an identical replica of Yulin's aura and placed it in the dormitory. Don't worry about whether they might get any ideas or want to study the secrets on Yulin's body. In any case, it has to do what it's supposed to do. Let's play the game first. Long Yi returned to the computer and said, "Sorry about that, just now a kid at home was fooling around with a flashbang and got me flashed. Let's continue. The French Curia." Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows onto the oak desk as Father Edward gracefully enjoyed his afternoon tea. This official exorcist with 13 years of experience was currently immersed in a rare moment of serenity. His slender fingers lightly held the bone china teacup, the silver-gray sideburns gleaming softly in the sunlight. Spread out on the table was the complete guide to exorcism rituals, meticulously annotated with red ink, alongside a notebook filled with Latin incantations. What a lovely afternoon. He took a sip of Darjeeling tea and murmured to himself, "No matter when, a cup of hot tea always gives one strength, even if it means facing the devil." Just then, bang! The office door was flung open as his assistant Cody rushed in, panting heavily. The young man in his early 20s was drenched in sweat, soaking through his robes. Father, something terrible has happened." Cody gasped for breath, leaning against the doorframe. "The village of Shinlanur, a demon has appeared there. 2 novice exorcists from the branch church have already been killed by it. The grand church now requests Father Lanro, Knight Creasy, and you to perform the exorcism together." Edward frowned and set down his teacup. "What level of demon?" Cody stepped forward, handing him the documents while briefly summarizing. "Currently assessed as an intermediate level demon. It creates fear-based illusions, with each person's fears manifesting differently. If someone is killed by fear within the illusion, their soul will perish too." Edward finished skimming through the documents as he listened, then looked up with a confident smile. "Cody, do you know what I like most about you?" Cody froze for a moment. "What is it?" "You always manage to summarize these materials perfectly in just one sentence." "Ha! Stop with the os, pack your things, we're leaving now." "But, won't you wait for Father Lanro and Sir Clazy?" "No need," Edward shook his head, pointing at the door with a smile. "They're already here." Cody turned to look. 2 figures stood in the doorway. Father Lanro leaned against the doorframe, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, tendrils of pale smoke curling around his face. He wore a wrinkled leather jacket with jeans, the silver crucifix hanging around his neck being the only thing marking his clerical status. Around 30 years old, yet his eyes held the wisdom of one who had seen through the world, with a cynical smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Heard the devils are throwing a party," said Lan Luo lazily, his voice hoarse. "Looks like we're in for some fun." Standing beside him, the Night Clay was the complete opposite, his fiery red short hair like a blazing banner, his chiseled features exuding steadiness and unwavering resolve. He wore simple knight's attire, a time-worn silver sword at his waist, its scabbard engraved with ancient exorcism runes. "I've got the full picture," said Clazy, his eyes sharp as he spoke in a low voice. "Shinlan village is 70 kilometers from here. We'd better get there within 2 hours. Otherwise, when night falls, it'll be tricky." Edward stood up and walked toward them, smiling as he said, "You always arrive right on time. Reliable." Lan Luo exhaled a smoke ring and grinned. "You already know full well. The devil never waits. Let's get this done early so we can go home. I've got a party to throw tonight." "Hey, Cody, grab your tools, we're heading out." Hearing his name, Cody quickly nodded. On it. A moment later, an off-road vehicle left the church and headed towards Newlands Village. Chapter 70 Arrival. Newlands Village. The dying light of dusk bathed the 400-person village, turning the brick-red roofs gold. The old oak tree at the village entrance rustled in the wind, its shadow stretching long and thin like skeletal fingers reaching toward the distance. The scent of dried hay and chimney smoke filled the air, the evening that should have felt peaceful and serene carrying instead an inexplicable weight of oppression. Village Chief Delvin paced back and forth near the entrance, his brow furrowed, occasionally glancing toward the winding country road in the distance. His leather shoes carved deep tracks into the clay earth, his fingers fumbling over the silver cross dangling from his chest. It was a gift he'd received 20 years ago during his baptism in Paris. "They should have been here by now," he muttered, his voice laced with anxiety and fear. At that very moment, the distant roar of an engine echoed through the air. Daravan suddenly looked up, squinting his eyes to peer into the distance. A black SUV emerged from the far end of the highway, its headlights carving two sharp beams through the twilight. As it drew nearer, the object hanging above the license plate came into focus, a silver cross engraved with the distinctive emblem of the French church. Finally, Delvin exhaled deeply and quickened his steps to meet it. Edward and the other three got out of the car. The very first second they stepped out, they sensed it, a vile, hellish stench that made them sick to the stomach. Edward narrowed his eyes slightly and asked Delvin, who had walked up to him, "Let's skip the small talk, what's the current situation?" Seeing his efficiency, Delvin decided to forego any polite chatter and got straight to the point. Yesterday, the church sent two novice priests, Anlis and Helenal. At first, they assessed the demon as a lower-rank threat that they could handle, so I didn't inform anyone else and just told the others to stay indoors. The demon appeared in the Lwin family's home in our village. To be precise, it's Lwin's daughter. She's 16 this year and loves reading ancient texts. With her birthday approaching, Lwin went out some days ago and somehow acquired dozens of ancient books from someone. I suspect this led her to discover some forbidden contents in those texts and put them into practice. About half a month ago, the whole family stopped coming out, and every night one of the village's livestock would go missing. Later, someone saw Lwin and his wife going out at midnight, but when called, they didn't respond, they just kept walking forward blankly. I sensed something was wrong and decided to go check their house, but before I could even get close, my cross told me that place harbored evil presence. As he spoke, he lifted his cross necklace, revealing the word "Do not enter" now displayed on it to Edward and the other three. So I immediately reported it to the church. There was a huge commotion last night, truly massive, but Anlis and Hylowen told me to wait until morning, so I didn't dare investigate. When I went to check today, their bodies had already been dumped at the entrance, but they left this. As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized notebook from his pocket and handed it to Edward. Edward examined it. It matched the intelligence they had received. Apparently the church had already reported the contents. They thought they couldn't solve it themselves, which is why they reported it to the church. This notebook was obtained through holy water baptism. Demons cannot leave messages on it directly or passively. Very well, Edward said as he handed the booklet back. Which one is the Ruin family? Delvin took it, turned around, raised his hand, and pointed toward a house now half shrouded in the shadow of night. That's the one. Edward nodded, then spoke again. Promise me one thing, will you? What is it? Tell me. Stay home tonight, don't go out. Yes. As the words fell, watching the four figures disappear into the distance, Edward walked at the forefront, his black robe lightly swaying in the wind. Lanro walked to his right, hands tucked in the pockets of his leather jacket, appearing nonchalant while silently reciting the exorcism chant once more in his heart. Clazy walked to his left, her red hair like flames burning beneath the sunset, with a silver sword already drawn, its blade casting cold glimmers in the twilight. Cody carried two large black boxes in his hands, with a backpack strapped to his shoulders. The four arrived at Ruin's doorstep. The battered wooden door stood ajar, a chill seeping through the gap as though countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. Edward halted and tilted his head toward Lanro and Clazy. Same as usual? Lanro and Clazy nodded in unison. Clancy gripped his silver sword and stepped to the forefront, raising the blade slightly as he aimed it at the doorway. Lanro turned to Cody. Hand me my sacred crossbow. Cody quickly set down the box and backpack he was carrying, deftly opening the box on the left. Inside lay an array of meticulously arranged precision parts. His fingers darted through the components with practiced ease, scarcely needing to think. In just over 10 seconds, a gleaming silver sacred crossbow took shape in his hands. Here, he handed the assembled sacred crossbow to Lanro, then quickly opened another box and assembled a second one with the same speed, passing it to Manhwa. Cody, my boy, once this mission's over, I'm taking you to my party. After praising Cody, Lanro took the crossbow, expertly checking the bowstring and arrow groove, a cold smile curling his lips. Alright, let's see what's been playing ghost tricks. Edward had likewise finished inspecting his crossbow and said to Cody, Cody, listen carefully. If anything happens, like if we die, you run straight for help. Got it? Cody nodded. Got it. The next moment, the three of them stepped inside. Chapter 71. I'm here. The room was eerily quiet. The wooden door gently closed behind me with a soft creak. The living room was dimly lit but surprisingly tidy, the cushions on the sofa neatly arranged, the coffee table wiped spotless, even the ashes in the fireplace completely cleared away. A faint trace of lavender lingered in the air, as if this were just an utterly ordinary farmhouse. Edward frowned slightly, raising the holy crossbow as his wary gaze swept every corner. Too clean, he murmured under his breath. If that's the case, then those two priests from yesterday never even engaged with it, they were dispatched the moment they stepped inside. No wonder it was rated as a mid-level demon. Lan Luo took a drag from his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and squinted his eyes. TSK, since when do demons have obsessive cleanliness? Clancy remained vigilant, his silver sword still steadily pointed forward. Something's wrong. The sound of water dripping from the kitchen faucet drop was unusually clear in the silent house. Several dishes of food were arranged on the dining table, seemingly freshly prepared for dinner, still steaming with heat. A plate of roasted bread, a bowl of vegetable soup, and a serving of meat chunks, with 3 sets of cutlery neatly laid out as if waiting for their owners to take their seats. On the back wall hung a painting, The Last Supper. Well, Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. Did they prepare dinner for us too? Are you suggesting this is our last supper? Crixie said solemnly. Let me give it a try. He took out a vial of holy water from his pocket, the clear liquid shimmering faintly in the dim light. He poured the holy water slowly onto the long sword, and the blade instantly shimmered with a faint silver glow. Then he stepped forward and lightly prodded the food on the dining table with his sword tip. The bread was flicked aside, the vegetable soup swirled apart, and the chunks of meat turned over. Yet, nothing happened. The food was just food, not rotten, not mutated, without even a trace of sinister aura. As if this were completely normal, a meal meant for entertaining guests. Strange. Claytha frowned, withdrawing his sword, just as the 3 prepared to continue their investigation. What a pity, such a lovely dinner ruined by you all. A soft voice came from the 2nd floor. The 3 of them whirled around sharply. At the stairway stood a slender, brown-haired girl. Her face was pale yet strikingly beautiful, with light brown eyes as serene as still water. This is the dinner our master specially prepared for you. She spoke softly, her voice gentle as a feather. Nothing has been added. She tilted her head slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of her lips. Compared to using such petty tricks, my master says he prefers watching you die while drowning in terror. Edward and his 2 companions exchanged glances. They wouldn't believe a single word of that. When Lanro went to play at the bar, he even claimed it was his first time there. Edward stepped forward, his tone gentle. Come here, child. Don't be fooled by the demon. The girl gazed at him without the slightest change in expression, as if looking at a stranger. If you refuse to eat, she said tonelessly, then come upstairs to meet the master. With that, she turned and walked upstairs, her footsteps so light they were almost inaudible. Edward and his 2 companions exchanged glances and moved toward the staircase in tactical formation without a word. Clarice took the lead with her silver sword raised, Lanro guarded the rear with his sacred crossbow at the ready, Edward remained in the center, holding a crossbow in his left hand while continuously sprinkling holy water along the stair railings and walls with his right. The holy water left winding trails across the wooden surfaces, emitting a faint silvery glow. As they stepped onto the 2nd floor, a chilling draft swept over them. The windows on the 2nd floor were tightly covered by heavy curtains, with only a narrow gap revealing the last sliver of sunset. That bloody afterglow slanted across the floor like a fresh wound. As time passed, this wound gradually faded before being ultimately devoured by darkness. By the window, on a single bed lay the brown-haired girl. Her hands were folded across her chest, her eyes tightly shut, as if she were merely asleep. Kneeling by the bedside were a man and a woman, Rune and his wife. They bowed their heads in a posture of devotion, as if in prayer. On a nearby table lay an open, yellowed ancient book, its pages trembling slightly in the windless room. But Edward and the others had no time to spare for that book, for at the very moment they stepped onto the 2nd floor, the runes suddenly stood up. Their movements were stiff and synchronized, like marionettes pulled by invisible strings. Their mouths opened and closed, uttering sounds with an eerie cadence. Welcome to hell. But not now. The moment the words fell, darkness surged like a tide, swallowing all light in an instant. Edward only felt darkness before his eyes, as if plunging into an unfathomable abyss. When his vision cleared again, the sight before him made his entire body freeze. His father's face, that familiar countenance, was full of anxiety, beads of sweat still clinging to his forehead. He gripped Ewald's hand tightly, his voice trembling. Edward, no matter what happens next, don't come out. Remember, don't come out. Edward stood frozen in place, his heart pounding wildly. He opened his mouth to say something else, but found himself unable, or rather, he had no control over it. He could only speak the words as they echoed in his memory. Father, what happened? Don't ask now, you'll find out soon enough. His father pulled him upstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath their feet. He could smell the familiar scent of pine that filled their home, even feel the warmth radiating from his father's palm. It feels too real. Until his father took Ihua upstairs, stuffed him into the wardrobe, and cupped his face with both hands. With your mother and me here, remember, no matter what happens later, don't make a sound. It will be alright, everything will pass. The Lord is with you. The Lord protects you. With that, the father turned around, casually took the backpack hanging on the wall, and headed downstairs. Watching my father's figure hurriedly descend the stairs, Edward widened his eyes. Then he remembered. It was on that day that he lost both his father and mother. He lost his family, lost his home. It was on that day that he lost everything he cherished. Edward's body trembled as he roared, "Damn it, move! Move now! No! No! Father! Mother! Edward clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, using every ounce of strength to break free from this invisible restraint. His fingers dug desperately into the wooden wardrobe door, nails even drawing blood, yet he remained completely immobilized. "Move! Damn it, move!" he screamed inwardly, tears blurring his vision. The sounds of violent struggle grew louder downstairs, the crashing of overturned furniture and the sharp shattering of glass intertwining in chaos. Suddenly, a heart-rending scream pierced through the air. "No! You can't kill him! Kill me instead!" That was my mother's voice. Edward's entire body convulsed violently, his heart gripped as if by an invisible fist. He heard his father's muffled groan of pain, the demon's icy sneer, his mother's hopeless sobbing, each sound stabbed into his heart like a sharp blade. "Please, stop," he silently pleaded in his heart, scalding tears streaming down his cheeks. What should I do?" he thought. But the next moment, endless darkness descended, once again engulfing his vision in blackness. "Edward, no matter what happens later, don't come out." Father's face appeared in view again as Edward was once more shoved into the wardrobe. Edward had lost count of how many times this had happened. His consciousness began to fade, gradually, until a small booklet fell out of his pocket. He looked at it and read, "We cast you out, all unclean spirits. We beseech you, hear our prayer. May they not prevail against us, but deliver us from evil. Holy One, are you here?" "I'm here. As an author, I've always posted exactly what I've written without holding back. Now my vacation is over, time to return to being a miserable working drone. At least 3 updates this weekend. Chapter 72, Eat You First. What's going on inside?" Cody paced back and forth in front of the house, his face filled with anxiety. He occasionally crouched down or stood on a nearby grass mound, trying to catch a glimpse of the situation inside through the windows. But all the windows of the house were sealed shut, leaving only pitch-black darkness visible. Nothing could be seen. His scheme had fallen through. Whether pressing against the door or lying on the ground, trying to catch any sound, they could hear absolutely nothing. It was as though Edward and the other two had never entered at all. Cody scratched his head, utterly at a loss about what to do next. He squatted at the gate of the courtyard, clutching the cross in his hand, silently praying in his heart. Praying for their safe return. Should they perish? "Excuse me, could you please step aside?" "Ha!" The voice from behind made Cody spring to his feet instantly, drawing a dagger from his belt. "Who's there?" "Don't worry, I'm here to help you. My name is Yulin." Clang. Looking at the young Asian man before him, especially when hearing his proclaimed name, Cody dropped the dagger in his hand to the ground. It clattered against the stone pavement with a crisp ringing sound. "Why you're the saint, the chosen saint selected by the Lord in Dasha?" Yulin raised an eyebrow. "Possibly. So can you move aside now?" "Yes." Cody hastily stepped aside, seeing Yulin walking toward the house. He followed while explaining. "Respected saint, inside this." Yulin listened to the information he reported, merely nodding without offering any response, until they reached the doorway. Then he turned his head toward Cody and said, "Wait here, I'll be back soon." "Ha, you?" Cody opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the next moment, there was only a loud bang. The originally seemingly indestructible wooden door was kicked open by Yulin with a single blow. "You're surrounded by me. Come out, all of you." As a barren-level demon serving Satan, the king of hell, Amonis's greatest pleasure was toying with the emotions of the weak and deceiving their thoughts. What could be more entertaining than forcing them to confront what they least want to face? What could be more amusing than providing them with clues, only to completely overturn everything when they think they've found the answer? Looking at the 3 figures of Edward and his companions lying on the ground, the corners of the girl possessed by Amanis lifted slightly as she inhaled deeply, absorbing every ounce of the scent of corruption and fear emanating from their bodies, savoring it slowly. "Truly delightful. Your Majesty, you made the right choice sending me to the mortal realm. What a pity these pests arrived so quickly. Time to find another spot. Let's feast before heading back to hell." Aimones opened his eyes and moved toward the trio, just as he reached out to claim their souls. A sudden loud noise came from below, followed by a roar. "You're surrounded by me. Everyone come out now." Aimones frowned and waved his hand. "Go see what's happening. Capture them and bring them here." Behind them, Mr. and Mrs. Loon immediately headed for the staircase and began descending. Their souls had already been devoured clean by it, and now inhabiting their bodies were 2 mid-ranking demons it had brought from hell, although merely mid-level, to capture. Bang! Bang! A deafening explosion erupted as the floor suddenly shattered. The runes' bodies were sent flying like ragdolls by an immense force, crashing straight through the ceiling and soaring into the night sky. The next instant, they plummeted back down at even greater speed, slamming heavily at Amanis's feet with the sickening crunch of breaking bones clearly audible. Amanis's pupils contracted sharply. Something's wrong. It sensed it. An aura that made its very soul tremble was creeping up from downstairs. The aura made it feel as if it were confronting the deepest terror of hell, His Majesty, Satan. "I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die." Amani's trembled all over, its instincts screaming frantically for it to flee. But its legs seemed to be filled with lead, unable to move. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps came from the staircase, neither hurried nor slow, yet like a death knell, each strike pounding heavily on Amani's heart. Finally, a black-haired young man appeared at the stairway, dressed in simple casual wear, hands in his pockets. With a lazy smile curling at his lips, he looked like nothing more than a neighbor popping by for a visit. "Hello there." Yulin waved at it with a grin. Amani's remained silent. It wasn't that it didn't want to threaten him, it simply couldn't open its mouth. Helplessly, it watched as the seemingly harmless young man approached and crouched down. Slap, slap, slap. He raised his hand and delivered a slap to each, forcefully pulling Edward and the other two out of their endless nightmare. It was at this moment that Amani's realized it could open its mouth again. Its first words were, "Just who are you?" Before Yulin could answer, Edward and the other two, now fully awake, took one look at Yulin's face and, disregarding their weakened state, immediately stood up to bow respectfully, saying, "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, peace be with you, Saint Yulin." "Saint Yulin?" Amani's exclaimed in shock, instinctively preparing to flee back to hell. But the instant the thought arose, His Majesty's voice rang in his ears. "Amani's, you must kill him." "Me? Strike a saint? Seriously? Not just a mere baron, even if you brought in a count or a duke, killing it wouldn't be certain." Amani's must have been utterly unwilling in its heart, but it wouldn't dare defy Satan's command either, that would be just as fatal. So what could be done? Just as its brain felt like it was about to explode, Satan's voice rang out again. "I shall bestow upon you my blessing." The moment Satan's words fell, a magic circle manifested. Boom! A torrent of savage dark energy erupted from the magic circle, flooding violently into Amani's body. Its form began to warp and swell, skin splitting inch by inch to reveal squirming flesh beneath. The originally slender maiden's figure suddenly ballooned to 3 meters tall. With a sickening riot, 2 bloody gashes tore open across its back as a pair of jet-black bone wings violently unfurled. "Kaya-owa!" Amani's threw back his head and let out an inhuman howl, his Viscount-level pressure surging through the room like a tsunami. The crimson magic circle on the floor flared to life, completely engulfing Yulin and the others. The divine presence had vanished. "Ah ha 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 ha!" Amani sneered, his voice grating like metal on metal. Now without God's protection. It raised its hand, pointing its sharp claw at Yulin. I can sense it. Your soul is the most delicious, so I'll devour you first." Chapter 73, Better Become My Apostle. Amani's skeletal wings suddenly unfurled, whipping up a foul-smelling gale. With a sinister laugh, its razor-sharp black claws glinted coldly as they swept viciously toward Yulin. "Die!" The claws tore through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming straight for Yulin's midsection, as if to slice him clean in half. Yulin stood frozen in place, motionless as if petrified with terror. "Saint!" Edward's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as he struggled to charge forward, yet the magic circle's power pinned him completely, leaving him unable to lift even a finger. Lan Luo and Clay C were likewise immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as those lethal claws closed in on Yulin. Clang! A deafening metallic clang abruptly erupted. Amani's claws slashed fiercely at Yulin, only to collide with an invisible iron wall. Clang! The broken claw fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. How could this be? Amanet stared at his severed claw, then at Yulin's now entirely golden form, his pitch-black pupils filled with utter disbelief. Yulin's golden skin shimmered brilliantly in the dim room, dispelling all darkness, while a wave of warmth enveloped the 3 behind him, Edward and the others. He bent down to pick up the broken claw, then said, "Who told you I only have God's protection? Besides, dealing with you doesn't require that. Next, experience the power of Buddha properly." With that, the transformed golden figure of Yulin strode toward Amani's without giving it time to react. Squelch! The claws that were meant to slice Yulin in half instead plunged straight into its own eye socket. Amani's was about to let out a wail when Yulin punched it back into silence. Bang! Another sweeping kick followed, and the towering Amani's was knocked to the ground by Yulin. Fist after fist rained down, the strikes so fast they became a blur. Behind them, the trio of Edward and his companions watched in stunned disbelief. A demon of this level can be fought like this? As expected of a saint, Iwold stepped forward, taking the brass knuckles from his pocket and handing them to Yulin. "Saint, these are blessed brass knuckles. Please use these. This one packs a punch." Yulin wiped the blood from his hand and looked up with a smile, saying, "Okay, thanks. Stand back a bit, don't get any blood on you." Yes, Iwata was deeply moved in his heart. In such circumstances, he could still worry about getting blood on himself. No wonder they call him a saint. Such boundless compassion. "I don't know how long I kept beating him." Until Yulin felt it was enough. Amani's had already turned into a pile of mush on the ground. He finally lifted its head by the hair. Where have their souls gone? By now, Amani's had completely abandoned any thought of resistance and weakly responded. I ate it, a few days ago." "What? Spit it out." I can't spit it out." Can't spit it out, huh? Then you haven't been beaten enough. Bang! Yulin delivered another punch to its belly. Ah! Aimonis, his face twisted in pain, gritted his teeth and spat out. The Buddha teaches compassion. You're violating that very principle. Give me a quick death, I beg of you. Compassionate mercy? Yulin lifted its head by the hair, locking eyes while baring his bone-white teeth. I'm no Buddha, what does compassionate mercy have to do with me? Alright, I'll give you one last chance. Spit it out or die? Aimonis felt utterly desperate, madly calling out to his king, praying for a response. But there was no reply at all, as if he had been abandoned. Damn it! Aimonis didn't want to die here, didn't want to perish by Yulin's hands. It immediately responded. Fine, I'll spit it out. But you have to let go of me first. Agreed. Yulin released his grip, letting it drop to the ground. Let's begin. Aimonis lowered her head, her body gradually reverting to its original maiden form as she clutched her mouth, retching violently. Yet it was just dry heaving, nothing actually came up. Just as Yulin thought it was stalling for time and was about to deliver another punch. Put! Aimonis spat out a massive pool of jet-black liquid. This inky fluid bore not the slightest trace of odor, spreading like living shadow as it formed a small darkened area ahead. The next moment, a human figure emerged from within it. He was a man so handsome it bordered on inhuman beauty. His pale skin, like cold moonlight, gleamed with a pearlescent sheen. His features resembled the most exquisite sculpture, every line exuding deadly elegance. His vertical pupils, a pale gold hue, held the cold mystery of a serpent's gaze, while the corners of his lips curved in a faint, elusive smile. Waist-length hair shimmered in an otherworldly blend of gold and silver. An intricately embroidered noble's robe draped his slender frame, its collar and cuffs adorned with elaborate patterns. Aimonis looked at him, opened his mouth, as if to say something. Useless. With just a glance from the man, Aimonis exploded directly, transforming into a mass of black mist, vanished into the air as if they had never existed at all. Only the young girl lying on the ground remained, and 3 souls. The man waved his hand, and the 3 souls returned to the bodies of the Rune family. Their injuries began healing at a visible rate until they were completely restored. All done. The man clapped his hands, looked up to meet Yulin's gaze, and gave a slight bow with gentlemanly grace. Hello, Yulin. From his words, it seemed he knew Yulin. But Yulin knew very well he'd never met this man before. Judging by the man's methods and Imanitha's reverent attitude, there was a good chance this man was one of Hell's kings. Who are you? Yulin asked directly. The man didn't answer immediately. He snapped his fingers instead. Snap! The crisp sound of a finger snap rippled through the air. In that instant, the space behind the man shattered like a mirror. Darkness and light intertwined as an enormous phantom figure gradually emerged behind him, a throne forged from obsidian and molten lava, its surface coursing with dark golden veins that pulsed like the deepest fires of hell. Behind him, the silhouettes of 6 pairs of luminous wings materialized, each feather like the purest crystal yet tinged with profound shadows. The boundary between light and darkness blurred into obscurity at this moment. Beneath his feet, a fiery ring slowly rotated, ancient angelic runes flickering within, yet entwined with the flames of hell. The man slightly raised his gaze, his pale golden vertical pupils fixed directly on Yulin, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. In the past, his voice was low and elegant, as if echoing with the weight of history. They called me Lucifer. As the words fell, the light wings behind him suddenly ignited with dark flames, while the patterns on the throne gleamed with a crimson radiance. And now, he gently raised his hand, fingers tracing through the air, leaving behind a burning trail. They call me Satan. Yulin. He looked straight into Yulin's eyes, raising a finger to point at him. What's the point of being some saint's apostle? You might as well be my apostle instead. Chapter 74, The Proudest King. In response to Satan's invitation, Yulin raised his hand. Hold on, I'll go get something. So under Lucifer's puzzled gaze, he turned and went downstairs. Before long, he came back up holding a portrait. Pointing at the blurred-faced figure, he said, Do you know him? Satan nodded. I do. The beloved friend of the Holy Sun. Good that you recognize him. Yulin pointed at himself. If I told you I am him, what should you call me? After a moment of silence, Satan shook his head. I don't believe it. If you were truly him, you wouldn't possess such limited power. By human standards, unbreakable? If it were the one outside, I might actually believe you. He glanced outside. A vast and formidable presence is rapidly approaching. Seeing his disbelief, Yulin pondered for a moment before retrieving the long sword from Jerusalem stored in his spatial inventory. How about that? Satan fell silent once more, the smile at the corners of his lips gradually fading as his tone grew somber. Someday, I'll cross swords with him again. I'll prove to God that I'm the best. When that day comes, I hope you'll still stand firmly on his side. However, he looked up, removing a ring from his finger and tossing it to Yulin with a smile. I just didn't see eye to eye with him. But as for you, Yulin, a man who dared to risk his life to reclaim his dearest friend's body when he was still weak, I quite admire you. If heaven treats you poorly, or if you're unhappy and dissatisfied, you're always welcome to come to me. I've saved a throne for you in hell. Of course, you could also drop by for a chat in your free time. That's all for now. With that, the shadow at his feet gradually crept up over his body, his figure slowly disappearing as if he had never been here at all. Perhaps, was he the true source of the divine authority over shadows, or had he too mastered this power? Not sure. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, Yulin gave a slight nod, thinking to himself, this truly was an angel who had fallen due to pride, so arrogant that he forgot his true place, attempting to make himself equal to God. For example, God commanded all angels to worship the Holy Sun, in one version, but Lucifer believed the Holy Sun's power was too weak, and considered God's command for angels to kneel before him as an insult to their dignity, declaring, "Why force me to worship him? I will never bow to something so inferior that appeared after me. I existed long before he was formed, he should be the one worshipping me." So he directly led 1/3 of the heavenly angels in rebellion, attempting to prove himself stronger than the Holy Sun. As for this rebellion, well, those who know. After a few days of fighting in heaven, they were ultimately smashed to smithereens. Perhaps it was because God did not wish to let his most outstanding creation be tarnished. Thus, all the rebellious angels except Lucifer were stripped of their names and transformed into hideous forms, while Lucifer alone retained the radiant image of a six-winged seraph. Now that I see him, it's true, he does seem exceedingly proud. Though now he should be called Satan. Given his pride, he would probably only restore his original name after launching another attack on heaven and conquering it once more. Shaking his head, Yulin ceased dwelling on it. Instead, he gazed at the ring in his hand. Yulin didn't suspect any traps in the ring. Satan's pride would never allow such underhanded tactics. If he truly meant harm, he'd do it openly. The cauldron has now appeared, automatically protecting its master. Observing this ring closely, its entire body is crystalline and translucent, as if crafted from the purest quartz, yet within it sparkle scattered starlights, resembling the brightest morning stars in the night sky, radiating an eternal glow. Just like Lucifer's title before his fall, the morning star, God's most perfect creation. But before Yulin could carefully study what this ring was for, the space before him suddenly distorted, and the figure of an elderly man who could be described as possessing an immortal aura appeared, his face filled with gravity. The Lord of Hell, Satan. Why is K out here? Without dwelling on it, the old man turned to Yulin and said apologetically, "Earlier, K blocked off the space, so I couldn't get here in time. My sincerest apologies." He didn't ask if Yulin was alright, because if something had happened, there'd be no need to ask. Yulin shook his head, casually slipping the ring into his pocket as he smiled. No need. He came to win me over, wanting me to be his envoy. I refused, so he told me to think it over before leaving. Senior, you are. Hearing this, the old man felt reassured. He thought to himself, no wonder everyone wants him, both heaven and hell are fighting over this hot commodity. Thankfully, now he belongs to their great Xia. He smiled faintly and said, my surname is Ling, given name Dongxian. I am one of the 6 grand void cultivators of Great Xia, Taoist Dongxian. Young man, would you like me to escort you back? Yulin certainly did, nodding as he replied. In that case, many thanks, Master Taoist. Moments later, Ling Dongxian stepped forward and grabbed Yulin's arm. In the next instant, the two of them vanished completely from the sight of Ai Huada and the other two. All three of them wore expressions of complete bewilderment, utterly baffled by what had just transpired. The moment Satan appeared, all their senses had been blocked, as if they had fallen into a state resembling time suspension. It wasn't until Satan departed that they regained their faculties. As soon as he regained consciousness, he saw an old man appear before Yulin. After saying something in the Daxia language, the elder vanished instantly. Everything that happened today had overwhelmed the trio with more information than they could process, but at least, they were still alive. Phew, Edward let out a long sigh and smiled at Clazy and Lanro. Friends, we've survived yet again. Survived against a Baron-class demon. Praise the Lord, thank the saints. Clazy sheathed his long sword silently, pressing his lips together without uttering a word. Lan Luo was quite carefree, wiping the sweat from his forehead before waving his hand grandly. To commemorate today, I'm naming every anniversary of this day Lan Luo's Easter. Want to hit the bar later? I'll cover all expenses. Seeing him so enthusiastic, Edward, who seemed to have thought of something, nodded and replied. Alright, let's relax and have a good time tonight. What about you, Clays? Don't tell me you're too scared to join? Clays shook her head. I'll pass. I'll go back and report today's events to the church. Enjoy your time. Upon hearing this, Lanro gave him a big hug and said emotionally, Clays, knowing you is my good fortune. My friend, with such awareness as yours, you'll succeed in anything you do. You'll be the next commander of the Night Order. I have great faith in you. Clazy pushed him away and turned to walk downstairs. Alright, you all treat the Ruin family now. I'll go check if Cody's alright. With that, he walked down the stairs. Chapter 75 The Ring's Purpose. Vatican City. When Francis learned that the demon who appeared was of noble rank, and that it was none other than Yulin himself who had responded to Edward and his companions' pleas, he was utterly dumbfounded. Noble rank? Has the gate of hell been opened? Francis paced back and forth, his furrowed brow betraying the weight of his concerns. The living cannot casually journey to hell, nor can the demons of hell freely come to the human realm, for a great gate stands as a barrier between the two worlds. Heaven is likewise the same. Originally, the church could summon angels from heaven to assist them, for they possessed a divine relic, the gates of heaven. But during the previous crusades, they were defeated, even losing this divine relic, which is now sealed away by the Great Xia Civil Affairs Bureau. No matter what conditions they offered, the Bureau refused to budge, leaving them utterly helpless. Especially now that all the saints are their people, they have no excuse left to demand the gates of heaven back. Hopeless, utterly hopeless. Forget it, now's not the time to dwell on this matter. Francis shook his head and pulled out a communication device from his pocket. Hello, Your Majesty, what are your orders? The saint just defeated a Duke-rank demon? Has the seal on the hell gate loosened? What? I'll go check immediately. Reporting back, Your Majesty, nothing has changed. It remains as before. Could it be that a king-rank demon has taken action? Or, perhaps Satan is growing restless again? Possibly. Since there are no signs of loosening, you may continue to stand guard. Report immediately if anything happens. Yes. The call ended. Just as Francis was about to call the Civil Affairs Bureau Chief again to inquire about them sending a Taisu to protect Yulin, the Bureau Chief's call came through first. Francis, Satan has appeared. Do you know? Yes, I know. Since the seal on the gate of hell hasn't weakened, the only ones who can bypass it directly are either demon kings or him. Good that you're aware. Kay is here to recruit Yulin as Kay's apostle. I don't think Kay will give up easily, so I need your assurance that all protective measures will be in place when Yulin comes to your side. Understood? The tone of the Civil Affairs Bureau Director made Francis quite uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to nod in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I'm even more concerned about the safety of the saint than you are. From now on, please address me as Holy Remnant Lin instead of directly calling the saint's title. It's highly disrespectful behavior. Ha ha ha. The hearty laughter of the Civil Affairs Bureau Chief came through from the other end. I'm not part of your Christian flock, so you can't boss me around. Alright, that settles it then. Oh, and one more thing, I'd advise you folks to stay away from that heaven-bestowed artifact in Shenangjia. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. What conspiracy are you guys plotting now? Francis asked suspiciously. The Director of Civil Affairs didn't elaborate further, merely leaving with, "You'll find out later." Hanging up now. The phone call was hung up. This added yet another layer to Francis's already ample suspicions. He couldn't help muttering a curse, that damnable wretch. Someday I'll tie you to a stake and punish you properly with lightning. Though the words sounded harsh, there was no real hostility in them. Clearly, he and the Director of Civil Affairs went way back. Francis stood rooted to the spot, gazing through the window at the starry night sky with profound depth in his eyes. It wasn't until much later that he finally turned away, making his way to his study where he picked up a pen and began writing something. Civil Affairs Bureau. Inside the dormitory. Kid, where have you been? Dragon Lord was playing a game while questioning Yulin, who had just been brought back by Ling Dongxian. Nothing much, just answering a believer's request to slay a demon. Yulin lounged on the sofa, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Dragon Lord, do you know Lucifer? The one now called Satan. Dragon Lord switched from claw-controlled typing to mind-controlled typing, turning to look at him with a furrowed brow. You met him? Yeah, he wants me to be his apostle. Better not. Stay out of affairs between gods. We've always lived in harmony without interference, each going our own way. Unless some matter forces a meeting, we never cross paths, though admittedly, your ability to travel through time makes you an exception. I know, that's why I didn't agree to him. He just gave me a ring, take a look and see what use it is. Yulin took the ring from his pocket and tossed it to Senior Long. The ring seemed to possess some unique property that prevented it from being stored in dimensional storage space. Senior Long caught it, examined it carefully, then tossed the ring back. Nothing serious. Seems he genuinely wants to win you over. This contains half angelic power and half demonic power, probably infused by himself. Take it with you, absorb some gradually, and you won't have trouble battling that Taishu outside for half an hour. Oh, and this'll let you enter hell whenever you wish. Of course, our underworld office remains inaccessible unless you obtain permission from the Yama Kings or the Great Emperor. That's about all it does. Alright, if there's nothing else, you should head to bed. It waved its paw, then turned back to immerse itself in the game again. Yulin simply picked up the ring and looked at it. Angelic power and demonic power? With too many mythological versions, too varied, some even contradicting each other after years of development, numerous sects emerged, refusing to acknowledge one another. So, well, you know how it goes. There are even cases where certain texts were considered orthodox in one era, only to be dismissed as apocryphal years later. Many were originally mere folktales, but due to their widespread popularity, they eventually found their way into mythological lore. For instance, Lucifer's case is actually similar to that of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Both can be seen as characters later created based on earlier elements. Since the 5th century, Christian literature began referring to Lucifer, literally meaning lightbearer or morning star in Latin, as the devil. This usage originates from Isaiah 14 verses 3 to 20, where the name describes the king of Babylon, who became arrogant, equated himself with God, and fell from heaven. The bonding with Satan was also a gradual evolution in the creative process. So, in order to make adaptations and plot development easier, I'll only be drawing from some versions of the settings for my writing or possibly adding some of my own twists, okay? For example, the concept of heavenly bestowed authority is actually based on my interpretation of scenarios like God granting kings their scepters, prophets their abilities of divination, and angels their battle mandates, the mandate of heaven legitimizing imperial rule, or immortals wielding celestial texts and treasures to act on heaven's behalf, Zeus distributing divine domains among gods. It's essentially these same motifs reinterpreted, except this version can self-awaken and is simply called Heaven's Mandate instead. Just take it as some light entertainment. These novels are for amusement after all. We're not doing academic research here. Knowing there's such a story is enough. Those who want deeper understanding can check the original text. Purely fictional. Any resemblance is purely coincidental. Chapter 76, Maximizing Emotional Value. The next day, Yulin wasn't lying in his dorm room, because Ningya had sent him a message. I've arrived in Kyoto, come out quick. Big sis will treat you to something delicious. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, going out for a stroll seemed like a fine idea. And so, here he was now, standing before the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance. Ningya leaned against the big tree in front of the Civil Affairs office, wearing sunglasses, a simple light green shirt, and shorts, her long legs gleaming white in the sunlight. Suchu stood in front of her, seemingly in the middle of telling her something. It wasn't until she saw Yulin arrive that she finally waved him over, calling out, over here, over here. Noticing they already had plans, Suchu shrugged and said, got it. Seems you two have something set up, so I won't disturb you. Post. Hey, brother Su, wait up. Yulin grabbed him, pressing a wooden figurine into his hand with a smile. A gift for you. Well now. Suchu looked at the wood carving in his hand that bore a striking resemblance to him, his face brimming with surprise. Not bad at all, it captures about 80% of my good looks. Did you carve this? Very nice, very nice. I quite like it. Yulin shook his head. No, I had someone else carve it. I'm glad you like it. Alright. Suchu stored the wooden carving in his storage space and said with a smile, enjoy your food and have fun. Well, with my master by your side, there shouldn't be any major trouble anyway. Be right back. As the words faded, the shadows at his feet swallowed him whole, leaving no trace of his destination. From his words, one could gather that Ling Dongxian was his master? No wonder Ling Dongxian had been so friendly toward Yulin from the start. Turns out he took him for one of their own. Yulin didn't dwell on it but instead turned his head to look at Ningya. So, where should we go? Ningya tugged his arm as she headed toward the BMW parked not far away. Oh, just come with me. All you need to do today is enjoy yourself and eat. A few days later, after delivering the wooden carvings to Qin Zhao and the others, Yulin and Long Yi boarded a plane headed for Vatican City. The Vatican had already dispatched 2 cardinals and 2 knight commanders the previous day to protect Yulin, each possessing cultivation levels at the Taishu realm. But they do not cultivate the Qi system, instead, they follow their holy path, with all their power originating from heaven. What Qi cultivators practice is called Qi, while they cultivate what is known as sacred power. According to the cardinal's introduction, if Taishu ascends to heaven, they could attain the rank of archangel on par with achieving immortality in the Great Xiao region, perhaps? After all, every movement and action of Taishu could indeed be described as immortal-like. Su Fu's lifelong pursuit can be considered fulfilled by now. Saint, would you like something to drink? A kindly-looking middle-aged man, likely around 40 years old, pushed forward a cart laden with various beverages and offered Yulin a friendly smile. If those who knew him were to find out, they would surely exclaim, Cardinal Dunlin, what are you doing here selling drinks? To which Dunlin would reply, if you knew a saint was here, you'd be working harder than I am. Yulin glanced over and casually picked up a cola. Thank you. You're welcome. Call me anytime you need. Dang Lin pushed the cart away. Passing by the back row, when he saw the dragon engrossed in gaming, despite having heard about it before, he still felt slightly surprised. Yulin, however, kept his gaze fixed outside the window. The journey was quite long. Yulin closed his eyes and took a nap. When we arrived at Vatican City, it was noon in the Vatican at this moment. Looking down from the plane, there was already a sea of people below. Although many non-practicing believers, who therefore couldn't understand why the saint was an Easterner, didn't know about the competition that day, since the Pope had declared it and both the bishops and knights had endorsed it, they accepted it unquestioningly. Is there any doubt? Just kneel and pray. Those who falsely claim sainthood shall face my lord's punishment. Since Vatican City is too small, the landing site we used was a newly built airport located not far from it. The moment the aircraft door opened, waves of sound came flooding in. Yulin stood at the top of the boarding ladder, the noon sunlight casting a golden halo around him. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The sight before him was breathtaking. Beyond the airport perimeter fence, an endless sea of people stretched as far as the eye could see. Elderly women with silver hair knelt on the ground, hands clasped in prayer, weathered faces streaming with hot tears. Young parents lifted their children high, the little ones waving homemade crosses. Devotees in traditional clothing prostrated themselves, foreheads pressed firmly to the earth. Saints! Saints! The cries rose and fell, echoing through the air. A smile curled at the corners of Yulin's lips as he raised his hand in a gentle wave. Greetings, comrades. You've all worked hard. May the Lord bless you. His voice was not loud, yet miraculously reached every ear. The crowd erupted instantly, with cheers that nearly lifted the sky. Dang Lin and the other three quickly stepped forward, respectfully guiding the way. Saint, this way please. The door of the elongated limousine slowly opened, emitting a faint sandalwood fragrance from the leather seats. Flanked by escort vehicles both front and back, the Vatican's papal coat of arms on the car body gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Master Long's voice echoed in his ear. Now this is truly showing off for you, kid. Back in my day, only during old Yu's sacrificial ceremonies could I see such a crowd. Yulin laughed and said, given your status, Elder Long, if the government announced they'd unearthed the 9 cauldrons today, I'd bet you wouldn't get a moment's rest from dawn till dusk, from New Year's to year's end. Elder Long nodded. I believe it. Then that settles it. Alright, you've made a fair point. Having said that, excuse me, could you open the sunroof, please? Yulin said to the driver. The driver immediately replied, yes. As the sunroof slid open with a whoosh, Yulin stood up, exposing half of his body. While the motorcade slowly moved down the street, he kept waving to both sides. Hello, God bless you. The Lord be with you. The emotional impact was absolutely maximized. They've come all this way, surely they shouldn't leave empty-handed? Nobody's going home disappointed. Until we drove into the square in front of the Vatican, the scene was even more awe-inspiring. Believers lined up in ranks, the Knights Templar in formation, nuns and priests standing neatly in rows. The moment Yulin entered, they all shouted in unison. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, peace be with you, Saint Yulin. Yulin, of course, couldn't favor one group over another and immediately summoned the chi within his body, shouting, and also with you. That did it. The cheers erupted like an explosion. Even as Yulin stepped into the Vatican Palace, the echoes still lingered over the skies of Vatican City, until Francis finally took to the loudspeaker and called out, Alright, everyone quiet down. The saint is heading to worship the Lord now, do not disturb him. Only after hearing his words did the crowd gradually settle, though they remained gathered in the square. They could still see Yulin one more time when he emerged. Inside the palace, Francis approached Yulin and bowed before him. Francis has met you, Holy Yulin. Chapter 77, to bear the Holy Child with you. Deep within the Vatican, there is only one heavily protected room here. It's called the Reliquary. It houses the religious artifacts of saints from history or those that have been blessed. Although some have gradually lost their power due to the passage of time or excessive use, they are still stored here. It wouldn't be a bad idea to occasionally exhibit it for the faithful to admire. Inside the sacristy, there's a small chamber housing a sacred relic said to be preserved even if the Vatican were to fall, that silver coin. At this moment, Francis walked beside Yulin, led by a nun and the same one who had reported to him that day. Yulin watched her retreating figure, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Because she had distinctly Asian features, remarkably beautiful ones at that, with a kind of sacred beauty about her. Francis seemed to sense his curious gaze and explained with a smile, her name is Anyu. I adopted her 17 years ago when I visited your great Xia church. At that time, she was only 7 years old, but could already recite most of the Bible. She'd even choose to go hungry herself just to give her lunch to a beggar. If I happen to be unavailable for any reason, you may seek her counsel, Your Holiness. That's good. Yulin nodded. They chatted as they walked. The three of them arrived at the door of the sacred relic chamber where the silver coins were sealed, and you stopped and removed the cross necklace from around her neck. This is the key to unlock the door. Insert it, turn, and silently recite an incantation. Only when the white light flares and fades will the door truly open. She replaced the necklace around her neck and stepped aside, saying, Please enter, O saint. Yulin took a few steps before noticing Francis hadn't followed. He turned back curiously. Not coming along? Francis shook his head with a faint smile. This is your matter. Alright. Yulin didn't insist, striding into the room. But the next moment, and you, who had been standing quietly in place, actually followed him inside just as his door was about to close. This behavior first stunned Francis, then horrified him. And you, what are you doing? Come out right now. Unfortunately, all the sounds were blocked by that door. Francis's expression darkened as he turned and hurried off to fetch the spare key. Inside the room, Yulin frowned slightly as he watched Anu enter. Do you need something? Yes. And you nodded. Then, under Yulin's bewildered gaze, she directly removed the nun's habit she was wearing, revealing beneath it a flawless figure. Hey, what are you doing? This situation left Yulin utterly bewildered. And you walked toward him, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. I wish to conceive a holy child. With you. She took Yulin's hand and placed it devoutly against her own chest, her expression tinged with pleading. Please, bestow upon me the bloodline of a saint. I can do anything. I can fulfill all your desires. Yulin fell silent. What the hell is going on here? At first, he thought Anu had ulterior motives and intended to harm his life, but who would have imagined she wanted to create life with him instead? Under different circumstances, he might have agreed, but now, Yulin glanced at the portrait of Jesus nearby. The originally compassionate smile on his face now seemed to mock him, as if eagerly awaiting the drama to unfold. No way. Yulin withdrew his hand from hers, then picked up the nun's habit from the ground and draped it over her body. This sort of thing requires emotional connection. There's none between us, so I'll have to decline, thanks. Go wait over there. Be good. He reached out and patted Anu's head. Anu shook her head, took a step forward and embraced him directly. Please, just take it as pitying me. I really want to. Slap. Seeing she wouldn't listen, Yulin gave her a swift palm strike to knock her out. He muttered under his breath, want to cosplay the Virgin Mary, do you? Have a nice long nap then. Shaking his head, Yulin paid her no further mind, turning instead to walk toward the raised platform at the center of the room. On the stage, there lay only a silver coin with a small notch on its edge. Yulin raised his hand and picked up the silver coin, examining it carefully. Yes, that very one. Yet he didn't sense anything special about it, ordinary and unremarkable, as if it were just a common silver coin. But just as he was about to store it in his spatial inventory, the coin suddenly flew up and transformed into a necklace around his neck. Then it fell still again, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. I'll study it later. Yulin was thinking when suddenly there was movement behind him. Your Holiness, are you alright? Francis's voice rang out as he rushed in with several cardinals and the Knight Commander. Seeing Yulin unharmed, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, with the Lord watching over him, what could possibly go wrong? Yet his gentle gaze turned to fury the moment it fell upon Anu lying on the ground. Take her away and interrogate her thoroughly, I want to know why she betrayed us. Just as a knight captain was about to drag her off, Yulin spoke up. Wait, she means me no harm. Francis and the others looked puzzled. Then why did she follow you in? Yulin showed a hint of embarrassment. She said she wants to have a sage-blooded child with me. I rejected her, so I knocked her unconscious. The fury in Francis's eyes instantly dissipated upon hearing Yulin's explanation, replaced with sudden realization. His expression grew complicated. So that's why. Ultimately, it's probably my fault. I told her before that after giving birth to a saint's bloodline, she would receive blessings from heaven and gain the ability to heal all living beings. This child often goes to the hospital to help out. She must have witnessed those patients, experiencing life's cruelest separations. Sigh. He let out a long sigh, looking deeply melancholic. Yulin listened, secretly thinking this Anu was quite decent after all. He pondered for a moment. Approaching Anu, he placed his hand on her forehead while gazing at the portrait of Jesus, silently praying in his heart. Hey Jesus, if she truly intends to heal people, then do me a solid, give her the power to cure good folks. If not, just send her straight to hell, alright? As a glimmer of golden light shimmered forth, a cross-shaped pattern suddenly appeared on Anu's right palm. Seeing this, Yulin understood. He stood up to look at Francis, smiling as he said, it seems the Lord has approved of her. Chapter 78, my friend, I did that on purpose. Hey, get up quickly, don't kneel. You're too polite, really too polite. It's nothing, we're very close with him, all brothers. Alright, get up now. Yulin rather helplessly helped the kneeling, devout-looking Francis and the others up from the ground, then said with a smile, since I've already received the silver coins, I'll be on my way now. Contact me if needed. Wait, Saint. Francis called out to Yulin, then helped Anu up from the ground before saying, Anu has been a nun devoted to serving our Lord since childhood. Now that you've summoned this divine miracle and bestowed sacred powers upon her, from this day forth, she shall remain by your side and serve you for a lifetime. He gently pushed Anu forward, his face filled with sincerity. Anu realized what had happened the moment she saw the cross pattern engraved on her right hand. She immediately knelt before Yulin. From this day onward, my life, my faith, and my soul shall all be devoted to you. I swear in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, that in this life I shall follow only you. Your will shall be my mission, your path shall be my homecoming. I begged the saint to take me in. Yulin remained silent. He tilted his head to look at the portrait of Jesus. In a daze, she saw him smiling and slightly nodding at her, as if to say, "My friend, I did it on purpose." Yulin sighed, pulling Yu up from the ground. Gazing into her eyes, he suddenly asked, "If I told you to kill an innocent person, would you still follow me? Or perhaps, what would you do to me?" Yu froze upon hearing this. After struggling for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "I would do nothing to you, Saint. Your command is absolute. But I would kill myself. Forgive me my sin, Saint." In Christianity, unless it's sacrificing oneself for all beings, suicide is considered a grave sin. Yulin listened, understood, and laughed. "Well said. Fine, from now on, you come with me." After all, doing everything oneself is quite exhausting. Seeing him relent, smiles reappeared on the faces of Yu, Francis, and the others. Especially Francis. Childless as he was, he already regarded Yu as both his own daughter and his successor. "Now that I'm by Yulin's side, if they ever need to elect a new pope in the future, all Yu needs to do is step forward and say, 'I've walked alongside the saint for decades,' is that enough? 'I possess the gifts bestowed by the Lord,' is that enough?" He'd probably be elected on the spot. Especially this Yulin, who appears to be a saint particularly favored by the Lord's grace. In past generations, which saint didn't have to do this or that to earn our Lord's favor? At the very least, they had to pray, right? Who has ever just crouched down, touched something, and had a miracle manifest? This truly surpassed Francis's understanding. He returned and wrote a book, recording. Saint Yulin placed his hand on Yu's forehead, and immediately a sacred cross pattern appeared on her palm. Seeing this, the bishops prostrated themselves on the ground, saying, "Truly this is the saint appointed by the Lord, for the miracles he performs come not through prayer and fasting, but by the authority granted by the Lord." The group exited that place. As the door to the sacristy closed behind them, Francis spoke, "Holy One, please don't leave so soon. We have prepared communion for you. Wouldn't it be better to eat first, stay the night, and depart tomorrow?" Hearing this, Yulin looked at the evening sky outside and nodded. "All right then, I apologize for the intrusion." Seeing his agreement, Francis quickly smiled and said, "No trouble at all, it's our honor. Would you please come this way? And you, please guide the saint to the bathing quarters." And Yu nodded, "Yes, please come this way." The two walked toward the other side. Their retreating figures were watched. Francis couldn't suppress the grin at the corners of his lips, while the cardinal and the Grand Master beside him spoke with evident sourness. "Your Majesty, this must be quite comfortable for you now." Yes, had I known this would happen, I'd have brought my own granddaughter to try her luck, who isn't a nun these days. Your granddaughter looks just like you, built like an ox. Mine would be better. What do you know? The fiercer the steed, the more it attracts men to conquer. Yours is too delicate. Ha, alright, everyone, quiet down. After Francis silenced them, he walked forward, his faint yet somewhat smug voice drifting from ahead. "What a pity, what a shame, now it's my adopted daughter following the saint. What a blessing in disguise." The people behind him gritted their teeth, but hindered by his status as pope and his formidable strength, they ultimately refrained from speaking a word, only cursing him inwardly twice before letting it go. Meanwhile, in the room prepared for Yulin by the Holy See, Yulin looked at Yu, who was holding clothes and seemingly intent on joining him in the shower, then raised a hand to stop her by pressing on her shoulder. "I can wash myself. This is getting a little too intimate, haha. Oh, and from now on, no need to use formal you in private, just say you normally. It sounds pleasant to me." A trace of disappointment surfaced on Yu's face upon hearing this. "Is that so? Very well. What exactly are you disappointed about?" Yulin tugged at the corner of his mouth, took the clothes from her hands, and walked into the bathroom. And Yu, on the other hand, took out a small notebook and wrote down. 1. The saint doesn't like bathing with others, he prefers to wash alone. 2. The saint is very easygoing in private, and he likes to be addressed casually as you. Truly worthy of a saint. After jotting down these 2 points, she closed the small notebook and tucked it into the inner pocket of her clothing. She sat obediently on the chair, waiting for Yulin to come out. It didn't take long. Yulin emerged dressed in attire distinctly characteristic of Christianity, looking strikingly akin to historical saints. This left Yu momentarily stunned once again, until Yulin approached her and gave her shoulder a pat. "What are you spacing out for? Let's go." Oh, right. And Yu hurriedly stood up, a blush spreading across her fair face. Whether out of shyness or a sense of apology remained unclear. Chapter 79, Plotting the Scheme. The next day, under the enthusiastic send-off from Francis and the watchful gazes of the believers, Yulin boarded the return flight. Of course, compared to the outbound trip, there was one more person on the plane. And Yu massaging Yulin. Last night's banquet was absolutely buzzing, with a whole crowd bringing along the most outstanding and beautiful daughters from their families, hoping to try their luck and see if they could catch favor like Yu did. There were even some who brought men along. Making casual conversation was one thing, but what was with the suggestive flirtation aimed at Yulin? They hurriedly finished eating and made their exit. This kind of bustling dinner party full of social intricacies was simply too much for someone with Yulin's inherently lazy disposition. Otherwise, his admiral promotion ceremony and victory banquet would certainly have been grand spectacles. The more attendees, the better. Naturally, he later had Yu use her abilities to heal all the believers suffering from cancer or other serious illnesses, provided they were good people. Not a good person? Then just wait to die, since Anu can't be cured anyway. We'll just erase their memories afterward. A single divine grace will silence all the believers. By the time the plane landed, evening had already fallen. Several escorts including Deng Lin stood at the airport exit, waving to Yulin who was boarding a car. Take care. Feel free to contact us anytime. Alright, thank you. With a faint smile at them, Yulin took Inu back to the Civil Affairs Bureau. There was no need to worry about Inu's identity. The director of the Civil Affairs Bureau had long obtained all the information from Francis and made proper arrangements, and you could simply move into the dormitory next to Yulin's with just her luggage. Even if Yulin wanted to, moving them to a double room wouldn't be an issue. As soon as he returned to the dorm, Long Yi couldn't wait to fly out and immediately turned on the computer. Log in. Today, Lord Long will take you bridge blocking. It was Inu's first time meeting Long Yi, and a hint of surprise couldn't help but surface in his eyes. Yulin sat down. Don't be surprised. You know about the 9 cauldrons, right? Dragon Lord is one of them. From now on, you can just call it Dragon Lord. So that's how it is, and you nodded in understanding. Although she was Christian, she was also a Disya native and naturally knew about the 9 cauldrons. It's just that she had always thought it was merely a legend, especially since no one had discovered the actual location of the 9 cauldrons to this day. Never expected to appear by Yulin's side. Saints truly live up to their name. Anything can happen around them. And you thought as she walked aside to fetch Yulin's laundry, then began hand-washing them. What if the washing machine ruins them? This is exactly what an attendant should do. Just as Yulin was about to scroll through short videos, he noticed shadows extending beside him, followed immediately by Su Chu's figure emerging. Had a blast at the Vatican, huh? Even brought back a beauty. TSK, a nun, no less. Well, you really don't need to do cosplay anymore. Yulin sat up and sighed helplessly. We're pure, alright? Stop jumping to conclusions, we're not that kind of people. What's up, brother Su? What did you need? Nothing urgent. Su Chu came over and sat down beside him, then took out his phone to show him an email. Chunhaoshi probably already told you about our bureau's plan to catch the mole, right? Yulin nodded. Yeah. Are we moving forward with the operation now? Yes, in 1 month, at Shenangjia. Shenangjia? There's a celestial-grade heaven-bestowed artifact at Shenangjia, the Shinon Whip. It's not fake, but a genuine celestial-grade artifact. The corners of Su Chu's lips curled slightly into a mischievous smirk. For this day, the Bureau has been preparing for many years. If not for my master being Tai Su, I'd probably still be kept in the dark. Just like them, thinking this was merely a simple competition. Yulin raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, if we're not keeping the heaven-bestowed artifacts for ourselves but letting outsiders claim them, won't people suspect it's a trap? Since when does such heaven-sent fortune exist? Of course it's not just that. Su Chu shook his head. We made an exchange with all parties involved. This time we let them come, and in the future when they have a heavenly bestowed artifact, we can also participate in the competition. Not only can we weed out the mole, but we also gain so many opportunities in return, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If they seize the home advantage, we might as well all commit suicide as an apology. Hearing his confident tone, Yulin nodded in understanding and asked, so, what do you need me to do? You wouldn't come to me for no reason. Of course, you're still just as clever. Su Chu nodded and said, but, actually, there's nothing much you need to do, just issue a statement. Simply declare that no Christian members may participate in this upcoming contest. Simple enough, right? Yulin understood immediately. Coming after his declaration, never mind whether they were a mole, the very act of defying his statement meant they had already been cast out of Christianity. Told not to come, yet coming anyway, wasn't this deliberately provocative? Those who oppose the saints are undoubtedly moles. Their hearts have already been corrupted by demons. It seems the director of civil affairs had already discussed matters with Francis. Simple. Yulin nodded. Alright then. Want me to shoot a video? Su Chu turned on the recording. That's right. Come on, let's begin. After briefly filming a 10-second video, Su Chu stood up. Then I won't disturb your rest. Enjoy your romantic time together. Sorry, I mean your time together with dragons. Brother Lone, call me next time you're gaming, alright? I'm pretty decent too. Without even looking up, Long Yi waved his paw dismissively. Yeah, sure. Go on now. Got it. Su Chu vanished into the shadows. It came suddenly and left swiftly. Yulin simply thought, now the Bureau of Civil Affairs, or rather the forces within Great Xia, would have to reshuffle everything. And then there's that Divine Right Society. Yulin recalled the Divine Right Society, which had immediately demanded he choose between death or their control. His gaze turned cold as he picked up his phone and dialed Francis. "Do me a favor, I need information about the Divine Authority Society. Of course, if you could kidnap their chairman for me, that would be even better." "Thanks. Chapter 80 You're not even willing." "Yes, you can rest assured. Good night." Francis hung up the phone, the gentle smile fading from his face. He raised his hand and knocked on the table. Ryder, clad in silver-white armor, entered through the doorway. "At your Majesty's command." Francis's gaze darkened, his tone indifferent. "There's an organization called the Divine Order. They previously attempted to control our saints, making them their servants. This is a slap in our face, this is an insult to our Lord. Take your brothers with you, capture their guild leader, and bring him before the saint. Aside from the most crucial ones, all heavenly instruments and sacred artifacts are at your disposal. Now go." "What? Such audacity!" Reed instantly flew into a rage and commanded, "Yes, I'll carry it out immediately." With that said, he turned and strode out of the place, his armor clanking noisily along with his footsteps, creating an intimidating presence. Francis, on the other hand, remained seated and called Anu, his tone softening once again. "Anu, how is it? Are you sharing a room with the saints, or do you have your own?" "Your own room, huh? Well, that's fine. Just do your best. I believe one day, yes, one day." "Alright, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Take good care of the saints' safety. Should you encounter an invincible enemy, use the ring I gave you, and I will come to your side. Good night." After hanging up the phone, he finally wiped the smile off his face and picked up a scripture to skim through. Ryder will take care of everything. He's a reliable fellow. Southeast Asia, a remote town in a small border country adjacent to Great Xia. This border town in Southeast Asia ostensibly falls under government jurisdiction. But the citizens living here all know, the true rulers are the Hu family. From high-ranking officials like the mayor to those in lowly positions like neighborhood committees, all officials either bear the surname Hu or are sons-in-law, subordinates, or even mistresses of the Hu family. Government documents? Nothing more than requiring the signature of the family head, Hu Baihao. Yet few people realize that Hu Baihao is merely a puppet piece displayed prominently on the board. In the suburbs of the city, hidden beneath seemingly abandoned villas amidst the mountain forests, lies the secret stronghold of the Divine Authority Society. 12 high-backed chairs encircle an obsidian long table, each chairback carved with distinct zodiac motifs. At the head of the table sits Mo Hai, the true mastermind controlling the Divine Authority Society. A 5G realm expert who defected from the Great Xia Civil Bureau years earlier, yet with his heaven-bestowed authority, he could still exchange blows even if a Taishu powerhouse made a move. Many years have passed, and no one knows what level his power has reached now. His expression was stern, his gaze sharp as a blade, his fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop. The sound reverberated through the silent underground hall. That heavenly artifact in Shenangjia, the Shinnong whip. His voice was deep, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. According to ancient texts, the Shinnong whip can perfectly discern the medicinal properties of herbs, even extracting their essential essence. With it, we can mass-produce miraculous medicines free of toxic side effects. By then, our strength will skyrocket, and we might even use it to recruit more awakened individuals and cultivators to our ranks. So, his gaze swept across the 12 envoys as he uttered each word with deliberate emphasis. This celestial bestowed artifact, we must obtain it. No matter what trap Daya has set, no matter what price we must pay. Among the 12 envoys, the dragon of the Chan slowly rose to his feet. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat, its shadow concealed most of his face, leaving only the faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips visible. "President, leave this matter to me." His voice was hoarse yet confident. "With my 5Chi realm strength, combined with the authority granted by heaven, taking it won't be difficult. I have confidence." He slightly raised his head, a flash of crimson glinting beneath the brim of his hat. "Even if Taishu himself makes a move, I can still escape alive." Yet, Mo Hai slowly shook his head. "No." His voice remained icy, now carrying a hint of warning. "You've underestimated Dasha too much, underestimated Taisu too much, especially Dasha's Taisu. Therefore, I want all of you to mobilize. Even I shall make my move from the shadows. Success is the only option, failure is not allowed." "Of course." He scanned the room. "Anyone who doesn't want to go can speak up now. I'm giving you one chance. After all, there's a high probability of death in this mission. Even I might not make it back alive." Upon hearing this, the 12 envoys fell into silence, exchanging glances with one another. Finally, a blonde woman, the rooster envoy, rose to her feet. "President, I didn't join you just to throw away my life. Besides, at best my strength is only enough to match that Su Chu. Against a Taisu cultivator, I'd be doomed, so I won't be going." From her words, it was clear she had been the one who confronted Su Chu and rescued the man who wielded Void Wanderer's authority. Mo Hai nodded, showing no trace of anger, simply raising his hand in acknowledgement. "You may leave now. Anybody else?" As the woman had already stepped out the door, 2 more of the remaining 11 envoys stood up. Haiju, Bor, and Wei Yang, Ram, likewise rose to their feet. President, me too. You know I'm a Christian. Our saints have spoken, nobody should go. We mustn't defy the saints' words. Oh come on, why didn't you say you were Christian before? Just be honest, like me, you're scared to go. Just admit it. President, I wish you all success. The two turned and walked toward the door. Fine, then stay. A trace of displeasure flickered across Mo-Hi's face, yet he still restrained his anger. Seeing no one else rise to leave, he opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly, a voice from the doorway interrupted him. Apologies, but none of you may leave today. Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Mo-Hi raised his gaze toward the entrance. Footsteps echoed through the hall. In the dim underground chamber, the silvery white armory emitted a cold gleam. Ryder's towering figure stood like an impregnable fortress blocking the doorway. He held the unconscious rooster in his right hand, casually tossing it aside like trash, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone in the hall. My name is Ryder de Leon. His voice was deep and laden with menace, every word seeming to be forced through gritted teeth. Before, it was you. His gaze finally settled on Mo-Hi at the head seat, killing intent abruptly surging. You want to take our saint as your servant? All traces of levity had completely vanished from Mo-Hi's face, replaced by solemnity. He slowly rose to his feet, his black robes billowing without wind as a faint but palpable pressure emanated from his body. Red, one of the contemporary 12 Knights of the Round Table? His voice was low, carrying a hint of probing. Just you alone today? Where does your confidence come from? Or perhaps, he narrowed his eyes, a hint of mockery in his tone. You could summon the other knights? Would they even listen to you? Upon hearing this, Ryder's lips curled into a cold smirk, as if he'd just heard something laughable. I can't invite my buddies to join forces. But, he slightly turned his body, his gaze sharp as a blade. The saint can. As the words fell, heavy footsteps sounded from outside the hallway. One after another, figures appeared behind Ryder, their silver-white armor glinting with a cold sheen beneath the dim lighting. 11 Round Table Knights arrived by his side, lining up in formation and completely blocking the entire doorway. Reed slowly drew the greatsword from his waist, its blade pointed directly at Mo-Hi, his voice thundering like a crack of lightning. You'd better pray that you and your men can last 10 minutes against me and my brothers. Mo-Hi's eyes darkened completely. He knew that today, things could no longer be settled peacefully. Ha! He let out a low laugh, and suddenly, the aura around him surged violently as the overwhelming pressure of the Taishu realm erupted. You might not be able to defeat me, but the next second, boom! 12 divine rays burst forth simultaneously, instantly filling the entire underground space with sacred pressure. The walls cracked, the ceiling collapsed, and rubble rained down like a storm. Ryder slowly raised his left hand, the sacred light of the 12 Knights intertwined in the air, coalescing into a colossal sword of light that spanned heaven and earth. Judgment. With those two simple words uttered, the great blade descended. Damn it! Mo-Hi frantically channeled all his strength, yet in the holy light he melted like thin snow under a scorching sun. The ground began shaking violently, the entire mountain groaning under unbearable pressure. Terrified citizens in the city gazed towards the outskirts. Boom! A holy light beam hundreds of meters in diameter shot into the sky, illuminating the night as bright as day. Then came an earth-shattering explosion. Under everyone's gaze, the distant mountains collapsed as if struck by the hammer of a god. Dust and smoke billowed into the heavens, blotting out the sky. Then it quieted down again. Afterwards, people only learned from news reports that yesterday's earthquake caused no casualties, and that mirages coupled with various meteorological phenomena explained yesterday's unusual occurrences. All interpretations belong to official authorities. Those who don't believe can go talk to the memory erasers. Dasha, nightfall. Inside a suburban warehouse, Mo-Hi and his men lay sprawled on the ground, countless bones broken yet still conscious. He glared at Ryder and ground out, "Why did you bring us here? Are you handing us over to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Reed remained silent, merely standing aside to wait, until footsteps sounded from ahead, and a figure emerged from the shadows. Mo-Hi looked over, his expression one of confirmation. Yulin, so it really is you? Yulin's face emerged from the shadows, illuminated starkly white by the overhead light as he smiled faintly. You won't even call me by Sage Yulin. Chapter 81, The Master Behind. What do you intend to do with me? Like how we treated you? Watching Yulin approach, Mo-Hi gritted his teeth, desperately wishing to strike out and eliminate Yulin immediately, but his cultivation and physical strength had been completely sealed by Ryder, rendering him utterly powerless. Yulin, however, shook his head. No, I'm not that kind of person. So, Brother Su, it's up to you now. Got it. Su Chu stepped forward, looking like he couldn't wait any longer. His gaze at Mo-Hi was as if he'd spotted some priceless treasure. First-class merit citation. Mo-Hi, where did you pick a fight? The Christians, of all people? Still trying to hide? Mohai turned his head away, avoiding that smug expression, muttering under his breath, was he a saint from the Christian church before? If I'd fucking known, would I have targeted him? Do you think I'm an idiot? Watching his furious frustration, Suchu suppressed his smile and turned serious. Alright, whether you regret it now or not, it's already too late. From this moment on, you and your subordinates will be under our complete control. We expect your cooperation in the investigation. You have the right to remain silent, but it's best not to remain silent. Hearing this, Mohai turned his gaze back toward him, a strange, unreadable smile appearing on his face. What do you want to ask? What are you trying to get out of me? I won't say a word. Ha ha ha. Suchu locked eyes with him, watching him laugh, waiting until his laughter subsided before abruptly speaking. Your Divine Authority Society, there's truly a god behind it, isn't there? The smile vanished from Mohai's face, replaced again by silence. Seeing he wouldn't respond, Suchu shrugged. It doesn't matter if you won't say now. We'll have plenty of ways to make you talk when the time comes. Alright, come with me. Wait, Mohai spoke up again, his voice firm. Do you really want to know? Suchu, obviously. Fine, Mohai was about to continue speaking when suddenly, his pupils abruptly constricted, and his body stiffened violently. He moaned in pain, trying desperately to rise, only to find his limbs utterly unresponsive. What's happening? Suchu instinctively stepped back, alarm flashing in his eyes. Yulin also furrowed his brows, while Ryder swiftly moved forward, shielding him protectively. As for the other members of the Divine Rights Society, they simply stood staring wide-eyed at Mohai. Mohai lay on the ground, staring in horror as his legs began turning transparent, as if dissolving under some invisible force. No. He shook his head frantically, his voice thick with terror. I only meant to deceive them. I never intended to say it for real. Please forgive me. It was never meant to be said. But the dissolution continued, rapidly spreading from his legs up to his waist. Mohai's skin melted like wax, revealing the muscle tissue beneath, then the stark white bones. Damn it! Mohai knew he couldn't escape anymore. He suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Yulin. Fuck your mother. Then let's all go down together. He mustered his last bit of strength and roared out. Cain! The name seemed to trigger some kind of taboo. Mohai's body instantly exploded, transforming into a mist of blood that filled the air. Strangely, the blood didn't splash onto the ground. Instead, it remained suspended midair, forming a vague humanoid silhouette. Snap! A soft sound echoed as the blood mist dissipated. The place suddenly fell into an eerie silence, leaving only a puddle evaporating on the ground. Mohai, this once renowned supreme expert of Taisu, had vanished into thin air as if he never existed. Cain? Ryder frowned and muttered under his breath. The first murderer, cursed by my lord, became an aberrant immortal existence. Behind them is him? Ryder turned to Yulin and said, Saint, please forgive my rudeness. I must return and report this matter to His Majesty. Yulin, seeing his serious expression, nodded and said, Alright, go ahead. Thank you, Saint. With these words, Ryder vanished instantly. Suchu also furrowed his brows, equally surprised by the matter. They knew that Mohai was not the true master of the Divine Rights Society, because although Mohai had previously reached the 5 chi cultivation level, given his talent, that was likely his limit, he could never advance to the Taisu realm. But over the past decade, he actually broke through his limits and reached Taisu. The Divine Rights Society has also been expanding at an astonishing speed. Without some powerful backing behind them, no one would believe it. As for what could elevate someone from Wuchi to Taisu, apart from those few heaven-bestowed artifacts controlled by major factions that allow one to break through limits such as Yulin's Man's Will Conquers Heaven ring, only divine intervention could achieve such a feat. As for the deity backing Mohai being Cain, this figure who occupies the second sequence as progenitor in Western mythology, Suchu was astonished, utterly astonished. He turned his head towards Yulin and said, Yulin, this is a matter of great importance. I'll send you back first, then take these guys for questioning to see what they know. Just go back and rest for now, alright? Yulin nodded. That'll work. The next moment, shadows crept over Yulin's body and carried him back. Inside the dormitory. You're back? Dragon Master had just finished a game. Seeing Yulin appear, he grinned and asked, What's wrong? You don't look too good. Yulin gave a brief explanation. According to preliminary intel we just received, the Sovereignty Society's backing comes from Cain. You know Master Long, right? Ha, of course Master Long knew. Although he'd been spending most of his time gaming recently, he hadn't neglected his reading either. Gaming and studying, striking the perfect balance, wouldn't you say? He naturally knew of this figure in Western mythology, the so-called first murderer who had slain his own brother. Now intrigued, it drifted before Yulin. Then what? Go on, tell me more. And then, Yulin spread his hands. That was it. The leader of the Divine Right Association screamed that name and then dropped dead. Fine. Dragon Lord sighed, visibly disappointed as he floated in midair. Never mind him, he's their ancestor, but we don't follow their ways here. Besides, you're Jesus' best buddy. He should come pay his respects to you. Yulin lay down and casually replied. We can talk about that later. Who knows, maybe we'll run into him during the vampire myth we're about to explore. Chapter 82, The Haunted House is Really Haunted. Bang bang. Yulin, who had been lying in bed for several days, was interrupted from his video browsing by the knocking. He yawned and got up, heading towards the door. He's here, he's here. Opening it, he saw Qin Zhao with Bai Xiaoxia standing at the doorway, smiling at him. Yulin, wanna hang out? We just finished training, and the teacher gave us 2 days off. Yeah, brother Yulin. A new amusement park just opened recently, they say the haunted house there is super scary. Alright. Yulin glanced outside and asked curiously. Where's Joey? Qin Zhao shrugged. He's going back inside the gate for some kind of worship ritual or something, he said. Let's ignore him. Quick, change clothes, we're leaving. Alright. With a thought, Yulin's pajamas transformed into casual wear. Qin Zhao and Bai Xiaoxia watched with undisguised envy. After all, even the cheapest yellow tier set starts at 100 contribution points. But it doesn't matter. Once they finish their lessons and complete more missions, they can afford it. Let's go. Yulin was about to step out the door when he seemed to remember something. Turning back, he called out to Long Yi. Long Yi, are you coming? Dragon Lord waved his paw. No, just bring me some delicious food when you're back. Alright. Yulin closed the door, and the two of them along with Qin Zhao headed downstairs together. As for Anyu, she spent her free days volunteering at the orphanage and Dasha church lately, only returning in the afternoon. Yulin decided not to call her back. Before long, the three of them arrived at their destination for the day, Disneyland. The trio splurged on VIP tickets, sparing themselves the agony of waiting in long lines under the scorching sun, and quickly passed through the entrance gates. Upon entering the amusement park, the cacophony of lively music and joyous laughter immediately engulfed them. The kaleidoscope of colorful rides, roller coasters whizzing by, carousels circling with children made it indistinguishable from any other theme park. Yet among them all, the haunted house stood out conspicuously. The line in front of the haunted house stretched for nearly 100 meters, snaking around nearly half the square. More strikingly noticeable were those emerging from the exit, everyone's face deathly pale, legs trembling, some even needing support from companions to walk out. A burly man collapsed to the ground the moment he crossed the threshold, muttering to himself, too real, far too real, nearly scared me into crying for my mother. Xiao Xiaobai's eyes lit up as she immediately grabbed Yulin in Qin Zhao's arms. Let's go. This is exactly what I want to see. My friends visited 7 times and scared 8 people. Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow. Why is there one extra? The extra one is whoever they call next time. Bai Xiaoxia explained with a laugh. Take me for example, if I get scared too, then it'd be 8 people going in, but 9 coming out frightened. We're good friends, right? I got scared, so you have to try it too. Qin Zhao understood immediately and nodded. That makes sense. If I got scared, I'd definitely call my friends to try it too. She turned her head to look at the long line, her lip twitching slightly. But this line is just ridiculous. Just as she was about to ask Yulin if he wanted to buy drinks first, she noticed him staring intently at the haunted house, his gaze unusually focused. Yulin, what are you looking at? Qin Zhao asked curiously. Yulin withdrew his gaze, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Nothing much. It seems there really are ghosts in there. Ha! Qin Zhao and Bai Xiaoxia both frowned simultaneously. If others had said it, they might have doubted, but since Yulin claimed it was true, then it absolutely must be. Back during their first mission together, he had effortlessly taken care of a ghost along the way. Noticing their nervous expressions, Yulin patted their shoulders reassuringly and laughed. Alright, no need to be nervous. This is just a working-class ghost, not some evil spirit. Let's go, get in line. As he spoke, he walked forward and joined the queue. Hearing his words, the two of them finally relaxed. Relaxing his senses slightly, he carefully probed the surroundings and could indeed detect a sinister, eerie aura emanating from the haunted house. Truth be told, the line wasn't all that long. After all, only 10 people entered at a time, and 6 of them would be scared out within 3 minutes. Among the remaining 4, the longest anyone lasted was barely halfway through. By the time it was Yulin and his group's turn, not a single person had successfully made it through the haunted house. After checking their tickets, the staff handed each of them a red button and explained, if you get scared and want to quit midway, press this button, and our staff will immediately escort you out. Bai Xiaoxia took the button and hung it on her wrist with a grin, saying, don't worry, we're brave. The 3 of them pushed aside the heavy black curtain and stepped into the haunted house. The temperature suddenly dropped. Completely different from the sweltering heat outside, the haunted house was damp and chilly, as if they had instantly entered another world. Bai Xiaoxia rubbed her arms and muttered softly, the air conditioning here is way too strong. Not necessarily the air conditioning. Qin Zhao remained vigilant as she scanned their surroundings, trying to spot the working ghost Yulin had mentioned. Yet the dim corridor was illuminated only by a few flickering green lights, casting an eerie pallor on people's faces. Yulin, however, seemed familiar with the place and walked straight ahead without hesitation. Turning a corner, they came upon an old-fashioned television set, its screen displaying nothing but static snow. Suddenly, the image flickered, revealing a woman with long hair covering her face, mechanically repeating, "I am so lonely." Click! The TV suddenly went black. The next second, a pale hand reached out from the screen. A woman slowly crawled out of the television, her long hair hanging down as she spoke in an eerie voice. "Come, play with me." She lowered her head, ready to relish the sight of terrified tourists scrambling away. "Hello there." A clear, bright voice sounded from above her. The female ghost froze, then slowly raised her head. Yulin was crouched in front of the TV, smiling at her. He even reached out and took her hand. "Your hands are so cold. Here, let me warm them for you." The female ghost remained silent. Something's not right, not one bit of it feels right. How come this guy isn't afraid of her?